Kunlun sect, atop Longyue Peak, a celestial maiden clad in white gracefully soared through the skies on her sword, arriving at this location. Upon noticing someone waiting at the edge of the peak, she slowly descended to the ground, a smile gracing her face as she greeted the woman. "Good morning, Schwer." "Good morning, Master Uncle. Master has sent me to welcome you. He is already waiting in the Heartless Hall," Mu Schwer replied with a respectful gesture. "Very well. Let us proceed while we converse." Li Hani nodded in agreement. The two women strolled amidst a sea of flowers, where blossoms of myriad varieties exuded enchanting fragrances, and countless butterflies flitted about. In the sky, numerous birds circled, not ordinary creatures but spirit birds, having absorbed spiritual energy and gained intelligence, coveted even by earthly emperors. In terms of beauty and form, both women were exquisite fairies. Li Hani, adorned in white, was strikingly beautiful, often referred to as the Sword Fairy. As the Grand Elder of the Kunlun sect, she had wholly inherited her master's illustrious title, standing as the pillar of the sect. As for Mu Schwer, though youthful, she had been adopted by Mu Chunfeng, entering the realm of fasting early. Her sweet and gentle demeanor made her a beloved presence. It was precisely for this reason that among her master's numerous female disciples, she alone had the chance to serve him. "How has the sect master fared yesterday?" Li Hani inquired. "Master Uncle, the sect master was in a standard state yesterday, remaining secluded as usual. Even I could only meet him briefly, and he did not permit me to serve him closely," Mu Schwer replied, worry and regret evident on her face. For her, serving Master Mu Chunfeng had become an integral part of life. She had often accompanied him, even during his training. Now, with only fleeting encounters once or twice a day, it was a torment she could hardly endure. Every moment away from her master felt like an agonizing eternity. Seeing Mu Schwer's troubled expression, Li Hani reassured her, "Do not fret. The sect master's condition is as it is due to the treachery of the demon lord, leaving him gravely injured. He requires time to recuperate, and once he recovers, he shall return to his former self." "Indeed, Master Uncle speaks wisely. I appreciate your concern. That it is only natural. After all, he is my junior brother." Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the Heartless Hall, where a chill pervaded the air, emanating from the hall's foundation crafted from cold jade. Ideal for the cultivation of the supreme heartlessness technique by successive sect masters. As they halted, Li Hani turned to Mu Schwer and said, "This is where we part one shall enter alone." "Very well. Then Schwer shall take her leave." That Mu Schwer bowed and turned away, watching her retreating figure until she vanished from sight. Li Hani then pushed open the door, stepping into the Heartless Hall. "Junior brother, I have arrived." As the door creaked open, Li Hani entered, shutting it behind her and taking a deep breath. The air is so rich it seems much has accumulated." Li Hani inhaled the unique scent in the air, an expression of enjoyment and greed flickering across her cold, beautiful face. She then walked slowly into the hall, gliding past layers of beaded curtains to the innermost chamber. Sunlight streamed through the windows, illuminating a man seated in meditation on a cold jade bed, his eyes closed in deep contemplation. Clad in white, he possessed an ethereal beauty, radiating an aura of untouchable aloofness. Upon seeing Mu Chunfeng, Li Hani's gaze shifted from calm to an inscrutable fervor and impulse. Yet, in just a fleeting moment, she suppressed those emotions, strolling to his side. "Junior brother, it has been several days. How have you fared?" Mu Chunfeng slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a heated breath, his gaze reflecting a similar intensity, not directed at Li Hani, but rather conveying a long-held helplessness. "Elder sister's absence has left Chunfeng in great distress. Have my matters been resolved?" Mu Chunfeng inquired. "Indeed, they have been settled. It is apparent you have endured much. It is my fault," Li Hani said, loosening her garment's tie before casting it aside. As her exquisite form began to reveal itself, Mu Chunfeng's cheeks flushed, and he turned his gaze elsewhere. Seeing his reaction, Li Hani's lips curled into a slight smile as she stepped closer, pressing against his back, whispering seductively in his ear, "This is hardly our first encounter. Yet you remain so reserved. Elder sister, please refrain. It is still broad daylight." Mu Chunfeng feigned indifference, reminding her, "What of broad daylight? Did you not summon me here? After so many days of absence, you have dared not venture out." How pitiable as she spoke, Li Hani skillfully untied his garment, kissing his neck. Though Mu Chunfeng verbally protested, his body remained still, offering no resistance to her bold actions, as if playing a game of desire and restraint. Before long, the two were intimately united, with Mu Chunfeng, the leader of the sect, finding himself beneath his elder sister on the cold jade bed. The chill of the jade contrasted sharply with the heat of their bodies, both his and hers. Gazing into Li Hani's fervent eyes, Mu Chunfeng sighed. There is truly no need for this. My desires could be addressed. Chapter 2. The Art of Pursuit and Retreat. Upon receiving the heartfelt confession from his senior sister, Mu Chunfeng was not taken aback. He was no fool. Having shared a century of life together, countless moments entwined, he was well aware of her feelings. Initially, he had contemplated becoming more accomplished for her sake before expressing his own sentiments. However, after the Immortal Sword Conference, he had risen to become the direct disciple of the sect leader. Burdened by significant responsibilities, subsequently, he embarked on the path of transcending romantic emotions, gradually forgetting matters of love, thus inadvertently letting her down. I comprehend my senior sister's intentions, yet I have cultivated to transcend emotions. The love of the past has long since faded, and I fear I cannot provide what you desire, Mu Chunfeng said apologetically. Li Hani's eyes glistened with tears, and she gently placed her delicate finger upon his lips. Whispering tenderly, "Do not worry. I do not require you to take responsibility, nor do I need any promises from you. Even if you were to fall for another in the future, it matters not. But for now, you belong solely to me. You are mine." With that, Li Hani lifted herself, a solitary tear cascading down her cheek, a poignant revelation. As the Kunlun Sword Immortal, she had never shed tears before strangers, revealing her true self only in front of the one she cherished. Senior sister Mu Chunfeng felt a pang of heartache, yearning to rise and offer comfort, yet he was firmly pressed back onto the bed by her. "Stay still. It is not yet over. This is merely the beginning." Meanwhile, on the other side of Longyue Peak, in a small pavilion deep within a bamboo grove, two women were partaking of tea. "Alas, I wonder how our master is faring. It has been ages since I last saw him," sighed the woman clad in a green dress, sipping from her teacup. "That I, too, used to be by his side constantly. Now, seeing him even twice a day is considered fortunate. Ever since that battle, he has confined himself within the Heartless Hall, which is quite worrisome." Mu Shuer rested her chin on her hand, her gaze unfocused. "I truly do not understand. I am a physician after all. Why does our master refuse my aid in treating his ailments, yet summons my uncle? While she is indeed a sword immortal, she possesses no medical expertise. What could he possibly be thinking?" Lin Shiran bit her lip, her face etched with discontent. She had hoped that with their master injured, her unique skills as a potion master would allow her to shine, drawing closer to him and perhaps even surpassing her senior sister. Mu Shuer, however, she never anticipated that their master would not seek her out, but instead call upon someone with no healing skills at all. "That I, too, am perplexed. What could the Grand Elder possibly do to heal our master?" Mu Shuer questioned. "A method? Humph," Lin Shiran scoffed. "If there were truly one, it would have been employed long ago. It has been 2 months. Our master remains locked away, indicating that his condition has not improved." "Ah, but why does he still seek the Grand Elder?" "Who knows? Regardless, I cannot believe the Grand Elder possesses any healing abilities. Her expertise lies in taking lives," Lin Shiran retorted. As time passed, the commotion within the Heartless Hall gradually subsided. By the afternoon, Mu Chunfeng lay upon the cold jade bed, his eyes hazily gazing at the ceiling, feeling an unparalleled sense of relaxation, as if a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders. "How does it feel?" "Not bad, right? I told you, it only takes one time. This is the quickest remedy," Li Hani commented, seated at the bedside, leisurely dressing. Her exquisite, coldly beautiful face bore a slight blush, and the corners of her mouth curled in an uncontrollable smile. A look of satisfaction easily discernible. After nearly 200 years, she had finally captured her junior brother's heart. They say that a forcibly twisted melon is not sweet, yet Li Hani found it delightful, sweet, and truly quenching. Mu Chunfeng observed her smooth back, his feelings complex as he remarked, "It is indeed pleasant, but surely not just once?" Li Hani turned her head, a slight smile gracing her lips as she replied, "When I say once, I do not refer to the frequency of our encounters, but rather to the number of times I have come to assist you. So you came for a day? The first time was sufficient, yet you insisted on 3 more, totaling 4 sessions this morning. I now suspect whether you came simply to help me or for your own enjoyment, Mu Chunfeng teased. At his words, Li Hani felt a flush of embarrassment, yet her character, sharp as a sword, compelled her to lean closer, pinching his chin and declaring proudly, "And what of it? I have assisted you. Is it wrong for me to indulge in my own happiness? This is, after all, a mutually beneficial arrangement. Consider it your compensation to me, dear junior brother. Is there an issue with that? Compensation?" Mu Chunfeng raised an eyebrow, swatting her hand away as he sat up, glaring at her. "I am beginning to suspect that your absence from the sect these past few days was deliberate, stemming from my refusal to allow you to treat me with your body. You intentionally left, allowing me to suffer for days, hoping I would succumb to the pressures of my mind and acquiesce to you. Is that not so? Indeed, it seems you have finally come to your senses." Li Hani, now fully dressed, stood up, arms crossed as she looked down at Mu Chunfeng, a triumphant smile on her face. "This tactic is called the art of pursuit and retreat. Why should I not employ it when you are so reserved? I made my intentions abundantly clear, yet you remained unwilling. Thus, I had no choice but to leave, allowing you to feel some discomfort for a few days. Naturally, you would agree to my terms." "You?" Mu Chunfeng gritted his teeth in frustration. But ultimately, all his resentment transformed into a sigh. After all, his senior sister acted out of concern for him. Although her methods were somewhat underhanded, the outcome was ultimately favorable, and he now felt an unprecedented sense of ease. "Are you not afraid I might seek someone else?" Mu Chunfeng asked defiantly. Li Hani raised an eyebrow, a condescending smile gracing her lips. "If that were the case, I would not need to resort to such tactics." With that, she playfully blew a breath toward Mu Chunfeng, advising, "The lustful poison within you has been effectively dispelled. You need not linger in this hall any longer. You may venture outside. However, remember this. The poison inflicted by that female demon has already eroded your meridians and your hardest resolve. Therefore, you must refrain from recklessly using your true feelings. Otherwise, the lustful poison may invade once more in a short time. Do you understand?" "Yes, I understand." Mu Chunfeng nodded. At that moment, Mu Shuer also arrived at the entrance of the Heartless Hall. Knocking on the door, "Master, uncle, are you both well?" With a creak, the door swung open, revealing Li Hani. "Greetings, uncle." Mu Shuer bowed respectfully. "Yes, the sect leader is temporarily out of danger. You may accompany him outside for a stroll. Just remember, do not let him use spiritual power or become angered," Li Hani instructed. Chapter 3. Nourishment understood. "I shall heed your advice, uncle," Mu Shuer replied reverently. "Very well, I shall take my leave. No need to see me off." "Attend to the sect leader," Li Hani said before departing leisurely. Watching the enchanting figure of the female sword immortal fade from view, Mu Shuer furrowed her brow, sensing something amiss. Her uncle, who had always been so frosty, had exhibited a hint of warmth today, even appearing more radiant than usual. It was as if she exuded a certain nourishing aura. Turning back, Mu Shuer entered the hall, closing the door behind her. She passed through layers of beaded curtains until she reached the innermost chamber. There, she found Mu Chunfeng seated upon the cold jade bed, draped in white robes, his sword-like brows framing a celestial visage. Compared to before, he radiated an improved aura, appearing much more spirited, his gaze clear and invigorating. Causing her heart to race, "Master, you appear much better. It seems my uncle's methods have proven effective." Mu Shuer approached, her face alight with joy. "Indeed, I owe her much." Mu Chunfeng nodded, slowly rising to meet her. "You have worked hard recently, Shuer," he said, gently caressing her delicate face. "It is no trouble. Shuer was born to serve our master. However, I have felt neglected lately, as you have not permitted me to be close or serve you personally. It has left me feeling lonely," Mu Shuer confessed, savoring his affection while feeling somewhat aggrieved. Hearing the subtle pain in her words, Mu Chunfeng felt a pang of guilt and deep sympathy. He understood that his recent hesitance had distanced him from his disciples, causing them distress. Yet, he had no choice. Constrained by the lustful poison, he feared allowing them near, lest he lose control and commit a grievous error, something he dreaded above all else. "I apologize." This is my failing as a master. It will not happen again, Mu Chunfeng expressed his regret. No, master, you are not at fault. I did not mean to imply that, Mu Shuer hurriedly clarified. Seeing her sudden anxiety, Mu Chunfeng could not help but chuckle, lightly tapping her forehead and teasing, "Why the panic? You make it seem as if I would devour you. I did not mean that. I simply did not wish for you to misunderstand me," Mu Shuer replied. Her cheeks flushed. Misunderstand what? Silly girl, how could I ever misconstrue your intentions? Mu Chunfeng affectionately brushed his fingers against her nose. At that moment, a sudden rumble echoed from Mu Chunfeng's abdomen, causing both their gazes to instinctively shift toward the source. "Ah, master, are you hungry?" Mu Shuer stared in astonishment at his stomach. Mu Chunfeng rubbed his abdomen, nodding, "Yes, I am somewhat hungry. I have been so preoccupied with my illness that I have hardly eaten or rested properly. It is nearly dinner time. Please prepare a meal and summon Shiran to join us." "Yes, I shall do so at once," Mu Shuer replied cheerfully, turning to leave. As she gazed at her departing figure, Mu Chunfeng stood at the doorway, stretching leisurely while basking in the golden glow of the setting sun. How delightful it is to finally be liberated from this confinement. That night, in the courtyard outside the unfeeling palace, a lavish feast was laid out upon a stone table beneath a peach blossom tree, each dish meticulously crafted by the two female disciples. The three of them gathered around the stone table, their faces radiating joy and delight. "Wonderful, Master can finally come out. It has been so long since I last saw you," Lin Shiran exclaimed cheerfully. "Indeed, my dear disciples, I too have missed you. I was previously constrained by illness and had no choice but to isolate myself from you. Now that I am free from my ailment, we need not go through such troubles anymore," Mu Chunfeng replied with a warm smile. Beside him, Mu Shuer thoughtfully picked up a wine jug and poured a drink for Mu Chunfeng, then raised her cup, saying, "Master, let us toast to your successful recovery from illness, freeing you from the torment of suffering. Cheers." Mu Chunfeng raised his cup in response, clinking it with his two beautiful disciples. Savoring the exquisite wine, after downing a cup in one go, Mu Chunfeng let out a sigh of relief. Due to the poison within him, he had abstained from alcohol for the past 2 months, fearing that it might affect his condition. Although alcohol is generally inconsequential for cultivators, given his current predicament, it was indeed a delicate matter. However, now he could indulge in a hearty drink, truly a fine wine. He exclaimed, "But Shuer, what you said earlier is incorrect. My illness is not entirely cured. There is merely a temporary remedy." "Oh? What remedy is that?" Mu Shuer inquired with curiosity. "Yes, I too am eager to know what method you speak of. And master, what poison have you been afflicted with? Why haven't you let me examine your condition?" Lin Shiran pressed eagerly. As the only alchemist among Mu Chunfeng's disciples, the exceptionally talented Lin Shiran had already achieved the rank of 4th-grade alchemist at a young age, earning her the title of prodigy in alchemy. Yet, despite her prowess, Mu Chunfeng had never allowed her to examine his ailment, which had always piqued Lin Shiran's curiosity. "This ailment is quite troublesome. You need not concern yourselves with the details. Just know that only your master uncle can assist me," Mu Chunfeng said, deliberately evading their inquiries. "Humph, I am quite curious about the nature of your ailment. Your master uncle knows nothing of medicine. How could he possibly aid you?" "I refuse to believe it could stump me," Lin Shiran declared proudly. "Enough. I am fully aware of your abilities. You are my most esteemed alchemist disciple. However, in this matter, it is best if you refrain from probing too deeply. There are reasons for my silence, do you understand?" Mu Chunfeng spoke earnestly. "Yes, master, I understand. Shuer and I will refrain from further questions. Please rest assured." The astute Mu Shuer quickly replied. Though Lin Shiran felt reluctant, she echoed, "I too shall not inquire further. Please forgive my earlier impertinence, master." "Good. Now let us eat." Mu Chunfeng nodded in satisfaction. As the three of them dined and drank, their laughter echoed throughout the unfeeling palace, infusing the otherwise cold atmosphere with warmth and joy. As night deepened, Lin Shiran began to clear the table, while Mu Shuer assisted the slightly inebriated Mu Chunfeng back to the palace. "Master, your drinking capacity is usually not like this. Why are you intoxicated so quickly today?" Mu Shuer asked with concern, supporting him. I'm not drunk. I'm perfectly fine," Mu Chunfeng stammered, his steps unsteady. Upon opening the door to the inner chamber, the two stumbled in and collapsed onto the bed. Huff, Mu Shuer lay against Mu Chunfeng's chest, listening to his labored breaths and the rapid beating of his heart. Feeling his warm body and intoxicating scent. Chapter 4. The senior sister's temptation. This sensation felt dreamlike. Mu Shuer wished not to leave, longing to remain nestled in her master's embrace forever. Shuer, yes. Do you find it enjoyable to stay here every day? Mu Chunfeng asked, half awake. Indeed. As long as you are present, it is enjoyable wherever we are, Mu Shuer replied tenderly. Yes, that's so. Mu Chunfeng chuckled softly, his hand gently caressing her hair as his consciousness drifted. Soon, Mu Shuer could hear his rhythmic breathing, softly brushing against her ear. She slowly lifted her head, only to find Mu Chunfeng had fallen asleep, appearing even more amiable, handsome, and charming than when awake, devoid of the usual seriousness and cold demeanor. Naturally, today Mu Chunfeng was unexpectedly gentle and cheerful, a rare occurrence indeed. Is he asleep? Mu Shuer gazed at him, somewhat incredulous. Her master never behaved this way. He would never get drunk, especially not in front of his disciples, as he was extremely mindful of his image. Thus, this was the first time she had witnessed Mu Chunfeng in such a state, seemingly in deep slumber, as if he would not awaken. Master, are you asleep? Master. Mu Shuer softly called out a few times, but he did not stir. What if he doesn't wake up? Could I? Mu Shuer licked her lips, a bold thought surfacing in her mind. Cautiously, she leaned closer, risking the consequences of overstepping her bounds. Under normal circumstances, she would not have been so audacious, but tonight, emboldened by the wine, she found herself with an opportunity that she could not pass up. Master. As she gazed upon her beloved master's handsome visage, Mu Shuer's heart raced. She knew that just a single action would fulfill her yearning for a kiss, yet that step felt infinitely distant. Almost there. Senior sister. Suddenly, the door swung open, and Mu Shuer jolted upright, turning to see Lin Xiran standing at the threshold. Oh, is master asleep? Lin Xiran exclaimed in surprise, noticing the slumbering Mu Chunfeng. Yes, he is asleep. It seems master wished to indulge in a rare moment of drunkenness, Mu Shuer replied calmly, standing and adjusting her attire. As Lin Xiran stared at the sleeping master, she found herself momentarily entranced. Instinctively leaning forward, only to be halted, turning, she saw Mu Shuer smiling. Junior sister, since master is asleep, we ought not to disturb him. Let us go. Very well. Lin Xiran cast a lingering glance at the slumbering Mu Chunfeng before being led away by Mu Shuer. Exiting the unfeeling palace, the following morning, as sunlight streamed through the window, the man lay lazily in bed, still asleep, while faint sounds of someone talking to themselves reached his ears. Strange, it's so early. Is he still not awake? I've never seen master sleeping like this. He looked so peaceful and a daze. Mu Chunfeng slowly opened his eyes, only to be startled by a pretty face hovering before him. Who? Forgive me, master. I did not mean to intrude. Please pardon my offense. Mu Shuer quickly knelt on the ground, pleading. Upon recognizing her as Mu Shuer, Mu Chunfeng sighed in relief and urged, quickly get up. You startled me. What are you doing crouching by my bed so early? Mu Shuer gradually rose, her expression filled with remorse as she explained. I merely wished to pay my respects to master and inquire what you might want for breakfast. When I realized you were still asleep, I thought to tidy up your room. Listening to her explanation, Mu Chunfeng nodded in understanding, rubbing his forehead as he said, perhaps I haven't been sleeping well lately. Last night was quite restful, hence I awoke later than usual. Did I disturb master's rest? Mu Shuer asked with concern. Not at all. How could that be? I awoke naturally. Do not overthink it, Mu Chunfeng reassured her as he threw off the covers and got out of bed. At that moment, Mu Shuer's eyes widened as she stared fixedly at him, completely taken aback. You shouldn't exhaust yourself so much. You could afford to sleep in a little longer, Mu Chunfeng remarked, walking over to her and gently patting her head. However, Mu Shuer lowered her gaze, her face flushed as red as fire, leaving Mu Chunfeng bewildered. What's wrong? Why is your face so suddenly flushed? Are you feeling unwell, master? This, Mu Shuer stammered, staring at him. What's the matter? Mu Chunfeng looked down and was taken aback, then turned away in shock, exclaiming, out. With a swift wave of his sleeve, Mu Shuer suddenly found herself standing outside the hall. Still in a daze. Senior sister, you've come out. Has master awakened? Lin Xiran approached and asked, He has awakened. That's good to hear. Wait, why is your face so red? Are you not feeling well? Lin Xiran leaned closer, eagerly observing her flushed cheeks. Red face? Mu Shuer quickly turned away, using her spiritual energy to cool her flushed skin, restoring her complexion to normal. No, it's nothing. You must have misseen. We should hurry and prepare breakfast. With that, Mu Shuer walked towards the kitchen. Watching her hurried departure, Lin Xiran tilted her head in confusion, then followed closely behind. Half an hour later, the three of them sat around a table at the entrance of the unfeeling palace. Enjoying breakfast, Master, please try the porridge I made with snow spirit fish, Lin Xiran said attentively. Yu Chunfeng picked up the spoon and tasted the porridge, nodding in appreciation. Delicious, Xiran. You have truly put in great effort. Thank you for your praise, Master. Pleased by the compliments, Lin Xiran turned her gaze towards Mu Shuer, only to find her senior sister with her head bowed, scarcely uttering a word. This peculiar behavior was quite unusual. As Mu Shuer typically relished in vying for attention and overshadowing her junior sisters, who could hardly keep pace with her. Yet today, it was rather strange. Her senior sister was exceedingly quiet, exhibiting no desire to compete at all. What's the matter, senior sister? Do you think my porridge is unappetizing? Lin Xiran inquired. No, it's delicious. I find it quite to my liking, Mu Shuer replied, eagerly taking several spoonfuls with evident enjoyment. Observing Mu Shuer's distracted demeanor, Mu Chunfeng felt a twinge of awkwardness and helplessness. The events of that morning were indeed unexpected. He had not anticipated that, despite having attained the lofty state of Tai Shang Wangqing. Such a situation could arise. It seemed that the influence of that female devil's poison was still at play. With this thought, Mu Chunfeng clenched his fist in frustration. Chapter 5. Tianzi City. Noticing the somewhat awkward atmosphere at the dining table, Mu Chunfeng spoke up. It has been quite some time since I ventured out. Today, I wish to take a stroll. Who among you would accompany me? I will. Lin Xiran eagerly raised her hand. Surprisingly, Mu Shuer remained focused on her meal, failing to raise her hand. What is the matter, Shuer? Do you have something to attend to? Mu Chunfeng asked. Huh? Mu Shuer looked up, bewildered. The master is asking who wishes to accompany him, Lin Xiran softly reminded her. Upon realizing, Mu Shuer quickly raised her hand, exclaiming, I am willing. The opportunity to accompany their master was something they all yearned for. When the other disciples were present, competition could become quite intense. Fortunately, at that moment, only the two of them were on the island, diminishing the rivalry. Yu Chunfeng pondered for a moment and pointed at Mu Shuer, saying, Then it shall be you, Shuer. All right, I shall return to prepare immediately. Mu Shuer replied, rising hastily, no need for elaborate preparations. It's merely a stroll, Mu Chunfeng clarified. In contrast, Lin Xiran wore a disappointed expression. Opportunities to embark on private outings with their master were scarce for her, as they mostly fell to her senior sister. Noticing Lin Xiran's disheartened countenance, Mu Chunfeng smiled gently, reaching out to pat her adorable twin ponytails in a comforting gesture. Do not lose heart, little Ran. Next time, I shall take you along. This time, your presence is primarily required for alchemical preparations. Alchemical preparations? What sort? Lin Xiran's interest piqued at the mention of her master needing her assistance. This, Mu Chunfeng handed her a prescription. Lin Xiran examined it closely, her brow furrowing in confusion. Ice heart pill. What need do you have for this, master? It merely serves to calm the mind. It's your level of Tai Shang Wangqing. There is no necessity for such a remedy. It was unnecessary before, but it is quite useful now. Just focus on the crafting, he instructed. Very well, the disciple obeys, Lin Xiran nodded. After breakfast, Mu Chunfeng and Mu Shuer departed from Kunlun Mountain, traversing the skies aboard a celestial vessel amid 1,000-meter altitude. On the deck, Mu Chunfeng reclined in a chair, basking in the sunlight and enjoying the gentle breeze. Mu Shuer sat nearby, skillfully preparing tea and presenting a steaming cup of spiritual tea to Mu Chunfeng. Master, please. Mu Chunfeng accepted the tea, savoring the fragrant aroma. Shuer, he began. How long have you been by my side? Approximately 48 years, I believe. 48 years is quite a span, Mu Chunfeng mused, before abruptly asking, having stayed beside me for so long, do you not wish to venture out like your junior sisters, exploring the world and experiencing life on your own? Not at all. Shuer has no interest in such pursuits. I only wish to remain by Master's side, serving you forever. Do you not find it monotonous? Other young women seek love, while many disciples under the elders are forming bonds. Kunlun has flourished, With many excellent male disciples and other sections indeed, there are many. So is Master considering matchmaking for the younger sisters? Mu Shuer asked first. Huh? Mu Chunfeng was momentarily taken aback, shaking his head. He had intended to mention Mu Shuer, yet she had diverted the conversation to her junior sisters. Your personal lives are yours to manage. I have no desire to meddle. Matters of love are inherently personal. Even as your master, I have no right to interfere. I merely wish to remind you that if you have aspirations, pursue them boldly. Mu Shuer smiled faintly, refilling his teacup. What you say is true, but alas, I have outgrown that age. Matters of love hold no significance for me. Only Master is my everything. I simply wish for your allowance to remain by your side forever. Without it, I truly do not know the meaning of living. What nonsense is this? Mu Chunfeng exclaimed, slapping the armrest in discontent, glaring at her. Living itself is meaning. The meaning is to live. What confusion is there? Even if I were to die one day, that would be my fate, and it concerns you not. Of course it concerns me, for my fate is tied to yours. My life is your life. Mu Shuer gazed at him tenderly, her tone resolute. Mu Chunfeng found himself at a loss for words, having no recourse against this disciple. Their time together had been extensive, and while Mu Shuer was obedient, she was also exceedingly clever, rendering Mu Chunfeng quite helpless. You ought to learn from your junior sisters. They frolic in the mountains and rivers, living freely. They are they, and I am I. Each person's aspirations differ. Moreover, why must Master assume that they only desire to wander? Perhaps their thoughts mirror mine? Mu Shuer replied with profound meaning. Mu Chunfeng was left speechless, turning his gaze elsewhere with a sigh. He harbored a tinge of fear. He was merely a paper tiger now. If one day he were unmasked, countless enemies would undoubtedly seek him out. His concern was for his disciples after his demise. How would they fare? They would surely be heartbroken, just as he had been when he learned of his own master's passing. By the way, this morning Mu Shuer suddenly began. That incident was an accident. Do not overthink it. It is entirely normal for men to behave thus. It is your fault for barging into my chamber unannounced. Mu Chunfeng hastily clarified. Mu Shuer paused, pursing her lips. I merely wish to inquire if you enjoyed the snow spirit fish porridge from this morning? Ah? The porridge. Yes, I liked it, very much, Mu Chunfeng replied, resting his forehead against his hand, averting his gaze to mask his embarrassment. Observing his flustered demeanor, Mu Shuer's lips curled into a smile, finding her master all the more endearing. By the way, I heard tomorrow is the day for recruiting new disciples, correct? Mu Chunfeng shifted the topic of conversation. Yes. Tianzi City, being in close proximity to Kunlun Mountain, was a bustling metropolis, its prosperity rivaling that of the imperial capital. A man and woman strolled through the city streets together. The man, clad in white, possessed a strikingly handsome visage, captivating the attention of many passers-by. Beside him walked a veiled woman, her graceful form and extraordinary demeanor reminiscent of a celestial being. Enchanting yet distant. Over the years, Tianzi City had grown increasingly vibrant, its population ever-expanding. Mu Chunfeng marveled at the sight. As they traversed the streets, he noted not only the common folk of the daxia but also beastmen and even foreigners clad in peculiar attire. He was aware that on the other side of this continent lay yet another land. However, being situated in the heart of the continent, it was unexpected for so many foreigners to arrive here. Chapter 6. Candied Hawthorne. It is said that the Emperor of Xia recently established formal diplomatic relations with the Sun Never Sets Empire of the Western Continent, which has created a legitimate channel for communication between the two lands, allowing for smoother exchanges among the populace. Consequently, an increasing number of foreigners have begun to visit daxia. Mu Shuer explained. Oh, is that so? Weren't they previously quite resistant? What prompted this sudden change? Mu Chunfeng inquired. Puzzled. Isn't it thanks to our third junior sister? As the Grand Princess, she now wields significant political power, and with your backing, Master, her position in the imperial capital has become more stable, enabling her to enact such policies. Upon hearing this, Mu Chunfeng felt enlightened, surprised at how capable Mingyue had become. I recall her being rather gentle in demeanor. That's because she is different in front of you. Behind the scenes, she is not so gentle. Do you remember when she first came to Kunlun for training? She was quite the headstrong princess. It was only thanks to you, Master, that she became so obedient, Mu Shuer teased. Now that you mention it, I do recall. She was rather willful at first. Mu Chunfeng reminisced with a smile. He remembered their first meeting over a decade ago, when she was merely 16, her fiery and headstrong nature unabashed before him. Boldly declaring her intent to capture him as her husband, it had been over 2 years since he last saw Mingyue, and he wondered how she was faring now. Perhaps she is on the verge of marriage. Mu Shuer chimed in unexpectedly. Marriage? Indeed, she is now 28 years old. In the eyes of society, women are expected to marry by the age of 15 or 16, making her situation rather late. It is likely that before long, Master will receive a wedding invitation. Mu Shuer jested. Mu Chunfeng nodded in agreement, saying, You are correct. If that were the case, it would be acceptable. After all, she is of royal descent and cannot cultivate in peace like us. Acquiring skills to protect oneself and marrying early to enjoy familial joys does sound quite appealing. As the two strolled and chatted, they suddenly noticed a vendor selling candied hawthorn. Master, there's candied hawthorn over there. Let us buy some, Mu Shuer exclaimed, tugging at Mu Chunfeng's sleeve and pointing excitedly. All right, let us go. Upon reaching the stall, they found not only hawthorn candied fruits but also a variety made from other fruits. Showcasing an array of choices, in truth, such trivial delicacies are regarded as mere refuse in the eyes of cultivators, lacking in both flavor and nutritional value. However, the most fascinating aspect of life is growth. Even the exalted cultivators did not begin at the pinnacle but ascended step by step from humble beginnings. Thus, when they look back upon these seemingly inconsequential things, they cannot help but feel a sense of nostalgia. I want this strawberry one, and this orange. Mu Shuer appeared ecstatic, resembling a young girl, her eyes gleaming at the sight of the entire array of candied fruits. Can you finish them all? Mu Chunfeng questioned, already accustomed to her enthusiasm. Whenever they ventured out alone, she would exhibit such excitement, perhaps because she felt she had to maintain her composure in front of her fellow disciples. But with him, she was relaxed, lively, and endearing. Of course, even if I can't finish, I can save some for my junior sister, Mu Shuer replied. Being out alone with her master, she intended to bring back some gifts for her junior sister, a wisdom that helped her maintain her position as the elder sister. All right then, let us get 2 of each. With that, Mu Chunfeng tossed a silver coin onto the stall. The vendor, ecstatic upon receiving the coin, bit into it gleefully, bowing repeatedly in gratitude. Thank you, kind sir. Feel free to choose. Take whatever you wish. No need for that. Half will suffice, Mu Chunfeng said, waving his sleeve, causing half of the candied fruits to vanish. Leaving the vendor in shock, promptly kneeling and bowing his head, I pay my respects to the immortal. Forgive my rudeness. Please do not take offense. Mu Chunfeng was unfazed by the vendor's exaggerated display and turned to leave. As they walked, Mu Shuer savored the sweet candied hawthorn, joyfully declaring, The happiest memory from my childhood was when Master bought me candied hawthorn each time we descended the mountain to shop. So, after eating it for 40 years, doesn't it become tiresome? Mu Chunfeng inquired. Not at all. No matter how long I eat it, it remains sweet, for it is Master who buys it for me. It is akin to my feelings while staying by Master's side. No matter how long, I never tire of it, Mu Shuer expressed with such sweetness. Though this, Mu Chunfeng merely smiled faintly, choosing not to comment further. The streets were bustling not only with various snacks, but also with many acrobatic performances and captivating shows. While these trivial entertainments might seem childish to cultivators, they paused to watch, as they had come to this place in the circle of onlookers. A middle-aged man raised a torch, a mouthful of wine, and blew fire towards it. Instantly, flames erupted, drawing applause from the crowd, with Mu Shuer cheering in excitement. After the performance, the man's companions began to circle with a gong, soliciting tips, while those with some coins tossed a few copper coins into the pot. Yet, most remained indifferent, as in such times, the majority struggled merely to have enough to eat and wear, let alone spare change for gratuities. Master. At such moments, Mu Shuer would reach out to Mu Chunfeng. It wasn't that she lacked money. For most cultivators, the scarcity was not of currency, but of spiritual stones. However, in her youth, she had always insisted on providing tips after performances with Mu Chunfeng. Seeing the eager look in her eyes, Mu Chunfeng chuckled, retrieving a silver coin from his pocket, forcefully breaking it into smaller pieces before handing 2 to Mu Shuer. Thank you, master. As the performer approached, Mu Shuer tossed the silver coin into the gong, producing a delightful chime. Upon realizing that it was silver, The man dropped to his knees in gratitude. For those 2 small coins represented enough income for his family for 2 months. Good heavens, 2 silver coins? That must be about 2 taels. Look at this generosity, a wealthy person indeed. A perfect match, they truly are enviable. Though the attention was somewhat overwhelming, Mu Shuer was quite pleased, wrapping her arms around Mu Chunfeng's and beaming sweetly. Just then, a shout rang out from afar, capturing everyone's attention. Catch the thief! Catch the pickpocket! A man dashed towards them, closely pursued by a woman in simple garments. Chapter 7. A familiar face. As the thief neared, Mu Shuer prepared to intervene, but Mu Chunfeng held her back. The woman behind had reached the thief, grabbing him by the nape of his neck. The thief halted, spinning around to stab her with a dagger, but she deftly evaded. Retreating swiftly as the thief prepared to strike again, the woman kicked his wrist, sending the dagger clattering to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, she delivered a kick that sent the thief sprawling, causing the dagger to fly far away, effectively quelling his intentions. Witnessing her fluid movements, Mu Shuer remarked, "That young lady is remarkable. She seems barely 18 or 19, yet her skills are extraordinary." However, there was no response from Mu Chunfeng, who stood transfixed, as if he were gazing at a long-lost acquaintance. "Master? What's the matter?" Mu Chunfeng snapped back to reality. "It's nothing. I just found her somewhat reminiscent." "Resembling whom?" Mu Shuer inquired curiously. "I don't know." Mu Chunfeng shook his head, merely sensing a familiar aura. After the thief was subdued, nearby guards quickly arrived to escort him away. "Miss, I cannot thank you enough. Please accept this as a token of my gratitude." The victim approached, offering some money to the woman. "There's no need for that. It was merely a small act of kindness." She declined graciously, turning to find herself locking eyes with Mu Chunfeng. Despite the distance between them, their gazes met amidst the bustling crowd, perhaps drawn by Mu Chunfeng's striking demeanor. After a moment of deep observation, the woman began to walk towards him, before passing by and heading toward the city gate. Once she departed, Mu Chunfeng, unusually, turned to watch her retreating figure. "Master seems quite concerned about her. Are you considering taking her as a disciple?" Mu Shuer asked. Mu Chunfeng, lost in thought, shook his head. "There's no need. It was merely a fleeting encounter. If fate permits, opportunities will arise." With that, Mu Chunfeng and Mu Shuer continued their stroll into the city. However, after they left, the woman walking towards the city gate paused. Glancing back at Mu Chunfeng's departing silhouette, her eyes filled with reminiscence. "Now you have grown into such a figure." The two meandered through the city for quite some time, from morning until afternoon, before deciding to return. "Did you enjoy today? Are you happy?" As the sun dipped below the horizon, the two walked along a mountain path on Kunlun Mountain. "Yes, I am very happy. As long as I am with Master, anything we do brings joy," Mu Shuer replied tenderly. "Anything brings joy? Then what about yourself? Do you have anything special you wish to do?" Mu Chunfeng inquired. A thoughtful expression crossed Mu Shuer's face as she gently brushed her fingers against her lips, saying, "Indeed, there are many things I wish to travel the world with Master, to see the sea with Master, and to visit the lands beyond the sea, to witness the land of the setting sun. Why is it always with me? Don't you have any aspirations for yourself?" "No," Mu Shuer shook her head, calmly stating, "Without Master, everything is meaningless. What am I to say? I still believe you should venture out on your own, exploring the world independently, relying on me every day. What if someday there is no what if?" Before Mu Chunfeng could finish, Mu Shuer interjected, her voice resolute, "My heart and my being belong to Master. If something were to happen to Master one day, I would never wish to survive." "Nonsense," Mu Chunfeng admonished, poking her forehead, scolding, "Do not utter such words." "Then please, Master, do not speak of what ifs," Mu Shuer retorted defiantly. Mu Chunfeng, the gentle and obedient disciple, occasionally demonstrated a rebellious streak. As they walked through the mountains, they suddenly heard the sounds of a scuffle. Someone fighting. "Let us go see who dares to cause trouble on Kunlun Mountain." Mu Chunfeng spoke coldly. Following the sounds, they soon arrived at a hillside, where a figure clad in black was pursuing a woman in simple clothing. From the black-clad figure, Mu Shuer sensed a malevolent energy. As a practitioner of the demonic sect, how could she possibly be here? Mu Shuer exclaimed in astonishment. "It is well known that the forces of righteousness and evil are irreconcilable. The brazen appearance of the demonic sect upon Kunlun Mountain undoubtedly harbors a significant purpose. At this moment, however, Mu Chuanfeng's gaze was firmly fixed upon the robed woman being pursued, who was, in fact, the same woman he had encountered earlier that day in Tianzi City. To his surprise, they had crossed paths once more. What astonished him further was that this mortal woman possessed sword energy. While evading the attacks of the cloaked figure, she managed to retaliate appropriately. Little sister, do not attempt futile resistance. Come with me back to the demonic sect, and we will surely nurture you into an extraordinary expert. The black-cloaked man cackled ominously. Dream on. I am headed to Kunlun and will not ally myself with you vile cultists, Luo Chushue retorted coldly while dodging. Kunlun? What a joke. Today's Kunlun is merely a paper tiger. Despite its facade as the foremost righteous sect, it lacks substantial support within its ranks. Only that sword immortal, Li Hani, possesses any merit. Yet, you must remember that their sect leader, Mu Chunfeng, was captured by our demon lord just months ago and was held in solitary confinement for 10 days. The black-cloaked man sneered wickedly. Silence. You shall not speak ill of him. Upon hearing the slander directed at Mu Chunfeng, Luo Chushue was enraged and directly condensed a sword energy to strike at him. However, this also presented an opportunity for the black-cloaked man, who easily evaded the sword energy and charged towards Luo Chushue. In this critical moment, Mu Chunfeng suddenly appeared before Luo Chushue, shielding her from the black-cloaked man's assault. Stunned, Luo Chushue could hardly believe the coincidence. He was so near and had rescued her with his own hands. Are you all right? Mu Chunfeng inquired with concern. I'm fine, Luo Chushue replied, dazed. The sudden emergence of Mu Chunfeng startled the black-cloaked man, who momentarily lost his composure. Mu Chunfeng, how could you be here? Weren't you gravely injured? You Haven T stepped outside in 2 months. Humph, thank you for your concern, but your information is outdated. I have long since recovered, Mu Chunfeng stated, then forcefully repelled the cloaked figure. The black-cloaked man, pushed back several meters, stared at Mu Chunfeng in disbelief. Impossible. How could this be? The demon lord's meticulously crafted scheme. You were captured for a full 7 days. How could you possibly be unscathed and recover so swiftly? Chapter 8. The Sword Cultivation Prodigy. In response to the black-cloaked man's astonishment, Mu Chunfeng offered no explanation. Instead, he raised his hand, gathering a powerful sword energy at his fingertip and sending it flying towards the cloaked man. The sight of this sword energy terrified the black-cloaked figure, who immediately fled, vanishing from view. Mu Chunfeng remained in place, coldly gazing into the distance. Master, Mu Shuer had followed closely behind. Can you sense if there are others nearby? Mu Chunfeng asked indifferently. No, it's just the 3 of us, Mu Shuer replied. Upon hearing this, Mu Chunfeng released a sigh of relief, staggering back a few steps, fortunate that Luo Chushue was right behind him to catch him. Master, what is wrong? Mu Shuer exclaimed in alarm. Nothing, Mu Chunfeng stammered, his previously frosty demeanor now flushed, speaking with a hint of urgency. Just a minor issue. Saying this, he retrieved a white bottle from his storage space, poured out a pill exuding a chilling aura, and consumed it. He then sat cross-legged to recuperate, and after a brief period, he appeared to have regained his composure. Luo Chushue, observing the entire process, couldn't help but furrow her brow. She sensed a change within Mu Chunfeng. It was not weakness but rather an intense, agitated energy. Are you all right, master? Mu Shuer asked, aiding him to his feet with concern. Yes, I'm fine, Mu Chunfeng replied slowly, exhaling a breath of scorching air as his gaze gradually cleared. What on earth happened? Master, you just nothing serious, just a lingering effect. I cannot casually use spiritual power at present. Otherwise, it may incite turmoil within, which would be quite troublesome, Mu Chunfeng explained. Although the situation was largely the same, this clarification offered reassurance and was more readily accepted. How could this be, master? You should not have overexerted yourself. You should have let me handle it. Mu Shuer expressed her dissatisfaction. It's different. That was a member of the demonic sect. You heard him say it. Rumors are circulating that I am no longer capable. Thus, I deliberately acted in that manner and allowed him to escape, intending for my words to reach all, proving I have fully recovered, thereby deterring any ill-intentioned individuals, Mu Chunfeng elucidated. Upon hearing this explanation, Mu Shuer suddenly understood. So that it. Master, your intentions are truly thoughtful. I am but a dullard. Mu Chunfeng gently tapped her nose, then turned to Luo Chuxue and inquired, "What is your name?" Respectfully, "I am Luo Chuxue, a disciple," she replied, bowing. Luo Chuxue, Mu Chunfeng repeated, contemplating the unfamiliar name before asking, "Have you come to Kunlun Mountain with the intention of joining our sect?" "Indeed. I have long admired Kunlun and hope to join your esteemed sect to achieve mastery in cultivation," Luo Chuxue responded respectfully. Looking at her clad in simple garb, Mu Chunfeng held no disdain. He stepped forward, grasped her hand, and examined her physique, revealing a look of shock. "What is it, master? Does she possess remarkable talent?" Mu Xuer asked curiously. "Yes, indeed. A sword body rare in a millennium, even purer than my senior sister's. It seems heaven has truly favored Kunlun," Mu Chunfeng exclaimed, filled with emotion. In the past 1,000 years, Kunlun had seen the emergence of only 2 sword bodies. One was her master, the previous sect leader, Mu Ningxuang, who had once reached the threshold of semi-divinity, just a step away from transcending to immortality. Tragically, she perished under the heavenly tribulation during her breakthrough a century ago. Thus, the title of Sword Immortal fell to Li Hani, the second sword body in Kunlun's history, and now, merely 2 centuries later, a third sword body had appeared, leaving Mu Chunfeng overjoyed. Is it any wonder you possess sword energy at such a young age? You are indeed a prodigious sword cultivator. It would be a pity for someone of your caliber to be my disciple. I shall recommend you to my senior sister, that the sword immortal may become your master, thus accelerating your path of cultivation, Mu Chunfeng mused. No. As soon as Mu Chunfeng finished speaking, Luo Chuxue vehemently refused. No? Do you not wish to join Kunlun? Mu Chunfeng inquired, puzzled. I do wish to, but I desire to be your disciple. Master, I implore you to accept me. Luo Chuxue knelt, beseeching him. "Tio, accept you as my disciple." Mu Chunfeng expressed surprise, explaining, "Of course, I would be willing to take you under my wing, yet my cultivation is inferior to my senior sister's. She is the sword immortal of Kunlun. By becoming her disciple, your cultivation would progress more swiftly, and she possesses greater knowledge of sword cultivation. I will learn on my own, but I earnestly request you accept me as your disciple." Luo Chuxue insisted resolutely. Seeing her determination, Mu Chunfeng refrained from further refusal. It would be inappropriate to dismiss her after such earnestness. "Very well, since you sincerely wish to join my fold, I shall accept you. My senior sister frequently visits, so should you encounter any difficulties, you may seek her guidance," Mu Chunfeng conceded. "Yes, thank you, master. I understand," Luo Chuxue replied gratefully. As night descended upon Longyue Peak, Luo Chuxue followed Mu Chunfeng into the Wuching Hall. Gazing at the familiar surroundings, she felt a bittersweet pang of nostalgia. It felt as though an eternity had passed in the blink of an eye. Within the Wuching Hall, after a series of formalities, Luo Chuxue successfully became Mu Chunfeng's disciple, marking the 6th disciple he had taken under his wing. "From this day forth, you are my disciple, Mu Chunfeng, ranked 6th, he declared solemnly while seated. "Yes, I pay my respects to you." Master, Luo Chuxue knelt in reverence. That moment, Mu Xuer brought over a cup of tea and said, "Junior sister, present tea to master." "All right." Luo Chuxue took the teacup and approached Mu Chunfeng, respectfully offering it to him. "Master, please." "Very well." Mu Chunfeng accepted the cup, taking a symbolic sip. This marked the conclusion of the ceremony. After all, it was merely a private acceptance of discipleship. Had it been a public ceremony, the process would have been far more cumbersome, a reality Mu Chunfeng well understood. He himself had once publicly sworn fealty to Mu Ningxuang during the Immortal Sword Conference, becoming her direct disciple in front of all the sect leaders and their disciples, basking in the glory of the moment. Observing Luo Chuxue before him, Mu Chunfeng couldn't help but reflect. Among all his disciples, only she and his past self shared the humble origin of simple attire. "You have just arrived. You may stay in the Wuching Hall for now. Once I have prepared your accommodations, you may move in," he instructed. "Understood," Luo Chuxue nodded. Then, Mu Chunfeng turned his attention to Mu Xuer, saying, "It is getting late. You should return and rest, Xuer." "Yes, I shall take my leave first." "Master, please rest well." Mu Xuer bowed, casting an envious glance at Luo Chuxue before departing. Chapter 9. Midnight surveillance. In the dead of night, Luo Chuxue, roused from her slumber, slowly sat up and exited her room for a moment of convenience. Being merely a mortal and yet to undergo fasting, her habits remained unchanged from those of ordinary folk. As she prepared to return to her chamber after her convenience, she was suddenly alerted by a subtle sound. Akin to someone's heavy, labored breathing. Luo Choshue furrowed her brows, a look of confusion crossing her face. Besides herself, the only other occupant of the indifference hall was Mu Chunfeng. How could such a sound emanate from within? Intrigued, Luo Choshue followed the sound to Mu Chunfeng's room, and indeed, the noise originated from within, leaving her utterly astonished. Fenger. Just the sound of that ragged breathing sent her heart racing, leading her thoughts astray. Though reborn, she was still but a mortal, susceptible to the whims of human emotions. What troubled her most was the fact that Mu Chunfeng, like her, had chosen the path of transcending emotions. How could he be reduced to such a state? She approached the door, peering through the crack. Although the room was unlit, the moonlight provided enough illumination to see clearly. To her shock, she beheld Mu Chunfeng sprawled on the cold jade bed, disheveled and restless. His body writhing as he emitted sounds that made her cheeks flush and heart race. Uncomfortable. Fenger. Witnessing this scene, Luo Choshue was left speechless, her mind a blank. The proud and perfect disciple she cherished, renowned for his aloofness, now revealed such a pitiful aspect, as if consumed by desire. Wait, consumed by desire? A bold hypothesis exploded in her mind. She recalled how earlier that day, someone from the demon sect had mentioned that Mu Chunfeng had been imprisoned by the demon lord for 10 days a few months prior. What had transpired during that time remained a mystery. All that was known was that Li Hani had gone to great lengths to rescue him from the clutches of the demon lord. When she first heard of this incident, Luo Choshue had been perplexed. If the demon lord could imprison Mu Chunfeng for 10 days, why not kill him or cripple his cultivation? Moreover, when Mu Chunfeng had saved her and collapsed into her arms, his body had been scalding hot. Astonishing her point, one must remember that the path of transcending emotions typically rendered a person cold. How could his body burn with such heat? Now, witnessing Mu Chunfeng in this state, everything fell into place. The demon lord's methods toward Mu Chunfeng were despicable and treacherous. She aimed not only to destroy him but to subject him to humiliation, causing both mental and physical torment. Watching Mu Chunfeng suffer, Luo Choshue felt immense heartache. He was her only cherished disciple, the one she held most dear as his master. She found herself powerless, merely a mortal who could do nothing but watch in anguish as he writhed in torment. With this thought, she clenched her fists, tears of sorrow and frustration streaming down her face. Oh, it's so hot. Listening to the beguiling sounds of desire, Luo Choshue could only rise in sorrow and leave. She dared not linger. In her current mortal form, she could easily be swayed by that lustful voice of the celestial master. As his teacher, she could not allow herself to entertain improper thoughts about her beloved disciple. Back in her room, Luo Choshue lay on her bed, tears flowing uncontrollably, unable to find peace and sleep throughout the night. In the early morning, just as dawn broke, Mu Chunfeng awoke early, having hardly slept at all the previous night. The encounter with the demon sect had reignited the desire poison that had been subdued, leaving him in discomfort for the entire night. Only the ice heart pill had gradually brought him some relief. While the ice heart pill was effective, its impact was not substantial. For the past 2 months, he had been suppressing it, partly due to Li Hani's cold energy and partly because of the ice heart pill. Initially, it had a significant effect, but over time, as he consumed more, his body naturally developed immunity, resulting in him using up half a bottle in one night. After rising, he gazed at a certain spot, exhaling a sigh and rubbing his forehead in exasperation. It was all that madwoman's fault. What did she truly desire? The madwoman Mu Chunfeng referred to was none other than the demon lord. The very person who had transformed him into this state. A century ago, they had been close friends, having shared many adventures together. But now, driven by love turned to hatred, she had forcibly altered him, shattering the remnants of their bond. After getting up, he approached the mirror, only to find his complexion quite poor. After all, he had barely rested the entire night and had not cultivated either. His hair was disheveled, and his attire was amiss, making him appear quite unkempt. However, if Li Hani were present, seeing her senior brother in such a state would surely prompt her to rush over. To alleviate his disciple's concern, Mu Chunfeng made an effort to tidy his appearance before stepping out of his room. Within the indifference hall, Luo Qiushui was already awake, diligently cleaning the floor on her knees. "You're up early?" "Qiushui," Mu Chunfeng exclaimed in surprise. "Good morning, Master. I am fortunate to be a disciple of the Celestial Master and cherish this opportunity immensely," Luo Qiushui replied, rising to bow. But there is no need to rise so early. Cleaning is not of utmost importance. What you should focus on is expediting your cultivation to successfully advance to the qi refining stage. "Did you read the book I gave you yesterday?" Mu Chunfeng inquired. "I have read it. I have already mastered qi refining," Luo Qiushui responded. You have already succeeded?" Mu Chunfeng was taken aback, stepping forward to grasp her wrist and assess her cultivation, confirming that she had indeed reached the first layer of qi refining. Impressive, achieving qi refining in just one night, truly worthy of being a sword body. After confirming, Mu Chunfeng released her wrist, genuinely delighted. Just then, footsteps approached from outside, and Mu Shuer entered the room. "Master, you're awake?" Seeing Mu Chunfeng awake so early surprised Mu Shuer, but she was further taken aback upon noticing Luo Qiushui beside him. "In just one night? My junior sister has already entered the qi refining stage. Truly remarkable," Mu Shuer exclaimed, approaching Luo Qiushui with admiration. "Thank you for your praise, senior sister. I owe my swift success to the abundant spiritual energy of the Indifference Hall," Luo Qiushui humbly replied. My junior sister is quite modest." Half an hour later, the four of them sat around the table enjoying breakfast. Lin Xiran presented a ring to Mu Chunfeng, stating, "Master, there are 10 bottles of ice heart pills inside, each containing 10 pills, a total of 100. Thank you for your hard work, Xiran," Mu Chunfeng said, accepting the ring with appreciation. "It's nothing. It is my duty as a disciple." Chapter 10. A promising talent. After receiving the pills crafted by his disciple, Mu Chunfeng felt compelled to offer something in return. He retrieved the candied hawthorns he bought in the city, precisely 10 skewers, and handed them to Lin Xiran. "Yesterday, I strolled around Tianzi City with your senior sister and didn't purchase much, but I brought these candied hawthorns especially for you." "Thank you, Master. They are my favorite." Lin Xiran joyfully accepted the candied hawthorns. To others, the value of those 10 bottles of ice heart pills could surpass 1,000 spirit stones, while the 10 skewers of candied hawthorns were worth barely a couple of silver coins. The two were incomparable. Yet for Lin Xiran, the value of the candied hawthorns was immeasurable, as they were a gift from her beloved master. Master must be utilizing these ice heart pills to suppress the chaotic true energy within, right? With my junior sister having refined 10 bottles, it should be sufficient for Master to use for a while. Mu Shuer remarked. Suppressing true energy? Using ice heart pills? Lin Xiran was taken aback. "What's wrong? Is there an issue?" Mu Shuer asked, noticing Lin Xiran's astonished expression. The primary function of the ice heart pill is to stabilize the mind. What should be used to suppress true energy is the gathering qi pill, right? That does seem correct." Upon hearing Lin Xiran's words, Mu Shuer realized the oversight and looked curiously at Mu Chunfeng. "Master, my junior sister is a third-tier alchemist. Her understanding of pills cannot be mistaken. You should indeed require gathering qi pills." In the face of his disciples' reminders, Mu Chunfeng remained unfazed, calmly stating, "Using ice heart pills is not incorrect. It's just that I failed to explain clearly yesterday. The truth is, the demon lord placed a magical barrier upon me, leaving my mind in turmoil, which caused my true energy to run rampant." "Oh, I see. That female demon is truly despicable for placing a magical barrier on Master," Mu Shuer exclaimed, filled with indignation. "Magical barrier?" Lin Xiran murmured, stroking her smooth chin thoughtfully. Clearly, both female disciples had been deceived. And the only one present who remained silent was Luo Qiushui, quietly consuming her spiritual porridge. "Qiushui? Hearing Mu Chunfeng call her, Luo Qiushui looked up at him. "Eat a little less. You are currently only in the qi refining stage. The spiritual energy contained in this porridge is too abundant. Consuming too much will hinder your absorption," Mu Chunfeng advised with concern. "Oh, sorry, Master. It was my greed," Luo Qiushui replied, setting down her spoon and leaning back. "That's not what I meant. Here, take this pill first. It will assist you in absorbing the spiritual energy." Mu Chunfeng handed her a pill. "Thank you, Master." Without hesitation, Luo Qiushui accepted the pill and promptly consumed it before sitting cross-legged to begin her meditation. Observing Luo Qiushui transition into her practice so swiftly, Mu Chunfeng wore a satisfied smile. "Master, Do you still remember today's recruitment event? Mu Shuer suddenly inquired. Recruitment? What is the matter? Is there an issue? Mu Chunfeng asked. There is no problem. It's just that a few months after this year's recruitment, the once every 4 years Celestial Sword Tournament will commence. The Celestial Sword Tournament? I can't believe it's coming up so soon. I remember the last time our sect ranked third. How I long for the days when Kunlun consistently claimed the top honor at the Sword and Sorcery Conference. Alas, it has now been 4 consecutive sessions since we last triumphed. While Kunlun's reputation remains illustrious, the reality is that among the new generation of disciples, we are far outshone by other sects and Mu Shuer's side. Indeed, the current crop of newcomers is rather lackluster. Even during the last conference, though junior sister Mingzhu fought valiantly, we could only secure second place, ultimately succumbing to Shushan. Lin Shiran reminisced. Prompted by their remarks, the sect leader, Mu Chunfeng, felt a mixture of emotions. Although the Sword and Sorcery Conference may not be of paramount significance, its original purpose was to foster communication between sects, with disciples engaging in friendly sparring akin to visiting a host's abode and being entertained by dancers. Yet, as time has elapsed, the nature of the conference has transformed into a battleground for fame and fortune among sects, where the supposed camaraderie of martial exchanges has devolved into mutual suppression among factions. In the past, Mu Chunfeng had not felt this keenly, but now, with Kunlun failing to secure first place for 4 years, he could clearly sense the decline of Kunlun's standing as external criticisms of the sect grew ever louder. Sigh, this is indeed a dilemma. Unfortunately, we lack exceptionally talented new disciples, even with Kunlun's substantial strength. This remains a significant challenge, Mu Chunfeng lamented. How can that be? Is there not one right before your eyes, master? Mu Shuer remarked with a meaningful glance. Before my eyes? Mu Chunfeng turned to look at Luo Chishui, and his eyes instantly brightened. Indeed, Qiu Shui is a once-in-a-millennium talent in sword cultivation. Though she has only just begun her journey, with her innate gift and my resources, breaking through to the foundation establishment stage within a few months should not pose a challenge. Yes, let's have her represent Kunlun at the Sword and Sorcery Conference. I am confident she will secure first place. Lin Shiran exclaimed excitedly that moment. Luo Chishui, having finished her meditation, opened her eyes only to find the 3 of them fixated on her, which left her feeling quite uncomfortable. Master, senior sister, why are you all staring at me? Hee, junior sister, you are now the hope of our entire sect. Whether we can regain our pride at this year's Sword and Sorcery Conference rests upon your shoulders. Lin Shiran encouraged, clenching her delicate fist. The Sword and Sorcery Conference. Me? Luo Chishui gazed blankly at Mu Chunfeng. Fear not, I shall focus on nurturing you, ensuring you successfully establish your foundation before the conference. Mu Chunfeng gently patted her head, speaking tenderly. In response to Mu Chunfeng's gesture, Luo Chishui's expression flickered, feeling a touch of peculiarity, yet she said nothing. After breakfast, Luo Chishui began her earnest cultivation, while Mu Chunfeng sat upon the cold jade bed. Adjusting his breath, however, he felt quite helpless. Even the slightest movement of his vital energy sent ripples of restlessness coursing through him, as though pulling at an entire web with a single thread. Sigh, perhaps it's best to let it be. With a deep breath, Mu Chunfeng opened his eyes, glancing at Luo Chishui, who remained engrossed in her practice, finding some solace in her presence. He had been deeply concerned about what would become of Kunlun should anything happen to him. Yet now, with Luo Chishui, this prodigious sword cultivator as his disciple, he believed that if he could endure for another decade or so, she would undoubtedly grow swiftly and shoulder the responsibilities of Kunlun. As Mu Chunfeng pondered, footsteps approached from outside, accompanied by a chilling aura. Without needing to look, he knew who it was. Who else but the strikingly cold sword immortal, his senior sister? The past. But that is merely a memory now. Chapter 11. A brief kiss and depart. Li Hani entered the hall, her gaze locking onto Mu Chunfeng as she approached him. You seem to be in good spirits today, junior brother. What brings you here unexpectedly? Senior sister? Mu Chunfeng feigned ignorance. As Li Hani drew closer, she noticed another young woman seated beside Mu Chunfeng, meditating with a notably low cultivation level. Who is she? Luo Chishui, my newly accepted disciple. Newly accepted? Li Hani stepped before Luo Chishui, her interest piqued as she assessed her. Not bad. She shares the sword physique like me. It seems our sect will soon welcome another sword immortal. Congratulations, junior brother. Indeed, I had not anticipated such good fortune during my outing. Mu Chunfeng said, gazing at Luo Qiushui with pride. I initially intended to introduce her to you as a disciple, confident that you, as a sword immortal, could swiftly cultivate her into a new sword immortal. However, she insisted on staying with me, and I did not refuse her. Isn't that splendid? Let me instruct her instead. I'm not suited to be a mentor. I prefer to delve into the sword path, roam freely, and then to heal my junior brother. At this, Li Hani cast a meaningful glance at Mu Chunfeng. Mu Chunfeng understood her implications, feeling his cheeks warm slightly as he instinctively averted his gaze. Clearing his throat, he replied, even so, I still hope you can guide her. Our sect has not claimed the championship at the Sword and Sorcery Conference for 4 consecutive years, which has a significant impact on us. The conference is only a few months away, and I intend for Qiushui to participate. Yes, with her sword physique, breaking through to the foundation establishment stage in a few months is certainly feasible. Especially with my guidance, I believe her understanding of the sword path will deepen considerably, Li Hani agreed. However, she then shifted her tone, looking at Mu Chunfeng. But my time is precious, aside from you. I wouldn't want to waste it on others. Others? She is my disciple, a promising junior that our sect holds great expectations for. And what of it? Do you think I care? Li Hani leaned closer to Mu Chunfeng, tilting her head and gently lifting his chin as she drew near, exhaling cool breath upon him. I'm here solely to heal you, junior brother, if you don't mind. I could spare some time to instruct her as well. Li Hani's words left no room for ambiguity, and Mu Chunfeng could only look at his sword immortal senior sister with a sense of exasperation. There's not that much healing needed. Then it's up to you. With that, Li Hani stood, crossing her arms and gazing at him. Mu Chunfeng sighed and slowly rose, turning to walk into the inner chamber, while Li Hani, with a slight smirk, followed closely behind. As soon as they entered the room, Li Hani eagerly embraced Mu Chunfeng from behind, pressing against him. Junior brother, close the door, Mu Chunfeng commanded. Li Hani released him and turned to shut the door. When she turned back, Mu Chunfeng had already seated himself at the bedside. Gazing out the window, Li Hani smiled softly, making her way to the bed and sitting beside him, placing her hand atop his. Junior brother, I heard you went down the mountain with Schwer yesterday? Wasn't it you who said so? After spending too long alone in the hall, I needed to step outside for a breath of fresh air. Mu Chunfeng replied coolly, quite right. But tell me, did you bring any gifts back? Li Hani inched closer, her soft form pressing against his shoulder, her previously frigid gaze now warm and tender. Indeed, I brought some candied hawthorn. Would you like some? A string of candied hawthorn appeared in Mu Chunfeng's hand. Li Hani paused for a moment, then smiled and leaned in to take a bite. Delicious, so sweet. Seeing her display such innocence. Despite being a formidable sword immortal, Mu Chunfeng's demeanor softened, and he teased. Why do all you women have such a penchant for sweets? Naturally, sweetness brings comfort, but mainly because it was a gift from you. Junior brother. Watching Li Hani savor the treat, Mu Chunfeng couldn't resist trying one himself. They took turns enjoying the candied hawthorn until the entire string was devoured. Li Hani licked the sugary residue from the corner of her mouth. Her gaze fixated on the remnants on Mu Chunfeng's lips. Junior brother, your aura seems unstable. Have you been using your vital energy? Yes. Yesterday, on my way back to the mountain, I encountered someone from the demonic sect attempting to abduct Qiushui. So I intervened to protect her, which intimidated them, Mu Chunfeng explained awkwardly. Sigh. You truly don't listen. I've told you not to recklessly unleash your vital energy. It seems I will need to heal you once more. With that, Li Hani leaned in closer. Faced with the enthusiasm of the female sword immortal, Mu Chunfeng hesitated only slightly before surrendering to her advances. He knew that once Li Hani had arrived, she would not leave easily, and besides, he had been feeling quite stifled. As they both fell onto the bed, Li Hani grew increasingly bold. Meanwhile, Luo Qiushui, having practiced diligently, opened her eyes and exhaled a breath of turbid air. She glanced around, only to find the hall empty, accompanied by a series of faint noises. Where is everyone? Curiosity piqued, Luo Qiushui began searching, soon drawn to the subtle sounds emanating from Mu Chunfeng's inner chamber. As she approached, she saw the door open, revealing Li Hani disheveled as she stepped out. her expression somewhat disappointed and discontented, and Mu Chunfeng, his face flushed, appeared equally awkward. Really? I made the effort to come all this way, and all I get is a kiss? How dismissive, Li Hani commented, it's broad daylight. If we are to engage in such activities, it should be saved for the night. Henceforth, no more indiscretions during the day. We shall wait for evening, Mu Chunfeng stated resolutely. Upon witnessing his unwavering determination, Li Hani let out a sigh, nodded, and remarked, very well, I shall heed your words. I will return later. With that, she turned and departed. Observing her retreating figure, Mu Chunfeng exhaled in relief. Just as he was about to head back indoors, he noticed Luo Qiushui not far off and proceeded to approach her. Qiushui, have you completed your training? He inquired. Master, what were you doing just now? Luo Qiushui asked. It was nothing, just having a casual chat with your martial uncle about providing guidance for you. Mu Chunfeng replied, feigning nonchalance. I see. Thank you for your concern. Master, Luo Qiushui said, her gaze lingering on the lip mark on Mu Chunfeng's neck, her emotions complex. It's nothing. You need only focus on your training. The rest is for me to handle, Mu Chunfeng said gently. Ruffling her hair. Chapter 12. The midnight arrival at noon. The great hall of the sect was filled with elders, gathering to deliberate on significant matters. The recent unrest within the cultivation world had caused disturbances from various demonic sects, necessitating prompt action. Indeed, particularly concerning the spiritual minds we possess, the monitoring disciples frequently sense the aura of the demon lord nearby. We should increase the number of personnel assigned to protect the spiritual minds. Speaking of the spiritual minds, we must negotiate with the beast-taming sect regarding theirs. This matter has yet to reach a resolution. What? It remains unresolved. The sect leader, Mu Chunfeng, sat in the high seat. Frowning at the elders, sect leader, the resources of that spiritual mind far exceed all that we currently hold. The beast-taming sect is adamantly refusing to budge, and I find myself helpless. The key issue is that you have been reclusive for some time, and the outside world has been rife with rumors about your health, leading the beast-taming sect to harbor ulterior motives, likely waiting to assess your condition before engaging in negotiations, explained the second elder. Listening to the explanation, Mu Chunfeng slammed his hand on the armrest, his voice cold. The beast-taming sect is truly a source of trouble. It appears they are hoping for my demise, so they can exploit my absence in handling internal affairs to seize more mineral resources. Alas, such is reality. Having grown accustomed to tranquil days, the various sects lack the cohesion of the past, only considering their own interests. When the demon lord launched a surprise attack on the sect leader, those individuals adopted a stance of watching from the sidelines, completely disregarding the situation. It is utterly outrageous. An elder expressed his indignation. Though this, Mu Chunfeng merely sighed and shook his head, saying, let us not dwell on this matter any longer. It is in the past. As for the spiritual minds, in a few days, the 100 Flowers Valley will host a flower appreciation event, and the leader of the beast-taming sect will undoubtedly be present. I shall discuss it with him then. Understood. With the meeting concluded, the elders departed, leaving only Mu Chunfeng and Mu Shuer in the vast hall. Alas, Mu Chunfeng sighed. Leaning back in his chair and gazing at the ceiling, Mu Shuer approached from behind, her delicate hands resting on his forehead acupoint, gently massaging. Master, do not bear too much pressure. These matters can be addressed gradually. For now, you must focus on taking care of your health, she reassured him. I merely lament the fact that our Kunlun has dwindled in talent. Our standing pales in comparison to the past, and even the beast-taming sect dares to employ such tactics, Mu Chunfeng lamented. The beast-taming sect has always been this way. They grew strong by annexing smaller sections. Were it not for their guardian beast, they would merely be a third-rate sect, Mu Shuer scoffed. I recall when our esteemed master helped them subdue the White Crystal Beast King. Who would have thought those individuals would turn out to be ungrateful? Mu Chunfeng felt a surge of complex emotions. He reminisced about the days when their sect commanded respect, a time when their authority was unassailable. However, since the passing of their revered master, many from the older generation had also departed, leaving their strength severely diminished, while he had reluctantly taken up the mantle of sect leader. Logically, Li Hani's strength far surpassed his. She would be more deserving of the position, yet she showed no interest in it whatsoever. With the older generation gone, the middle generation mediocre, and the younger generation still inexperienced, how could Kunlun avoid decline? Master, You have done remarkably well. If it becomes too burdensome, you may relinquish this position and take us to wander the seas instead. It would be far better than fretting over these troublesome matters, Mu Shuer suggested kindly. Mu Chunfeng shook his head, resolutely stating, "No, this is what our master left for me. How could I stand idly by and watch Kunlun fall into ruin? I must bear this responsibility." Master Mu Shuer bit her lip, her emotions tumultuous. Sensing the atmosphere grow heavy, Mu Chunfeng shifted the subject, saying, "In a few days, the flower appreciation event will take place, and the peach blossom wine from 100 Flowers Valley is truly exceptional. Would you like to try some? Of course. Are you planning to take me along?" Mu Shuer's eyes sparkled with excitement. Well, Mu Chunfeng stroked his chin, pondering, "I brought you to Tianzi City yesterday. If I take you again this time, your junior sister might feel discontent." Junior sister, Mu Shuer immediately looked crestfallen, feeling reluctant. This was an opportunity she longed for, but she understood her master's character. Even though he favored her, he would not neglect his other disciples, especially since he had promised her junior sister just the day before. In that case, let master take junior sister along. I will stay behind to watch over the house, Mu Shuer proposed thoughtfully. You truly are considerate, Shuer, Mu Chunfeng admired, smiling at her. However, I have been considering that the flower appreciation event may last several days, and many from other sects will attend. Moreover, the scenery at 100 Flowers Valley is breathtaking, and the food and drinks are exquisite, so it would be better to bring both of you along. Really? Mu Shuer exclaimed with delight. But then she recalled an important issue and asked, what about junior sister? Will you not take her along? Mu Chunfeng shook his head and explained, it is not that I am unwilling to take her. Rather, her sword body must remain concealed. Therefore, prior to the Immortal Sword Conference, I will not disclose our master-disciple relationship in public, nor will I take her out in open settings. Furthermore, as she is just beginning her cultivation journey, her focus should be solely on her training. So she will stay behind to watch the house this time. We can discuss outings later. That makes sense. You are indeed thoughtful, master. Mu Shuer nodded in agreement. As night fell, after dinner, Mu Shuer and Lin Xiran returned to their respective quarters to rest, while Luo Qiushui went back to her room to concentrate on her cultivation. She was confident that she could break through to the first level of qi refining tonight. So after dinner, she retreated to her room to meditate. As for Mu Chunfeng, he sat quietly on the cold jade bed in the hall, eyes closed in meditation, seemingly practicing, but in truth, he was waiting for someone. Time passed slowly until deep into the night, and upon confirming that the person would not arrive, Mu Chunfeng finally exhaled in relief, opening his eyes and rising slowly. It seems she will not come tonight, he murmured to himself. Although it appeared he was relieved, a sense of disappointment lingered within him. Thus, he would inevitably endure another night of torment. Rising, he closed the hall door and made his way to the inner room. Upon opening the door, Mu Chunfeng stepped inside and gently closed the door behind him. Just as he turned around, the room suddenly brightened, revealing Li Hani reclining on his bed in light attire. Propping her head up with one hand as she gazed at him, Mu Chunfeng was involuntarily captivated by her long, exposed legs, and though he quickly averted his gaze, Li Hani had already noticed. Chapter 13. Sister, take it slow. How is it? Does it look good? Would you like to give it a try? Li Hani teased. Mu Chunfeng removed his outer garment, placing it on the table, and calmly regarded her. Do you have such a penchant for climbing through windows? I waited outside for quite a while, only to find you already in your room. If I had entered through the front door and your little disciple saw me, it would have caused quite a stir. Besides, if you hadn't come in, I would have been at a loss, wouldn't I? Li Hani countered. Mu Chunfeng found himself at a loss for words. He could have rebutted her, claiming he too was waiting for her arrival, yet he felt too embarrassed to voice such thoughts and unwilling to acknowledge his own anticipation. Well, you certainly have considered this thoroughly. Sister. Of course, I always take your matters seriously, she replied. It's getting late, and you should come over and rest. Li Hani sat up, patting the space beside her on the bed, inviting him. After a moment's hesitation, Mu Chunfeng rose and sat at the edge of the bed, his body slightly tense, unwilling to glance back at her. Yet, there was no need for him to make the first move, as Li Hani had already pressed against him, wrapping her arms around his waist. Relax, junior brother. There's no need to be so tense, she cooed. Her embrace began to stir the suppressed emotions within Mu Chunfeng, causing his cheeks to flush slightly. I am not tense. I just don't feel that this is somewhat inappropriate, Mu Chunfeng murmured. Inappropriate? What part is inappropriate? Do you find it uncomfortable, or are you not interested in me? Li Hani asked, gently grasping his chin to turn his face towards hers. Locking eyes with him, gazing into the cold yet captivating eyes of his sword fairy sister, Mu Chuanfeng's heart raced, and his averted gaze betrayed his inner turmoil. I don't know. It just seems that such matters are reserved for lovers. And we are not. Lovers? Junior brother, you are truly naive. Who says one must be lovers to engage in such things? Moreover, since we have already embarked on this journey, could you not regard me as your confidant? Li Hani asked with a light laugh. Yu Chunfeng fell silent, not out of reluctance, but rather from a desire to avoid deceiving either her or himself. His heart had long since relinquished the notions of romantic love. Even if his feelings wavered now, it was impossible for him to rekindle love so swiftly. Furthermore, he believed that given his current physical condition and the uncertainties of the future, he was utterly unworthy of someone as illustrious as Li Hani. The sword immortal. You deserve a better choice, Mu Chunfeng stated after a moment's hesitation. Li Hani smiled faintly, perhaps, but my choice is you, and that has never changed over the past century. With that, Li Hani leaned in to kiss him. Mu Chunfeng watched with wide eyes as she drew closer. Observing the gentle yet earnest expression on Li Hani's closed eyes, he surrendered his inner turmoil and closed his own eyes, fully embracing the moment. Meanwhile, in another chamber of the Wu Qing Hall, as a surge of true energy escaped, Luo Qiushui slowly opened her eyes while sitting cross-legged on the bed, exhaling a breath of turbid air. I've succeeded. I've reached the second level of qi refinement, Luo Qiushui murmured to herself. Achieving a breakthrough to the second level of qi refinement within a single day was quite commendable. After all, she was reincarnated, and aside from her powerful soul, her body was no different from an ordinary person. She merely possessed a sword physique. Although she had methods to enhance her abilities in a short time, her aspirations were lofty, requiring her to tread steadily. After a night of cultivation, remaining in a seated position had left her somewhat uncomfortable. As soon as she stood up, the sound of her bones cracking echoed. Exiting her room to relieve herself, she heard the same commotion as the previous night, and this time it was even louder, the wind. Luo Qiushui's face flushed as vivid memories of last night surged back, rendering the budding young woman utterly flustered. That was her disciple, and yet she found herself distracted, lost in thought due to those images. How embarrassing! Initially intending to return to her room, she became anxious again upon inadvertently hearing a woman's voice. Just like the previous night, Luo Qiushui cautiously approached the inner chamber. The noise was substantial, and before she reached the door, she could already hear a blend of male and female sounds. Peering through the crack in the door, the scene before her made her heart tremble. On the cold jade bed inside, a man and a woman lay entwined. Witnessing her beloved disciple being taken advantage of by another woman, Luo Qiushui felt a piercing pain in her heart. Clutching her chest in distress, she had anticipated this outcome and understood it was not Mu Chuanfeng's fault, yet it was still excruciatingly difficult to accept. Her cherished disciple was being mistreated by another woman, and she was relegated to merely watching from outside. Senior sister, don't what? Is it still not enough? Li Hani teased. Upon recognizing that the one tormenting her disciple was Li Hani, Luo Qiushui's gaze sharpened. Devoid of surprise, as the only other sword physique disciple of the new generation, Li Hani had always shone brightly. Had she not entered the sect earlier, the winner of that year's Immortal Sword Tournament would certainly have been Mu Chunfeng. While Luo Qiushui acknowledged Li Hani's talent and excellence, she harbored an aversion toward her due to the latter's inappropriate feelings for her beloved disciple. In truth, this could be seen as a fortuitous match. Such a remarkable female disciple becoming a partner to her pupil would undoubtedly secure Mu Chuanfeng's position as the sect's leader in the future. However, the issue lay with Luo Qiushui herself. Her cold demeanor and pursuit of transcending emotional attachments led her to increasingly rely on Mu Chunfeng after accepting him as her sole disciple. The more one isolates themselves, the stronger their possessiveness becomes. Thus, Luo Qiushui preferred to guide Mu Chunfeng towards emotional detachment rather than allowing him to entangle with Li Hani, seizing every opportunity to sever their connection. Yet, she had not anticipated that after her passing, Li Hani would ultimately succeed. Indeed, in the end, you have triumphed. Observing Li Hani's exuberance, Luo Qiushui's heart ached profoundly. In the end, she lost everything. Chapter 14. the indulgent female sword immortal after several exchanges. Though Mu Chunfeng verbally refused, his actions were quite proactive. That's enough for tonight. Let's rest well. Mu Chunfeng tenderly wiped away her fragrant sweat, expressing his concern. Rest? I'm not done. Yetli Hani licked her red lips, eager for more, which left Mu Chunfeng feeling quite helpless. Aren't you tired? Not at all. I don't believe you. You're exhausted. It was evident that others called her the Frost Immortal and the aloof female sword immortal. Yet here she was, utterly lost in indulgence. Mu Chunfeng could not help but voice his thoughts. I assent that all because of you? Li Hani shot him a glance. Because of me? What does that have to do with me? Mu Chunfeng was puzzled. The reason I wear a cold face every day is that you evade me, refusing to acknowledge me. If you had been upfront like this from the beginning, I wouldn't have had to maintain such a frosty demeanor. Faced with Li Hani's insistence, Mu Chunfeng felt powerless to argue. He simply gave up on persuasion and decided to let it be. I think you've fallen. How can you still call yourself a sword immortal? Is your path of swordsmanship merely one of indulgence? Humph, my path is mine to tread. I need no one to guide me, at least I'm not like her, who was still deceiving herself until her dying breath. Li Hani retorted coldly. Her? Outside? Luo Chuxue watched in astonishment, biting her finger anxiously. No. I can't stay any longer. I must leave. Fearing she might make a mistake, Luo Chuxue began to rise, but after squatting for too long, her legs had gone numb. Just as she attempted to stand, her legs buckled, and she fell to the ground. Suddenly, the room fell silent, and the door burst open. A figure rushing toward Luo Chuxue, sword drawn and aimed at her. You saw everything? Li Hani, draped in a garment, with her long hair cascading down, regarded her with icy eyes. Gazing into her murderous intent and formidable aura, even the composed Luo Chuxue felt a tremor run through her body. Utterly defenseless. Do not harm her. Just then, Mu Chunfeng dashed out of the room, anxiously placing himself in front of Luo Chuxue. She is my disciple. Do not harm her. I know she is your disciple. But she has only just been accepted. There are no deep feelings yet. Besides, she has witnessed what transpired between us. She cannot be left alive, if word of our affair were to get out. It is certainly not what you wish to see. Li Hani argued logically. As long as she remains silent, no one will know. Can't we just ask her to keep it a secret? A secret? I have always believed that only the dead can keep secrets. It is far easier to kill her. After all, she is merely a newly accepted disciple and not of much consequence. With that, Li Hani advanced and Mu Chunfeng pushed her away forcefully, admonishing, How dare you? If you lay a finger on her, I will never forgive you. What? Why are you protecting her so fiercely? She is just your newly accepted disciple. Is it truly necessary? Li Hani questioned, bewildered. Do not forget she is a sword physique. Such talent is rare. Today's immortal sword tournament hinges on her. If she has not committed any grave mistake, no one has the right to harm her. Seeing Mu Chunfeng's unwavering determination, Li Hani hesitated and eventually sheathed her sword, turning to leave. Handle this yourself. If you cannot manage, I will take action. Watching Li Hani depart from the Wu Qing Hall, Mu Chunfeng sighed in relief and turned to Luo Chuxue, extending his hand toward her gently. It's all right now. Chuxue, get up. Luo Chuxue grasped his hand and rose, entering the room together. Upon entering, the sight of the disheveled bed spoke volumes of the fierce struggle that had taken place. Mu Chunfeng opened the window, allowing the external breeze to sweep through, dispersing the atmosphere within. Luo Chuxue seated herself at the table, and Mu Chunfeng approached with a teapot, pouring a cup for both of them before taking a seat. After sipping from his cup to soothe his dry throat, Mu Chunfeng said, Do you feel disappointed? The celestial realm you imagined is so flawed. Do you regret coming here? No, I just feel a bit surprised. Luo Chuxue replied calmly as she took a sip of tea. Just surprised. Don't you think this is madness? You must have many thoughts and questions. In the face of Mu Chunfeng's inquiry, Luo Chuxue remained composed. She lifted her gaze to meet his, saying, In truth, it's nothing. Nothing? You believe this to be normal? Well, I heard everything. This is not your fault, master, but rather that of the demon sovereign who poisoned you, transforming you into this state. Listening to her comforting words, Mu Chunfeng sighed, his mood tinged with melancholy. While he acknowledged her sentiment, many matters are devoid of clear right or wrong, as most individuals care solely about the outcome. myself included. Although I frequently reassure myself, I now find myself in this condition, and I even loathe myself. No, don't think that way. Luo Chue grasped Mu Chuanfeng's hand firmly, gazing at him with determination. No one will despise you. Your senior sisters, your masters, and I. We all love you. Autumn Water can empathize with your predicaments. This is not solely your fault, and you should not cast blame upon yourself. Autumn Water Mu Chunfeng raised his hand to caress her delicate face, expressing a sense of comfort as he said, "Since that is the case, can you promise to keep this matter a secret for your master?" "Yes, I will," Luo Qiushui affirmed with a determined nod. "That's good. For my sake, and for your own, this matter must not be disclosed to outsiders, including your senior sisters. Given the current state of my health, it would be exceedingly difficult for them to accept it," Mu Chunfeng cautioned. "I understand. This is something I will keep to myself, and I assure you that no one else will know. Please rest assured." "Master!" Upon witnessing her resolute gaze, Mu Chunfeng felt a wave of relief. Instinctively pulling her into an embrace, gently stroking her hair, he tenderly remarked, "You must diligently cultivate. I have high hopes for you. Perhaps the future of Kunlun rests upon your shoulders." Nestled in his embrace, Luo Qiushui felt warmth and comfort. She inhaled deeply, greedily savoring his scent, finding solace for her restless heart. "I will, Master." Chapter 15. 100 Flower Valley 3 days later, before the Ruthless Hall. A celestial vessel docked. Lin Xiran and Mu Shuer had both donned elegant attire, their faces radiating excitement and anticipation. "How wonderful! I never expected Master would take us along this time," Lin Xiran exclaimed with uncontainable joy. "Indeed, it has been quite some time since we, Master and disciple, have ventured out together. Though it is a pity that it is just the two of us," Mu Shuer added with a hint of regret. "Well, do you wish to invite more? Just the two of you is already troublesome enough. If I were to bring along 2 more, we might not even find each other later," Mu Chunfeng teased. "That is not true, Master. We are quite well behaved," Lin Xiran pouted, playfully clinging to Mu Chuanfeng's arm. "Exactly. We are hardly disruptive. If anyone is to be noisy, it would undoubtedly be junior sister Jiao." Mu Shuer smiled as she spoke. "Yes, that troublesome fox. She is always the one causing a ruckus whenever we go out, constantly clinging to Master. I wonder if we will encounter her again in 100 Flower Valley," Lin Xiran complained with exasperation. "Xiran, how can you speak of your junior sister in such a manner? Jiu is your junior sister. You should not gossip behind her back," Mu Chunfeng admonished. "I apologize, Master. I was in the wrong." Lin Xiran quickly responded, though her expression still betrayed her dissatisfaction. Turning to Luo Qiushui, Mu Chunfeng instructed, "You have just embarked on your cultivation journey, so I shall not take you along this time. Once you have established your foundation, I will take you out for a visit, all right?" "Yes, disciple obeys," Luo Qiushui replied, her face devoid of any discontent or disappointment, bowing respectfully. "Autumn Water is quite understanding." Mu Chunfeng affectionately ruffled her hair before turning to the 2 ladies and saying, "It is time for us to depart." Indeed, the 100 Flower Valley, as the only publicly recognized autonomous region for demons within the Daxia dynasty, is predominantly inhabited by demonkind, representing a true coexistence of humans and demons in peace. Every year at this time, the valley hosts a flower appreciation festival, fundamentally aimed at attracting cultivators from various sects and esteemed figures from afar, to host a banquet as a gesture of gratitude and reciprocity. In the past, humans and demons were embroiled in constant conflict, with the latter generally possessing formidable strength. Thus, this initiative serves to alter the prevalent human perception of demons, showcasing their amicability on the celestial vessel. Lin Xiran gazed at the invitation in her hands, exclaiming, "This invitation states that Master has specially prepared fine peach blossom wine, and our accommodation is still within the peach grove by the bitter love tree. It seems they truly hold Master in high regard. Of course, without Master, it remains uncertain whether the demon race would even exist today." It was Master who initially reached a consensus with Lady Baiji, the leader of the demons, and persuaded the various sect masters, allowing the demons to select a habitable area, thereby establishing a pact for peaceful coexistence between humans and demons. Mu Shuer proudly declared, "Do not place all the accolades upon me. I could not have achieved it alone. Primarily, the various sects were reluctant to engage in relentless conflict with the demons. No one wished to be the first to step forward, which is why I seized the opportunity," Mu Chunfeng explained while sipping tea. "Yet, it remains your merit, Master, as even the demons acknowledge it. Look at this invitation. It seems to have been personally pinned by Lady Baiji herself. What an honor. Mu Shuer remarked, moving closer to Lin Shiran and admiring the invitation. It's merely an invitation. What is there to be astonished about? This is a personally written invitation from Lady Baiji. How many can boast of such distinction? Speaking of which, I wonder if junior sister Jiao is in the 100-Flower Valley, Mu Shuer mused. Certainly not. Lin Shiran placed the invitation on the table. Crossing her arms defiantly, that girl is always wandering about. She was sent to Master for supervision precisely because of her reckless roaming. Now that she has left Master, there is no way she will remain obedient at home. It is a given that she will be off gallivanting. Sigh, she truly is a source of worry. Master has not seen her in over a year. He must miss her dearly. Mu Shuer glanced at Mu Chunfeng and inquired. Yes, it is natural to miss her, but while longing is one thing, it is best to see her as little as possible. That girl can indeed be rather noisy, Mu Chunfeng lamented. Ha ha ha, it seems Master shares my sentiments. You previously complained to me about her, Lin Shiran laughed heartily. Mu Chunfeng, feeling somewhat embarrassed, rubbed his nose, at a loss for words. In truth, he was not particularly bothered by her noise. It was primarily due to junior sister Jiao being a nine-tailed fox with a striking allure. In the past, Mu Chunfeng would have been unaffected, but now he found himself quite wary of her, unable to withstand her provocations. After approximately 2 hours of travel, they finally arrived at their destination, 100-Flower Valley, by midday. The so-called 100-Flower Valley is actually a vast expanse located in the southern territories, marked by numerous lakes and marshes, rendering it unsuitable for human habitation and agriculture, thus designated as a territory for the demon race. Surprisingly, within just a few years, the demons transformed this area into a veritable paradise. As they approached 100-Flower Valley, a protective barrier surrounded the area, while individuals like Mu Shuer had no trouble passing through. It primarily served to prevent ordinary humans and demons from intruding recklessly. As the celestial vessel docked, the three descended and made their way to the entrance of 100-Flower Valley, where a few tiger demons stood guard. For newcomers, the sight of the tiger-headed guards could be somewhat intimidating. However, regular visitors had grown accustomed to it, as these demon warriors were diligent workers, selected through a strict process to serve in such positions. As Mu Chunfeng and the others approached, one of the tiger demons blocked their path, requesting their pass or invitation. What the hell? Do you even know who this person is? The nearby tiger demon swatted the inexperienced guard. Leaving him dazed, the elder tiger demon then respectfully bowed to Mu Chunfeng, saying, Celestial Lord, my nephew is rather ignorant. Please do not hold it against this foolish tiger. Mu Chunfeng nodded, leading Mu Shuer and Lin Shiran through the entrance. After the three had passed, the elder tiger demon sighed in relief, only to overhear his nephew muttering, Uncle, who are they? Why the fuss? Hearing this, the elder demon felt a surge of anger and turned back, delivering another slap to his nephew's head. You fool! Do you have no knowledge? That is none other than Mu Chunfeng, the leader of Kunlun sect. Without him, you would still be wandering aimlessly in the mountains, unable to wear clothes like a proper demon. Chapter 16. Early July and late spring. Upon entering the 100-Flower Valley, they found themselves in a long gorge, the light somewhat dim, yet the surrounding cliffs were adorned with a plethora of flowers and plants, indicating meticulous decoration. As the leader of Kunlun sect, Master could have easily entered directly aboard the celestial vessel. Why must we walk through this entrance? Mu Shuer inquired. Surely it is a matter of modesty. Master prefers to remain low-key, Lin Shiran suggested. Mu Chunfeng shook his head, countering, It is not as you think. I merely wish to take a stroll and appreciate the scenery here, as I could not see it clearly from above. As the trio reached the end of the gorge, a flash of light illuminated the area, revealing a stunning new landscape. Before them lay a sea of flowers, with wheat fields in the distance, peach blossoms dotting the landscape, and streams flowing gracefully, all beneath a sky of blue and white clouds. Anyone entering this place for the first time would be struck with awe, feeling as though they had stepped into a realm of immortals. Surrounded by swirling mists, the air here is truly fragrant. It rivals that of Longyue Peak. Lin Shiran inhaled deeply, her expression one of contentment. Indeed, who would have thought that this was a marshland just decades ago? Mu Chunfeng reminisced as they walked along the path amidst the sea of flowers. They reveled in the beauty surrounding them. A gentle breeze swept through, carrying the scent of blossoms, causing the flowers to sway as if dancing upon the waves. Looking ahead, they spotted a city at the heart of Hundred Flower Valley. Yet, what captured their attention was not the city itself, but the massive peach blossom tree standing majestically on the mountainside beside it. The acacia tree. Is it truly so miraculous, or is it merely a deception? Mu Shuer mumbled to herself, in any case, I do not believe it. How could the feelings between a man and a woman possibly be dictated by a mere tree? It is akin to the so-called matchmaking deity, which is nothing but sheer nonsense, Lin Shiran scoffed. Nonsense? Yet many come here, solely to catch a glimpse of the acacia tree, and they spend considerable sums. Moreover, to personally worship and make wishes would cost even more. This is precisely their intention. A so-called acacia tree can generate immense value here, which only illustrates that the demon race is naturally gifted in commerce. Mu Chunfeng chuckled. Hemph, it merely deceives those fools. It cannot fool me, Lin Shiran declared with pride. Is that so? What if it truly holds power? Mu Chunfeng countered. Lin Shiran hesitated slightly. Turning her gaze toward the nearby sea of flowers, her hands nervously clutching the hem of her garment. Lost in thought, Mu Chunfeng then turned to Mu Shuer, curiously asking, if the acacia tree is effective, whose name would you wish to inscribe alongside yours? Master, Mu Shuer replied without a moment's pause. Me? Mu Chunfeng pointed to himself, astonished. With a smile, Mu Shuer stepped closer, wrapping her arm around his, saying, because only Master is the one I love most. Apart from Master, I have no other choice. That seems reasonable, Mu Chunfeng mused, stroking his chin in contemplation. Seeing her sister's clever retort, Lin Shiran could not bear to be outdone, and she too embraced Mu Chunfeng's other arm, playfully asserting, if we are to speak in such terms, then I too love Master the most. Let us carve Master's name. Mu Chunfeng suddenly felt a twinge of regret. He should not have posed that question. For now he found himself cornered by them. Enough, we are all cultivators and should focus on our training rather than indulge in matters of love. Mu Chunfeng expressed his dissatisfaction. But did you not ask? Master? Indeed, it was you who initiated this conversation, yet now you wish to lecture us. You truly are something, Lin Shiran teased Mu Chunfeng. As the three continued their lively debate, a peculiar fragrant breeze swept through, followed by the sound of rapid footsteps. Upon looking up, they beheld two foxes racing through the distant flower fields, one adorned in blue fur and the other in red, a sight most enchanting. As they drew closer, the two transformed into luminous figures, appearing a mere 10 meters away from Mu Chunfeng and the others. Once the radiance faded, a man and a woman emerged, the woman, clad in red, and the man in blue. Both possessed fox ears and bore strikingly beautiful features, embodying the essence of fox demons. You've arrived swiftly. Your senses are quite sharp, Sister Chiyu, young Master Chu Xia. Lin Shiran jested. Naturally, I have the essence of our esteemed master etched into my very being. It is vividly clear. Chiyu replied with a smile. We apologize for not being able to greet our master in time. We humbly ask for your forgiveness, Chu Xia said respectfully, bowing to Mu Chunfeng. A tea is but a jest. We merely wish to stroll here. It is of no concern to you, Mu Chunfeng replied amiably. Thank you, master. Please. As they walked, the five engaged in conversation. With Lin, she ran inquiring about Sister Juyu. She is not present, is she? No, she is rather playful. She only behaves when seated beside us. Ever since leaving Kunlun, she has been wandering about, and we have lost track of her whereabouts for quite some time. Chiyu sighed. Oh, such a pity. Lin Shiran lamented, though a smile betrayed her true feelings. How is our esteemed elder Baiji? Is she well? Mu Chunfeng inquired. Replying to the master, she is in good health, though she sometimes misses Juyu. Moreover, I heard that the master was injured some time ago, and she has been quite worried. Chiyu responded. Mu Chunfeng nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. The five soon arrived at the town, and as they stepped onto the street, a rich aroma of wine enveloped them, invigorating the senses. As they meandered through the bustling street, shops on either side displayed an array of goods, reminiscent of human marketplaces, yet all the vendors were from the demon race, to accommodate their human guests. These demons had taken on human forms. The wares were diverse, including items from the human world and unique products native to the demon race. Notably renowned were the fruit wines of the monkey demons, the peach blossom brew of the fox demons, and the exquisite pastries crafted by the rabbit demons, all of which were unavailable elsewhere. Boss, I would like a serving of apricot blossom cake, Moo Schwer called out to a charming rabbit demon girl with adorable rabbit ears standing at the shop entrance. Certainly, please wait a moment, elder sister. After purchasing the pastries, Moo Schwer tasted one herself before approaching Moo Chun Fong, delicately holding a piece up to his lips. Master, please try this. For your servant, and I will feed you. It is already at your mouth. Faced with Moo Schwer's thoughtful offering, Moo Chun Fong had no choice but to comply and opened his mouth. Chapter 17. Elder Baiji observing the intimate exchange between her senior sister and master. Lin Shiran felt a pang of envy and turned to buy a serving for herself as well. Meanwhile, after tasting the apricot blossom cake, Moo Chun Fong licked his lips, finding I indeed. During these past few months of cultivation under our esteemed master, even we, the disciples, have hardly had the opportunity to meet each other daily. Lin Shiran remarked. Oh, is it truly that severe? Baiji exclaimed in astonishment. It is much better now, at least, Moo Chun Fong replied with a faint smile, appearing quite at ease. That is indeed the best outcome. After exchanging some pleasantries, Moo Chun Fong bid farewell to Baiji and departed from the 100 Flowers Hall. Upon stepping outside, it was already afternoon, and the streets began to fill with people. Allow me to escort you all to your lodgings for some rest. Later, I shall arrange a banquet here to entertain you. Chiyue offered. Very well, I appreciate your assistance, Miss Chiyue. Moo Chun Fong expressed his gratitude. As the most distinguished guest of the 100 Flowers Valley, Baiji had arranged for Moo Chun Fong to stay in the finest accommodations, situated atop a mountain 10 miles outside the city. This location was renowned for its 10 miles of peach blossoms, and at the heart of the peach blossom grove stood a divine tree known as the bitter love tree, which was as famous as the acacia tree. Upon arriving at the peach blossom grove, they were greeted by a breathtaking sight. The ground was adorned with peach blossoms, their petals in full bloom, creating an exquisite spectacle. What a stunning peach blossom grove! It is even grander and more beautiful than the one atop Longyue Peak. Moo Schwer exclaimed in admiration. Of course, for this place is graced by the presence of the bitter love tree, which ensures that the peach blossoms bloom all year round, perpetually maintaining their beauty. Chiyue replied, quite pleased with herself. I am aware of this. Juyu often mentions it. Although I frequently visit here, I am always astonished and captivated by its splendor. Moo Chun Fong remarked, as they ventured deeper into the grove. The soft petals of the peach blossoms beneath their feet created a dreamlike sensation. The rich fragrance of the blossoms was intoxicating, reminiscent of having indulged in several barrels of peach blossom wine, rendering an ordinary person unable to walk further. By the way, the tree on the mountain is called acacia. Why is this one known as the bitter love tree? Moo Shiran inquired. Well, it is because the tree on the mountain is said to bind fates together, while this one in the grove is visited by those with sorrowful hearts. After writing the name of their beloved on it, they may forget them, thus leading to these two names. Juyu pondered thoughtfully. Ah, I see. So their powers are indeed distinct. How fascinating, Moo Chun Fong mused. It is primarily a psychological phenomenon. Matters of the heart are not determined by trees, he added. Humph, that may not necessarily be the case. I am rather intrigued by this bitter love tree. I wonder how many sorrowful souls have visited here, leaving their tokens behind. Lin Shiran huffed. Chapter 18. The Peach Blossom Grove Cabin. As the group ventured deeper into the forest, they finally beheld the massive bitter love tree, which bore a striking resemblance to the acacia tree on the mountain. Beside it stood a simple wooden cabin, almost unadorned in its decor. Had it not been for its proximity to the bitter love tree, it would have gone unnoticed by anyone. Isn't this cabin rather shabby? Moo Schwer remarked with a hint of disdain upon seeing the wooden structure. It was well known that their master was accustomed to lavish hospitality. How could they be expected to reside in such a meager dwelling? Do not misunderstand, junior sister. This cabin was originally the dwelling of our esteemed host. This peach blossom grove is not meant for habitation. Hence, even our host constructed only this simple shelter. It was a special allowance for our master's visit. Chiyue hastily clarified. I see. So the host usually resides here? Is it not too austere? After learning that it was indeed the host's residence, Moo Schwer's mood lightened somewhat. It is quite satisfactory. A cultivator does not dwell in the structure itself, but rather in the environment. Such a beautiful peach blossom grove makes a simple abode all the more desirable. allowing one to be closer to nature, Mu Chunfeng stated calmly. Indeed, the host shares this sentiment. It seems that the elders are truly in sync. Chiu smiled as they approached the wooden cabin and pushed the door open. They found the interior furnished with only a bed, a table, and a chair. Barely even qualifying as minimalistic, it was nearly devoid of any furnishings. However, as a seasoned cultivator, Mu Chunfeng was not overly concerned. He sat down on the bed, which was adorned with a soft cushion, providing great comfort, not a hint of discomfort in his posture. Moreover, the bed itself was imbued with rich spiritual energy, resonating with the underground spiritual veins of the peach blossom grove, rivaling even the spirit spring atop Longyue Peak. Why heavens! The host's life seems exceedingly frugal, even in the name of simplicity. It cannot be this extreme, Lin Shiran exclaimed, astonished by the cabin's starkness. If you do not understand, do not speak out of turn. This is indeed a sacred place for cultivation. Mu Chunfeng gently caressed the bed, praising its qualities. Master, you cannot be jesting. Is this truly a sacred ground? Mu Shuer queried. Humph, what do you youngsters know? Come and try it for yourselves, and you shall understand, Mu Chunfeng retorted lightly. The two young women, skeptical, approached and took seats on either side of Mu Chunfeng, their expressions shifting to astonishment. Wow, it truly is. This bed is brimming with spiritual energy. It rivals that of our master's spirit spring. How is this possible? You see, you younger generations are too quick to judge by appearances, making such naive mistakes, Mu Chunfeng chided gently, poking their foreheads playfully. I apologize, Master. It is my limited perspective that led to this misunderstanding. They both replied, heads hanging low in contrition as they accepted the gentle rebuke. Seeing Mu Chunfeng easily recognize the cabin's special nature, Chiyu breathed a sigh of relief, having been uncertain how to explain it, fearing that he might take offense. Our esteemed host is truly remarkable. We were unaware of this place's significance, as the previous host never allowed outsiders to intrude, Chiyu praised. Please convey my gratitude to the host for her thoughtfulness. Mu Chunfeng smiled. But speaking of which, with only one bed, how shall we accommodate all three of us? At that moment, Mu Shuer rubbed her temples in confusion, contemplating the situation. Lin Shiran simply lay down, resting her head on Mu Chunfeng's lap, like a little girl seeking comfort, and chuckled, Sister, you're so foolish. We can all rest our heads on the master's lap, though. You're right. That is indeed a brilliant idea. Mu Shuer's eyes lit up as she mirrored Lin Shiran's action on the other side. Mu Chunfeng, filled with tender affection, placed his hands on their heads and said, That's simply one do. We are master and disciples. How can we sleep together? I don't care. I want to, Lin Shiran pouted, clinging tightly to Mu Chunfeng's thigh. Observing this scene, Chiyu felt a bit embarrassed to intervene but reminded them, Sisters, you are mistaken. This cabin is solely for the master's use. Your accommodations are elsewhere, in pavilions and towers, far more comfortable and luxurious than this. Elsewhere? I do not wish to. Why can't we stay together? We came here as a group, Lin Shiran protested, sitting up in discontent. Elsewhere? Mu Shuer pondered, stroking her chin thoughtfully. In that case, why not let our master join us in the pavilion? It is spacious enough for all three of us. What are you thinking? Even jokes have their limits, Mu Chunfeng scolded lightly, tapping her on the head. Humph, I am serious, Mu Shuer pouted. We've come all this way. What's wrong with staying together? I wish to lie in bed with our master, chatting until we drift off to sleep. Under normal circumstances, Mu Chunfeng would have playfully teased them, but given Chiyu's presence, he was cautious not to create misunderstandings. While he personally did not mind, it was important to maintain the dignity of his two beautiful disciples, who were still innocent maidens. Enough. Even jokes have their limits. We can converse during the day. At night, we should rest properly or engage in cultivation, he said with a firm tone. Seeing his irritation, Mu Shuer and Lin Shiran quickly stood, their demeanor shifting to one of apprehension. Master, please do not be angry. We were merely joking, they assured him. We will not trouble you further. We shall take our leave. With that, they hurriedly exited the cabin, closing the door behind them. A silence enveloped the cabin. Mu Chunfeng let out a heavy sigh of relief and lay down on the bed. As night fell, the 100 Flowers Hall was ablaze with light and revelry. Mu Chunfeng and the others gathered around the table, savoring exquisite wines and engaging in lively conversation. Master, Do try this exquisite spirit wine I prepared especially for you, Bai Ji said, pouring a drink for Mu Chunfeng herself. Thank you, esteemed host. Mu Chunfeng raised his cup and took a sip, finding the texture rich and sweet, but more importantly, it was infused with abundant spiritual energy, dissolving delightfully upon the palate. What a fine wine! Not only is the flavor delightful, but the spiritual essence is truly exceptional, Mu Chunfeng exclaimed in admiration. Indeed, this is crafted from fourth-tier spiritual fruits. Ordinary wines are typically made from second-tier fruits, and those of higher quality are merely third-tiered. Fourth-tier fruit wines are quite rare. Baiji responded proudly, I understand now. Thank you for your generous hospitality. As long as the master enjoys it, I have plenty more. Aside from my own share, I have reserved some for you, which you may take with you after the flower appreciation banquet concludes, to savor at your leisure. Chapter 19. A stolen kiss from the master due to the nature of spiritual wine and its exquisite brewing process. It did not have a harsh potency, nor was it harsh on the throat. However, its strength was formidable. An ordinary person might find themselves drunkenly incapacitated for days, months, or even a lifetime after just one sip. Mu Chunfeng was acutely aware of his physical condition, yet he found himself irresistibly compelled to indulge in a few more cups, simply because the wine was exceedingly delightful, further encouraged by Baiji's enthusiastic hospitality and insistence on drinking. Come, esteemed one, let us share another cup. I am forever grateful for your care over the years. Such immense kindness shall not be forgotten, Baiji exclaimed, lifting her glass. Her cheeks, slightly flushed from the drink, radiated allure, yet she remained remarkably composed. In contrast, Mu Chunfeng not only exhibited signs of embarrassment, but was also beginning to feel dizzy, requiring his hand to support his forehead. No, I cannot drink anymore. Come on, it has been ages since we last drank together, and we promised to return only when intoxicated, Baiji insisted with a charming smile, her demeanor that of a captivating enchantress as she persistently urged Mu Chunfeng to drink. The bewitching timbre of her voice, coupled with her intoxicating scent, stirred something within the already inebriated Mu Chunfeng. All right, then let us have another cup. Unable to resist her coaxing, he accepted the cup and drank once more. With a resounding thud, the cup fell to the floor as Mu Chunfeng, now thoroughly inebriated, swayed and collapsed into Baiji's embrace, who promptly caught him and nestled him against her bosom. Esteemed one. Mu Shuer and the others hurriedly rose to approach. Hush, do not panic. The esteemed one is merely intoxicated. Listen closely, Baiji reassured them, showing no discomfort at having Mu Chunfeng resting in her arms. Gently stroking his back, she smiled and placed a finger to her lips, signaling for Mu Shuer and the others to remain quiet. Indeed, as the group settled into silence, they could hear the soft, steady rhythm of Mu Chunfeng's breathing, a clear indication of his drunken state. Is it true? The esteemed one is actually intoxicated. I have never witnessed this before. Even the finest spirit should not have such an effect. One remarked, No, I have seen it. He became inebriated just days ago during a drinking session, another replied. Observing Mu Chunfeng peacefully nestled against Baiji, his face pressed against her softness, Mu Shuer felt a pang of jealousy, even though she understood it was merely an innocent act. Since the master is drunk, I shall not intrude any further. I will take him back to rest, Mu Shuer declared, stepping forward. Very well, Baiji acquiesced, albeit reluctantly relinquishing Mu Chunfeng to her. The lingering warmth from their earlier closeness made Mu Shuer blush slightly. Then I shall take my leave. She bid farewell to the others, cradling Mu Chunfeng as she departed. Under the night sky, Mu Shuer walked alone through the flower fields, holding the inebriated Mu Chunfeng in her arms. The evening air was a touch cool, and as he slept, a gentle breeze swayed the blossoms like waves. Feeling a chill, Mu Chunfeng instinctively tightened his embrace. Nuzzling closer to her, Mu Shuer felt her cheeks warm, her heart racing. Their moments of intimacy had been rare, aside from their childhood when she could unabashedly act spoiled. As they grew older, the master had maintained a careful distance, making such closeness infrequent. As they entered the peach blossom grove, the gentle wind scattered petals around them, creating a romantic atmosphere akin to that of newlyweds strolling through a sea of blossoms. Despite her 40 years of life, Mu Shuer still indulged in youthful fantasies. Watching the petals cover Mu Chunfeng's face, she would gently blow them away, admiring his profile. Upon reaching the wooden cabin, She laid Mu Chunfeng on the bed and quietly closed the door. Choosing to sit beside him instead of leaving, her gaze fixed upon him. "Master, you sleep so soundly," she murmured, her delicate hand caressing his cheek, her eyes soft as flowing water. Over the years spent together, she had never witnessed him inebriated, always maintaining his composure. Yet, in the span of just a few days, he had succumbed to intoxication twice, an occurrence that could not be brushed off as mere coincidence. What could be the reason behind such frequent inebriation? Leaning down, she pressed her ear to his chest, listening to his steady heartbeat, which reassured her that he truly was asleep and at peace. As she raised her head, her gaze fell upon his lips, a tempting thought crossing her mind. There had been numerous instances when she longed to lean in and taste his lips like a lover. But those opportunities had always slipped away. This time, she must seize the moment. "Forgive me, master. Please excuse my impudence. I doubt I have crossed a boundary," she whispered apologetically before slowly leaning in. With a gentle touch, she brushed her lips against his, quickly pulling back to gauge his reaction, her heart pounding in her chest. He remained asleep. Then I shall not be blamed, she thought, a smile gracing her lips as she boldly kissed him again, this time with fervor and tenderness. Meanwhile, Lin Xiran had arrived at the Peach Blossom Grove, her heart racing with unease. After witnessing the previous incident in the unfeeling hall, she was apprehensive. When she had gone to wash dishes, she returned to find her senior sister missing, only to discover them together in the master's room. Although she did not see the scene she feared, her sister's momentary panic had raised her suspicions. "Senior sister, you must not overstep. We agreed that no one shall claim him as their own," Lin Xiran admonished silently. With a sudden bang, the door swung open, a cool breeze sweeping in, mingling with the scent of peach blossoms. Lin Xiran stood at the threshold, breathless and wide-eyed, scanning the room but finding none of the scenarios she had dreaded. "Junior sister, what brings you here?" she inquired, spotting Mu Shuer seated by the window, a radiant night pearl glimmering on the table as she embroidered a piece of cloth. Meanwhile, Mu Chunfeng lay peacefully on the bed, covered by a blanket, unaware of the unfolding drama. Everything appears to be perfectly normal, without the slightest hint of trouble or fault. Faced with Lin Xiran's puzzled gaze, Mu Shuer cleared her throat and remarked, "I merely harbored concerns about our master possibly being intoxicated, so I came to check in. Nothing untoward has transpired, has it?" "Not at all, with me here. What could possibly go wrong?" Mu Shuer replied with a light laugh. "It is precisely because you are here that I fear something might occur." Lin Xiran silently mused. Maintaining her composure, she offered a faint smile to Mu Shuer and stated, "Since our master has already taken her rest, let us return, senior sister." "Very well. I had initially intended to embroider new garments for our master, but I suppose that shall wait until our return." Mu Shuer rose and accompanied her out of the room, closing the door behind them. As the interior fell silent, the slumbering Mu Chunfeng licked his lips, turned over, and continued to dream sweetly. In the early morning, the town streets bustled with life, lined with stalls brimming with goods. The throngs of people, diverse in origin and race, flowed continuously, including even fair-haired, blue-eyed foreigners. "Wow, what a beautiful golden-haired lady, and her ears are pointed. She must be from the land where the sun never sets, the elven race," Lin Xiran exclaimed in astonishment at the passing elven maiden. "Indeed, it's evident. When I accompanied our master to the imperial capital, there were quite a few foreigners there. I hadn't anticipated that they would also be present here. It seems the exchange between the eastern and western continents has become increasingly intimate." "Isn't that so, master?" Mu Shuer remarked, glancing at Mu Chunfeng. To Mu Shuer's surprise, Mu Chunfeng was unabashedly staring at those elven maidens, an unexpected sight given that he typically wouldn't spare a glance at his own stunning disciples. "Master, why do you continue to gaze? Are they truly that beautiful?" Mu Shuer playfully tugged at Mu Chunfeng's arm, feigning jealousy. "No, it's not them I'm looking at," Mu Chunfeng replied, suddenly flustered. "If it's not them, then what else could it be?" "You were clearly fixated on those elven women," Lin Xiran pouted in dissatisfaction. Seeing both women express their displeasure, Mu Chunfeng could only smile helplessly and ruffle their hair as he explained, "I am not captivated by their appearances, but rather by the garments they wear." "Garments?" "Yes, the clothing they don is rather peculiar. The shimmering fabric across the chest appears quite constricting, and the fishnet stockings, Who wears such things on their legs? I truly do not comprehend, Mu Shuer interjected. Master, what are you rambling about? That fabric is called a corset, also known as lingerie, akin to our traditional undergarments, a corset. But one cannot wear it so revealingly. Mu Chunfeng protested. The Western culture tends to be more liberal in such matters. Their attire is simply different. Besides, I am merely discussing its function. It can also serve to shape the figure, Mu Shuer clarified. Shape the figure? Oh, I see. It indeed looks, cough cough. What about those on their legs? Mu Chunfeng quickly cleared his throat, trying to mask his embarrassment. Those are called stockings. Stockings? Aren't those just socks? They provide no warmth. Being so thin, Mu Chunfeng remarked, they are not meant for warmth. They are a fashion statement, a trend. Master, you are so out of touch. How can you not understand this? Lin Shiran quipped. Chapter 21. Fashionable lingerie typically. It is Mu Chunfeng who instructs his disciples. Yet today he found himself on the receiving end of their playful admonishments, leaving him somewhat embarrassed. I have no interest in such matters, hence my lack of knowledge. Mu Chunfeng explained, no interest? So why were you staring just now? When we were in the imperial capital, you didn't gaze at those foreign women. Is it because they were not as attractive as these elven maidens? Mu Shuer questioned with a frosty demeanor. Hmph, indeed, master. You must have been drawn to them, Lin Shiran added, rolling her eyes. Truly, I am not that kind of man. My pursuit is the path of transcending emotions. As you both well know, Mu Chunfeng insisted. Precisely because we know this, we feel dissatisfied. You never gaze at us so intently. Today, however, you are fixated on other women, particularly foreign ones. Have you grown weary of us? Wishing to take on fresh disciples among these golden-haired ladies? Mu Shuer teased with a smirk. Shuer, Mu Chunfeng was left speechless by his disciple's retort. What's wrong with that? Am I wrong? Of course you are. I have said repeatedly that I was merely observing their garments. How can you not believe me? Mu Chunfeng frowned. Is it truly just about their garments? If I wore something similar, would you gaze at me as you did before? Mu Shuer asked with anticipation. Perhaps, to quell her doubts, Mu Chunfeng could only offer a vague response. And what about me? Lin Shiran inquired, her expression equally hopeful. You both would be more beautiful and appealing than them, without a doubt, Mu Chunfeng declared earnestly. Upon hearing this, both women beamed with joy, and Lin Shiran enthusiastically declared, I have made up my mind. I too shall purchase such attire to wear for our master. For you to see. Mu Chunfeng's expression turned somewhat peculiar. Indeed, it is as you said. You were merely observing garments, not people. If I were to wear such clothing and you showed no interest, it would prove you were deceiving us, Lin Shiran reasoned persuasively. Junior sister is absolutely correct. I too shall buy some. No, of course, it is our master who must assist us with this purchase. Mu Shuer looked expectantly at Mu Chunfeng. This Mu Chunfeng smiled helplessly, nodding in agreement. While purchasing clothing is no issue, I have yet to see you both in such attire. It seems you are not genuinely interested. What? That is not the case. We are indeed interested, Lin Shiran refuted. Exactly. The reason we have never worn such clothing before is that it is too unconventional. We feared you would disapprove, Mu Shuer explained. Disapprove? What kind of nonsense is that? I am not so petty. Your choice of clothing is your personal freedom. Wear whatever you desire, Mu Chunfeng replied with an open mind. Hooray! Then let us go buy some. Lin Shiran and Mu Shuer excitedly took hold of Mu Chunfeng's arms, leading him toward a nearby clothing shop. Upon entering the shop, they were dazzled by the myriad of garments on display. As women, they naturally adored beautiful clothing, and with so many options before them, their eyes sparkled with excitement. Wow, I never expected that Baihua Valley would have such a variety of Western-style clothing. These corsets are stunning and exquisite, even more beautiful than what those women wore earlier. Just as they were captivated by the garments, the shopkeeper approached. A tall, graceful elven woman adorned in alluring black lingerie that accentuated her figure, her movements fluid and captivating, leaving Mu Shuer and Lin Shiran wide-eyed as they instinctively glanced at themselves. Wow, quite impressive, they whispered to each other, acknowledging that their own figures weren't lacking, merely obscured. What can I assist you ladies with? The elven shopkeeper inquired in somewhat imperfect common tongue. Lingerie, specifically like what you are wearing. Lin Shiran pointed out, me? The elven woman glanced down at herself and smiled slightly. Understood, however, we have many styles and colors available, along with various cup sizes. So we will need to take your measurements first. Measurements? Is that really necessary? Mu Chunfeng expressed surprise, having never encountered such a requirement before. Upon seeing Mu Chunfeng, the elven woman was momentarily entranced by his celestial aura, momentarily forgetting her response. Excuse me, we are asking you a question. Lin Shiran interjected, stepping in front of her mentor with a hint of exasperation. Mortals are indeed naive. Those female cultivators are more discreet, stealing glances only in secrecy. It is only these mortals, unaware of their own limits, who gaze openly, captivated by the aura of a celestial being. With her reminder, the elven woman blushed and quickly replied, yes, yes, this gentleman likely understands. Corsets, like ordinary garments, must be tailored to fit each individual's proportions. Oh, I see, that does differentiate it from traditional undergarments, Mu Chunfeng contemplated, stroking his chin. How so? Traditional undergarments also come in various sizes, for example. Juyu's are rather large, much larger than mine, Lin Shiran countered. Juyu wears larger sizes because she is naturally. Mu Chunfeng began, but quickly caught himself, his gaze inadvertently darting toward Lin Shiran. Master? Lin Shiran sensed the slight belittlement and, indignant, puffed out her chest, attempting to showcase her own figure. However, when compared to the nearby Mu Shuer, she felt somewhat diminished, her confidence swiftly deflating. All right then, since we need to take measurements, let us hurry inside and get it done. I'll wait outside. Having spoken, Mu Chunfeng turned and approached the doorway. Ladies, please come inside. The elven woman smiled invitingly at the two girls. Lin Shiran cast a deep glance at the other, then resolutely stepped into the inner room. Meanwhile, Mu Chunfeng, having nothing to occupy his time, began to observe the pastry shop across the street. The confections on display appeared rather peculiar. They resembled a sort of batter and came in various colors, exuding a sweet aroma. What are these? Mu Chunfeng inquired, pointing at the pastries. These are cakes. Would you care to sample one, young master? The blonde, blue-eyed proprietress gazed at Mu Chunfeng with an almost dazed expression, likely unaware of her own infatuation. Chapter 22. Jealousy and Rivalry. Mu Chunfeng accepted a small piece of cake offered to him and took a bite. The texture was soft and fluffy, and the seemingly batter-like topping was sweet, which pleasantly surprised him. He had previously encountered such delicacies in the imperial capital, but had never been particularly interested. Perhaps due to the influence of a love potion, he was now less reserved and found himself curious about these novel experiences. It's quite delightful. Do the different colors signify different flavors? Mu Chunfeng asked with intrigue. Indeed, this one is strawberry-flavored, this one is banana, and there's chocolate as well. After a few minutes, Mu Shuer and Lin Shiran emerged from the changing room, both visibly transformed. Wow, senior sister, you've grown quite a bit, Lin Shiran exclaimed, staring wide-eyed at Mu Shuer. You too, Mu Shuer reciprocated the appraisal. Though both were fairies with already enviable figures, the effects of their undergarments were undeniably pronounced. Drawing Mu Chunfeng's attention, indeed, there's quite a noticeable change, he remarked, holding the cake in one hand and stroking his chin in contemplation. How do I look now? Is it more appealing? Mu Shuer stepped forward eagerly to flaunt her new appearance. Well, there is a change, but whether it's attractive, I cannot say. You'll have to judge for yourselves, Mu Chunfeng replied. Mu Shuer paused slightly, her cheeks flushing, as she leaned into Mu Chunfeng's arm and whispered coyly in his ear. If Master wishes to see more, I can show you privately. What are you saying? Mu Chunfeng staggered back 2 steps, glaring at Mu Shuer. Under ordinary circumstances, Mu Shuer would have been flustered, but today she seemed emboldened. Playfully smiling at Mu Chunfeng and winking, I'm just joking, Master. Please don't be angry. What was that about? Master, why are you suddenly upset? Lin Shiran inquired curiously, stepping closer. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Mu Chunfeng replied, It's nothing. She just said she wanted to buy a few more items. Is that all? Is it worth getting angry over? Master, you wouldn't be stingy, would you? Afraid we might spend your money? Lin Shiran pouted in displeasure. This. Mu Chunfeng lost his composure, pulling out a gold ingot and slapping it down on the table. What a joke. Do I care about money? Take as much as you like. Today, it's on me. How handsome. Hee. Then we want to hold back. I'll take that white one. And also the pink and cyan ones. Me too. I want stockings, and those beautiful shoes as well. The two girls were unabashed, nearly purchasing everything available. However, as they prepared to try on the so-called high heels, Lin Shiran accidentally twisted her ankle and nearly fell, fortunately being caught by Mu Chunfeng just in time. Ouch, my foot. Why the rush? It's your first time wearing such shoes. They look quite difficult, Mu Chunfeng scolded. Holding her close, I didn't expect it to be so troublesome. My ankle is hurt and it hurts, Lin Shiran complained, nestling against Mu Chunfeng's chest with a pitiful expression. All right, I'll help you rub it better, he said, guiding her to a chair and settling her down before kneeling beside her to gently massage her delicate foot. How does that feel? Is it better? Mu Chunfeng asked with concern. Yes, it's better, but master, you need to rub it a bit more. Lin Shiran displayed a look that evoked sympathy. Meanwhile, Mu Shuer crossed her arms, observing the scene with a cold expression. She couldn't believe that a golden core cultivator could twist an ankle, concluding that her junior sister was merely acting. Nevertheless, she thought it excessive for the master to believe such a flimsy excuse. He was clearly too indulgent with her. Ouch, my foot! As Mu Chunfeng earnestly massaged Lin Shiran's foot, a cry of pain erupted from behind him. Turning around, he found Mu Shuer sprawled on the ground. Her face twisted in discomfort as she clutched her injured foot. Did you twist yours too? Mu Chunfeng rushed over to check, discovering that her injury was more severe than Lin Shiran's. The originally smooth and fair foot was now red and swollen. This is serious, he exclaimed, promptly beginning to massage her foot. Noticing that Mu Chunfeng was preoccupied with Mu Shuer, Lin Shiran felt dissatisfied and urged, Master, I'm in pain. Please help me. Your senior sister is worse off. I'll help her first. Exactly, my foot is swollen, and yours seems fine. You need to prioritize, Mu Shuer declared triumphantly. You, faced with Mu Shuer's provocation? Lin Shiran frowned and lightly scratched her ankle, revealing a small wound. Master, look, my foot is bleeding. Ah? Mu Chunfeng turned to check and immediately rushed over. Seeing him about to leave, Mu Shuer panicked and also scratched her ankle. Whimpering, Master, my foot is hurt too. Just as Mu Chunfeng was about to reach Lin Shiran, he turned back to find Mu Shuer injured, leaving him speechless. Master, help me, Lin Shiran pleaded sweetly. Help me too? Master, Mu Shuer chimed in. Equally sweet, Mu Chunfeng stood there, glancing between the two, and coldly remarked, Is this amusing to you too? How old are you? Can't you be a bit more sensible? Dare you to play tricks on your master? No, master. I'm really in pain, Lin Shiran pouted, caressing her injured foot. I'm bleeding. Master, seeing them continue their charade, Mu Chunfeng walked over to the counter at the entrance, where he had left the cake he bought, and sat down to eat it, ignoring the two girls. Realizing their master was angry, the two exchanged glances and approached him, kneeling at his feet and hugging his legs in a plea. Master, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to tease you. Please forgive me. Yes, master, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have been jealous of my junior sister. Please punish me. Their attitude shifted rapidly, prompting Mu Chunfeng to feel a twinge of guilt and reluctance to scold them. He could only attribute their quarrel to his own lack of attention, having spent the last few months in the emotionless palace with little interaction with them. All right, I'm not angry with you. Just don't argue anymore. Stand up, Mu Chunfeng gently patted their heads. The two girls slowly rose, looking sheepishly at their master. In the past, they would have never dared to bicker like this. Their recent boldness was likely due to Mu Chunfeng's overly gentle demeanor, which had emboldened them. Master, Shuer was wrong. I want to make you angry again, but me too. I want to argue with my senior sister anymore. Please don't be angry, master. Take care of your health. Observing their anxious expressions, Mu Chunfeng chuckled softly and handed them each a piece of cake, saying gently, Good, just be obedient, don't squabble over trivial matters. We are cultivators. Here, try this cake. I sampled it earlier, and it's quite tasty. The two girls eagerly accepted the cake and began to taste it. Having spent so much time by Mu Chunfeng's side, they had little exposure to the outside world and had never encountered such delightful treats. What a unique dessert, delicious. How is it made? I want to learn. Their love for sweets made them instantly fond of this new delight. Sister, look, there's a shop here where we can buy clothes like those foreigners wear. Just then, they heard a commotion outside, and soon after, two women entered the room. The attire of the two individuals appeared somewhat peculiar. It was not typical of the inhabitants of the Central Plains, resembling instead that of nomadic hunters from the grasslands. They donned leather trousers and simple cloth garments, a combination that accentuated their figures and facilitated ease in combat. Upon entering, the two women were momentarily taken aback upon seeing Mu Shuer and Lin Shiran. The more mature-looking woman stepped forward, her eyes widening in surprise as she addressed Mu Shuer. Is that you, senior sister Shuer? What a coincidence. Are you here to purchase clothing as well? Yes, the garments here are quite commendable. Feel free to take a look, Mu Shuer replied with a smile. Hmph. Aren't you from the Kunlun sect, which prides itself on being the epitome of righteousness and tradition? I never expected you to wear such attire. Don't you find it rather unconventional? The younger woman interjected with a haughty scoff. Unconventional? My dear sister, you jest. Every region possesses its own cultural customs, which is perfectly normal, and we hold great respect for them. Moreover, tradition does not equate to rigidity. Why speak in such a manner? Mu Shuer explained, maintaining her composure. How eloquent! Yet, during my visit to your Kunlun, many of your disciples pointed fingers at us from the Beastmaster sect. Is that what you call respect? Hu Nana questioned. Nana, enough. Hu Yuro interjected. Mu Shuer found herself momentarily speechless. Those were merely new disciples, fresh to Kunlun and lacking in decorum. They do not represent us. At that moment, Mu Chunfeng approached. Upon seeing him, the two women's expressions shifted dramatically, and they promptly knelt on one knee, clasping their hands in greeting. We pay our respects to the esteemed one. We were unaware of your presence, and my younger sister, being inexperienced, spoke out of turn. We humbly ask for your forgiveness, Hu Yuro hastily explained. Enough. Rise, it is not a significant matter. I am not angered. Mu Chunfeng replied calmly. Hearing this, the two women slowly stood, gazing at him with a mixture of reverence and awe. I have heard your recent conversation. Others have similarly reported such behavior to me. Those new disciples are ignorant and reckless. Anyone who disrupts the relationship between our two sects has already been expelled, Mu Chunfeng stated. Now I understand it was my narrow-mindedness. I hope the esteemed one will not take it to heart. The disciple acknowledged that it is but a minor misunderstanding. I, of course, bear no grudge. Since you are here, feel free to select any garments in the shop. Consider it a compensation for the grievances you have suffered. He continued, tossing a piece of gold to the elven shopkeeper. This is too much. We are but juniors. How can we allow you to? Precisely because you are juniors, it is only natural for an elder like myself to treat you. Do not refuse any further, Mu Chunfeng smiled gently. Then, thank you, esteemed one. Hu Yuro expressed her gratitude. Hu Nana, still in a state of shock, hurriedly followed suit, imitating her sister's gesture of appreciation. By the way, for this flower viewing festival, is it just the two of you from the Beastmaster sect? Has your grandfather not come? Mu Chunfeng inquired curiously. No. Grandfather is currently preoccupied with matters regarding the spirit mine and has no time to spare. So he sent us ahead, they replied. The spirit mine, is it the one located at Fengsuan Mountain? Indeed, I have heard that many from the demon sect have been lingering around there, and there have been strange disturbances underground. Those who remain for extended periods tend to become mentally unstable, which is quite troublesome. Mentally unstable? Mu Chunfeng mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Master, aren't we supposed to visit the wisteria tree? Let us hurry. Lin Shiran urged from the side. Very well. We shall proceed to the wisteria tree. You may continue shopping. I have already settled the payment. Thank you, esteemed one. As Mu Chunfeng departed, Hu Yuro gazed after him with a hint of infatuation. Lost in thought, her younger sister, noticing her dazed expression, waved her hand in front of her face, teasingly remarking, Sister, have you finished staring? The esteemed one has already walked far away. Hu Yuro took a deep breath, turning to glare at her. This is all your fault. I warned you not to speak carelessly after we left. If it weren't for the esteemed one's magnanimity, your earlier words could have easily brought you trouble. I had no idea he would be here. Besides, I spoke no falsehood. Those Kunlun disciples are indeed too arrogant, looking down upon us. Hu Nana pouted in dissatisfaction. That may be true for a few. But are there not those you dislike within our Beastmaster sect? Furthermore, the esteemed one has already expelled those disciples. He even invited us to shop. What more do you have to complain about? Seeing her sister's earnest demeanor, Hu Nana rolled her eyes. I didn't speak ill of the esteemed one. Besides, you have criticized them before. Now, upon seeing the esteemed one, you turn to lecture me. I see you are merely smitten. You, Chapter 24. Wisteria tree longing, red beans. Why is it not longing seeds, but rather peach blossoms? Beneath a colossal 1,000-year-old peach blossom tree on the hillside stood three individuals, gazing up in awe at the magnificent tree. Perhaps there are simply no such large longing seeds. Lin Shiran mused. In the poem Longing, red beans are celebrated as symbols of yearning. Yet, here, this grand peach blossom tree is termed the wisteria tree, even though peach blossoms do not inherently signify longing. They represent emotions. Perhaps that is the reason, Mu Shuer explained. Compared to red beans, peach blossoms appear more frequently in poetry, symbolizing a myriad of emotions, not solely love but also affection and friendship. Just think of the sworn brotherhood in the peach blossom garden. However, at this moment, a wedding was taking place. The altar was set before the wisteria tree, where a couple dressed in wedding attire stood, while Chiyu officiated, holding a book to extol the couple. Bow to heaven and earth, bow to the wisteria tree, husband and wife bow to each other. Groom, do you vow to remain with this maiden, never depart? Chiyu inquired of the groom. I do. Bride, do you vow to remain with this man, never depart? Chiyu then asked the veiled bride. I do. Very well. I hereby declare that you shall receive the blessings of the wisteria tree, becoming partners from this day forth, with a certificate of partnership issued by our Baihua Valley's Taichung Temple. Present this certificate at Baihua Valley to receive a 20% discount on any items or activities. Mu Chun Feng, winky face, good heavens, has Baihua Valley expanded its business to this extent? They even offer marriage services, along with the Taichung Temple. Mu Chun Feng expressed his astonishment. ASA Secular Marriage Registration Office. The Taichung Temple also has similar counterparts in the cultivation world. He had not expected such an establishment to arise in a region inhabited by demon tribes, showcasing remarkable ingenuity, in just a few decades. The cultural assimilation of the demon tribes had progressed so rapidly. They truly lived up to their reputation as demons. But it is all thanks to Master. Such extensive cultural assimilation would not have been possible without the support of our human race. They could not achieve it on their own, Lin Shiran stated proudly. As the wedding concluded, Chiyu, clad in a flowing red dress, approached the three, respectfully bowing to Mu Chun Feng. This humble one pays her respects to the esteemed one and wishes good morning to my two junior sisters. Indeed, I did not expect your Baihua Valley services to have developed to this level, even hosting dedicated marriage events, Mu Chun Feng commended. Chiyu smiled gently, explaining, initially, it was only our demon tribe that engaged in such practices. But later, human cultivators visiting here expressed a desire to hold weddings as well and were willing to pay. Since it was a profitable venture, we naturally decided to develop it further, leading to the current situation. Oh, I see. That's wonderful. This allows the demon tribe to engage in self-management and production. With proper oversight, their future will undoubtedly improve. Mu Chun Feng nodded in satisfaction. By the way, do my two junior sisters wish to hang love tokens? Chiyu inquired, producing two red wooden plaques. I want one. Me too. The two women eagerly rushed forward to seize a plaque, examining it with keen interest. Are these the love tokens hanging on the tree? Mu Chun Feng asked, glancing upward to see numerous wooden plaques adorning the massive trunk of the wisteria tree, rustling softly in the breeze. Indeed. For just 10 taels of silver, one can hang a plaque engraved with their name alongside that of their beloved. Receiving the blessings of the wisteria tree, Chiyu explained. 10 taels for a plaque. Mu Chun Feng was taken aback. While it was a trivial sum for cultivators, it was exorbitant for ordinary folk, whose monthly income barely reached 1 tael, with the better off earning 2 to 3. Baihua Valley charging 10 taels for a simple plaque was outrageous. They were clearly quite shrewd, with so many plaques hanging. One could only imagine the fortune amassed. Noticing Mu Chun Feng's gaze, Chiyu blushed slightly. Initially, it wasn't expensive, only 1 tael, but as the demand increased, you need not explain. This isn't money taken from the impoverished. I simply admire the acumen of you fox spirits. It is said that among demons, foxes are the most intelligent, and it seems that is indeed the case. Your emotional intelligence is truly a remarkable gift. Mu Chun Feng remarked, tapping her forehead in admiration. Esteemed one over here. Mu Shuer and Lin Shiran both engraved their names on their respective love tokens, admiring their creations with satisfaction. Sister, what have you inscribed? Lin Shiran inquired curiously, leaning closer. Mu Shuer hastily tucked her love talisman into her bosom, casting a wary gaze upon her companion. Such a thing should never be shown to others. Why don't you let me see yours? Oh, I cannot. They say that if you show it to anyone, it loses its efficacy, came the reply. Then why do you still look? Mu Shuer shot her a disdainful glance before leaping gracefully to the treetop, where she secured her love talisman. Lin Shiran followed suit, the two maintaining a considerable distance to prevent each other from peeking. Upon descending, Lin Shiran approached Mu Chunfeng, wrapping her arm around his. "Master, aren't you going to do this?" she inquired curiously. "Dummy? There is no need that I am unburdened. So why would I require such tokens of affection?" Mu Chunfeng replied with a shake of his head. "Oh, very well." Lin Shiran sighed in disappointment. "Esteemed ones, tonight marks the flower viewing festival, to be held in the flower fields. There will be fine wine and delicacies, and I hope everyone will arrive punctually." Qiu Yue reminded. "Indeed, I am aware." Mu Chunfeng nodded in acknowledgement. As night fell, the open space beside the flower fields was adorned with tables laden with an array of exquisite dishes, while barrels of fine wine emanated an enticing aroma. Tantalizing the senses, people gathered, reveling in the beauty of the flowers while sipping on the rich wine, conversing merrily amongst various sections. Wow, it's rare to see such a scene where disciples from different sects are gathered without quarrels. "How remarkable!" Lin Shiran exclaimed. "Indeed, during the banquets hosted by each sect, disputes are common, which defeats the purpose of the gathering. Here, however, we are purely here to relax, enjoy the flowers, and drink together," Mu Shuer remarked with a contented expression. The two fairies chatted leisurely, oblivious to a figure in a purple dress, veiled and seemingly solitary, who was attentively observing them from a distance. "By the way, where is our master? Why hasn't he arrived yet?" Lin Shiran asked. "Look over there, isn't that him?" Mu Shuer pointed behind Lin Shiran, where Mu Chunfeng was approaching slowly. "Master, why are you walking? You could just fly with your sword," Lin Shiran questioned. Surprised by his method of arrival, "I wished to take a moment to appreciate the sea of flowers, hence I walked," Mu Chunfeng explained. "I see. Then hurry over. There are many delightful wines and dishes here," Lin Shiran urged, pulling him into the crowd. After a while, as more people gathered, Bai Ji, the leader of the demon clan, appeared on the 100 Flowers platform. Clad in a flowing red garment, her silver hair swayed elegantly, and her stunning visage combined softness with an air of solemnity. As a fox demon, she naturally possessed an enchanting allure that captivated all, yet commanded respect. "Welcome, everyone, to the Flower Viewing Festival," asked the leader of the demon clan. "I extend my gratitude to all present. Our two races, the demon and human clans, have coexisted peacefully for 37 years, and the results of these years are evident to all. The current state of our clan is greatly attributed to your unwavering support." Bai Ji commenced her annual address, a routine that seldom varied, yet the audience listened intently, perhaps enchanted by the charisma of a leader. "Lady Bai Ji is truly captivating," one exclaimed. "Indeed, it is no small feat for a woman to lead the entire demon clan. Her burden is undoubtedly heavier than even our masters," Mu Shuer reflected. "Of course, the demon clan numbers in the tens of thousands and is divided into various groups. Uniting them in harmony is no easy task. I admire Lady Bai Ji deeply for her leadership," Mu Chunfeng stated sincerely. "That's true, but while Lady Bai Ji has contributed immensely, a significant portion of the current state of the demon clan is also due to Master's efforts," Lin Mu Shuer added. "Exactly," Lin Shiran nodded in agreement. "While the demon clan is diverse, being a demon king means guiding all factions together. Master, as the leader of Kunlun, persuading various sects to set aside their disputes and support the demon clan's development is no small feat." "Indeed, it is no small task," Mu Chunfeng mused, recalling the challenges of uniting the sects. To achieve peace between the human and demon clans, Kunlun made considerable sacrifices, particularly regarding spiritual resources, making concessions to various sections. After all, without incentives, it would be challenging to persuade those with ulterior motives. However, the effort proved worthwhile. Once the demon clan was effectively managed, it was the mortals who reaped the greatest benefits, significantly reducing invasions from the demon clan. Here, I must especially thank the Kunlun leader. The current development of the 100 Flowers Valley owes much to your support. At that moment, Bai Ji mentioned Mu Chunfeng. Naturally, Mu Chunfeng did not ascend the stage. He merely exchanged glances with Bai Ji, who regarded him with profound gratitude. As with previous years, her speech maintained its unchanging themes of appreciation for Kunlun, especially for Mu Chunfeng. In conclusion, Bai Ji raised her cup and proclaimed, "Tonight, let us indulge to our heart's content, experience the allure of 100 Flowers Valley. Thank you." esteemed leader, the crowd echoed, raising their cups in unison. Subsequently, Bai Ji descended the platform and approached Mu Chunfeng, offering him her cup. Please, esteemed one. Thank you, leader. Mu Chunfeng accepted the cup and took a sip. Only he could savor the honor of tasting the wine from Bai Ji's cup. This is a gathering for the young. I have arranged a feast in the 100 Flowers Palace. Would you care to join me? Bai Ji invited. Certainly, if the leader requests it, I shall gladly accompany you, Mu Chunfeng replied, turning to Mu Shuer and Lin Shiran. You two enjoy yourselves here while I attend to matters with the leader. Can't we go together? Lin Shiran asked. Sister. Mu Shuer patted Lin Shiran's shoulder and addressed Mu Chunfeng. Master, please go on. My sister and I will take care of ourselves. Very well, Mu Chunfeng nodded. He turned to Bai Ji and said, Shall we depart, leader? Indeed, she affirmed. The two left the flower fields and soon arrived at the 100 Flowers Palace. Compared to the bustling flower fields, the streets were still lively and vibrant, especially on the second floor of the palace, where one could gaze upon the town's splendor, adorned with lanterns and festivities. Thank you for your patience, esteemed one. I have changed and prepared a seat for you. Bai Ji's voice rang out as Mu Chunfeng admired the night scene of the city. Turning, he saw Bai Ji had shed her outer garment, now clad in delicate white gauze that accentuated her fair skin, revealing glimpses of her form. Her silver hair cascaded down, dancing in the breeze, radiating both nobility and allure. Mu Chunfeng was momentarily entranced, only returning to his senses when Bai Ji cleared her throat. He approached the table set by the railing on the second floor, where one could fully appreciate the city's night view. Seated across from each other, the table was laden with delectable dishes, fruits, and, most importantly, fine wine. Yesterday we had fruit wine. Today, please try this peach blossom wine. While it may not be as sweet as the fruit wine, its aftertaste is truly exquisite, and it is my favorite. Bai Ji poured wine into Mu Chunfeng's cup before filling her own. Cheers. They toasted, savoring the exquisite brew. Unlike the sweet fruit wine, the peach blossom wine emphasized its fragrant essence, a scent so refreshing it lingered long after consumption. Truly a fine wine. I envy the leader for being able to enjoy such a delicacy daily, Mu Chunfeng remarked. Bai Ji chuckled softly. These fine wines are my collection, stored each year in my private cellar. If you ever wish for more, just come to me. However, such exquisite wine must not come at a small price. Mu Chunfeng inquired. Not particularly expensive, merely 1,000 spirit stones per jar. Bai Ji replied nonchalantly. 1,000. Even Mu Chunfeng, as the leader of a sect, was taken aback. While spiritual wine was typically priced in the tens of stones per jar, and the more costly ones did not exceed 100. He trusted Bai Ji's honesty. After all, this was the private reserve of a demon king, and even claiming it cost 10,000 spirit stones would not be an exaggeration. Then perhaps it is best to forego it. Though I enjoy fine wine, I see no reason to spend extravagantly on it. Mu Chunfeng shook his head. As a sect leader, a few thousand spirit stones should be inconsequential, no? Bai Ji inquired curiously. 10 altars, that amounts to 10,000 spirit stones. Surely, you jest, exclaimed Mu Chunfeng in astonishment. Bai Ji shook her head, propping her chin on her hand, winking at him as she said, I never make light of my words. If I say I will give, then I shall, but there is a condition. What condition? You must come and claim it yourself. If your disciples come instead, I shall not grant it to them. That is only natural. However, to bestow such a bounty in a month, surely, it is improper to receive without merit. Mu Chunfeng replied with a hint of embarrassment. Pfft. Ha ha ha, what a delightful notion of receiving without merit. You are indeed a master of jest. Esteemed one, you are a great benefactor to our demon clan. In terms of contributions, you surpass even my position as the leader. I fear I may never repay your kindness. Bai Ji teased. It is not as exaggerated as you say. It is merely a mutually beneficial affair between our two races, Mu Chunfeng humbly stated. Be that as it may, kindness is kindness, Bai Ji replied with a smile. As the two indulged in their libations, both began to feel the effects of the alcohol. Being a fox spirit, Bai Ji naturally exuded charm, which was only amplified by the wine. She rose, cup in hand, and seated herself beside Mu Chunfeng. Leaning closely against him, and presented her cup to his lips, her voice sultry as she said, Esteemed one, allow me to toast you. Did we not already toast yesterday? Mu Chunfeng rubbed his forehead, feeling the intoxication take hold. Indeed, but another toast is in order. Your kindness remains unrequited, and will forever be so, she whispered near his ear. Well then, very well. Mu Chuanfeng accepted the cup and drank it down in one go. The notion of propriety between men and women was momentarily cast aside as they engaged in intimate conversation, shedding their roles of sect leader and leader of the clan to speak openly. Tell me, esteemed one, you are nearing 200 years of age. In the realm of humans, that is considered advanced age. Even for cultivators, the matters of marriage and progeny ought to be contemplated, wouldn't you agree? Baiji remarked as she poured him more exquisite wine. Marriage. Progeny? Mu Chuanfeng took a sip from the cup, his cheeks flushing with intoxication, wholly unfazed by Baiji's embrace, even leaning into her. Such matters are the concern of others. I have lived for 200 years, and many opportunities have slipped away. The affairs of men and women have long been forgotten. The path of the supreme forgetfulness of emotion is my lifelong pursuit. The supreme forgetfulness of emotion. At this, Baiji's dreamy eyes sparkled with contemplation. A soft laugh escaping her lips. I recall that your predecessors, both the last and the one before, including your master, all walked the path of the supreme forgetfulness of emotion. Did they not? Indeed, and they both perished. I alone endured beyond them, and you are the third. Upon hearing this, Mu Chuanfeng was initially taken aback, but then he burst into hearty laughter, realizing the absurdity of the situation. The leader had lived for a millennium, while their Kunlun sect had seen 3 generations of leaders. Indeed, Baiji clapped his shoulder, her tone earnest as she continued. This indicates that your so-called path of the supreme forgetfulness of emotion is flawed. Flawed? What flaws could there be? Our Kunlun sect has existed for 5,000 years, and each generation has practiced the path of the supreme forgetfulness of emotion. How could there be an issue? Though thoroughly intoxicated, Mu Chuanfeng could not resist taking another drink. Baiji shook her head, gently lowering the cup from his grasp, then cupped his face with her hands, turning him to face her. You are mistaken, gravely mistaken. Emotion is the essence of all beings. Whether human, demon, or otherwise, we cannot escape it. While a lack of emotion might grant one strength, an absence of emotion will surely lead to a short life. Either they will be slain by others, or they will self-destruct. With drunken eyes, Mu Chuanfeng gazed into Baiji's golden orbs and chuckled. But I have heard, the leader seems to be solitary as well. Baiji, previously serious, was momentarily taken aback, her expression turning wistful as she turned away, sipping from her cup. Indeed, like you, I too am solitary, alone. Yet you, the leader, criticize me for being alone when you yourself are single? What grounds do you have to counsel me? Mu Chuanfeng teased, patting her thigh. Baiji observed his hand resting on her thigh without moving it away, sighing softly as she spoke with a hint of loneliness. It is precisely because of this that I can grasp the solitude of the supreme forgetfulness of emotion. This path is not one that everyone can tread, while it may grant strength. Very few can truly reach its end. End? What is the end? Is it immortality? How many in this world can genuinely attain the Dao in his drunken stupor? Mu Chuanfeng leaned against Baiji and fell asleep. She caught him gently, laying him down on her lap, tenderly observing his handsome visage, unable to resist caressing his features. Holding on is exhausting, much like your master. She held on for a lifetime, yet in the end, she never realized her true self. Master, how I miss you. In his drunken dreams, Mu Chuanfeng rolled slightly, burying his face in Baiji's abdomen, his arms tightly wrapped around her waist as he drifted into slumber. Feeling his breath rhythmically against her, Baiji's face flushed deeply, her delicate hand resting on his head, hesitating whether to push him away. Yet after a moment's turmoil, she relented, allowing him to remain. Oh well. I have never been close to a man in this lifetime. If it is you, esteemed one, then it matters not, Baiji murmured as she gently stroked his head. As time passed, the night deepened. The streets still bustling with life, though the crowd had thinned, the festivities continued. After what felt like an eternity, Mu Chuanfeng awoke, sitting up slowly, yawning as he gazed out at the twinkling lights, momentarily lost in thought. Turning back, he spotted Baiji, still sipping her wine, though now more delicately, her eyes slightly glazed. I seem to have fallen asleep. Mu Chuanfeng recalled. Not just seemingly. You truly did sleep quite soundly, so much so that you drooled. Baiji chuckled, glancing at the damp spot on her thigh. I thought I was resting on your Elapete and my apologies. I have acted improperly. Mu Chuanfeng quickly offered his apologies. Do not worry, esteemed one. It was merely a brief rest. Compared to your kindness, even if I were to be taken advantage of, I would accept it, Baiji remarked playfully, her tone suggestive. Mu Chuanfeng's face flushed crimson, and in embarrassment, he stood to straighten his attire. Bowing to bid her farewell, it is getting late. I shall take my leave now. With that, he hastily turned and departed. Observing his hasty retreat, Baiji could not help but laugh. Why run so fast? How old are you? Yet still so bashful, truly adorable. After hastily leaving the 100-flower hall, Mu Chuanfeng returned to the peach blossom forest. Riding his sword through the evening breeze, his previously restless heart gradually quieted. Even the heat of his cheeks subsided somewhat. Upon arriving at the peach blossom forest, he leaned against a peach tree, breathing heavily. That was close. One slip and I could have been intoxicated beyond reason. If I had offended the leader, it would have been a grave matter. Yes, he treaded upon the carpet of peach blossoms. He approached the sorrow tree, only to find a figure clad in black seated at the stone table beside the wooden hut. A wine jug before her as she sipped from her cup. Who are you, and why are you here? Mu Chuanfeng's instinct sharpened. The presence of this person felt deliberately concealed, unfamiliar, and the peach blossom forest was not a place for trespassers, especially at such an hour. After so many days, have you forgotten an old acquaintance? How melancholic, came the woman's voice, tinged with a sigh. Upon hearing this voice, Mu Chuanfeng's hair stood on end, his body tensing. It was a voice too familiar, etched into his very being. The voice of the woman who had imprisoned him for 10 days with her devious schemes months prior, an experience he could never forget. You vile wretch! How dare you show your face here? Are you seeking death? Mu Chuanfeng glared at her in fury. The woman rose slowly, stepping out of the shadows to unveil her face, revealing an enchanting beauty, none other than the mistress of the demon sect. The current demon lord, In Shangjuan. Why must you resort to such harsh words upon our first meeting? You are, after all, a righteous person, the leader of Kunlun. Is it too much to expect a modicum of decorum? In Shangjuan chided. Decorum? For someone like you? I was mistaken in thinking you were a person of worth, only to discover you are. Mu Chuanfeng's words faltered, his face contorting with shame and anger. The memories of those 10 nights haunted him, and he wished to erase them from his mind. However, doing so would diminish his hatred for her, so he chose to remember. Speak. Why are you silent? Share with me the tales of those 10 days. How I lavished affection upon you. In Shangjuan teased. Speak of your mother. Begone. Mu Chuanfeng, as a celestial being, unleashed a torrent of curses. In Shangjuan paused, blinking in surprise, then broke into laughter. To provoke a celestial being to the point of furious outbursts is no easy feat, particularly when the individual in question is Mu Chuanfeng, the indomitable Taishang Wangqing. His temperament has long been as tranquil as still water. Even when confined in his dim chamber, it took 3 days of torment before he finally succumbed to rage. TSK, it is perplexing. Your vitriol seems more commendable than your praise. That is because you are a pervert, a vile pervert, and you deserve to die. With that, the furious Mu Chuanfeng brandished the Kunlun sword and lunged at his opponent. Yet, in the face of Mu Chuanfeng's onslaught, In Shangjuan did not engage directly. Instead, he effortlessly evaded the attack. Why are you running? Did you not wish to fight? Come on, fight. Why would I? I am but a loving wife who cherishes her husband. I simply cannot bear to harm you. In Shangjuan, holding a purple feather fan, exuded the grace of a refined gentleman. Due to her tendency to don a mask, few are aware of her true identity as a woman. Many in the outside world believe In Shangjuan to be male. For the purple fan she wielded, it was no ordinary object. Originally the Qinglei fan of the Xiaoyao sect, it is one of the 10 great artifacts of the cultivation realm. Having been seized by the demon sect, silence. Who is your husband? Speak not such nonsense. Mu Chuanfeng stormed forward, unleashing a flurry of sword energy towards his adversary. However, In Shangjuan merely raised her fan with ease, and several bolts of lightning erupted forth, effortlessly dissipating the sword energy. Enough! In your current state, you are no match for me. Why not sit down and converse? I have nothing to discuss with you. Prepare to meet your end, Mu Chuanfeng, unable to maintain his composure, charged once more, only to suddenly feel a constriction in his chest, a wave of heat spreading through his body, causing his face to flush instantly. Oh, why the sudden blush? Feeling uncomfortable, are we? Observing Mu Chuanfeng's halted and flushed demeanor, Yin Shangjuan, the instigator, revealed a wicked smile. And I am perfectly fine. Prepare to die. Mu Chunfeng, struggling against his body's turmoil and discomfort, gripped the hilt of his sword and lunged forward. Yet, as he approached, Yin Shangjuan merely pinched his sword between two fingers, flicking it away with ease. With his hands now empty, Mu Chunfeng resorted to fisticuffs, but throughout their scuffle, Yin Shangjuan refrained from striking back, instead playfully dodging while taunting him, occasionally brushing her fingers against his cheek or other areas. After nearly a stick of incense had passed, Mu Chunfeng, out of breath, found Yin Shangjuan seated at a stone table, pouring herself a drink and leisurely savoring it. Tired, are we? Sit down and rest a while. We can enjoy some wine before continuing, Yin Shangjuan suggested nonchalantly. I am not tired. I could fight for another day without issue. Mu Chunfeng clenched his fists and charged at her. Watching Mu Chunfeng rush towards him, Yin Shangjuan leaned against the stone table with a hand propping her chin, a resigned smile gracing her lips. Just as Mu Chunfeng drew near, she effortlessly caught his fist. You? Mu Chunfeng tugged forcefully, yet he could not free his hand from her grasp. This is not the end. Yin Shangjuan pulled him closer, drawing him into her lap.as a celestial being. You often shout about violence and death. How do you differ from those of our demon sect? Yin Shangjuan teased, wrapping her arms around his waist. That is still better than being with a scoundrel like you. I have nothing to say to you. Spit. The exhausted Mu Chunfeng spat at her face, struggling helplessly. Had it been anyone else, they would have met a dire fate upon insulting her. But alas, the man before her was Mu Chunfeng, the one she had longed for, her confidant of a century. Yin Shangjuan wiped her face, unperturbed, gazing at him with a complex expression, sighing, You are already a caged bird. Yet your stubbornness remains unyielding. It seems my initial decision was correct. A forcibly twisted fruit may not be sweet, but it is indeed thirst-quenching. If I do not take action, I fear that by the time I meet my demise, your response will remain elusive. Let go of me, you wretched woman. I once considered you a confidant and saved you countless times. Mu Chunfeng struggled in her embrace, cursing vehemently. It is precisely because you are kind to me, sincerely so, that I have come to love you. I have adored you for over a century, Yin Shangjuan confessed, holding him before her, her gaze ardent. Nonsense. Who would treat the one they love in such a manner? You are nothing but a shameless harlot. Watching Mu Chunfeng erupt in furious expletives, Yin Shangjuan felt a mix of exasperation and helplessness. She could not retort, for the actions she had taken were indeed outrageous. She had confined him to a room, shackled his meridians, and relentlessly subjected him to an array of aphrodisiacs, pressing him day and night without respite. Any ordinary man would have perished, yet even as a celestial being, Mu Chuanfeng's once pure form had been sullied, inundated with countless aphrodisiacs and indulgences that shattered his once steadfast path of Taishang Wangqing, corrupting both his body and soul. Had any man treated a woman thus, Yin Shangjuan would have wished nothing less than to flay him alive. As for her own actions, she found it difficult to justify them, acknowledging their brutality. Now that we have seen each other, it is only natural for me to take my leave, however. As the final words lingered, Yin Shangjuan cast a lingering gaze upon Mu Chunfeng, then shifted her attention to Bai Ji, surveying her from head to toe before nodding in satisfaction. Not bad. This fox demon of yours has potential. Though her age is somewhat advanced, for a cultivator, age is merely a trivial matter. Your figure and beauty are exquisite. I find myself rather envious. What nonsense are you spouting? Bai Ji retorted, her face etched with disdain at the audacity of the other. Oh, do not misunderstand. I have no interest in you. I am merely assisting my man in appreciating beauty, since you have granted me leave. It would be ideal if you could take care of him in my absence. If it were someone else, I would be quite reluctant to let it go. With that, Yin Shangjuan transformed into a streak of purple light. Soaring into the heavens. Chapter 29. The temptation of the fairy. Upon witnessing her departure, Bai Ji exhaled in relief. She had anticipated that persuading the other to leave would be a troublesome affair. Yet it had been surprisingly effortless. Although she found the other's words perplexing, it mattered little. She was fully capable of tending to Mu Chunfeng herself. Confirming that the other had truly departed, Bai Ji turned back to find Mu Chunfeng still in meditation, his originally fair and handsome face now flushed, beads of sweat dotting his brow, suggesting something was amiss. "Master, are you all right?" Bai Ji inquired with concern. Mu Chunfeng opened his eyes, exhaling a heated breath, his gaze falling upon the stunning beauty before him, stirring an unsettling agitation within his heart. "I am fine. It is nothing serious. That is a relief." "Allow me to assist you back," Bai Ji offered, stepping forward to help him up. However, merely brushing against him, she was met with an intense heat, prompting Mu Chunfeng to retreat in a fluster. "No need. I can walk on my own. It is no trouble." With that, he made his way towards the wooden cabin. "Master." Bai Ji observed her delicate hand, her expression growing serious. She distinctly remembered that Mu Chunfeng practiced the Taishang Wangqing path, a cultivation method that rendered one's body and heart frigid. It was inexplicable for him to be so fervently warm. With curiosity piqued, she followed closely behind, entering the wooden cabin. Inside, she found Mu Chunfeng had removed his shoes and was seated cross-legged on the bed. Eyes closed, seemingly unaffected. "Master, are you truly all right?" Bai Ji approached the bedside, concern etched on her face. "What problem could I possibly have? Merely a slight agitation of spiritual energy. A brief period of calm is all that is required." "Please, do take your leave," Mu Chunfeng replied, eyes still closed. Sensing he appeared to be in no grave danger, Bai Ji said, "Very well then, I shall take my leave. Should anything arise, Master may contact me." As Bai Ji exited the room and closed the door, tranquility enveloped the interior. After a moment, Mu Chunfeng slowly opened his eyes, releasing a long sigh, then collapsed weakly onto the bed. Meanwhile, Bai Ji arrived at the edge of the peach blossom grove, but just as she was about to depart, she hesitated, the words of Yinshang Jun echoing in her mind. She had urged her to care for the master. What did that truly imply? Did that woman do something to him? Bai Ji pondered. Turning back toward the wooden cabin, ultimately deciding to return. Upon re-entering the cabin, she heard a disturbance, a male voice intermingled with pain and urgency, steeped in desire. This voice, as she approached the cabin, peering through the window, she was struck by the sight of Mu Chunfeng, who had appeared well moments ago, now lying disheveled on the bed, his entire body visibly flushed. "Master." Witnessing this scene left Bai Ji utterly astounded. She had never encountered such a heart-racing spectacle. The esteemed immortal, now consumed by desire, was an incongruous sight indeed. Mu Chunfeng remained oblivious to Bai Ji's presence, having endured much in silence these past days. And now, within the confines of the Hundred Flowers Valley, he was being tempted by Bai Ji and teased by Yinshang Jun, rendering him unable to contain himself any longer. "How uncomfortable, how hots," Mu Chunfeng muttered incoherently. A creaking sound broke the tension. The door had been pushed open, a gust of cool air swept in, momentarily refreshing his fevered spirit. He hastily donned his garments and sat up, gazing nervously at the newcomer. "Zhuo, why have you returned? Is there something else?" Mu Chunfeng questioned, anxiety evident in his tone. Bai Ji entered the room, closed the door, and sat beside him, observing him with calmness. Moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating Bai Ji, her silver hair shimmering, rendering her even more enchanting, akin to a goddess of the moon. Gazing at her ethereal beauty, Mu Chunfeng felt dazed and entranced, but soon, his desires surged forth, compelling him to avert his gaze. "Are you still intending to conceal the truth from me?" "Huh? Conceal? I have nothing to hide. I am perfectly fine. I am all right." "Zhuo, you should leave now," Mu Chunfeng stammered, retreating to the corner of the bed. His head bowed, Bai Ji slowly inched closer, her eyes fixed upon him, filled with an indescribable emotion. From the very beginning of their encounter, Bai Ji had sensed something was amiss. The changes in the master were stark. Yet she could not articulate what had altered. It was only now that she realized he was no longer the icy figure he once was. Desire had thawed his heart, leading to the corruption of his Tao heart. "You?" Mu Chunfeng gasped, his head snapping up in shock as he regarded her. Observing his astonishment, Bai Ji smiled gently, placing her hand upon his thigh, offering reassurance. "Do not be alarmed, master. I have lived for a millennium, experiencing countless sights and sounds. For a cultivator, The most dreadful fate is the corruption of one's Tao heart, and I have witnessed many such instances. No, you do not understand. If it were merely the corruption of my Tao heart, that would be one thing, but my condition is far more complex. As he spoke, Mu Chuanfeng's eyes widened once more in disbelief. I understand. Just moments ago, I saw it clearly through the window, witnessing your torment. Bound by desires, my heart too was wrenched in agony. Initially, I was perplexed by Yin Jun's parting words, but now I realize she intended for me to assist you. Bai Ji spoke tenderly. Mu Chunfeng quickly grasped her hand. Shaking his head, no, you must not. You, Zuo, are of noble stature and purity. How could you be tainted because of me? It cannot be. Why can it not be? It is merely assistance, not an obligation to engage in such acts. Besides, you are an immortal body, coveted by countless women. It is I who should fear offending you. You need not concern yourself with tarnishing my reputation. Bai Ji teased lightly. Although Mu Chunfeng earnestly resisted, he did not deter her. Perhaps he yearned for it, and his attempts to obstruct her were merely a facade. Zuo, do not call me sister. It is rather formal to refer to me as Zuo at this juncture. It sounds so distant, Bai Ji complained playfully, but Mu Chunfeng attempted to protest. Yet at that moment, he found himself entirely at her mercy, his words faltering as he leaned weakly against the wall. Observing his demeanor, Bai Ji's lips curled into a subtle smile, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Chapter 30. A delicate balance. Initially, outside the cabin, Bai Ji had hesitated, uncertain if she should assist him. After all, she had preserved her purity for a lifetime. Remaining a maiden untouched by others, torn between indecision and fear of rejection, she worried that Mu Chunfeng might misunderstand her intentions. Yet, it seemed she had overthought it. Her allure had already captivated him entirely. Chunfeng, do you enjoy this? Bai Ji inquired. Mu Chunfeng slowly opened his eyes to glance at her, noticing her flushed complexion, her alluring demeanor increasingly evident. Sister Bai Ji, you have worked hard. Not at all. I worried I might not meet your expectations. This being my first time assisting another, I was uncertain whether you would be pleased. Bai Ji asked again. Mu Chunfeng hesitated momentarily before nodding. I do like it. Upon hearing this, Bai Ji felt invigorated. Her spirits soaring, she embraced Mu Chunfeng, unable to restrain herself, kissing him passionately. Stop, oh not kiss, Mu Chunfeng exclaimed, hastily pushing her away. Why not? Do you not like it? Bai Ji paused, a hint of disappointment flickering across her face. It is not that, I just find it a bit ticklish, Mu Chunfeng awkwardly explained. Ticklish? Are you sensitive to tickling? Bai Ji inquired, her surprise morphing into a more playful demeanor as she leaned in closer once more. As time passed, the atmosphere within the room gradually settled. Moonlight spilled through the window, casting a soft glow upon Bai Ji, who sat against the wall, her clothing slightly disheveled, while Mu Chunfeng lay upon her exquisite legs, appearing considerably more relaxed, his breathing steady. Well, this is quite pleasant. Bai Ji gently caressed his cheek, a satisfied expression gracing her features. Mu Chunfeng gazed at her with a complex array of emotions, remorseful as he spoke. I apologize, Zuo. It is all because of me that you were compelled into this situation, staining your pure form. Compelled? I was not coerced. It was entirely my choice. Consider it a way to repay your kindness. Do not feel burdened, Bai Ji soothed him gently. Though you say so, even gratitude does not necessitate such actions. I willingly chose this path. In truth, I have harbored feelings for you, master. When you aided me so greatly, I even contemplated whether to offer myself to you, Bai Ji confessed, her cheeks flushed with shyness. Truly? Mu Chuanfeng's expression was one of astonishment. Of course it is true. I have lived for a millennium. Yet I remain untouched, simply because there has never been someone of my liking. Your esteemed presence, with a celestial demeanor and perfect character, coupled with your unwavering support for our demon clan as prosperity, has long inspired my admiration. In the end, Bai Ji sighed again, lamenting the vast gulf of time between us. If I were to possess the youth of an additional 300 to 500 years, it would be different. However, having already lived for 1,000 years, I am acutely aware that I am unworthy of your grace and cannot bring myself to lower my pride. Thus, I conceive the notion of sending my kin, who shares the same noble bloodline of the nine-tailed fox as I, namely Juyu, to serve you closely, hoping she might attend to your needs. So the purpose of sending Ju Yu to my side was this? Mu Chunfeng was utterly astonished. Indeed, I had not anticipated that you, with a heart unclouded by distractions, would genuinely accept Ju Yu as your disciple, imparting wisdom and knowledge. What vexes me further, however, is that the girl is utterly foolish and mischievous. Despite possessing the bloodline of a nine-tailed fox, she lacks even the most rudimentary skills of allure and seduction. And now, she seems to have vanished without a trace. Observing Bai Ji's expression of exasperation, Mu Chunfeng raised an eyebrow and hastily reassured her, Sister Bai Ji, do not blame Ju Yu. She is merely a child. I have always regarded her as a daughter and harbor no romantic intentions. Ah, indeed, a forcibly cultivated fruit is never sweet. Bai Ji sighed wistfully, then regarded Mu Chunfeng with a playful glint in her eye. Yet, it matters not. I can repay your kindness without her assistance. With that, Bai Ji's gaze gradually descended, causing Mu Chunfeng to sit up in alarm and retreat nervously. No, that is enough. I am no longer in such distress. I am grateful for your assistance, Sister Bai Ji. Is that truly sufficient? Merely a fleeting moment, and we have yet to unite fully. Bai Ji expressed her disappointment. Upon hearing this, Mu Chunfeng grew even more flustered, quickly dismounting from the bed. Please, today has been more than satisfactory. It is already quite late. You should return and rest. This blatant dismissal left Bai Ji quite helpless. In truth, she had not been adequately prepared. Otherwise, she would have acted decisively from the outset, without needing to voice her intentions. What frustrated her most was that Mu Chunfeng seemed utterly oblivious, merely ushering her away when faced with the foremost beauty of the demon clan. Very well, since you have spoken thus, I shall not impose further. Let this night suffice, and we shall continue another time. With that, Bai Ji rose from the bed and exited the chamber, blowing Mu Chunfeng a playful kiss before she departed. Watching her retreating figure, Mu Chunfeng closed the door, lay back down, and exhaled slowly, shutting his eyes. The esteemed one truly departing. The following morning, in the flower fields, July and the others stood by as a celestial vessel hovered in the air. The Flower Appreciation Festival has concluded, and we need not linger any longer, Mu Chunfeng announced. But you could still stay to enjoy the flowers and partake in some wine. The esteemed one has prepared in abundance and was hoping to show you the new wonders of Baihua Valley. Along with many exquisite delicacies, I appreciate the kind intentions of the esteemed one, but given the pressing matters of our sect, it is truly inconvenient for me to remain. Please convey my apologies to the esteemed one. Seeing Mu Chunfeng's insistence on departing, July realized she could not dissuade him and thus produced a storage ring, respectfully handing it to him. Since you are resolute in your departure, please accept these gifts. Inside, you will find the finest wines prepared specifically for you by the esteemed one. Along with some snacks, Mu Chunfeng accepted the ring, his gaze reflecting a complex mix of emotions as he nodded. As it is the esteemed one's goodwill, I shall accept it. Please tell the esteemed one that I have greatly enjoyed these past 2 days and will visit again when time permits. Understood. Chapter 31. Returning to Kunlun as Mu Chunfeng and his companions boarded the celestial vessel, it ascended slowly, sailing towards the horizon. Meanwhile, on the second floor of the Baihua Palace atop the town's mountain, a silver-haired woman stood by the railing, resting her hand upon it as she gazed longingly at the departing vessel, her eyes filled with reluctance and nostalgia. Esteemed one, but suddenly, she covered her mouth with her hand and coughed a few times. When she lifted her gaze, she found blood staining her palm. Seems my time is running short. Why must you leave so suddenly, master? We have only been here for 2 days and have yet to explore. On the celestial vessel, Mu Shuer leaned over the railing, staring out at the distant Baihua Valley. The Flower Appreciation Festival has ended. We have no reason to linger, Mu Chunfeng replied coolly, his gaze fixed on the distance. Had it not been for last night's events, he would have preferred to stay for another day or two. However, given what had transpired, he feared that remaining any longer would lead to consequences he could not bear. The esteemed immortal and the leader of the demon clan in such a relationship, if the outside world were to learn of it, it would indeed be troublesome, and he already had Li Hani. How could he indulge in romantic entanglements elsewhere? Of course, the situation with Jin Shang did not count. He had never regarded that fellow as human. Alas, I had hoped to enjoy myself further. There are so many fine wines I have yet to taste, and countless beautiful sights left unseen, Lin Shiran lamented. If that is the case, you may stay a few more days, my dear Shiran. You can return once you have had your fill of enjoyment. Mu Chunfeng suggested. I agree. Since my sister wishes to stay, she should remain a few more days and not rush back, Mu Shuer chimed in. Seeing her senior sister speak up, Lin Xiran naturally could not agree. It was simply unthinkable to leave the eldest sister alone with the master. If it were any other time, it might be acceptable, but given Mu Chuanfeng's recent changes that not only Mu Shuer had noticed but that Lin Xiran, as an alchemist, could sense even more acutely, it was a precarious situation. He had been intoxicated twice. If she were not there, what outrageous acts might Mu Shuer perpetrate against him? The very thought was unfathomable. Conversely, if she were to accompany her drunken master, facing a master who could not be awakened, she knew she would be utterly unable to restrain herself. Thus, she could not allow Mu Shuer to be alone with Mu Chunfeng. Not even for a night. Even with the little junior sister present, she could not guarantee the outcome. Who knew what a woman might do when pressed to her limits? After all, the demon lord was a living example of that. Perhaps it was for the best. Without the master, even the most beautiful scenery and finest wines would hold little meaning. Lin Xiran gazed tenderly at Mu Chunfeng. Why, dear sister speaks well. If you wish to play, then play. The master is in good spirits, and I am here to look after him, Mu Shuer insisted, unyielding in her persuasion. You to look after him? Lin Xiran scoffed, stepping forward to wrap her arms around Mu Chuanfeng's. Unabashedly pulling him close and cooed, Xiran's heart belongs only to the master. Unlike my sister, I won't disappear the moment I step outside. Indeed, Xiran is truly obedient. Mu Chunfeng affectionately ruffled her hair, his tone indulgent. I know you are filial, but it is also fine to go out and enjoy yourself for a few days. Yes, but will the master accompany me? Is that possible? Lin Xiran asked, her eyes sparkling with hope. Well, we shall see how it goes later, Mu Chunfeng said, scratching his nose. Humph! Lin Xiran pouted in disappointment, clinging tightly to his arm, wishing to meld him into her embrace. Upon returning to the sect, Mu Chunfeng arrived at the Wuqing Hall, where he found Luo Qiushui seated at the entrance, eyes closed in meditation. The courtyard was impeccably clean, and the palace floor gleamed without a speck of dust. Upon sensing an approaching presence, Luo Qiushui opened her eyes, her face lighting up with excitement upon seeing Mu Chunfeng and the others return. Master, senior sister, you have returned. Luo Qiushui sprang to her feet and jogged toward them, performing a respectful bow. Well done. Little junior sister, we have only been gone for 2 days, yet you have already broken through to the second level of qi refinement, Lin Xiran praised as she patted Luo Qiushui's shoulder. Luo Qiushui humbly replied, I am aware that being the master's disciple is a great fortune. I would never dare to neglect my training. I have diligently practiced since you all left, not allowing myself a moment of idleness. Indeed, well done. The master has not erred in his choice. You are remarkable. Mu Shuer, as the eldest sister, also expressed her approval. Thank you, senior sisters. I will strive even harder in the future, but do not overexert yourself. It is important to rest as well. Here, I brought back some pastries from Baihua Valley. You have not tried them yet, have you? Mu Chunfeng said as he presented a portion of treats to her. Luo Qiushui accepted the pastries with joy, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, master. I will make sure to eat every last one, without wasting a single crumb. Good. In the past couple of days, has anyone come looking for me? Mu Chunfeng inquired, stroking her head. Yes. Luo Qiushui hesitated for a moment before speaking softly. Who? The Grand Elder. Sister. This revelation did not come as a surprise to Mu Chunfeng. He then asked, did she leave any messages? Yes, she requested that upon your return, you visit the Jian Peak to find her, or she might come to see you in the evening. Mu Chunfeng fell silent, recognizing the clarity of her intent. Yet, it also afforded him a choice that, of course, regardless of the decision, it ultimately mattered little. For him, it was indeed better to go in person. Very well, it seems the Grand Elder has matters to discuss. I should pay her a visit. Mu Chunfeng nodded in agreement. Half an hour later, at Jian Peak, before the entrance of the Hall of Determination, Mu Chunfeng knocked on the door. However, the hall remained eerily silent. A gentle push was all it took for the door to swing open. Stepping inside, one was met with a bone-chilling cold that surpassed even the merciless hall where Mu Chunfeng had previously resided. Curiously, potted plants adorned the columns on either side, housing the millennium-old snow lotus brought back from the snowy regions. The frigid atmosphere could likely be attributed to these enchanting blossoms. Senior sister, are you here? Mu Chunfeng called out, I am here. Came the languid response from within the hall. As Mu Chunfeng advanced into the inner sanctum, he found himself in a corridor lined with several rooms. Pushing open one door, he discovered Li Hani's bedroom, though it was devoid of any occupants, save for two pieces of women's clothing resting on the bed. After closing the door, Mu Chunfeng continued deeper, ultimately pausing at the entrance to the bathroom. Knock, knock, knock. Come I in. Mu Chunfeng pushed open the bathroom door, and a wave of steam enveloped him, revealing a scene reminiscent of a celestial realm. The sound of water splashing echoed in this dreamlike environment. Igniting the imagination. Chapter 32. The bathhouse charm come and Mu Chunfeng closed the door behind him and slowly made his way inside, navigating through the mist until he reached the edge of the bath. There, Li Hani reclined in a tub filled with the essence of spiritual springs, gently swaying a glass filled with fine wine. Upon noticing Mu Chunfeng's approach, she smiled softly, seemingly unbothered by his presence, and inquired, So, have you enjoyed yourself these past few days? Indeed. It has been quite delightful. I indulged in numerous delicacies and savored a fair share of fine wine, some of which I brought back for you. Senior sister, as he spoke, Mu Chunfeng produced a jug of peach blossom brew. Li Hani's eyes lit up at the sight of the exquisite wine. She swam over to him, glass in hand, and presented it to him. Pour some for me. Mu Chunfeng filled the glass, though sparingly, for the jug held only a modest amount. Li Hani took a sip, savoring the flavor, and exclaimed, What a splendid wine, smooth and soft, with a lingering aftertaste. Of course, this brew is a private concoction from the head, valued at over 1,000 spirit stones, Mu Chunfeng said, a hint of pride evident in his voice. Oh, so I have benefited from your generosity. Without you, I would never have had the chance to taste such a fine vintage, Li Hani remarked, resting her chin on her hand, intrigued. Flushing slightly, Mu Chunfeng shook his head. That's not the case. With your status, acquiring such wine would be a simple matter. Humph, that's not necessarily true. That old fox is quite cunning. If there were anything of worth, she certainly wouldn't share it with me. Only you could coax something out of her. As she spoke, Li Hani took another sip, relishing the taste. Hearing her refer to Baiji in such a manner, Mu Chunfeng felt a pang of displeasure and countered. Senior sister, please don't speak of the head that way. She is a good person and a senior we ought to respect. Respect? Humph, aside from the deceased, who in this world deserves my respect? An old fox will always be an old fox. If there is anything about her that merits admiration, it's perhaps her ability to maintain her purity for a millennium. Now that is indeed impressive. Indeed, Sister Baiji is truly a person of great stature, unlike me, who speaks of transcending emotions yet finds myself. Sigh. Mu Chunfeng sighed, his heart heavy with complexity. Why the sigh? What troubles you? Is everything not well? Why do you constantly lament? Are you wishing to forget me? I am not. What do you mean, not? The moment I see you sighing, I become furious. Have you been wrong during these days? Li Hani's voice turned cold. Senior sister, please, that's not my intention. Do not be angry. Unlike Mu Chunfeng, Li Hani did not walk the path of forgetting emotions. Her heart had always held him dear. Her icy demeanor stemmed from unfulfilled desires, with love hidden away, leaving her spirit desolate. Now that the veil had been lifted, she no longer needed to conceal her true self, unveiling the emotions she had suppressed for a century. After finishing her bath, Li Hani donned her attire and entered the bedroom. Sitting before the vanity to groom her hair, Mu Chunfeng placed the fine wine and pastries he had brought on the table, saying, All of this is for you. Do savor it, as it is quite precious. Humph, if you're so reluctant, then don't offer it. Was it necessary to say that? Li Hani retorted coolly. What do you mean reluctant? There are only 10 jugs in total. My 2 disciples each received one, and I brought you 4, leaving myself with only 4. Do you truly think I am stingy? Mu Chunfeng expressed his dissatisfaction. Hearing his complaint, Li Hani smiled at her reflection. Teasing, all right, my fault. It's my issue. How could my junior brother be stingy? You have always cherished me, Himph. As long as you know. Mu Chunfeng approached her from behind, deftly braiding her hair as if they were an old married couple. Observing the tender scene in the mirror, Li Hani was filled with warmth and affection, saying, If we could remain like this forever, how blissful it would be forever. In what manner? Just like this, spending each day together. doing whatever we please, much like an ordinary married couple. How wonderful that would be! Listening to Li Hani's description, Mu Chunfeng felt a weight in his heart. He understood her longing and recognized she had waited long. Yet, the events at the 100 Flowers Valley had made it clear that he could no longer lead a normal life. With this thought, he could not help but let out a sigh. What is wrong? Are you troubled? Hearing his sigh, Li Hani inquired with concern. I just feel that I am becoming less and less like myself. Even the desire to live like a normal person seems increasingly elusive. Mu Chunfeng confessed, his emotions complex, elusive. Although her words were somewhat vague, Li Hani immediately grasped the underlying issue. What has led you to feel this way? Did something happen at the 100 Flowers Valley? I don't know how to articulate it. I fear it might upset you. But if I do not tell you, it would be unfair. Li Hani's eyes sparkled with understanding as she pieced together the situation. Asking, did she seek you out? Mu Chunfeng hesitated before affirming with a quiet yes. Li Hani gripped the armrests of her chair tightly, suppressing her rising emotions. Did she bully you again? Chapter 33. Magnanimity. Yes. A mere acknowledgement from Mu Chunfeng sent Li Hani into a fit of rage, contorting the chair crafted from ancient divine wood. You scoundrel! Had I known, I should have accompanied you. It's all because of me. Li Hani angrily struck her thigh. No, it's not your fault. It has nothing to do with you, Mu Chunfeng hurriedly reassured her. What do you mean it has nothing to do with me? You are my man, one I have been with. Li Hani turned the chair to face him, pulling him into her embrace and pressing him against her lap, her gaze fiery. Given our history, how could you still not consider me your woman? That is not the case. Of course, you are my woman. But my current predicament is not your doing. Besides, there is no need for you to be so agitated. Honestly, this time my encounter with her wasn't as dire as you imagine. It was merely a brush with one another. Nothing more. Mu Chunfeng awkwardly explained. Nothing more? Li Hani blinked in surprise, tilting her head in confusion. Why would she let you off so easily? That is not the reason. It was just that at a critical moment, Baiji intervened and saved me. Baiji? That old fox? Well, that is a relief. It seems she still has some usefulness. Li Hani breathed a sigh of relief, her smile returning as she playfully pinched Mu Chunfeng's cheek. Junior brother, you truly startled me. I thought you had been bullied by that woman again, making me feel guilty. I haven't to finish speaking. Although she didn't harm me. There is still, Baiji? Upon seeing his awkward expression, Li Hani suddenly realized, right? She didn't do anything to you. Then who helped you? It wouldn't happen to be that old fox, would it? Yes, it was indeed her. Why heavens? You can't be serious. It truly was her? Li Hani's expression shifted from shock to laughter. Now it was Mu Chunfeng's turn to be astonished. He had expected her to be angry. Yet her inexplicable laughter left him feeling somewhat uneasy, a chill running down his spine. Senior sister, I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have betrayed you. But at that moment, it was urgent, and I couldn't control myself. Moreover, Baiji's intervention was also to save me. I understand. Why are you so agitated in your explanation? Are you afraid I'll be angry? Li Hani regarded him with keen interest. Should I not be? You re not angry? Angry? Of course, I am somewhat, but not excessively so. After all, I didn't acquire you through righteous means. What right do I have to be furious? Li Hani smiled gently at him. Hearing this, Mu Chunfeng was momentarily taken aback, but upon reflection, he recognized the truth in her words. Their relationship had never conformed to the norms of a conventional couple, although they had shared feelings in the past. Their current bond was largely dictated by physical circumstances. Upon careful consideration, he realized that this was akin to his situation with Baiji. Both women had engaged in such relationships to save him, rendering their circumstances quite similar. So, you're not angry, then? Mu Chunfeng inquired cautiously. Anger is perhaps too strong a word, but I do feel a tinge of jealousy. After all, the man I cherish was taken to bed by another. Any woman would undoubtedly not have slept, Mu Chunfeng corrected. What? Not slept? Li Hani blinked, surprise flickering in her eyes. How could that be? So, you and her. She merely assisted me, that is all, and even kissed me. Is that all? Isn't it insufficient? Li Hani pouted, her expression nonchalant. I thought you had already taken that vixen to task, yet it turns out it was just this? Senior sister. What are you saying? Such crude words. Mu Chunfeng felt quite embarrassed. Humph. That's just how I am. Anyone who has been suppressed for over 100 years cannot be at ease. Nonetheless, speaking of which, since she is willing to help you, why didn't she offer complete assistance? Was it her unwillingness? No, it was I. Who rejected her. Lihani's face displayed astonishment once more, then she took a deep breath and sighed. Well, that does sound like something you would do. No, I turned her down for your sake. I even returned earlier specifically for that reason. Why do you seem so disappointed? Mu Chunfeng asked, puzzled. Thank you, junior brother, for preserving your purity for me. Lihani pinched his cheek. Speaking earnestly, in truth, I understand your intentions, but your earlier words have reminded me that given your current physical condition, unless I am by your side every moment of every day, you will inevitably require the company of other women. Will you not? This. Observing Mu Chunfeng's hesitance, Lihani cupped his face in her hands, compelling him to meet her gaze, and gently said, Although I long to be with you always, I recognize my limitations. Just as you once sacrificed love for the sect, I, as a sword immortal, require more time to comprehend the sword path and must traverse the seas to discover my own way. Thus, I cannot remain by your side indefinitely. I apologize, junior brother. Hearing Lihani's words, Mu Chunfeng felt an inexplicable sense of loss, which reminded him of that woman. She once vowed to keep him company forever, yet one day, she vanished, never to return. I understand. I never intended to take up your time. I shall leave. With that, Mu Chunfeng stood up with a cold expression, preparing to depart. Lihani hurriedly grasped his hand, pulling him into her embrace and capturing his lips in a kiss. After a brief yet passionate kiss, they slowly parted, gazing into each other's eyes. Please don't go. All right? Lihani looked at him with pleading eyes. Didn't you say you felt I was occupying your time and wanted me to leave? Mu Chunfeng retorted coldly. No, that is not what I meant. I merely wished to convey that I cannot always be by your side, and many times, if the poison of passion within you flares up, I will be unable to assist you. Therefore, if there are outstanding women like Baiji who are willing to help you, I hope you do not feel too pressured and can accept their assistance without hesitation. Lihani explained. Hearing her clarification, Mu Chunfeng's expression softened somewhat, though he still pouted in jest. This is absurd. I can hardly believe those words came from your lips. You are actually willing for me to accept other women? Lihani sighed in resignation, wrapping her arms around his neck and resting her cheek against his chest. There is no other option. If we were merely ordinary people, I would undoubtedly cling to you every day, preventing any woman from approaching you. However, because we are not ordinary individuals, we cannot indulge in the intimacy of a typical relationship. Therefore, for your sake, I must allow myself to be magnanimous. Junior sister. Hearing these words, Mu Chunfeng felt quite moved, gently caressing her back. Rest assured, unless absolutely necessary, I shall not easily turn to other women. I will definitely hold back, Mu Chunfeng asserted resolutely. That will not do. Upon hearing this, Lihani released Mu Chunfeng, regarding him with a serious expression as she said, You cannot simply endure. It will lead to complications. Complications? Yes, I even inquired with the little healer from the Danding sect, and she explicitly told me that someone like you cannot continuously suppress their desires. If there is no reasonable outlet, it will eventually lead to issues. Nonsense. What kind of issues could arise from endurance? My condition is already quite absurd as it is, Mu Chunfeng scoffed. Not necessarily. She mentioned that suppressing such issues could lead to significant repercussions. Over time, both your body and your heart may be affected, perhaps leading to an even greater yearning. As she spoke, Lihani licked her lips, sizing him up. Feeling her mischievous gaze, Mu Chunfeng immediately stood up, moving to the table to pour himself a cup of wine. Drinking deeply, Isn't that just what you wished for? Don't you want me to become that way, so I might seek you out every day? No, that is not what I intend. Lihani rose and approached the wardrobe, retrieving something that astonished Mu Chunfeng, a pair of black stockings. She sat down on the edge of the bed and began to put them on, appearing somewhat clumsy, as if they were newly acquired. Why on earth did you buy stockings? Mu Chunfeng exclaimed in surprise. While wandering through Tianjia, I noticed many female cultivators wearing them, so I thought I would buy some to try, Lihani explained. Wait, you know these are stockings? It's hard to tell, junior brother. You seem rather experienced, Lihani teased. Embarrassed, Mu Chunfeng turned away, saying, I only just learned about them. There are quite a few foreign women in Baihua Valley who wear them, and Schwer and the others also bought some. Then it seems I purchased the right ones. Leihani nodded in relief, patting her thigh, enticing Mu Chunfeng. Come on, let us see how they look. Me? Of course. Wearing them is for you to touch. There wouldn't be anyone else, would there? Leihani shot him a glance. Mu Chunfeng moved to the edge of the bed, sitting beside her, and Leihani naturally rested her legs in his lap. Come on. What? Enough with the hesitation. Just touch. Leihani guided his hand onto her leg. Mu Chunfeng's palm grew warm, wanting to withdraw, yet she held his hand firmly in place. Why are you shying away? I wore these just for you. How ungrateful, Leihani playfully chided. How am I ungrateful? It's not like I asked you to wear them, Mu Chunfeng protested, though his hands betrayed him, caressing her leg. Fine, fine, fine. It's my fault, as your senior sister. I merely wished for you to touch me, constantly thinking of ways to entice you. Is that satisfactory? Leihani self-deprecatingly remarked. That was always the case, Mu Chunfeng muttered under his breath. Hey, why does it seem like you're getting more into it, junior brother? Do you want a lesson? Leihani threatened playfully. You? Let go? Is that your only trick? Mu Chunfeng's face flushed with anger. Hemph. Old tricks are not to be feared. I only worry you may not be able to resist, Leihani replied with an air of aloofness. The most difficult aspect for Mu Chunfeng to resist was Leihani's icy demeanor coupled with such shameless actions. One might assume she was engaged in something serious, exuding an aura of chastity. Likewise, Leihani found herself increasingly fond of Mu Chunfeng's contrasting behavior, saying no while his body was undeniably honest. Both had achieved great success on their path of cultivation, yet they had also lost much in matters of the heart, deeply yearning for one another. They both collapsed onto the bed. In the past, Leihani would have been unable to restrain herself, yet this time, she merely lay atop him, her gaze aflame with desire. Senior sister? Noticing her lingering without action, merely staring at him, Mu Chunfeng felt puzzled. Have you not realized that on these occasions, it is I, your senior sister, who has taken the initiative? Junior brother, you are a grown man. Do you not wish to be a bit more proactive? A bit bolder? Leihani inquired. Mu Chunfeng was momentarily taken aback, then felt quite embarrassed. What do you mean by that? What do you think? Do you not find yourself a bit passive? Of course, I, your senior sister. Do not mind. After all, I prefer being the one to take initiative. However, junior brother, do you not wish to resist even once, to assert your masculinity? Leihani provocatively smiled. You? Mu Chunfeng's face flushed with anger. And he flipped her over, pinning her beneath him, glaring fiercely, boldly. I am the sect leader. Do not think that just because you are my senior sister, you can be so unreasonable, daring to mock my manhood. Hemph, if junior brother truly believes himself a man, then prove it to me. Let your senior sister see how manly you can be. Leihani winked at him, continuing her daring provocation. Clearly, if he did not display some masculine vigor today, he would likely face her disdain in the future. You brought this upon yourself. Today, I shall show you the might of the sect leader. With that, Mu Chunfeng took action. In truth, it was not that Mu Chunfeng was weak. Leihani certainly did not believe that. After all, over 100 years ago, when they first met in the sect, Mu Chunfeng was not the unambitious gentleman he was today. Back then, he was a lively and cheerful young man, utterly captivated by the aloof beauty of Leihani, practically clinging to her every day, to the point where Leihani grew somewhat annoyed and avoided him for a long time, if it had not been for an encounter during a hunt for demon beasts. Where Mu Chunfeng unexpectedly saved her, it is likely they would have struggled to achieve even a friendship. Life is often imbued with a sense of drama. When Leihani finally comprehends her heart's desire and yearns to embrace Mu Chunfeng, she finds herself transformed. He has matured, immersing himself in rigorous cultivation, having seen through the trivialities of the world. Consequently, their lives begin to take a remarkable turn. Leihani employs every means to draw near to Mu Chunfeng, seeking every opportunity, yet her efforts remain fruitless for over a century. Each time she reflects on these moments, a wave of nostalgia washes over her, as she reminisces about her once innocent, straightforward, and cheerful junior. Alas, the past has dissipated like smoke. No longer extant, Leihani's hair cascades over the bed as she gazes up at Mu Chunfeng, the object of her enduring affection for 100 years. At this moment, he belongs to her. Junior, She whispers, "Today, let your love for me flourish as it did a century ago. Can you reignite the passion I once felt?" She raises her hand to caress his cheek. Pleading tenderly, Mu Chunfeng nods, leaning closer to her ear and softly replies, "I shall, but that I fear you may not endure it." Chapter 35. Defying the senior sister junior sister, still in the midst of your cultivation? In the night, Mu Shuer arrives at the emotionless hall. Upon reaching the entrance, she spots Luo Qiushui seated in meditation, demonstrating remarkable dedication. Luo Qiushui slowly opens her eyes, exhales a breath of stale air, and gazes at Mu Shuer. "Senior sister, are you here to find the master?" "Yes, it's late now. Master must be hungry. I was preparing to." "He's not here." "Huh?" Mu Shuer exclaims, her eyes widening in surprise. "He has been gone for an entire afternoon." "He merely went to the Sword Peak. Could it truly take so long?" "I am uncertain," Luo Qiushui replies, shaking her head. Yet, despite her words, the complexity in her gaze betrays her thoughts. She can certainly surmise what has transpired. Given that an entire afternoon has elapsed, according to Mu Chuanfeng's character, discussions do not require such protracted durations. He is not one to dawdle or engage in idle chatter, much like herself. Contemplating the situation at the Heartless Hall, Luo Qiushui feels a sharp pang in her heart, a deep bitterness overwhelming her. She had protected Mu Chunfeng for so long, yet now he is ensnared by Li Hani's schemes. Surely her beloved disciple is enduring torment and humiliation at the hands of that woman. "Junior, are you not weary? It is time to rest." "Rest? Not yet. Senior sister is so formidable. You can surely continue." Within the Heartless Hall, on the cold jade bed, Mu Chunfeng, the seemingly indifferent immortal, is captivated by the sight of Li Hani attempting to escape. He seizes her ankle with one hand. "Heh, no, perhaps another day. It's quite late now. Your disciples must be waiting for you at home." Li Hani chuckles awkwardly. She feels a twinge of panic. Previously, she had always been the one to dominate their encounters, with Mu Chunfeng pleading for mercy. Yet today, she merely wished to indulge in a change of pace, only to find him unexpectedly assertive. But what of that? Let them wait. I care more for my senior sister and must first attend to her. Mu Chunfeng states meaningfully, I am perfectly fine. I have had enough. This makes 6 times. I am thoroughly satisfied, truly. I shall take a bath now." As she catches sight of Mu Chuanfeng's eager expression, Li Hani hastily attempts to flee. However, as she rises, he grasps her ankle and pulls her back with determination. "No, this is unacceptable," Mu Chunfeng declares with utmost seriousness. Yet, regardless of her status as a female sword immortal or a venerable elder, she possesses no strength to resist his needs. Physically and mentally, Li Hani finds herself powerless to oppose him. Though she has feasted to her heart's content, she must silently endure the consequences of her own provocations. "How about it, senior sister? Am I passionate enough? Am I manly enough for you?" Mu Chunfeng teases, gently stroking her hair. Li Hani turns her head, casting him a disapproving glance, and retorts, "You scoundrel! Is this what you call transcending emotions? As a junior, you dare to bully your senior sister so brazenly. Is it my fault? If not for your incessant provocations, I would not be compelled to act thusly. Moreover, do you truly not enjoy it?" As he speaks, Mu Chunfeng playfully blows into her art. Li Hani huffs, turning back to lie obediently, her slender arms dangling over the edge of the bed, swaying gently. Gazing towards the entrance, she suddenly conjures a bold thought and inquires, "Junior, what would you do if someone were to burst in at this moment? How would you explain this situation? How could that be? This is the Sword Peak. Surely you would notice immediately if someone were to intrude." "Humph, that may be so, but what if I intentionally allowed her to enter?" Li Hani responds with a cold snort. "Should that be the case, I would have no choice but to impose a fitting punishment upon my senior sister as a lesson." Mu Chunfeng states, before biting down gently on her shoulder. Since returning from the Hundred Flowers Valley, Mu Chuanfeng's health appears to have genuinely improved. For Mu Shuer and her fellow disciples, the past few months of Mu Chunfeng sequestered in the emotionless hall had caused them great concern, even leading them to suspect he might never emerge again. However, since his return, he has not confined himself once more, rarely seen in meditation, only occasionally engaging in brief moments of reflection. This is indeed a blessing. The disciples can now see their master daily, sharing conversations and playful banter, finding joy in his presence. Yet, is there no cause for concern? None, except for one matter that weighs heavily on the minds of the beautiful disciples, the once reclusive sword immortal. Lihani has been visiting frequently. While this might not be inherently negative, it certainly raises alarms for the female disciples, who are acutely aware of Lihani's affections for their master. Rumors of this have circulated throughout the sect, albeit without confirmation. The gossip mill has spun many tales, even suggesting that Mu Shuer and her peers form part of Mu Chuanfeng's harem, with women from various sects harboring feelings for him. Such ridiculous rumors abound. Nonetheless, the regular visits from Lihani deeply concern the two disciples. What troubles them most is that Mu Chunfeng often ventures out to meet her, creating a sense of mutual pursuit. What is happening lately? Why does the master always seem to be in the company of Lihani? In the Bamboo Grove Stone Pavilion, Mu Shuer and Lin Shiran sip tea and converse. Lin Shiran, resting her chin in one hand, her twin ponytails drooping like a languid flower, appears rather listless. Although their master has recently improved in health, the intimacy among them has dwindled. This, while insignificant, is irksome. They cannot tolerate their master growing close to another woman. Sitting opposite, Mu Shuer, elegant and poised, lifts her teacup to savor its flavor and remarks, "Senior uncle previously assisted master with his recovery. Perhaps it is only natural for them to spend time together during the healing process. It is nothing to fret over." Nothing to fret over? You truly believe that, with senior uncle and master growing so close, you, as the senior sister, hardly share any intimacy with him anymore? I find it hard to believe you are not at least a little upset. Faced with Lin Shiran's lament, Mu Shuer furrows her brow, sighing as she sets her teacup upon the table and turns her gaze towards the emotionless hall. What can we do? If master wishes to be close to senior uncle, what can we, as disciples, do but watch? Should I confront him directly with my grievances? Chapter 36. He is a bit lecherous, complain. Lin Shiran mumbles, her expression one of helplessness. Oh, I could never. Compared to you as the senior sister. What is my status as the second disciple? That is no way to think. Hasn't master been seeking you out frequently lately? Humph, he has indeed sought me out, but only to have me concoct pills for him. Pills? Still the ice heart pills? Mu Shuer inquires curiously. Yes. Lin Shiran takes a sip of tea, rubbing her forehead in confusion. I truly do not understand why master consumes so many ice heart pills. Moreover, several times, when I am in the midst of refining the pills, senior uncle arrives, or when I deliver the pills, master has already left the emotionless hall. What could possibly be going on? Listening to Lin Shiran's account, Mu Shuer feigns indifference, sipping her tea, but she commits every detail to memory, her mind racing with thoughts. Not just Lin Shiran, she, as the senior sister, has long sensed something amiss. Recently, Mu Chunfeng has changed his attire frequently, and Luo Qiushui can often be seen washing clothes in the back courtyard. Previously, Mu Shuer would take on the task of washing her master's clothes, but since Luo Qiushui has been residing with Mu Chunfeng, she frequently claims that responsibility. Nevertheless, Mu Shuer still diligently assists with the washing. On several occasions, she has discovered women's garments among the laundry, even intimate apparel. When she inquired with Luo Qiushui, she would claim that these belonged to her and had accidentally mixed in. Initially, Mu Shuer accepted this explanation, until she stumbled upon stockings and brassieres. Western-style women's clothing. It is well known that Luo Qiushui has only recently joined their ranks, wearing entirely ordinary attire and seldom venturing outside. How could she possibly own such garments? Coincidentally, her master's uncle, Lihani, has recently taken to wearing such attire frequently, and it is evident that she often adorns her legs with stockings, frequently changing their style. Thus, the truth becomes glaringly apparent. Lihani is certainly not merely assisting Mu Chunfeng with her treatment. Alternatively, one could assert that their treatment is far from simplistic. A woman's intuition is remarkably precise. And Mu Shuer can distinctly sense that Lihani has recently become increasingly feminine, with the former chilliness diminishing significantly, replaced by an air of charm and maturity. Even her own master exhibits a growing gentleness. The once aloof and detached demeanor of Taishang Wangqing has gradually melted away, resulting in a disposition that exudes maturity and allure, presenting a stark contrast to the previously icy celestial figure. Perhaps it is due to the untimely delivery of your elixirs that has compelled her to seek alternative methods, mused Mu Shuer with a knowing glance. Alternative methods? Lin Shiran furrowed her brow, clearly perplexed. Meanwhile, in the realm of the unfeeling hall, Mu Chunfeng lay on the icy jade bed, her long hair in disarray, breaths uneven, her fair skin tinged with a rosy hue, her gaze dreamy as she stared at the ceiling. The bed was a chaotic mess, clothes strewn across the floor, a testament to a fierce struggle, at the bedside. A stunning female sword immortal sat with her back to him, slipping into a piece of purple Western-style lingerie, deftly fastening it behind her. Have you refrained from misusing your spiritual power these past few days? Li Hani inquired. No. I've merely taken occasional strolls, spending most of my time atop Longyue Peak, Mu Chunfeng replied nonchalantly. Li Hani expressed doubt. If you haven't utilized your spiritual power, then why has your recent demand grown increasingly insatiable? There have been times when I barely had the chance to seek you out, and you came looking for me instead, and I don't know, she admitted. Did you not say that I shouldn't endure it? That whenever I desire, I could seek you out at any time? Do you find my eagerness bothersome? Not at all. How could I? I would be delighted if you could stay by my side all day. I'm merely curious, Li Hani clarified. Curious about what? Mu Chunfeng turned her head, gazing at her smooth, fair back, her fingers lightly tracing the contours. Curious as to why you've become increasingly seductive of late. Previously, I could go a week or so without your presence. If I hadn't taken the initiative to come, you might not have sought me out at all. Unlike now, when you contact me every 3 or 4 days, sometimes even within 2 or 3 days, and it's always you who comes looking for me. Faced with Li Hani's probing, Mu Chunfeng's gaze flickered before she replied. I'm not entirely certain. Perhaps it's due to going out for leisure, using my sword to fly and employing spiritual energy. How much could that possibly be? Then it might also be attributed to the influence of the love poison, and my body may be growing less resistant to it, thus amplifying its effects. Is that so? You do make some valid points. But how do you explain this? Li Hani picked up a torn piece of white stocking and held it out to Mu Chunfeng, her eyes glinting with mischief. You speak of love poison and desires. Yet this pristine stocking is in tatters. Do enlighten me. Upon seeing the stocking, Mu Chunfeng's expression turned slightly awkward as she pushed it away, saying, Did you not suggest I be more proactive? I did say that. But does such behavior not border on excessive? Is it truly my encouragement that spurred your initiative, or is it simply your own desire? Li Hani bent closer, fixing her gaze upon him. Flustered, Mu Chunfeng swallowed hard, instinctively averting her gaze, muttering, You were the one who seduced me. Who told you to wear something so alluring? Alluring? You find me alluring? Li Hani chuckled at his words, playfully poking his forehead. Oh, my dear Junior, have you begun adopting such crude language? It hardly suits your character. What is wrong with crude language? Do you not recall your own words? Each time, amidst the fervor, your voice rises, and you seem unbothered by others overhearing, Mu Chunfeng retorted. Heard, but your fine disciple is outside, serving as our guard. What do you have to fear? Li Hani teased, winking at him. You, Mu Chunfeng, exasperated, swatted at her, saying, Do not be so brazen. Qiu Shui is aware of this matter, and it's already quite embarrassing for me. How can you still jest? And what of it? Even if she knows, she appears rather accepting of it, and her role as a guard suits her well. In fact, I've been contemplating that since she is so obedient, possesses decent talent and is quite lovely, why not take her under your wing? By making her yours, she would willingly keep your secrets, Li Hani suggested. Be quiet. That child is merely 18, and there's an age gap of over 100 years between us. Are you out of your mind? Mu Chunfeng exclaimed indignantly. Is a 100-year difference truly a concern? Do not forget, you are a cultivator. Age holds little significance in our realm. The Flower Valley is inhabited by an old fox who is over 800 years your senior. Yet what of it? When you kiss, is it not sweet? Sweet, you say? Mu Chunfeng erupted in frustration. Haha, you've resorted to foul language again. My dear Junior, you are increasingly reminiscent of your former self, Li Hani laughed, poking his cheek, prompting him to swat her hand away in irritation. It's different. Bai Ji is a demon. Demons naturally possess long lifespans, and furthermore, she is a noble bloodline of the nine-tailed fox. How could I possibly disdain her? Besides, she saved me back then. Indeed, if you hold no disdain for her, then why should Luo Qiu Shui be any different? Li Hani countered, I've never claimed to disdain Qiu Shui. It is more accurate to say that I wonder if she holds any disdain for me. Mu Chunfeng corrected. She disdains you? Li Hani paused, then burst into laughter. You are a celestial sovereign, yet you fear others' disdain. What of being a celestial sovereign? Do you truly believe that everyone will adore you? Each person possesses their own preferences and choices. As long as Qiu Shui keeps this matter a secret from me, I would prefer she not entertain any nonsensical thoughts, Mu Chunfeng cautioned. Very well, I shall heed your wishes. Since you lack interest, I shall not press further. However, there is one thing I must inform you of in advance. You should prepare yourself, Li Hani said, tidying her clothes and casually tossing the torn stockings to Mu Chunfeng. Mu Chunfeng caught them and looked at her quizzically. Where are you going? What is it? It is nothing of great consequence. It has merely been a while since I ventured out. I've heard that there are demons causing havoc in the southern region. And as a sword immortal, it is only natural for me to exterminate evil and uphold justice, Li Hani explained. Yes, that makes sense. Then you should go. Mu Chunfeng nodded in agreement. Li Hani chuckled lightly, approaching him to ruffle his hair, saying, Are you not grasping the crux of the matter? My departure is certain, but what weighs more heavily is you. Me. Indeed, I may be gone for more than half a month. Perhaps even 1 or 2 months. If you find yourself desiring something during that time, what will you do? Upon hearing this, Mu Chunfeng's expression shifted. This was something he had not anticipated. If she were to be absent for such an extended period, he genuinely could not withstand it. No worries. I still have ice heart pills. I should be able to manage. Should be? Ice heart pills are ineffective. They only serve as a temporary measure. Over time, they will no longer suffice. I suggest you find another means to. I observe that your 3 disciples are quite capable. Luo Qiushui's cultivation is too low to bear your strength, so let us set her aside for now. As for Mu Xuer and Lin Shiran, both are commendable if necessary. You could enlist their aid. Do not always bottle things up, Li Hani proposed, patting his shoulder. Nonsense. Mu Chunfeng glared at her, pushing her hand away. They are my disciples, and Xuer is one I raised myself. How could I engage in such treachery? How is that treachery? It is precisely because they are your disciples, your closest companions, that it would be more convenient. Li Hani urged, Do not speak another word. Leave, get out. I no longer wish to hear your bewitching words. Mu Chunfeng coldly dismissed her. Realizing she could no longer press the matter, Li Hani sighed. Very well. I shall take my leave. You should reflect on this matter. With that, Li Hani turned to leave, while Mu Chunfeng sat on the bed, disheveled, deep in thought. Outside the door, Luo Qiushui was meditating with her eyes closed when she suddenly heard the door creak open. Upon opening her eyes, she saw Li Hani emerging. Well done, Qiushui, Li Hani greeted her. Master uncle, it is no trouble at all. This is my duty, Luo Qiushui responded. Hemph, you are rather obedient, Li Hani remarked, lifting her chin and leaning in closer to scrutinize her smooth, fair, and somewhat youthful visage. If you can remain this compliant, I would not mind taking you along for some amusement. Amusement together? Luo Qiushui blinked, staring at her in confusion. Do you not understand? Allow me to inquire. Do you harbor any interest in your master? Li Hani coaxed gently. Luo Qiushui was momentarily taken aback, her eyes reflecting a contemplative glimmer as she instinctively recoiled and muttered softly, No, how could that be? That would be an egregious offense. What is there to fear? Others may know, but have you considered whether you have thought about it? No, absolutely not. Luo Qiushui hastily shook her head, vehemently denying it. Observing this, Li Hani sighed, released her grip and rose, a look of regret on his face as he remarked, What a pity! I had hoped to enjoy some time with you. My master has departed, and now the burden falls upon you to care for your revered teacher. With that, Luo Qiushui turned and left. As she watched the retreating silhouette, a contemplative look crossed her features, and she exhaled slowly. She then entered the heartless palace and closed the door behind her. Inside, Mu Chunfeng lay disheveled upon the icy jade bed, resting in a scene so exquisite that any onlooker would be rendered breathless by the celestial allure of the immortal lord. Though Luo Qiushui had grown accustomed to such sights, she still lowered her head. Unable to look too closely, fear disrupting her composure, she first gathered the scattered garments on the floor, all of which required washing. Once collected, she proceeded to the inner chamber, retrieving clean attire from Mu Chunfeng's wardrobe, and returned to place the garments upon the bed. Master, please don clean clothes, Luo Qiushui said, her head bowed. I lack the strength. Assist me in dressing, Mu Chunfeng replied languidly. Me? Luo Chuxue exclaimed, her head snapping up to meet Mu Chuanfeng's languid and icy gaze. What, do you not wish to? No, I do not mean. I will help, of course I am willing to assist my master. Nearly uttering a misstep, Luo Chuxue quickly corrected herself, her flustered demeanor eliciting a smile from Mu Chunfeng, who reached out to ruffle her hair. Good, be swift, lest we be discovered when others arrived, Luo Chuxue nodded, then began to help Mu Chunfeng don his garments. Given the recent events, some untidiness was unavoidable. Thus Luo Chuxue first had to remove his clothing, cleanse his body, and then assist him into fresh attire. This process was undeniably embarrassing, not for Luo Chuxue, but rather for Mu Chunfeng. Under normal circumstances, he would never allow her to touch him, yet now he genuinely lacked the strength, and a mischievous thought arose within him, an inexplicable desire to tease her, leading to a sand master. Is it still Li Hani? At this moment, Mu Xuer's mind raced, conjuring myriad associations. Similarly, Luo Chuxue across from her felt a wave of anxiety. The troubling situation she dreaded had indeed come to pass, as her beloved disciple's peers began to sense something amiss. She understood that such matters could not be concealed, and after spending a month together, it was evident that the two senior sisters harbored deep feelings for Mu Chunfeng, which filled her with concern for him. Should the truth come to light, and these two formidable disciples discover that their cherished master had been touched by another woman, the repercussions would be dire. The atmosphere grew tense. Luo Chuxue yearned to explain. Yet she was at a loss for words, for Mu Xuer was exceptionally astute. When it comes to deception, the best strategy is to speak less. The more one says, the larger the cracks in the facade. Thus, she resolved to remain silent, bowing her head to wash the clothes. Mu Xuer, too, refrained from pressing further. She simply gazed calmly at Luo Chuxue, speculating on who might have silenced her. Yet, whether it was Mu Chunfeng or Li Hani, the outcome only indicated one thing. There was something hidden between them, linked to why Mu Chunfeng had secluded himself in the Heartless Hall for several months, and, with such thoughts swirling, Mu Xuer sighed. Feeling a weariness that stemmed from certain conjectures she dared not entertain. If that were true, it would mean that her beloved master was no longer a shared treasure, but a private possession. If so, would they not be compelled to part ways, with the possibility of being expelled from Longyue Peak one day, while a singular mistress would take her place? Contemplating this, Mu Xuer gripped the fabric in her hands tightly, and with a sudden rip, the clothing was accidentally torn. Instantly, the tension in the air shattered, leaving the two women staring blankly at the shredded garment. Ruined. It's all right. I will buy a new one and personally return it to master. Mu Xuer said calmly, looking at the torn piece of clothing in her hands. That night, within the Heartless Hall, Mu Chunfeng reclined lazily on the cold jade bed, with little to occupy him. He often lay in such a manner, for his body was unable to cultivate, leaving him to live in a state of languor. Luo Chuxue entered, clutching a bundle of dried clothes, placing them in the wardrobe before approaching the hall. Chuxue, yes, master. What is your command? Luo Chuxue approached. I wish to eat lychees. Very well, I shall go and pick some. Luo Chuxue exited the Heartless Hall, making her way to the orchard in the back courtyard, where numerous fruit trees flourished in diverse regions. There were watermelons, grapes, and peaches. These fruits should not ordinarily grow in such proximity, yet here it was different. The land of Longyue Peak was rich in spiritual energy, enabling these fruits not only to thrive, but to possess extraordinary flavors and spiritual essence. After harvesting some lychees, Luo Chuxue returned to the water basin at the hall in trance, washed them, and then made her way back inside. Master, the lychees are washed and ready. Kneeling by the bedside, Luo Chuxue presented a platter of lychees with reverence. Rise, sit here, and help me peel them. Mu Chunfeng gestured towards the bedside. Chapter 39. A soft knee pillow. Luo Chuxue sat at the edge of the bed. Just as she intended to place the plate on her lap, Mu Chunfeng leaned in closer, resting his head on her soft, pliant thigh, gazing serenely up at her. Master? Luo Chuxue was taken aback, not expecting him to rest on her lap so freely. The jade pillow is rather hard. Your leg is much softer. Would you mind being my pillow? Mu Chunfeng winked at her. Luo Chuxue smiled gently, replying, Of course not. I am delighted that master wishes to be close to Chuxue. That is good. In the future, whenever I am weary, I shall rest upon you. Mu Chunfeng joked. Naturally, as long as master desires it. Luo Chushui set the plate aside, took a lychee, peeled it, and offered the succulent flesh to Mu Chunfeng. He opened his mouth to receive the fruit, savoring the juicy lychee with an expression of delight. This is exquisite. Living in such a manner is indeed a pleasure. It is only right. Master has dedicated so much to Kunlun. Having toiled for a better part of his life, enjoying some respite is well-deserved, Luo Chushui concurred. Indeed, since I can do nothing else, I might as well lie back and relish it. Luo Chushui chuckled helplessly, receiving another lychee. The fruits of Longyue Peak were sweet and juicy, rivaled only by those from the Hundred Flowers Valley. If brewed into wine, they would surely surpass the fruit wines from there. However, the winemaking skills of Hundred Flowers Valley were unparalleled. While Mu Shuer and the others excelled in cooking, their winemaking paled in comparison, leading Mu Chunfeng to contemplate taking on a disciple skilled in this craft. Yet, that was merely a thought. With 6 disciples already, his energy was far diminished, and given his current condition, he dared not accept another. As he rested on her thigh, Luo Chushui regarded Mu Chunfeng with tender eyes. Reminiscent of days gone by when she too enjoyed resting on her beloved disciple's leg, however, her proud nature and adherence to moral codes had prevented her from expressing such affection, leaving her with few opportunities to do so. Regret, she now pondered. Your legs are truly soft. It feels wonderful to rest upon them, Mu Chunfeng suddenly complimented. If Master enjoys it, then I too relish being a pillow for you, Luo Chushui replied, her cheeks tinged with pink. Do you really not mind? Then would you allow me to touch them? Mu Chunfeng teased with interest. Touch? Luo Chushui blinked, pondering briefly before nodding. Certainly, if Master desires it, I would permit not only touching but even a kiss. Anything you wish. Ah, so generous. Is it not due to fear of my status as Master? Such fears are unwarranted. No. I understand what kind of person Master is. I say this simply because I admire and respect you. Luo Chushui asserted earnestly. Is that truly the case? You've only been here a month. How could you know me so well? Such grandiloquent words. Mu Chunfeng playfully tapped her forehead. I speak no exaggeration. I am serious and trust my judgment, Luo Chushui affirmed. Judgment? Mu Chunfeng chuckled lightly, teasing, you are but 18 years old. How much experience could you possibly have to discuss judgment before me? The greatest taboo in the cultivation world is arrogance. Often, it is those closest to you that can cause harm. Without prolonged interaction to truly know one another, do not presume to understand someone easily. Do you understand? In response to Mu Chunfeng's admonition, Luo Chushui did not retort but accepted it with grace. Indeed, Master speaks wisely. I shall heed your teachings. Good. I say this for your own benefit. Here, have a lychee. Mu Chunfeng casually peeled one and offered it to Luo Chushui. She accepted eagerly, even playfully nibbling on his finger, displaying a bit of mischief. How cheeky! You dare bite me. Do you not fear my bite in return? Mu Chunfeng feigned anger. Not in the slightest, Luo Chushui retorted. Unfazed, peeling another lychee and offering it to him, her eyes sparkling with challenge. Faced with the provocation from his little disciple, Mu Chunfeng could hardly contain himself. He playfully bit down, making a show as if he might sever her finger. However, in reality, he merely grazed it with his teeth, causing almost no damage. Well, I bit you. Now I ask, are you afraid? Mu Chunfeng glared at her, mockingly fierce. Luo Chushui feigned fear, nodding, I am afraid. I shall not do so again. Being afraid is correct. You must remember next time. What did you say? Mu Chunfeng, now fully aware, glared at her. With a slight smirk, Luo Chushui delicately tapped Mu Chunfeng's nose with her finger. I said I am afraid. With Master being so gentle and now in this condition, what if one day I am coveted by other women? What nonsense! I am the Lord of Kunlun. Would I fear such petty threats? Mu Chunfeng dismissed her concerns. It is not a petty threat. It is not a close confidant, Luo Chushui clarified. A close confidant. Mu Chunfeng sat up thoughtfully, stroking his chin as he gazed at Luo Chushui. What do you know? Senior Sister Shuer. What of her? Hearing Mu Shuer's name, Mu Chunfeng was somewhat taken aback. Recently, Senior Sister has been overly concerned about the matters between you and Master. I fear she may suspect something regarding the two of you. And there could be some reckless behavior. Hearing this, Mu Chunfeng smiled knowingly and shook his head, dismissing her concerns. That is impossible. Shuer has been raised by me since childhood. Our bond is akin to that of father and daughter. She would never betray me. That is not my intention. I merely wish to caution, Master, I understand. Mu Chunfeng interrupted Luo Chushui, speaking gravely. I am well aware of your intent, but such a thing is absolutely out of the question. I know my disciples best. Neither Shuer, Wanner, nor you would ever act in such a manner, Master. Luo Chushui hesitated, for Mu Chuanfeng's words included her as well. If she spoke further, it would indirectly cause him to be wary of her. With that thought, she swallowed the words that had almost escaped her lips. Noticing her silence, Mu Chunfeng offered a gentle smile and caressed her head, saying, if you could share this matter with your master, it would bring me great joy, that I assure you. I shall not disclose it to anyone else. Do not let your thoughts wander unnecessarily. Harmony among sisters is of utmost importance. Do you understand? I understand. Master. Meanwhile, in the wooden cabin of Huatian, Mu Shuer lay restless in bed, unable to find solace in sleep. Sitting up, she retrieved the torn stockings, her heart heavy with conflicting emotions. Is it truly necessary to come to this? She pondered. Master. Chapter 40. An urgent reminder for the master uncle as dawn broke. The gates of the Wuqing Hall swung open, accompanied by the soft sound of footsteps that made their way to the inner chambers. Gently pushing the door, she entered to find Mu Chunfeng peacefully asleep on the bed. Approaching the bedside, she gazed upon his serene face and slowly reached out her delicate hand to caress his cheek and nose. Unbeknownst to the slumbering Mu Chunfeng, he felt the tender touch and even seemed to revel in it, softly murmuring a name in his dreams. No, senior sister, that tickles. Upon hearing this, the other paused, hesitating for a few moments before letting out a soft hiss, filled with reluctance. Observing his cheeks flush and breath quicken, she felt her own heart race, instinctively swallowing hard. She leaned down, her lips yearning to meet his. Suddenly, Mu Chuanfeng's eyes flew open, and he sat up abruptly. Surveying the empty room, he wondered if everything that had just transpired was merely a figment of his imagination. Was it merely an illusion? He mused, his gaze clouded with confusion as he pressed his lips together, feeling an inexplicable sensation. Could it be that I am so starved for affection that I am beginning to hallucinate? After dressing, he exited the room and arrived at the hall. The vast palace was tranquil and bright, with only Luo Chushui busying herself with cleaning the floor. Master has awakened. I shall check on breakfast. She announced. Is there no one else here this morning? Mu Chunfeng inquired. This morning? Does senior sister count? Senior sister? Shuer? Yes, she arrived early to prepare breakfast for master, so I am cleaning the floors in the meantime. I see. Mu Chunfeng nodded in understanding. Just then, footsteps approached the entrance, and Mu Shuer entered, carrying a tray laden with a meticulously prepared breakfast. Master, you are awake. Just in time. Breakfast is ready, she gently reminded him. Thank you for your hard work, Mu Chunfeng replied with a grateful nod. The four of them gathered around the table, enjoying breakfast and engaging in lively conversation. However, midway through the meal, an unexpected guest arrived. What a coincidence! Everyone is having breakfast. It seems I can join in, came the voice of the ever-familiar Li Hani. Striding into the hall, she casually sat close to Mu Chunfeng, in front of the three female disciples. Her familiarity suggesting an intimacy that set their brows furrowing. Even they, as disciples, would never dare to be so presumptuous without permission. Between senior and junior disciples, a certain distance ought to be maintained, as they had always kept a respectful space between them. What kind of porridge are you having? It smells delightful. Li Hani leaned over to sniff at Mu Chuanfeng's bowl, her curiosity piqued. Snow spirit fish porridge. Would you like to try some? Yes, I would. Qiu Shui, please serve a bowl for your master uncle, Mu Chunfeng instructed. Certainly, Luo Chushui replied before leaving. However, just as Mu Chunfeng scooped a spoonful of porridge to eat, Li Hani leaned in, taking the spoon right from him. As she moved away, the spoon sparkled. Completely clean, Mu Chunfeng was taken aback. He had not anticipated such brazen behavior, especially in front of his two disciples. Delicious, it's truly fragrant, Li Hani smiled at him. With a loud clap, Lin Xiran, sitting nearby, struck the table, glaring at Li Hani. Master uncle, please mind your boundaries. Boundaries? I am always mindful of them. Where have I erred? Li Hani replied, leaning closer to Mu Chunfeng, maintaining her calm demeanor against Lin Xiran's glare. You are too close to master. Remember, propriety dictates that men and women should maintain a respectful distance. Lin Xiran urged, suppressing her anger. Too close? Oh, is that what you mean? Li Hani exclaimed, suddenly wrapping her arm around Mu Chuanfeng's, looking at him and asking, "Is this too close, junior brother?" Perhaps a little, considering they are all present. "We should be more cautious," he awkwardly suggested. "Cautious? So you care about them, do you? Then after they finish their meal and leave, can we draw closer?" Li Hani leaned in, nearly kissing him. The sight sent both women's blood pressure soaring. How could they tolerate such teasing of their master? "Master uncle," Lin Shiran exclaimed, ready to rise, but was restrained by an invisible force, unable to move. "Ranner, do not be agitated. Your master uncle is merely jesting with you." Mu Chunfeng quickly reassured. He understood the girls. Though they typically remained composed, they became impulsive when it concerned him. "Indeed, why the agitation? Not to mention, your master uncle and I have known each other for a century. What is wrong with a bit of familiarity?" Li Hani released Mu Chuanfeng's arm and instead wrapped her arm around his shoulder, drawing him closer. That moment, Luo Chushui returned with the porridge, only to freeze at the sight before her. She could hardly believe Li Hani's audacity to act so brazenly in front of Mu Chunfeng's disciples. "Enough!" Mu Chunfeng forcefully extricated himself from Li Hani's embrace, raising his hand to lightly tap her forehead in irritation. "Tio behaves so recklessly in front of my disciples. Do you take me for a fool? What now? Will you bite me?" Smack! In a fit of frustration, Mu Chunfeng slapped her again, leaving Li Hani and the three others momentarily stunned. No one had expected such an action. How rude!" Li Hani's face flushed, her tone surprisingly sultry. "Do not presume yourself so unrestrained." Who would have thought Mu Chunfeng would become even bolder, chastising her before their juniors? Not only was she taken aback, but Mu Chunfeng too was bewildered. He had acted impulsively, and yet the slap had been instinctive. Though intended as a warning, the location had been somewhat inappropriate. This was undoubtedly due to their frequent interactions recently. However, now that he had struck, Mu Chunfeng could not afford to panic. To do so would suggest he felt guilty or that his intentions were impure, tarnishing the perfect image he held in his disciples' eyes. After a brief moment of rapid contemplation, he resolved to take further action and delivered yet another slap. Smack! The sound echoed, causing the four women to involuntarily tremble. Gazing at Mu Chunfeng in shock. Chapter 41. "July at Westlake, you are back again?" Li Hani was left bewildered. Had her junior brother lost his sanity? One slap was not enough, and he delivered another. "What are you staring at?" "I am merely reprimanding you for your audacity in my Wuching Hall," Mu Chunfeng chastised sternly. Undeniably, a person's demeanor and attitude can significantly influence the perception of their actions. Faced with Mu Chuanfeng's serious admonition, Li Hani found herself feeling as though he was only warning her, teaching her a lesson without any ulterior motives. However, she quickly realized that his words were merely a cover for his embarrassment. The first slap may have been unintentional, but the second was undoubtedly deliberate. "How excessive! I was merely joking. Junior brother, you took it too seriously, even reprimanding me." Li Hani feigned a complaint, her tone laced with mock indignation, entirely overlooking the location of his slap. "Humph! Who told you to be disobedient? Disobedience warrants punishment, and you all, should any of you disobey in the future, I shall deliver the same to you. Understood?" Mu Chunfeng raised his hand, directing a warning gaze at the three women. Momentarily intimidated, the three nodded in agreement. Seeing the effect of his words, Mu Chunfeng felt a sense of relief. Just as he lowered his hand, he suddenly felt a gentle brush against his leg beneath the table. Puzzled, he looked down but saw nothing. Was it an illusion? As he lifted his gaze, preparing to continue eating, the sensation returned. This time, he refrained from looking down immediately but scrutinized the three women instead, only to find them all engrossed in their porridge, appearing completely normal, leaving him unable to discern which of them was the culprit. "What is it, junior brother?" Li Hani asked, placing her hand on his leg beneath the table. Gazing at him with concern. "Nothing, just eat." After some thought, he decided against voicing his suspicions, fearing it might incite unnecessary speculation among the disciples. Yet, he never anticipated that his disciples would engage in such antics. They had always been well-behaved in the past, and he could only hope it was merely an accidental brush rather than. While lost in thought, Mu Chunfeng felt the brush against his leg once more. This time, he remained silent, assessing the three women, yet still detected nothing unusual. By the way, junior brother, do you have time today?" Li Hani suddenly asked, Yes, why do you ask? Did I not mention my intention to depart for several months? Before I leave, I wish to visit Westlake for some leisure, and I wonder if my junior would be willing to accompany me? Westlake? What draws you there? Because it is the very place where we first ventured out together to witness the fireworks. Recently, there is a lantern festival at Westlake, and there will also be a splendid fireworks display, creating a lively atmosphere. Li Hani reminisced, and Mu Chunfeng was similarly stirred by the memory and nodded. Very well, since it is rather dull here, I shall accompany my senior sister for a stroll. Then it is settled. We shall set off after our meal, Li Hani said, her face lighting up with joy. So soon? Mu Chunfeng questioned, a hint of surprise on his face. I must depart for the southern region the day after tomorrow, leaving only today and tomorrow. The sooner we set off, the better. Upon hearing her words, Mu Chunfeng ceased to object, acknowledging the urgency of time and the merit of an early departure. However, three disciples, Mu Chunfeng glanced at the trio of young women, who were all gazing at him with eyes filled with reluctance. Unwilling to see him leave, my esteemed teacher and your uncle will only be away for a little over 2 days. They will return swiftly. You should remain at home and behave, or perhaps venture out on your own. Mu Chunfeng advised. I wish to join as well, Lin Shiran proposed. No, I shall accompany your uncle. What need is there for you younger ones to tag along? Mu Chunfeng decisively rejected her suggestion. He was well aware that Li Hani's motives for visiting Westlake were not merely for the sake of fireworks, and he would never allow them to follow. Dejected by the refusal, Lin Shiran appeared downcast, while the closest to him, Mu Shuer, calmly continued her meal, showing no signs of insistence to accompany them. Shuer, you, esteemed teacher. Please go ahead, and I intend to train in the beast forest as well, Mu Shuer interjected. Ah, you plan to venture to the beast forest? Mu Chunfeng was taken aback. Indeed, you need not worry about us. Esteemed teacher, we are no longer children. We can take care of ourselves, Mu Shuer assured him with composure. Yes, esteemed teacher, I will diligently cultivate at home and strive to reach the 6th level of qi refinement by the time you return. Luo Qiushui added earnestly. Very well, Qiushui, do your best. Mu Chunfeng nodded with satisfaction. After breakfast, they quickly tidied up, and Li Hani urged Mu Chunfeng to set off. The two boarded the celestial boat in front of the hall and, after bidding farewell to the disciples, the boat gracefully ascended into the sky. Watching the departing vessel, Lin Shiran bit her lip in frustration, grumbling, Esteemed teacher, really? You are already too close to uncle, and now you go out to play without taking us along. If it is merely for leisure, then so be it. Esteemed teacher works so hard every day. What harm is there in taking some time to unwind? Going out for enjoyment is one thing. But why concern lies with uncle? Do you not care, sister? Lin Shiran questioned, casting a doubtful glance at Mu Shuer. Mu Shuer shook her head and turned to walk ahead, declaring, let us each attend to our own matters. I must head to the beast forest. In July, when the lotus flowers bloom, Westlake is adorned with countless blossoming lotuses, creating a breathtaking scene that attracts numerous visitors. A young man clad in white stands by the riverbank, gazing across to the bustling market on the opposite shore, filled with profound thoughts. Westlake's fine wine in luminous cups, eager to drink as the pipa urges on. If only it were evening. One could indulge in wine here, as the poem suggests. Beside him stands a stunning beauty, veiled, sharing in the appreciation of Westlake's picturesque scenery. Beyond the vibrant market on the other side, Westlake itself is alive with activity. As tourists flock in droves, and boats traverse the waters in an unending flow, as a boat slowly approached the shore, its passengers disembarked, and the two of them boarded the vessel, sitting at the bow. They watched the boats come and go, gliding gracefully among the lotuses, where one could easily pluck a flower with a mere stretch of the hand. Li Hani did not do so. Instead, she plucked a petal, holding it delicately and observing it quietly. Meanwhile, Mu Chunfeng reached out to touch the rippling water, feeling the gentle flow, his heart enveloped in tranquility. So, was this outing worthwhile? No need to concern ourselves with the troubles of the sect. It is splendid to let oneself unwind, Li Hani remarked. Indeed, it is rather delightful. It is high time we took a break, Mu Chunfeng responded with a sigh of contentment. Chapter 42. The jade-like young master. The boat continued its journey, weaving through the cluster of lotuses, arriving at the town on the opposite bank. They disembarked, and Mu Chunfeng pulled a piece of silver from his pocket, breaking it into smaller fragments to offer a portion to the boatman. Thank you, young master. Thank you, the boatman exclaimed with palpable excitement. Ignoring the man's gratitude, Mu Chunfeng turned and walked alongside Li Hani towards the bustling street. In July, the weather was scorching, and the crowded street was filled with throngs of people, intensifying the heat, with everyone glistening with sweat and dressed in simple, cool attire. As they navigated through the crowd, an invisible barrier of air seemed to form around Li Hani, creating a space that kept others at bay. Though not including Mu Chunfeng, the ground, worn by the passage of so many feet, had become muddy and slippery, necessitating careful steps. The ground is rather slick. Do take care, Mu Chunfeng cautioned as they walked. Are you concerned for me? Perhaps you should worry about yourself, Li Hani teased, her eyes dancing with amusement. Just as she spoke, a woman ahead stumbled and fell into Mu Chunfeng's arms. Careful, he exclaimed, catching her. Concern evident in his voice. Are you all right, miss? I'm fine. The woman began to protest, but upon lifting her gaze to meet Mu Chunfeng's handsome face, she was momentarily entranced, forgetting her intention to rise. How do I look? Handsome, right? Yes, no, the woman, realizing her fluster, quickly extricated herself from his embrace. Her cheeks flushed. Li Hani chuckled softly and, before the woman, took Mu Chunfeng's hand, saying, Do watch your step, little sister. Otherwise, you might inadvertently fall head over heels. With that, she led Mu Chunfeng past the woman and continued onward. The woman watched their retreating figures, her gaze fixated on Mu Chunfeng, filled with admiration, murmuring to herself, Truly, he embodies the saying, a gentleman on the road is as exquisite as jade, unmatched in the world. As they continued forward, Li Hani noticed the fervent stares directed at Mu Chunfeng from those around them. Being a sword immortal, her own formidable aura often deterred others from gazing directly at her. The same applied to Mu Chunfeng, whose celestial presence commanded respect. Yet now, he had transformed, walking through the streets with eyes daring to meet his gaze, their admiration palpable. Can you tone it down a bit? Junior brother? Li Hani chided, glancing at Mu Chunfeng. What do you mean? What have I done? Mu Chunfeng replied, his expression one of confusion. Do you not see? Those women are practically devouring you with their eyes. You are a dignified celestial master, not some sect leader of the Hagwan sect, Li Hani quipped. Feeling somewhat wronged, Mu Chunfeng protested, Can I help it if I did nothing to provoke such attention? I certainly did not anticipate this. Li Hani sighed in exasperation, rubbing her forehead. You claim you did nothing, yet it seems as though you are out here charming everyone. Nonsense. It is customary for women to wear veils. What would it look like for a man to do so? They might think me some nefarious scoundrel, Mu Chunfeng retorted, displeased. Well, be that as it may, let them gawk. They can only look, after all, Li Hani sighed again. It was not that she was entirely unjustified in her sentiments. After all, over the course of their time together, she too had begun to perceive her junior brother as increasingly gentle, approachable, and alluring. Being a sword immortal herself, she found it hard to resist the charm of the celestial master, and it was no wonder that ordinary women would find it impossible to withstand such allure. I misspoke earlier. You should refrain from exposing yourself so much in the future, Li Hani teased. The streets were lined with various stalls selling an array of goods, particularly food, which appeared delectable. For cultivators, these treats were merely junk food. While they posed no harm to the body, they offered no benefits either, and the most basic need for sustenance was unnecessary. However, since they were out for enjoyment, they certainly would not hold back on indulging. Boss, I would like a portion of sticky rice cake. Certainly, young lady, here you go. Mu Shuer held a sheet of yellow butter paper containing several pieces of sticky rice cake, each adorned with sesame seeds, soft and sweet, albeit a tad sticky. Give it a try. Mu Chunfeng reached out for a piece, only for Li Hani to evade him. If you want to eat, I shall feed you, she said, pinching a piece of the sticky rice cake and bringing it to his mouth. Mu Chunfeng opened wide, savoring the treat. Is it delicious? Just a bit sticky. Well, it is sticky rice cake. A little stickiness is to be expected. Yours is quite sticky as well, isn't it? Li Hani teased. Mine? Mu Chunfeng blinked in surprise, casting her a bemused glance. We are in public. Do be mindful of your image, for you are a sword immortal. What of it? One must eat when hungry, and swallow when necessary. You are making me feel rather hungry myself. Li Hani leaned closer, playfully blowing a cool breath near him, though the air was cool. The breeze stirred by Mu Chunfeng felt somewhat restless, rendering him hesitant to meet her gaze. Let us find an inn first. There are particularly many tourists around here lately, and many inns are likely fully booked. It would be wise to make a reservation promptly. With that, Mu Chunfeng hurriedly turned to leave. Observing his departing figure, Li Hani's lips curled into a subtle smile, her eyes brimming with playful intrigue. Just as she was about to step forward, she suddenly paused, turning her head to survey something behind her. After a moment, she returned her gaze to Mu Chunfeng, revealing a smile that held an enticing mystery, and followed after him. Meanwhile, after Li Hani had left, a pair of beautiful eyes in the crowd several meters behind were fixated on her retreating silhouette. Shopkeeper, do you have any rooms available? Yes, we just happen to have 2 exquisite rooms left. Do you require both? In a luxurious inn, Mu Chunfeng and Li Hani stood at the counter, inquiring with the innkeeper. Upon learning that there were indeed 2 rooms, Mu Chunfeng produced a silver coin and placed it on the table, saying, I will take both. No. Just one. Li Hani interjected. One room? The astute innkeeper scrutinized the pair, a look of realization dawning on his face as he nodded with a smile. Very well, 1 room it shall be. Here is the key. Let the attendant lead you upstairs. Thank you. After receiving the key, Li Hani playfully waved it in front of Mu Chunfeng, smiling slightly as she said, Let us go. My. Lord Mu Chunfeng furrowed his brow slightly. His lips moved as if to speak, yet he remained silent, instead reaching for the key and turning to follow the attendant upstairs. Chapter 43. The back rub. Dear guests, this is our finest room. If you require anything, simply call for me. I shall take my leave now. Machem, go ahead. With the attendant's departure, Li Hani closed the door and locked it, turning to survey the room. Though it could not compare to Kunlun, it was quite acceptable in the mortal realm. Gazing at Mu Chunfeng standing by the window, Li Hani approached him and stood beside him, both admiring the view outside. This inn was the finest near Westlake. Nestled against its banks and through the window, one could appreciate the lake's exquisite scenery, which was rather splendid. A gentle breeze wafted from the lake, carrying the fragrance of lotus flowers and a hint of coolness, refreshing the senses. Not bad. This room. Li Hani placed her hand on Mu Chunfeng's. Indeed, being able to see these lotus flowers is sufficient. Even if we do not step outside, I imagine the evening view will be even better. Mu Chunfeng remarked with a sigh. Certainly, sitting by the bed at night, the 2 of us sipping wine while admiring the beauty of the lotus flowers would be quite delightful. Li Hani leaned against the window. Lost in her thoughts, Mu Chunfeng too became immersed in the enchanting imagery she painted. But soon his thoughts drifted back to earlier events, and he questioned, somewhat dissatisfied, Why did you only book 1 room when there were clearly 2 available? Why? Why ask why? Do we truly need to stay apart? Li Hani countered, Isn't it necessary? What do you think? Do you not wish to share a room with me, or are you afraid? Li Hani leaned closer, her azure eyes locking onto his with an enticing glimmer. Mu Chunfeng turned his head to evade her gaze, snorting dismissively, as if I would fear you. Let us not forget who begged for mercy before. Ah, how could I forget? Your rare initiative is something I, as your senior sister, find difficult to overlook. Li Hani's tone grew increasingly suggestive as she lightly breathed against his ear. Mu Chunfeng felt a tickling sensation in his ear, instinctively shifting to the side, yet Li Hani promptly followed suit, pressing closer. Just remember, do not utter anything about me being afraid. I am certainly not. Mu Chunfeng declared arrogantly. Indeed, you are not afraid. Therefore, my lord, after a long journey, allow your wife to attend to your rest. As she spoke, Li Hani playfully nipped at his earlobe. Mu Chunfeng instinctively attempted to stop her, only to be met with her playful bite. Did you not say you were unafraid? Her words left him with no choice but to release her hand, enduring the moment while admiring the scenery of Westlake. Downstairs, not long after Mu Chunfeng and Li Hani ascended, a veiled woman entered, inquiring, Are there any guest rooms available here? Yes, we just happen to have 1 left. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Mu Chunfeng, lying on the bed, slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the setting sun. The room was shrouded in a misty haze, filled with moisture, and the sound of water could be heard, indicating someone was bathing. Mu Chunfeng gradually sat up, stretching lazily as he looked toward the source of the water sound, discovering a crystal bathtub in the center of the room, where Li Hani lay bathing. The warm steam enveloped the room, creating an ethereal ambience. In that mist, Li Hani appeared as a fairy within a realm of wonder, exuding an air of mystery and allure. Senior sister, you are bathing? Mu Chunfeng asked, somewhat surprised. I just woke not long ago, feeling sticky, so I thought a bath would be nice. You should wash up too, Li Hani said while cleansing her exquisite form. Oh, I will wait for you to finish, Mu Chunfeng nodded, his gaze falling upon the disheveled bed and scattered garments on the floor, feeling a twinge of guilt. Rising from the bed, he began tidying up, first arranging the bed and then picking up the clothes strewn about. Come here, help me scrub my back, Li Hani said languidly. Scrub your back? Senior sister, being a celestial being, do you truly require such assistance? Mu Chunfeng questioned, puzzled. Just do as you're told and stop asking so many questions, Li Hani replied, slightly annoyed. Very well, Mu Chunfeng approached the bathtub, first noticing that it was made of spirit stones. Although it was crystal, it was not transparent. It was infused with abundant spiritual energy, obscuring sight. A bathtub of this caliber was worth an unimaginable fortune, costing at least 10,000 spirit stones, and only great cultivators like them could afford such treasures. Li Hani rested her pretty face on her arms across the edge of the bathtub, watching Mu Chunfeng with anticipation. Come, help me scrub my back. Is this how it's done? Mu Chunfeng placed his hands on her back, gently rubbing. That is sufficient, though you could also join me in here and use your body to assist, Li Hani replied with a teasing smile. Use my body? How does one do that? You truly are imaginative. I am at a loss. Mu Chunfeng raised his hand to lightly pat her. Her teasing made Li Hani's cheeks flush, and she scolded playfully. How rude, senior brother. Why do you always like to pat me? You did it this morning right in front of your disciple, showing me no respect as a senior elder. Humph, you provoked me first. What's wrong with patting you? Not only do I wish to pat, but if you anger me, I might just bite, Mu Chunfeng threatened. This was not an idle threat. He had indeed bitten her several times before. You lecherous junior brother, I never imagined you to be so forward. Had I known, I would have employed my charms to entice you sooner, thus sparing myself a century of waiting. Li Hani teased. Employ charms. Senior sister, you truly are bold, attempting to seduce your junior brother. I had always respected you, yet you harbor such thoughts? Mu Chunfeng replied, astonished. Li Hani's exquisite face displayed a charming flush as she proudly declared, that is all because of you. You were the one who pursued me from the start, constantly professing your affection and intentions to marry me. Yet when I was finally ready to agree, you suddenly changed your mind and decided to become a direct disciple. Is that not the truth? I pursued you for so long, yet you consistently rejected me, always cold towards me. I was left disheartened and chose to focus on my cultivation. Li Hani, infuriated by his explanation, leaned in and kissed him fiercely for a brief moment before pulling away. Fool, I was not just cold to you. I was cold to everyone. Compared to others, was I not the only one who smiled at you back then? I changed so much because of you. Did you not notice? Chapter 44. Missed opportunities, experienced love. Faced with Li Hani's probing, Mu Chunfeng fell into hesitation, his expression awkward. I did notice. But what does that signify? It signifies that I changed because of you, that I developed feelings for you, and that I am starting to like you, Li Hani exclaimed with excitement. Is that so? Mu Chunfeng scratched his head, his face revealing a look of confusion. I do not quite understand. I thought you simply had a better relationship with me, and you always said you regarded me as nothing more than a brother, so I did not consider it that way. Moreover, I saw you frequently interacting with other male disciples, and I assumed you were. Assumed what? Assumed that I liked him? Fool, am I that easy? How could I possibly like someone else so readily? The reason I interacted with him was that he had foundational pills, especially with the Immortal Sword Conference approaching. You were struggling to break through at the peak of your chi refining stage, so I thought to buy a foundational pill from him for you. You big fool, you big idiot. Li Hani's eyes turned red with anger, and she clenched her delicate fists, striking Mu Chunfeng's chest. In the face of her blows and reproaches, Mu Chunfeng did not resist, allowing her to hit and scold him, feeling a sense of regret and guilt within. I am sorry, senior sister. It was I who let you down. I am truly sorry. Idiot, fool. How was I to know you were jealous of him? Why did you not ask me? Why did you not say anything? I could have explained, yet you chose silence. Li Hani was both furious and heartbroken, her own feelings of regret no less than Mu Chunfeng's. During the time of the Sword and Fairy Conference, Li Hani was solely preoccupied with securing foundation establishment pills for Mu Chunfeng. This period also marked Mu Chunfeng's most vulnerable state, as his own strength was lacking. Almost all the new disciples participating in the conference had already made breakthroughs in their cultivation, while Li Hani had advanced to the mid-stage of foundation establishment, standing out among the outer disciples. Under such immense pressure, Mu Chunfeng's only source of support and confidant was Li Hani. Several times, he sought her out, but she consistently ignored him due to her focus on the foundation establishment pills, which only intensified his burdens and left him disheartened. The rampant rumors circulating within the sect about Li Hani only added to his woes, as discussions swirled regarding the exceptional female disciple's potential romantic involvement with another male disciple, speculating on whom she was better suited with. Although Mu Chunfeng remained skeptical, his self-confidence waned, especially when he witnessed Li Hani laughing and conversing with other male disciples. In that moment, his heart sank completely. Consequently, he isolated himself in his room, dedicating himself to intensive cultivation, and on the eve of the Sword and Fairy Conference, he successfully broke through to the foundation establishment realm. That very night, Li Hani, filled with joy, approached Mu Chunfeng's residence, carrying a foundation establishment pill she had obtained with 30 spirit stones and a favor earned by slaying a monster on behalf of another disciple. As she walked, Li Hani envisioned how delighted Mu Chunfeng would be upon receiving the pill, imagining his joyful smile. She even contemplated that if he were to confess once more, she might accept his feelings, having harbored affection for him since he had saved her life in the beast forest. Yet, while her imagination painted a beautiful picture, reality was cold and unforgiving. Upon arriving at Mu Chunfeng's abode and seeing him again after 3 days, she was taken aback to find that he had already made his breakthrough. Just as she was about to embrace him and commend his diligent training, Mu Chunfeng respectfully saluted her instead. "Greetings, senior sister. It was good, yet not good at all in the past." Every time he had seen Li Hani, he would excitedly rush over and embrace her, only to be thrown to the ground by her in a swift motion. Now, however, his formal gesture of reverence left Li Hani feeling an inexplicable chasm between them, devoid of any comfort or joy at that moment. She did not dwell on it, focusing instead on Mu Chunfeng's breakthrough, rendering the foundation establishment pill unnecessary to present. Sword and Fairy Conference, let us go. She maintained her aloof demeanor, burying her enthusiasm deep within, encouraging him with her coolness. Mu Chunfeng smiled and nodded, appearing perfectly normal, and Li Hani felt the same. However, years later, he would reflect on that moment and understand the concealed meanings behind that smile: decisiveness, acceptance, and not letting go. Originally, Li Hani believed that following the Sword and Fairy Conference, she and Mu Chunfeng would grow closer, ultimately becoming a pair of envious companions for all. Yet, she never anticipated that this very conference would become a turning point in their relationship. As an unremarkable outer disciple, Mu Chunfeng unexpectedly emerged as a dark horse at the Sword and Fairy Conference, defeating the outstanding disciples of various sects and ultimately standing on the same stage as her for the championship duel. Li Hani could not fathom how her once ordinary junior brother had transformed into a different person in just a matter of days. He was no longer the lively and clingy boy he once was. He had grown solemn, powerful, and resolute. Nevertheless, she felt pride in his progress. For Li Hani, the championship was of little consequence. She did not care who emerged victorious, so she conceded to Mu Chunfeng. However, she was utterly unprepared for the astonishing spectacle that unfolded during the awards ceremony when the then master of Kunlun, the sword immortal Mu Ningxuang, publicly declared Mu Chunfeng as her personal disciple. In an instant, the gathered cultivators were left in shock, murmuring amongst themselves, unable to fathom that the sword immortal would take on a disciple, and a personal one at that. Mu Chunfeng was taken aback, and Li Hani was even more astounded. For her, it all felt overwhelmingly surreal. Mu Chunfeng had established his foundation? Fine. He had matured and grown steady? Fine. He had claimed the title of champion at the Sword and Fairy Conference? Fine. He had become the personal disciple of the sect leader? That day, Li Hani stood in the audience, gazing up at Mu Chunfeng on the high platform, as he swore an oath to the heavens to become Mu Ningxuang's disciple in the presence of all that moment. Everyone erupted in cheers, yet Li Hani clutched her chest, tears inexplicably streaming from her eyes. She seemed to sense a chasm that had formed between them, one that could not be crossed. Returning to the present, Li Hani's eyes reflected Mu Chunfeng as a single tear fell from his eye. Landing upon the damp floor in an instant, Mu Chunfeng suddenly kissed Li Hani, catching her completely off guard. With a splash, he tumbled into the bathtub, pinning her against its edge. Chapter 45. Strolling through the night market as night fell. The shops along the street lit up, and the various stalls illuminated by lanterns brightened the entire thoroughfare. While other places had plunged into darkness and silence, this bustling street by Westlake remained ablaze with light and teeming with people. Even more vibrant than during the day. Wow, how lively! It's been ages since I last visited this night market, Li Hani exclaimed, stepping out of the inn and taking in the vibrant scene. Indeed, I still remember those early years when I first joined the sect, frequently venturing out with senior sister for missions and hunting, exploring night markets in various cities. Mu Chunfeng reminisced. Freshly bathed, the two donned clean clothes, resembling a pair of celestial lovers as they strolled hand in hand down the street. Passers-by were captivated by the couple, having never witnessed such a perfectly matched pair. Their demeanor exuded an ethereal quality. Passing by a stall selling barbecued goods, the rich aroma of grilled meat wafted through the air. Having exerted themselves from noon to the afternoon, they were already famished, prompting Mu Chunfeng to purchase 10 skewers of grilled meat. Here, senior sister, give this a try, he offered, handing her a skewer. Li Hani accepted the grilled meat, elegantly taking a bite and savoring its flavor. It's good, but it pales in comparison to what you make. She remarked, why cooking? That was ages ago. Do you still remember the taste? Mu Chunfeng teased. Back when they were outer disciples, after hunting monsters, Mu Chunfeng would often gather some meat to barbecued. It was precisely his culinary skills that initially endeared him to Li Hani, playing a significant role in their bond. Of course, that was a century ago, and Mu Chunfeng had not grilled meat in quite some time. It has indeed been a long time, but I still remember. Li Hani smiled, holding the skewer in one hand while grasping his hand with the other as they walked forward. I recall after every hunt, when it got too dark, we would light a fire in the woods. You would handle the grilling while I sat nearby watching you. That scene was so warm and romantic. I still can't forget it to this day, she reminisced. Hearing this, Mu Chunfeng chuckled softly. In that case, we should revisit the beast forest someday. You can still slay the monsters, and I'll grill the meat for you. Sounds like a plan. Li Hani's eyes sparkled as she raised her pinky finger toward him. What's that for? A pinky promise. Don't you know how? Pinky promise? Mu Chunfeng raised an eyebrow, extending his pinky to hook hers. Pinky swear, 100 years without changing. Whoever changes is a big pig head. You really are quite childish. How old are you to be making pinky promises? Mu Chunfeng retorted. Humph. No matter how old I am, I'm still a little girl. An 18-year-old little girl, Li Hani huffed. Her tone one of playful defiance. Mu Chunfeng. Upon reaching the bridge over Westlake, they stood at the edge, gazing at the shimmering surface of the water, which sparkled like silver fish leaping into the depths under the moonlight. Rows of lanterns lined the riverbank, where vendors gathered and tourists came and went. So many people. But I still prefer quieter places. Just watching the hustle and bustle from here is enough, Li Hani said. Leaning over the bridge railing, reveling in the beautiful scenery, I feel the same way. Too many people can be overwhelming and noisy. It's much nicer to be alone together, Mu Chunfeng replied, gently taking her hand and caressing her knuckles with his thumb. Li Hani turned to look at him, a slight smile gracing her lips, but she said nothing, turning her gaze back to the lake, her eyes drifting to the pavilion in the middle of the water. Let us go over there, Li Hani suggested, pointing to the small pavilion. Sure, but let us buy some snacks first. Just sitting around enjoying the scenery is rather dull. It's more enjoyable to eat and drink while taking in the view, Mu Chunfeng said, pulling Li Hani toward the lakeside. They arrived at the lakeshore, purchasing various snacks from the vendors. Sticky rice cakes, fried sugar cakes, grilled meat, candied hawthorn, scallion pancakes, and soup dumplings, amongst others. After acquiring their treats, they gracefully leaped into the water, making their way to the pavilion at the lake's center. Surrounded by water on all sides, and with no one else around at night, they found solitude. Inside the pavilion was a stone table and 4 stone stools. They placed their snacks on the table and began to unwrap the treats wrapped in yellow butter paper. Here, try this soup dumpling. Li Hani picked up a steaming soup dumpling and held it to Mu Chunfeng's lips. Just as he took a bite, the savory juices spilled forth, and despite his hurried attempt to suck them back, his face was splattered, resulting in a comical scene that sent Li Hani into fits of laughter. "You fool, junior brother. How could you be so clumsy? Look at your face. What are you laughing about? It's all your fault for insisting on feeding me when you know there's soup inside," Mu Chunfeng retorted, rolling his eyes at her. "All right, I suppose it's my mistake. Quickly wipe your face," Li Hani said, producing a handkerchief for him. He took it and dabbed at his face before reaching for a crispy sugar cake. This delightful treat had a crisp exterior and a sweet, syrupy filling. "It's so sweet," he exclaimed at Ayasit. "Let me have a taste." Li Hani leaned in, taking a bite from the spot Mu Chunfeng had just nibbled. It is indeed quite sweet, but not as sweet as you," she said with a teasing smile. Mu Chunfeng paused, momentarily taken aback, before turning his head away and muttering, "Why are you saying that all of a sudden?" "Simply unable to contain myself. I like you. Such sentiments are best expressed in moments like this," Li Hani said, placing her hand on his thigh and shifting her body closer on the stone bench. The distance between them vanished as she pressed against his arm, resting her head on his shoulder. "Oh, you know how many nights over the past century I have dreamed of this, of being together, sharing intimate moments without regard for status or identity, senior sister." Mu Chunfeng glanced at her, feeling a rush of emotion as she nestled against him, his hand finding hers and resting on her thigh. In the heat of July by the West Lake, they both wore light clothing, especially Li Hani, who sported white stockings beneath her dress. "Touch me. I enjoy your touch," she said in a soft, coaxing tone. "All right." Even without her prompting, Mu Chunfeng's hand had already found its way to her. Under Li Hani's guidance, he had grown quite fond of this blend of Eastern and Western attire, captivated by stockings and corsets. "Ah, more stockings. Senior sister seems to have a penchant for these lately," Mu Chunfeng remarked as he surveyed her, one hand reaching for a skewer of grilled meat. "Indeed, these garments accentuate the figure and are quite convenient to wear. But more importantly, you adore them. I wear these solely for you, to please your eyes," Li Hani said, her heart fluttering as she forgot about the food and scenery, leaning close to whisper in Mu Chunfeng's ear. If he suggested they indulge right there, she would likely not refuse. "Senior sister, please don't tease. We're here to appreciate the view, and you just finished. How can you be like this again?" Mu Chunfeng protested, his ears burning from embarrassment. "What do you mean I'm teasing? You were the one who initiated contact with me. Besides, tonight is so romantic. Even if we just finished, what does it matter?" Li Hani replied nonchalantly. "You?" Mu Chunfeng felt speechless, realizing she had turned the tables on him. "You should eat something instead. The scenery here is splendid. Let's enjoy it and save any activities for later." He offered her some grilled meat. With his insistence, Li Hani relented, taking a bite of the skewer. A gentle breeze wafted across the lake, carrying with it a hint of moisture that alleviated the heat. Refreshed, they admired their surroundings and engaged in light conversation. Nearby, a veiled woman stood beneath a tree, gazing at the pavilion and the lake with envy and desire. As night deepened, satisfied from their meal and the beauty of West Lake, they returned to there in hand. Upon entering the room, Li Hani suddenly pressed Mu Chunfeng against the door. He did not resist. In fact, he had been equally stirred by the moment, wrapping his arms around her waist, with a resounding push. The window swung open, allowing a cool breeze to sweep in, dispelling the heat inside, yet intensifying the fire between them. Li Hani leaned against the window, teasingly asking, "Here? Is that not permissible?" Mu Chunfeng caressed her cheek gently, responding, "If it pleases you, then anything is acceptable." "Very well, as long as you enjoy it. Anything goes," Li Hani replied, turning to gaze at the picturesque scenery of West Lake. It was already late at night, and the oppressive heat had lessened. A gentle wind rustled the trees by the lakeside, creating a refreshing atmosphere. Due to the rarity of the Lantern Festival, even close to midnight, some stalls remained open, and people still wandered about. As Li Hani observed the passers-by, her gaze began to drift. "Don't worry, it's late. They won't see us if necessary. You could wear the veil," Mu Chunfeng advised. Prompted by his words, Li Hani donned her veil. "Junior brother, I want to see you," she suddenly declared after an undetermined amount of time. "All right." Mu Chunfeng turned her to face him. "Kiss me," she said, wrapping her delicate arms around his neck, pulling him into a tight embrace. Li Hani's face lit up with joy. "Good, my husband. I adore you to the moon and back." I feel the same, my love, he replied. Lost in their love, they were unaware that in the adjacent room, a woman lay in bed, listening intently to the sounds from next door. Master, I want that too. Loneliness and yearning filled her heart, igniting a fervent desire. Yet, at that very moment, the one she cherished was in another woman's embrace, showering her with affection. Envy and jealousy consumed her, as the sounds from the neighboring room ignited a longing to replace the other and receive the master's love. Why? I've always been by your side. Master, why don't you ever notice me? As dawn broke, Lihani awoke early, her gaze filled with love and happiness as she looked at the sleeping Mu Chunfeng beside her. The joy of seeing her beloved first thing in the morning was a rare delight. Sitting up slowly, she stretched and retrieved a fresh outfit from the storage cabinet, then began to collect the scattered clothing from the floor, placing them into her storage ring. However, when she picked up the stockings, she felt a twinge of annoyance as she discovered they were torn once again. This guy, why does he always tear them? It seems I'm down to my last pair. I'll have to buy more, she grumbled. She sat by the bed, observing the peacefully sleeping Mu Chunfeng, and leaned down to plant a gentle kiss on him. Her gaze then shifted, and a playful smile crept onto her lips. I wonder what that woman fed you. Although I can't freely use spiritual energy, you certainly seem to excel in that aspect. Was last night not enough? After tucking him under the covers, Lihani left the room to prepare breakfast. Unbeknownst to her, the door to the adjacent room had opened, and the woman stepped out, making her way to Mu Chunfeng's door. She gently touched the door before pushing it open, closing it behind her as she approached the bed, where she sat and gazed at the slumbering Mu Chunfeng with a look filled with tenderness and love. The sight of the disheveled bed and Mu Chunfeng's disarrayed clothing stirred a wave of jealousy and admiration within her as she reached out to caress his cheek. How long do you intend to keep this from me, master? Master, I like you, truly like you. Always have, the woman silently declared in her heart, watching Mu Chunfeng as he slept, reflecting on how well he had been trained by his senior sister. Seems like your senior aunt has trained you well, she muttered, a hint of jealousy lacing her words. Yet, she knew she could not regard her as a rival, for her senior aunt was a sword immortal. In fact, she felt a sense of gratitude towards her. Had it not been for Lihani breaking the rules first, she would not have summoned the audacity to act on her feelings. Isn't a forced fruit sweet? She mused, touching her lips as she recalled the kiss. I found it sweet, very sweet, but certainly not quenched. Rather, it only heightened my thirst. Simply kissing was not enough. She craved something more exhilarating, and she knew precisely how to achieve that. Just then, footsteps echoed outside, causing her expression to shift slightly. At the stairwell, Lihani ascended with a tray in hand. Reaching the door, she gently pushed it open and paused at the threshold, surveying the room with a newfound intensity, a smile gracing her lips. After closing the door behind her, Lihani set the breakfast down on the table and walked over to the bed, her gaze falling upon the still sleeping Mu Chunfeng, fixated on his glistening lips. I only gave you a light peck before I left. Sitting at the edge of the bed, she observed the room, neither large nor small, just enough for two to sleep comfortably. The sheets were slightly long, obscuring half of the view beneath the bed, yet leaving the other half visible. Shifting her attention back to Mu Chunfeng, Lihani gently patted him, leaning in to softly nibble his ear as she called out, Wake up, husband, it's time to rise. After several calls, Mu Chunfeng stirred, rolling over and nuzzling against her legs, wrapping his arms around them before promptly drifting back to sleep. For the slumber-loving Mu Chunfeng, Lihani had already grown accustomed. She raised her hand and lightly patted him, urging him to rise. The sun has already warmed the earth. If you do not get up now, my dear, I may have to impose some punishment upon you. So sleepy, let me sleep in his dreams. Mu Chunfeng remained blissfully unaware of the devastating allure his languid voice possessed. Lihani's expression shifted. She moved him from her lap and pulled him before her. What was she doing? Concealed beneath the bed, she listened to the commotion, puzzled by Lihani's intentions. However, she soon heard strange noises accompanied by Mu Chunfeng's complaints. Why are you like this early in the morning? Before he could finish his sentence, Mu Chunfeng abruptly fell silent, followed by an extended silence. Hidden beneath the bed, she could see nothing, yet she sensed something, her mind racing with connections. After all, she was no longer a child. Although inexperienced, she had heard tales, and the scene before her was reminiscent of what she had been told. She never imagined that the esteemed sword immortal would exhibit such indulgent behavior. Serving others with servility, she mused. Yet, rather than disdain, she felt an overwhelming envy. Indeed, she desired even more than Li Hani, yearning for greater abandon. As the room fell quiet, Li Hani gazed down at the panting Mu Chuanfeng. A hint of a mischievous smile gracing her lips. Well, are you awake now? Do you still wish to sleep? What do you think? Mu Chuanfeng shot her a glare, struggling to sit up, feeling both thirsty and famished. I'm hungry. All right, it's all ready for you. Li Hani approached the table, lifting a plate filled with breakfast, and sat down beside the bed. Try this. It's the soup dumplings I bought. Li Hani held out a dumpling to his lips. Mu Chuanfeng opened his mouth and took a bite. The dumpling was small, and in one bite, he consumed most of it, leaving the rest for Li Hani to devour. Throughout the process, Li Hani fed him. And Mu Chuanfeng hardly had to lift a finger, merely opening his mouth. How is it? Does your wife serve you well? Li Hani inquired eagerly. It's all right. If it weren't for just now, it would have been even better. Mu Chuanfeng replied. Just now? You seem to enjoy it quite a bit. Why pretend to be pure? Li Hani retorted. Pinching his thigh in dissatisfaction, Mu Chuanfeng winced in pain and rubbed his leg, glaring at her. Why did you pinch me? I simply cannot tolerate your audacity. Having acted so brazenly, you still pretend. Li Hani shot back. I'm leaving tomorrow. While I'm away for the next few months, let us see how you manage. She rolled her eyes at him. You needn't worry. I have plenty of red-faced confidence, Mu Chuanfeng declared proudly. Oh really? Who do you plan to have assist you, Baiji? Or perhaps one of your beautiful disciples? Like Schwerer? As Li Hani spoke, her gaze flicked to the bed frame. Don't talk nonsense. Schwerer and I share a father-daughter bond. How could I ever think of her that way? Mu Chuanfeng snapped angrily. Father-daughter bond? What does blood relation matter? Besides, what about your other disciples? Lin Shiran, Luo Chushui, what do they signify? Surely they can't mean less to you than Mu Schwerer. Well, it's not exactly like that. It's just that Schwerer and I have known each other for a long time. So naturally, our relationship is closer. In the end, it's merely a matter of familiarity. What is so special about that? Isn't our relationship similar? We're fine just like this, Li Hani replied casually. That's different. After all, Schwerer is someone I raised, a child bride. Isn't that quite common among mortals? Raising someone from childhood and marrying them when they grow up is entirely normal. Li Hani patted his shoulder earnestly. Chapter 48. Burning incense and worshipping Buddha. In response to Li Hani's persuasion, Mu Chuanfeng remained unconvinced. He had never viewed Mu Schwerer as an ordinary female, but rather as someone closest to him. A connection distinct from that he shared with Li Hani. Enough. No need to say more. Even if you leave, it one T matter. Ranner has prepared so many ice heart pills for me that I can manage in the unfeeling hall until your return. Mu Chuanfeng interrupted, speaking lightly. Hearing this, Li Hani could only smile. This man had yet to realize that he was no longer the same, that even a few days without her would be unbearable. Let alone months. Very well, since you are so confident, I shall refrain from further comment. Just remember to find your own way to handle things. I cannot guarantee I will return when you wish. Li Hani warned, tapping his forehead. Mu Chuanfeng swatted her hand away, pouting. Relax, I don't need your concern. I'm not a child, I'm full now. Let us go for a stroll. All right, let us go, but first. You should change your clothes. After changing, the two left the room. As they descended the stairs, the one who had been hiding beneath the bed finally dared to crawl out, sitting on the edge of the bed and exhaling deeply. Then collapsing onto the mattress, a father-daughter bond. So you've always thought this way? Who would want to be your daughter? What I desire is to be your wife, your woman, you fool. Upon stepping outside, Mu Chuanfeng realized the weather was rather dismal. The sky was overcast, suggesting rain was imminent. Nevertheless, the streets remained bustling, lined with numerous stalls. With the sky so dark, why are there still so many people out? Aren't they afraid of the rain? Mu Chuanfeng grumbled. What are you saying? How could we be out here otherwise? Shouldn't we just return to bed? Li Hani teased. Return? Mu Chuanfeng raised an eyebrow and quickly shook his head. No way. I'd rather wander outside. So quick to refuse? Don't I know you? If we return, you'll surely drag me back to bed, from day to night, and from night to day. As long as we're together. That's what you'll want. Listening to Mu Chuanfeng's complaints, Li Hani couldn't help but laugh. tugging at his earlobe playfully. Fool, is that all you think about? Do you really believe I'm that outrageous? Wanting to be with you from day to night? I am a sword immortal, after all. People say I'm pure and chaste. I'm a person of such refined disposition. How could you say that? Pure and chaste? Ha, perhaps in the past, but not anymore. Given your current state, do you truly believe you are deserving of such a title? Mu Chuanfeng countered. Why wouldn't I be deserving? Li Hani placed her hands on her hips, glaring defiantly at him. Fine. If you believe you are deserving, then tell me, can you guarantee that you won't touch me at all today? Without hesitation, Li Hani dismissed his request. In a way, see? That is exactly it. He replied. Why should I agree to that? Do you intend to offer me something in return, or are we to wager on something? You can't just ask me to refrain from touching you as if I must obey your every command. Who do you think you are? Li Hani shot back. While her tone was sharp, there was merit to her argument. It was indeed unreasonable to ask without any incentive. All right then, how do you propose we wager? Mu Chuanfeng inquired, intrigued. Well, Li Hani pondered, a mischievous smile forming. If I cannot resist, I want to touch you tonight. Alternatively, you can do whatever you wish. Conversely, if I manage not to touch you all day, you must not only cooperate with me tonight, but when I return next time, you must unconditionally grant me one request. What do you say? Ah, unconditionally grant you a request. On what grounds? Mu Chuanfeng protested. Because you are testing me, since it's a test? The rewards must outweigh the punishments. Otherwise, I would have no motivation, don't you think? Li Hani winked playfully. Mu Chuanfeng stroked his chin in contemplation before nodding in agreement. All right, let us do it your way. Let us see if you can hold back today. Great. Then, let us seal the deal. Li Hani eagerly extended her pinky, prompting Mu Chuanfeng to roll his eyes at her childishness. You're acting just like a child, thinking only of sealing a deal. After exchanging the promise, they ventured into the bustling town, a city near Westlake. It boasted a thriving economy and a bustling populace, with several temples scattered throughout. Passing by a temple, they noticed throngs of people burning incense and praying. It was said to be the most popular temple in the area, with an abundance of worshippers. Upon entering, the strong scent of incense enveloped them, and devotees knelt before the grand Buddha statue, a stark contrast between the richly dressed and the tattered. Why do mortals burn incense and worship? What are we here for? Li Hani questioned, perplexed. Curiosity, just taking a look. Mu Chuanfeng replied, spending a few coins to buy 2 sticks of incense. Entering the hall, the enormous Buddha statue dominated the center, surrounded by kneeling worshippers. Under Li Hani's astonished gaze, Mu Chuanfeng knelt as well and urged her. You should join me. Do I need to pray to him? Li Hani inquired, pointing at the statue. Her actions quickly drew the attention of those nearby, sparking murmurs. Oh dear, what's wrong with that girl? Doesn't she understand the rules? How dare she point at the Buddha statue? That is utterly disrespectful. Listening to the discussions of those around her, Li Hani lowered her hand, her expression cold as she knelt beside Mu Chuanfeng. I must admit, as a cultivator, it is rather amusing that you still believe in such things. Li Hani remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Mu Chuanfeng lit the incense in his hand, bowed 3 times before the statue of Buddha, and then placed the incense in the incense holder. It is precisely because we are cultivators that we pay our respects. The truth of the matter is inconsequential. Whether or not there is a Buddha is irrelevant. It is merely a quest for psychological tranquility, Mu Chuanfeng stated matter-of-factly. Humph, seeking the divine is less reliable than relying on oneself. Ironically, those of us who aspire to become gods are often the most skeptical of such beliefs. Li Hani retorted dismissively, yet she too held the incense and bowed in reverence. After completing her prayers, she rose, brushed off her clothes, and turned to Mu Chuanfeng, only to unexpectedly notice a figure in white kneeling before another statue in the distance. A veiled woman whose stunning silhouette revealed her beauty. Chapter 49. Zhu Yiqing, come on, what are you still standing here for? Mu Chuanfeng waved his hand in front of her, prompting her to move. Her? Li Hani pointed at the woman in white. Following her gaze, Mu Chuanfeng furrowed his brow slightly. A demon. I never expected even demons to pay homage. It seems the strange are not limited to just us. Li Hani teased. Indeed, it is somewhat intriguing. However, given her pure aura, she likely poses no threat. We needn't concern ourselves with her. Mu Chunfeng replied before turning to leave. Li Hani diverted her gaze from the mysterious woman and followed suit. Yet, as they departed, the veiled woman seemed to sense something, turning her head toward the entrance before respectfully bowing once more before the statue. Buddha above, grant me the fortune to find him soon. After leaving the temple, the two found themselves on the bustling street. Approaching noon, the sky brightened, hinting at a clearing. With such splendid weather, why don't we take a stroll over to Leifeng Pagoda? Li Hani suggested. Leifeng Pagoda? Sounds good. The scenery there is quite delightful. Let us go take a look. The pair made their way along the street and boarded a boat to cross the lake. Before them stood a towering pagoda, its grandeur leaving them in awe. Surrounding Leifeng Pagoda were numerous vendors and throngs of visitors, making it just as lively as the streets they had traversed. How long has this pagoda stood? Do you think it will ever collapse? Li Hani mused, gazing up at the nearly 10 tall structure. It will surely happen. Nothing in this world is eternal. Even the sun, moon, and stars will one day fade, let alone a mere pagoda, Mu Chunfeng observed with a calm demeanor. Just as they were enjoying the vibrant atmosphere, a woman's voice suddenly called out, "Young master." Mu Chunfeng turned to see a girl in green waving at him excitedly from the bustling crowd. "Oh, it's her!" Li Hani exclaimed in surprise. "You know her? Seems you're quite forgetful, senior brother. Just yesterday, you caught a beauty in your arms. Caught a beauty." As Mu Chunfeng pondered, the girl in green dashed over, her face alight with excitement yet tinged with shyness. "What a coincidence! I didn't expect to encounter you here, young master. And you are?" "I am Zhu Yeqing. You may call me Qing'er. You saved me yesterday on the street. Otherwise, I would have fallen." Zhu Yeqing introduced herself. Upon hearing this, Mu Chunfeng recalled assisting a young woman during his stroll the previous day, though he had not paid much attention at the time. Now he realized, this girl was quite extraordinary. It was merely a trivial matter. "You are not from around here, are you? Have you come to enjoy the sights of Westlake?" Mu Chunfeng inquired. Zhu Yeqing sighed, her expression tinged with helplessness. "It's not me. It's my sister. Every year around this time, she comes to Westlake to wait for someone, yet that person has yet to appear despite the passage of time." "Waiting for someone? Who might that be?" "Could it be?" Li Hani speculated. "Ah, you guessed correctly. It is indeed her beloved. My sister was once saved by a young man and is determined to repay her debt of gratitude. She even consulted a sage who foretold she would meet him here. Yet, despite the time that has passed, she has yet to encounter him, which is quite vexing." Listening to Zhu Yeqing, Mu Chunfeng felt somewhat relieved, as it was evident that this demon bore no ill intentions. Although he was uncertain why she was in this place rather than in Baihua Valley, as long as her purpose was to find her benefactor, there was no need for excessive concern. Such matters of gratitude are subject to fate. When the time is right, it will come to fruition. If not, one should simply live their life well without overthinking, Mu Chunfeng advised earnestly. Zhu Yeqing nodded in agreement. "You are absolutely right, young master. I think the same way. However, my sister is too stubborn. She is the type who holds a deep grudge against evil and is grateful for kindness." From what you say? Your sister sounds quite interesting. She must be a remarkable person," Li Hani remarked with a smile. "Of course. My sister is gentle, kind, and beautiful. Many outstanding young men, many excellent suitors admire her. With such exceptional beauty, your sister must surely be equally stunning," Mu Chunfeng commented. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yeqing's face flushed crimson, her hands tightly clutching the hem of her garment, revealing her modesty. "Young master, this is the first time Qing'er has encountered such a handsome young man. You are just fortunate. Finding him is no easy task." Li Hani playfully patted Mu Chunfeng on the shoulder, feeling quite pleased with herself. Just as the trio engaged in conversation, Zhu Yeqing suddenly stiffened, as if she had heard something, and hurriedly bid farewell to Mu Chunfeng. "I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. I will talk to you again next time." "Yes, do what you need to." Zhu Yeqing dashed towards the crowd, disappearing in an instant. If I am not mistaken, the sister she mentioned must be that woman in white we saw in the temple, Li Hani conjectured. "Perhaps, let us not dwell on them. Let us explore elsewhere," Mu Chunfeng suggested. As the two wandered about, time slipped away, and before they knew it, afternoon had arrived. They had anticipated clearer skies, but unexpectedly, the weather took a turn for the worse, and a torrential downpour ensued. The heavy rain enveloped the entire Westlake region, causing the vendors to hurriedly pack their wares and retreat, leaving the streets desolate in an instant. Unfortunately, Mu Chunfeng and Li Hani were still meandering elsewhere, and by the time they returned to the riverbank, only a single stall selling umbrellas remained, accompanied by a few boats drifting on the lake. "Boss, I would like to buy an umbrella." "What a coincidence. This is the last one we have. Young master, please take it." Mu Chunfeng accepted the umbrella, tossed a piece of silver onto the table, and opened the umbrella, leading Li Hani to the lakeshore. The rain poured relentlessly, splattering against the lake's surface, the sound of the downpour echoing loudly in the rain. The blooming lotus flowers were battered by the raindrops, their petals gradually falling and floating on the water, while the lotus leaves remained steadfast. "What a downpour! They said it would clear up, yet it is raining so heavily," Mu Chunfeng lamented. "Indeed, we were supposed to see fireworks tonight, but with such heavy rain, it seems we will miss them." Li Hani sighed, feeling somewhat disheartened. She had hoped to share a romantic moment with Mu Chunfeng before departing, but this rain had dashed her plans. Chapter 50. By falling, the rain intensified, and a boat in the distance slowly approached the shore. Just as Mu Chunfeng prepared to board, a familiar figure emerged from the cabin. A girl named Zhu Yeching from earlier. Chinger? Hee, surprised? "It seems we are truly fated to meet. Young master, hurry and board the boat. We have it all to ourselves," Zhu Yeching warmly invited. "Thank you kindly." Mu Chunfeng expressed his gratitude with a bow, then boarded the boat with Li Hani, entering the cramped cabin. However, upon entering, they discovered another occupant within. A woman in white sat gracefully, exuding a gentle and elegant aura that was quite endearing. "This must be your sister," Mu Chunfeng remarked as he and Li Hani took their seats across from her. "Yes, this is my sister. Bai Fuling," Zhu Yeching introduced. "Greetings to you both. I am Bai Fuling. Pleased to make your acquaintance. I am Mu Chunfeng. And this is my senior sister, Li Hani." Mu Chunfeng introduced himself in turn. The two parties exchanged glances, both intrigued by the other. Zhu Yeching's gaze lingered on Mu Chunfeng, and even Bai Fuling couldn't help but steal a few glances at him. "So, is he not handsome? Is he not more charming than that fox?" Zhu Yeching whispered to Bai Fuling. Bai Fuling glanced at Mu Chunfeng and nodded in agreement. "Heard from Little Qing that you are here in Westlake, searching for a benefactor?" Li Hani inquired. "Yes. Do you know their name or where they reside?" Bai Fuling shook her head. "I do not know. I only know that I will meet him here in July by Westlake. So I come here to wait every year." "Ah, is that all? No other information?" Li Hani asked, astonished. "Every July, Westlake is bustling with visitors from all over the country. How can you possibly find him among the sea of people? Moreover, you do not even know his name or what he looks like. This is undoubtedly akin to searching for a needle in a haystack," Mu Chunfeng remarked, shaking his head. "Indeed, we have all advised you, dear sister, to cease your waiting." "How long has it been?" Zweiking urged. Bai Fuling's expression remained resolute as she calmly declared, "No matter how long it takes, I shall continue to wait, even if it means enduring until the seas run dry and the stones rot." Such devotion. It resembles my own situation somewhat. Li Hani couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy. "Can you even compare? At least you can see me. She doesn't even know what the person she seeks looks like." Mu Chunfeng corrected. That is true. In that regard, I suppose I am rather fortunate," Li Hani said, wrapping her arms around Mu Chunfeng's. Their intimate gesture filled Bai Fuling's eyes with tenderness and envy, while Zweiking watched with pure admiration, tinged with jealousy. "So, it turns out you two are a couple," Bai Fuling exclaimed in surprise. "We are not yet married, but it is close enough," Mu Chunfeng replied. "Dear husband," seeing Mu Chunfeng acknowledge his status before outsiders. Li Hani gazed at him with adoration, eagerly leaning in to plant a kiss on his cheek. "What are you doing? Others are watching," Mu Chunfeng protested, wiping his face in discontent. "I am simply delighted. After being your senior sister for so many years, I have finally become your wife, and you have acknowledged it. I am truly overjoyed." Li Hani nestled against his shoulder, embodying a charming demeanor. "This is not mere pretense. It is genuine emotion. Were it not for Mu Chunfeng, she would never have displayed such affection in her lifetime. You both truly appear to be so happy," Bai Fuling remarked, her eyes brimming with envy. "The love that has long awaited its bloom is indeed immeasurable joy." "And you too shall experience it," Li Hani said, winking at her. Bai Fuling nodded, a slight smile gracing her lips. Yes, I hope so. As the boat docked, Mukinfeng stepped out of the cabin, raising the umbrella once more. Li Hani sheltered herself in his embrace as they departed together. Meanwhile, Bai Fuling and Zweiking stood at the bow, gazing after their retreating figures. If I were to encounter my benefactor, I would surely be as blissful as they are. Bai Fuling mused, perhaps, but you have already waited a century. Now even the celestial mechanist cannot discern his reincarnation. Perhaps he has embarked on the path of cultivation, becoming a practitioner with a lifespan beyond the ordinary, possibly requiring centuries before he re-enters the cycle of rebirth. A practitioner. Bai Fuling sighed deeply. If that is the case, I am willing to continue waiting. Whether it be 100 or 1,000 years. I shall wait indefinitely. Sister, Zweiking, standing nearby, stamped her foot in frustration before retreating into the cabin, leaving Bai Fuling alone to endure the solitude of the rain. Outside, the rain poured heavily, yet the guest room was exceedingly warm. Enveloped in mist in the center of the room, Mukinfeng lounged beside the bathtub, a look of utter enjoyment on his face. Behind him, Li Hani pressed close, using her body to scrub his back, a service only he deserved. How is it? Isn't this back scrubbing delightful? Are you not enjoying it? Li Hani inquired, her breath warm against his ear as she continued her ministrations. Indeed, it is rather pleasant. This is my first experience, Mukinfeng replied lazily. Upon hearing his praise, Li Hani let out a tinkling laugh, lowering her head to kiss his neck. As long as you enjoy it, I shall help you bathe like this from now on. Shall I? Certainly. Now that regarding our wager, you must concede your defeat. A wager? What wager? Mukinfeng asked, perplexed. The wager from this morning. I have not touched you at all today. Do you remember? Prompted by Li Hani's reminder, Mukinfeng sat up abruptly, turning to stare at her with wide eyes. No, I have not lost. We agreed it was for the entire day, and it is only afternoon now. What do you mean? Are you trying to back out? Li Hani's expression soured as she leaned in, pinning him against the bathtub, her gaze fixed intently upon him. Mukinfeng hastily explained, I am not reneging. We agreed it would last the entire day, and it is still afternoon. Can that truly be counted as a full day? Li Hani frowned, yet found herself at a loss for a retort. It was indeed only afternoon. If we calculate it as a full day, it would not be until tomorrow morning. But if that is the case, then I would be unable to touch you before leaving tomorrow. Does that make sense? Li Hani said angrily. This is not my fault. You are the one who insisted on the wager. I did not force you. Mukinfeng pouted. Li Hani, incensed, pinched his thigh and replied, my definition of a day does not mean the entire duration. We agreed that if I could resist, you would obediently comply with my wishes tonight. But you say we must wait until tomorrow, which means I cannot claim my reward tonight. Does time rewind itself? Chapter 51. A sky full of fireworks faced with Li Hani's inquiry. Mukinfeng momentarily found himself at a loss for words, pondering. Then, what do you suggest? I propose a modification of the rules. I can touch you, but not in that way. If you can endure, then tonight we shall refrain from that. Conversely, if you cannot resist, you must heed my commands, and upon your next return, you must unconditionally grant me one request, Li Hani proclaimed, her tone haughty. That is unfair. Why should you be able to touch me while I must endure? Mukinfeng protested, because you are the one who spoke of burning and wasting, and you always feign innocence, putting on that facade of a virtuous gentleman. Since it is so, let us see. If you can withstand my temptations, then it proves I have been the one to entice you all along. However, if you cannot endure, then it merely reveals you to be a hypocrite, a lecherous immortal, Li Hani retorted without reserve. You? Mukinfeng felt his face flush with indignation at her words, clenching his fists in frustration. Fine, let it be as you say. I shall show you the might of my willpower. So confident, are we? Of course. I am. Wait, what are you doing? Just as he spoke, Mukinfeng felt Li Hani's mischievous intentions and swiftly grasped her hand. I am merely assisting you in your cultivation. Let us see if you can truly resist temptation. Li Hani flashed a devilish smile and pounced on Mukinfeng, showering him with kisses. No, not like this. Even if I allow you to touch me, it does not mean you can do this. Amidst Mukinfeng's protests, Li Hani sealed his lips with her own, toppling him into the bathtub, submerging him in water. After a vigorous bathing session, Mukinfeng emerged flushed and breathless, his heart racing. What troubled him more was that Li Hani had only teased him throughout, showing no intention of providing relief. Even when he desired to take action, she would warn him sternly, "Do not move. If you take matters into your own hands, it means you have succumbed, and that counts as a loss." Hearing her words, Mukinfeng could only obediently endure, allowing her various teasing provocations. His pitiable expression of steadfastness amused Li Hani, igniting both sympathy and mischief within her. For her, the outcome no longer mattered. Witnessing Mukinfeng's struggle was the true source of entertainment. Even when dressing after their bath, Li Hani would diligently assist him, putting on his clothes herself, the process inevitably filled with playful teasing that left Mukinfeng both exasperated and helpless. "So, do you wish to devour me? If so, be more proactive. Today's first time. You may do as you wish." Li Hani leaned in, blowing a teasing breath towards him. Mukinfeng swallowed hard, hastily turning his gaze elsewhere, scoffing, "Rest assured, I can endure." "TSK, very well then. Let us have dinner first." Dear husband. Li Hani playfully swatted his thigh before strolling out of the room. As the two descended the stairs, the door to the adjacent room slowly creaked open, and a figure stealthily approached, slipping into their room. It was now nighttime. The rain outside had ceased, yet the ground remained damp. Stepping outside, the once barren street was now lined with stalls, leaving one astonished. And the streets were bustling with people, largely due to the fireworks display scheduled for the evening. It seems we shall not miss it after all. We can enjoy the fireworks together before departing," Li Hani said, clasping Mukinfeng's hand happily. The two strolled onward, purchasing snacks along the way, until they reached the edge of West Lake. By this time, the area was thronged with people, particularly young couples eagerly anticipating the fireworks display. The fireworks were set to launch from the bridge, situated in the heart of West Lake, ensuring that everyone could witness the spectacle. "Sister, look at how many people there are." In the midst of the crowd, Zweiking and Bifulling cheered enthusiastically. The throng was so dense that the two could hardly keep close and had to lean against each other, exerting great effort to stay together. As the firecrackers ignited, accompanied by a resounding bang, the sky erupted with brilliant fireworks, magnificent and breathtaking. The crowd erupted in cheers, marveling at the stunning display, with lovers entwining their fingers, drawing closer together. "How beautiful." Li Hani gazed at the scene, her eyes sparkling with joy, feeling utterly blissful. She had witnessed countless fireworks, many more splendid than these at this moment. Watching the fireworks alongside Mu Chunfeng, she couldn't help but reminisce about a century ago when they had just embarked on their cultivation journey, standing in the very same place, captivated by a similar display. Little did they foresee that 100 years later, they would still be here, savoring the beauty of the moment. "Sister, where are you?" "Chinger, I'm here." "Be careful." Suddenly, as Mu Chunfeng was entranced by the fireworks, he felt a gentle impact against his chest, unmistakably sensing a delicate figure collapsing into his embrace. Instinctively, he caught her and looked down to find the one in his arms was none other than the enchanting Bifulling. Donned in white. At that moment, she also lifted her gaze, locking eyes with him. Beneath the blooming fireworks, their eyes were fixated on each other, and for a fleeting instant, an illusion of familiarity washed over them. Ahem! Just then, Li Hani's cough startled them both, prompting them to hastily part ways, each wearing an expression of mild embarrassment. "I apologize. Young master, thank you for catching me. It was merely a trivial effort. Please take care." Mu Chunfeng responded with concern. At that moment, Zhu Yeching squeezed through the crowd and wrapped her arms around Bifulling. "Wonderful, sister. I thought I had lost you. You scared me, silly. How could I get lost? I just nearly fell. Thankfully young Master Mu saved me." Bifulling gently ruffled Zhu Yeching's hair, comforting her. "Young Master Bai?" Only then did Zhu Yeching notice Mu Chunfeng standing nearby, her delight evident. "What a coincidence. How did we meet again?" "Indeed, quite a coincidence. By the way, I bought some snacks. Would you like to try some candied hawthorn?" Mu Chunfeng offered 2 skewers of the sweet treat to the 2 ladies. "Sure. I'll be polite." Zhu Yeching eagerly accepted a skewer and took a bite. "Shao Qing." Bifulling shot her a disapproving glance, taking the candied hawthorn from Mu Chunfeng's hand, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, young master." "No need for thanks. I have plenty more snacks. Please, help yourselves." Mu Chunfeng generously presented more delicacies, his kindness and warmth further endearing him to the two ladies. Chapter 52. Tempting him such a gentleman? Handsome and so generous, and he has saved both me and my sister consecutively. I truly don't know how to express my gratitude. Zhu Yeqing mused while savoring the candied hawthorn gifted by Mu Chunfeng, her gaze lingering on his departing figure. Indeed, having lived for so long, it's the first time I've encountered such a fateful person, and he is so perfect. Too bad he already has a lover. Otherwise, he and you would make a splendid pair, by fulling side. Me? Upon hearing this, Zhu Yeqing's face flushed crimson. Sister, what are you saying? How could I be with him? We've only just met Ford at a day or two. Haven't you heard of love at first sight? Or do you feel nothing for him? If that's the case, then never mind. No, why should we dismiss it? I just think it's a bit fast. I am not saying it's impossible, Zhu Yeqing insisted, stamping her foot in frustration. Observing her flustered demeanor, Bai Fuling couldn't help but chuckle, playfully tapping her forehead. Look at you, so anxious. I was merely joking. Why are you so worked up? Could it be that you've truly fallen for that young master at first sight? Sister, meanwhile, Mu Chunfeng and Li Hani had made their way to a pavilion on the other side of West Lake, where they sat on a stone bench, fully immersed in the fireworks display. The atmosphere was serene, with no one to disturb them. As soon as Mu Chunfeng settled onto the bench, Li Hani promptly seated herself on his lap. Senior sister? Mu Chunfeng gazed at Li Hani, perplexed by her choice of seat. What's wrong? I find the bench too hard. Your lap is much more comfortable. Is that a problem? Li Hani replied, turning her head to look at him calmly. No, but given that we are outdoors, might it not be a bit inappropriate? What if someone sees us? So what if they do? Are you worried about others' opinions on our relationship? Besides, it's late, and who would notice us here? You're just being overly cautious. No, just sit still. Don't move around. What, can't you handle it? Is that all the composure you have? Li Hani teased. Mu Chunfeng was left speechless, quietly relinquishing control as she took the liberty to tease him while enjoying the fireworks display. The fireworks had been dazzling for quite some time, clearly indicative of the economic prosperity of Hangzhou, capable of such grand spectacles. For those living elsewhere, such magnificent fireworks might remain an unattainable sight throughout their lives. Only the residents of this bustling metropolis could relish such splendor. Moreover, my wish has been fulfilled. Li Hani's cold eyes reflected the myriad of cherry blossoms in the sky, her previous aloofness replaced by a seductive warmth that stirred the man behind her. Mu Chunfeng found it increasingly difficult to focus on the fireworks, his heart racing as Li Hani's playful antics ignited a fire within him. Her methods were undeniably unexpected. She had merely sat there, teasing him, yet it was enough to leave him in a state of torment. What is your wish? Mu Chunfeng found himself instinctively wrapping his arms around her waist, drawing her closer, feeling his heated breath against her ear. Li Hani's lips curled into a subtle smile as she spoke with a calm tone. I have many wishes, all of which pertain to you. But here, of course, it's to watch the fireworks with you. Together, watching the fireworks. Yes. Li Hani turned to face him, straddling his lap and gently gripping his chin, gazing intently into his eyes. In fact, if possible, I would like to do more with you here. Here? With so many people around. Aren't you afraid? Mu Chunfeng's eyes widened in shocked. Li Hani chuckled softly. Don't worry. A barrier has been set up around us. They want to see a thing. Would you like to give it a try? As she explained, Mu Chunfeng's imagination began to run wild, his heart racing intensely. Yet, he resolutely shook his head, stating, No, that would be too much. I've already fallen far enough. I cannot drag you down with me. This cannot happen. TSK. Li Hani clicked her tongue in dissatisfaction, wrapping her arms around his neck and leaning in closer, breathing softly against him. It doesn't matter. You'll agree sooner or later. I have plenty of patience with that. Li Hani kissed him. After a passionate exchange, she pulled away, but Mu Chunfeng, unable to contain himself, leaned forward slightly, clearly still wanting more. Still wanting? Then will you concede defeat? Li Hani gazed at him with expectation. Mu Chunfeng hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. Witnessing this, Li Hani's expression turned cold as she abruptly stood up and walked away. Senior sister. Seeing her leave silently, Mu Chunfeng assumed she was upset and hurried after her. Under the moonlight and the brilliance of the fireworks, they made their way back to the inn, with Li Hani entering first. However, As soon as she stepped inside, she halted at the doorway, her eyes scanning the room before landing on the cabinet. She entered the room, her steps deliberate as she approached the cabinet. Unbeknownst to her, someone was hiding inside, heart racing, holding their breath in fear of being discovered. Just as she reached out to touch the cabinet, the door suddenly swung open and Mu Chunfeng rushed in, enveloping her in his arms. "Senior sister, please don't be angry." "Li Hani, angry? I was wrong. I will accept whatever you say. If I lost, I will admit it. Just please don't be angry, okay?" Mu Chunfeng pleaded, trying to soothe her. Upon hearing Mu Chunfeng's earnest entreaty, Li Hani realized that her earlier actions had led to his misunderstanding. However, this was rather nice, for it demonstrated that her junior cared for her, even willing to apologize and concede defeat. The corners of Li Hani's mouth curled upwards, and she released her hold on his waist, turning to face Mu Chunfeng with a cold gaze. Questioning, "What did I do wrong? I should not have made you upset. You've done so much for me, yet I still nitpicked. I truly am not human." Smack. Just as he spoke, Mu Chunfeng, feeling frustrated, slapped his own face. Startling Li Hani. "What are you doing? Have you gone mad? Why are you hitting yourself?" Li Hani exclaimed, quickly grasping his hand before it could descend again, scolding him angrily. Chapter 53. Coming every year. I'm not mad. I'm apologizing. Who apologizes by hitting themselves? Exactly. Just like that story of the man who bears the thorn for his wrongs. Li Hani took a deep breath, cupping his face in her hands, staring intently into his eyes. It's not the same. An apology between two men cannot compare to what we share. We are lovers, partners in the path of cultivation. We shouldn't resort to such physicality. Is that love? Do you know that when you hurt yourself? It pains me too. Is this an apology or merely torment? Faced with Li Hani's barrage of questions, Mu Chunfeng found himself at a loss for words, rendered speechless. Seeing him silent only fueled Li Hani's irritation. She leaned in and bit him hard. "What does it mean to apologize? This time, it's about love between couples. Do you understand?" "You fool. I'm sorry, senior sister. I lack experience in this area," Mu Chunfeng admitted awkwardly. Li Hani couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. Such a response left her at a loss for words. "Fine. If you truly had experience in this regard, I might be even angrier. Furthermore, how did you come to the conclusion that I am angry? What gave you that impression?" "Ah, you turned and walked away just now, and despite my attempts to pursue you, you chose to ignore me. Is that not indicative of anger?" Mu Chunfeng inquired, puzzled. Li Hani shot him a glance, then gently flicked his forehead, remarking that it is often said that men in love are rather dim-witted, and it seems that saying holds true. Setting aside whether I possess such pettiness, if I were truly upset, my nature would not allow me to leave in silence. I would retaliate fiercely in your presence. Do you understand? Understood. Then I concede. Senior sister, please do not be angry. All right? Mu Chunfeng grasped her hand, cautiously beseeching her. Li Hani took a deep breath, abruptly releasing his hand, only to grasp his cheek instead. "I have already stated that I am not angry. Do I require you to ingratiate yourself to me for your concession? Let me tell you, my haste in returning was solely to resolve matters with you." Mu Chunfeng obediently stood there, observing her. She, a lofty sword immortal, was now willing to behave so humbly, which stirred a complex mix of emotions within him. Meanwhile, hidden within the wardrobe, she peeked through the cracks at the scene unfolding outside. Yesterday, she had merely eavesdropped, and even while hiding beneath the bed, she had not seen clearly. Now, however, the sight was unmistakable. The once aloof and regal ice-cold sword immortal, his esteemed master uncle, now knelt in such a demeaning manner, devoid of her usual lofty demeanor. And what of his master? In her heart, he was supposed to be unattached and exalted, yet now he too was lost in indulgence, unworthy of the title of immortal. Yet this was not the main event. Not long after, Li Hani queried, "So, what do you say?" "I concede." Mu Chunfeng dutifully surrendered. However, for Li Hani at that moment, such a concession did not suffice. She desired tangible evidence of his submission through actions. No, merely stating that you are not angry. How can I be certain that you are not dismissing me due to the earlier incident? Come with me with that. Li Hani pulled Mu Chunfeng to the bedside and forcefully pushed him onto the bed. Yet, she did not rush into battle. Instead, she slowly settled onto his lap, extending her delicate hand to caress his cheek. Her gaze rife with provocation. Senior sister, please stop teasing me and let us proceed. Mu Chuanfeng could not help but urge. In a rush, why the haste? We have the entire night ahead, and I possess ample patience. Li Hani replied nonchalantly. The hidden observer felt perplexed. She saw Li Hani leaning over Mu Chuanfeng, yet they were not as she had imagined, merely pressing closely together. Just listening to her master's pleas and urgings ignited a desire within her to rush out. Push Li Hani aside and take her place. If you cannot play the game, then step aside. Lingering here is a waste of time. Just when she thought she would comprehend the situation tonight, a turn of events occurred. The obedient Mu Chuanfeng, who had been lying in wait on the bed, suddenly sat up, rolled over, and pushed Li Hani down onto the bed, pouncing upon her. At last, the main act commenced. The hidden observer bore witness. With the wardrobe positioned at an angle that provided a clear view of the scene, the once gentle and unassuming master now exhibited an overwhelming fervor, pinning the aloof female sword immortal to the bed. Time slipped by, and suddenly, in an unfortunate mishap, the hidden observer accidentally kicked the wardrobe, causing a noise. What was that sound? Mu Chuanfeng immediately lifted his head, scanning the surroundings in confusion. Yet, before he could ponder further, Li Hani swiftly pulled him down, her arms encircling his neck. The observer's heart raced as she pressed her hand to her chest, fearing the consequences of being discovered if found out. She could only imagine what actions her master-uncle might take in anger. Thus, time passed gradually until midnight. The outside world, which had been quiet for some time, suddenly erupted in fireworks. Whether it was due to some young master entertaining a lady, who could say? The two approached the window to admire the pyrotechnic display. Engaging in a temporary truce to converse, I wonder when we can enjoy fireworks together like this again. Li Hani leaned against the window, gazing at the spectacle. Mu Chuanfeng stood beside her, equally captivated by the display, calmly stating, "We will, every year at this time, as long as we are here, we shall come to witness it." Every year? Li Hani turned to face him. Mu Chuanfeng met her gaze, and in that moment, they exchanged smiles that were utterly uncontrollable. Then it is settled. Let us promise to return each year. Chapter 1. The morning intrusion in the early morning light, within the confines of the Wu Qing Hall. Luo Qiushui gradually opened her eyes and exhaled a breath of stale air. Level 8 of Qi refinement. Having been here for a month and a half, achieving such a level in this short span is nothing short of extraordinary. Yet, for Luo Qiushui, it was insufficient. While she felt no particular pressure herself, she was deeply concerned about Mu Chuanfeng's circumstances, compelling her to become even stronger to protect those she cherished most. After rising from bed, she made her way into the hall, only to have the doors slide open automatically as she approached. In walked her senior sister, Mu Shuer. Their eyes met, and aside from a hint of awkwardness, Mu Shuer appeared remarkably composed, even somewhat accustomed to the situation, as this was not their first encounter of this nature. "Good morning, senior sister." You should go tidy up the courtyard. I will check on master." Mu Shuer replied, heading towards Mu Chuanfeng's inner chamber. Luo Qiushui turned to watch her retreating figure, her gaze tinged with complexity. Last month, Li Hani had visited frequently, either during the day or the night. Now that she had departed, Luo Qiushui had assumed such occurrences would cease, yet ever since Mu Chuanfeng returned from Westlake, Mu Shuer had taken to visiting his room every morning. Could it be that senior sister has discovered something? Meanwhile, Mu Shuer gently pushed open Mu Chuanfeng's door, stepping inside and closing it behind her. She approached his bedside with soft footsteps and sat down. Mu Chuanfeng lay peacefully asleep, often indulging in deep slumber. Unless awakened by someone, he could easily sleep until noon, relishing in the luxury of lazy mornings. But this suited her just fine, for it allowed her to admire her master's serene visage while also indulging in a few clandestine actions. "Master, it is time to rise," Mu Shuer called sweetly. However, the slumbering Mu Chuanfeng was in a deep, fragrant sleep, and her gentle coaxing was unlikely to rouse him. Of course, Mu Shuer had no genuine intention of waking him. She merely sought to test how soundly he slept. Thus, she gradually lay down beside him, closely observing her master's celestial beauty. Yet, this was not enough. She craved to be even nearer, to inhale his essence intimately. Consequently, Mu Shuer extended her delicate hand, lightly scratching his back. Feeling a tickle, Mu Chuanfeng slowly turned, nestling into the fragrant embrace of Mu Shuer. She instinctively wrapped her arms around his back, pulling him close, inhaling deeply into his neck, her face awash with satisfaction and greed. Not enough. She yearned for more, for closeness, for intimacy. A flurry of covetous thoughts surged through her mind. But these remained mere fantasies. She could not act upon them, for such behavior would render her no different than that which, with this thought, Moose Schwerer took a deep breath, striving to regain her composure. However, just as she steadied herself, she suddenly felt a warmth in her chest, causing her cheeks to flush. There was no need to look. She knew her master was not behaving decorously, even in sleep. It seems you are indeed hungry, stirring even in slumber, let alone in other matters. As she spoke, Mu Schwerer intentionally tightened her embrace. Senior sister at that moment, Mu Chuanfeng nestled within her arms called out to her. Mu Schwerer smiled, reveling in the changes in his expression. I am not your senior sister, but that what I can do. I shall do better. Mu Schwerer distinctly remembered that night by Westlake, when the atmosphere had only quieted down late into the night. After the battle, Li Hani had covered Mu Chuanfeng with a blanket, and after dressing, she approached the wardrobe, calmly regarding her hidden self within. You know I am here? Mu Schwerer feigned calmness as she inquired. Of course, if I could not detect that, I would hardly qualify as a sword immortal. Li Hani chuckled disdainfully, surveying her disheveled appearance, marked by unfulfilled desires. Mu Schwerer felt a mixture of humiliation and amusement. Yet she dared not resist, fully aware of her lack of power to do so. Her opponent could extinguish her with but a thought, which illustrated the disparity between their realms. So, all of this is merely to humiliate and toy with me? Mu Schwerer asked, looking down. No, I am not so trivial. Everything I do is purely for my own enjoyment, not specifically to torment you. You are not worthy of that, Li Hani replied with icy disdain. While her words stung, they also provided Mu Schwerer with a measure of relief, though her heart tightened again as she raised her gaze to her. Then what is the purpose of allowing me to witness all this? To silence me? Li Hani chuckled lightly, slowly bending down to grasp Mu Schwerer's chin. I am not one to engage in indiscriminate slaughter. Only those who pose a threat to me will face my wrath. And you do not qualify as such. Are you not afraid I might reveal this to others? Would you? It would not impact me in the slightest. The only one to suffer would be your master. You think I conceal these matters for my sake? It is for his. I would be more than happy for you to share these matters with others, for then I could rightfully marry him and become your master's wife. Listening to Li Hani's words, Mu Schwerer clenched her fists in anger, her face a deep shade of pale. At this moment, she found herself utterly powerless against the other party. She could neither strike nor threaten. So what more could she do? So, what exactly do you intend to do, making me watch all this unfold? Mu Schwerer asked through gritted teeth. Do not be upset. I am not your enemy, on the contrary. After hearing what I am about to say, you are bound to be grateful to me, Li Hani replied with a smile. Grateful? Indeed. Li Hani released her, stepping back a couple of paces to glance at the figure lying on the bed. Mu Chunfeng. Currently, he was afflicted by a venomous passion. If not relieved soon, he would undoubtedly endure tremendous suffering. Since I must leave for several months and cannot assist him, his disposition would surely prevent him from seeking help elsewhere. Therefore, as she spoke, Li Hani turned back to Mu Schwerer. In my absence, I entrust you with his care. As Mu Schwerer emerged from her reverie, she gazed at Mu Chunfeng in her arms, noting how he had responded to her teasing. Even leaning closer, it was her master uncle who entrusted you to me, and I shall not disappoint her. I will take good care of my master, I promise. Just as she was saying this, the slumbering Mu Chunfeng suddenly wrapped his arms tightly around her, his expression one of indescribable difficulty yet infused with relaxation. Slowly, he opened his eyes. Chapter 2. The bold disciple Schwerer? Mu Chunfeng exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Mu Schwerer before him. Good morning, master. Did you sleep well? Mu Schwerer looked at him playfully. Comfort. Wait, how could I? Realizing the situation, Mu Chunfeng's face changed dramatically as he hastily pushed Mu Schwerer away and pulled the blanket over himself. Observing his flustered demeanor, Mu Schwerer chuckled softly, rising gracefully and gently biting her finger. Do not be alarmed, master. I merely wished to assist you when I saw you in discomfort. Assist me? What nonsense are you spouting? I am not in discomfort. I am not speaking nonsense. Given the circumstances, you must be in discomfort. "Do not fret, master. We are teacher and disciple, not strangers as your disciple. It is only natural for me to help you when I see you in distress." Mu Shuer teased, winking at him while nibbling on her jade-like finger. "Impudent! Get out! You are becoming increasingly audacious. Leave at once!" Mu Chunfeng scolded angrily. In the face of Mu Chuanfeng's reprimand, Mu Shuer remained unperturbed. Had this been in the past, she would have been terrified enough to kneel in submission. But now, she had come to realize that her master was merely a paper tiger. Besides, given what had transpired with her master uncle, her current playful teasing was hardly significant. "Do not be angry, master. I shall take my leave. Dio, dress quickly. Be cautious of catching a chill, or else I shall be quite distressed." With that, Mu Shuer offered a respectful bow and turned to exit the room. As the door closed gently behind her, Mu Chunfeng sat alone on the bed, his face stern, one hand pressed against his forehead as he sighed deeply. He had not anticipated this turn of events. The morning after that night at Westlake, upon awakening, his first sight was not Li Hani but rather his eldest disciple, Mu Shuer, seated by the bed. He had been startled, as he had only come to see his senior sister. "How is Mu Shuer here? Shuer, what are you doing here? Where's your master uncle?" Mu Chunfeng inquired. "Master uncle has left, but before departing, she entrusted me with the care of my master," Mu Shuer replied gently. Seeing her composed demeanor, Mu Chunfeng initially thought that the matter between him and Li Hani had not been discovered. Thus he did not pay it much mind. However, as days passed, he began to notice that Mu Shuer was behaving oddly. She had become increasingly bold and less restrained. Each morning, she would sneak into his room while he slept and would often get uncomfortably close, regardless of the situation. At first, Mu Chunfeng dismissed it as mere coincidence and misunderstanding. But as time went on, Mu Shuer's actions grew ever more outrageous, prompting a sense of foreboding within him. He had even warned her the previous evening. Yet, he could never have imagined that upon awakening this morning, Mu Shuer would have orchestrated such an audacious scene, which was indeed too stimulating. Upon uncovering the blanket, Mu Chunfeng could not help but sigh, feeling an overwhelming headache. "Oh, dear senior sister, you truly cannot allow me a moment of peace even in your absence." By midday, in the grand hall of the sect, Mu Chunfeng, as the sect leader, sat upon the high seat, surveying the assembly below him. Below were the elders of the sect, the stewards, and the stewards from the beast-taming sect. Mu Chunfeng scrutinized a wedding invitation in his hand, his expression one of astonishment and disbelief. "A union with the 100 Flower Valley? Indeed, our sect leader has negotiated with the 100 Flower Valley to arrange for the second daughter, Hunana, to wed the young master of 100 Flower Valley, Chuxia." "Wait, what? You said wed?" Mu Chunfeng was momentarily taken aback. The 100 Flower Valley, unlike our human race, has always been a matriarchal society, where women hold the esteemed position, and it is their tradition for women to marry men. The elderly second elder stroked his beard as he explained. "What the second elder says is true. Our sect leader has no sons and dotes on his two daughters, wishing to keep them close. Additionally, the second daughter and young master Chuxia share a mutual affection, which has led to this union," the steward from the beast-taming sect elucidated. "Ah, I see. I was aware of some aspects of this matter, but I did not expect it to progress so swiftly." Mu Chunfeng nodded in acknowledgement. "Yes, the wedding is set to take place in 7 days within our beast-taming sect. The sect leader has dispatched me to deliver the invitation to you and the esteemed elders, and we hope you will honor us with your presence." Naturally, Mu Chunfeng closed the invitation and handed it to Mu Shuer beside him, addressing the steward below. "You may return and inform Hu Wei, the sect leader, that I shall personally attend the wedding, barring any unforeseen circumstances." "Thank you, esteemed leader." As the steward from the beast-taming sect departed, Mu Chunfeng looked down at the others and inquired, "Esteemed ones, do you have any other pressing matters?" "Respected leader, the new disciples have been initiated for over a month now. It is time to arrange some trials for them." The second elder rose with cupped hands. "Newcomer trials," Mu Chunfeng realized and nodded. "Indeed, it is time for them to be tested. When shall this be scheduled?" "In 2 days. In 2 days? The newcomer trials last for 3 days, correct?" Mu Chunfeng pondered aloud. "Indeed. Very well, then hasten your preparations." "Understood." As the meeting concluded, the elders and stewards gradually departed, leaving only Mu Chunfeng and Mu Shuer in the grand hall. "Master, you must be tired. Allow your disciple to give your shoulders a gentle massage." Mu Shuer graciously perched on the armrest of the chief's seat, her delicate hands upon his shoulders, kneading gently. Although Mu Chunfeng was somewhat irked by the morning's events, he was not one to hold grudges over trifles. He quickly dismissed the matter from his mind, and such sect meetings would still involve Mu Shuer. I truly did not anticipate this. The beast-taming sect once had the worst relations with the demon clan. Yet here they are, able to form alliances. Truly, times have changed, Mu Chunfeng mused. Given that the beast-taming sect had mastered the secret arts of training demon beasts, they often captured them for domestication or hunted high-level demon beasts. Even demons themselves, using their demon cores or soul bones to enhance their cultivation. Thus, the two factions were at odds, akin to a distinction between predator and prey, each desiring the other's demise. For this reason, Mu Chunfeng was astonished by this news. While he was aware of the relationship between Chuxia and Hunana, he had never anticipated that both families would consent to their union. He had even thought that the two would undoubtedly elope instead. Yet, the outcome was unexpectedly different. The two clans had set aside their grievances and opted for an alliance. Absurd, truly absurd. It was akin to a cat and a mouse falling in love. Am I overthinking this? Could they truly unite? Mu Chunfeng looked towards Mu Shuer. Chapter 3. Too close for comfort. Mu Shuer smiled faintly, replying, Master, do not overthink it. There are many inexplicable occurrences in this world. After all, a century ago, our human race and the demon clan were at odds, yet look at us now, coexisting peacefully on this continent, thanks to your efforts in fostering amicable relations. True, but their animosity runs deep. After all, the White Crystal Beast King remains within the beast-taming sect. To speak of the White Crystal Beast King, he was the descendant of the previous Demon King, infamous for his brutal reign over both human and demon clans. His reputation sullied on both sides. Under the dominion of the White Crystal Beast King and his father, the demon clans suffered grievously, oppressed and silenced. Thus, 500 years ago, the then leader of Kunlun, Mu Ningxiang, reached an agreement with Bai Ji, then merely the leader of the Fox clan, to jointly devise a trap to vanquish the White Crystal Beast King, severely wounding his son. Although the White Crystal Beast King managed to escape and hid within the confines of the beast-taming sect's Fengkong Mountain, he was ultimately captured by Mu Ningxiang and the then leader of the beast-taming sect. To save his life, the White Crystal Beast King willingly became the steed of the beast-taming sect's leader, thereby ensuring his survival within their ranks. However, centuries later, following the demise of the Beast Master sect leader, the Platinum Beast King fell into a state of uncontrollable chaos, often running amok on one occasion. It nearly escaped, but fortunately, Mu Ningxue intervened just in time to seal it away. Henceforth, the Platinum Beast King became the emblem of the Beast Master sect, forever imprisoned. As for the Demon Clan and the Beast Master sect, it is not that Mu Chunfeng wishes them ill. Rather, achieving a favorable outcome is exceedingly difficult. The existence of the Platinum Beast King poses a threat to Bai Ji's position as the head. Although the Demon Clan appears harmonious now, it does not imply the absence of conflict. After all, there remain factions of warlike individuals, former subordinates of the Platinum Beast King, who are ever eager to rescue him and lead the Demon Clan once more in their conquests. In response to Mu Chunfeng's concerns, Mu Shuer reassured him, Master, do not overthink. The Platinum Beast King is merely a mascot. The people of the Beast Master sect would never dare to release him, and the Demon Clan would absolutely not attempt to rescue him. You must remember that Lord Baiji has been diligently working to ease the tensions between humans and demons. Perhaps this upcoming union could effectively address the issues between Baihua Valley and the Beastmaster sect? Indeed, if that is the case, it would be splendid. Mu Chunfeng nodded in agreement. Exactly, Master. You shouldn't carry such heavy burdens every day. Think of the positive aspects and focus on happier matters. Do not constantly wear a frown. For it pains your disciple, she said, her voice growing increasingly intimate as her body edged closer to Mu Chunfeng, gently exhaling warmth against his earlobe. Feeling her soft form so near, Mu Chunfeng furrowed his brow and said coldly, If you wish to massage, do so properly without harboring any ulterior motives. Ulterior motives? Disciple has none. I am simply focusing earnestly on the massage, Mu Shuer replied innocently. Does a massage require you to be this close? Mu Chunfeng shot her a warning glance, cautioning her not to come too near. Yet, Mu Shuer remained unfazed, smiling sweetly as she leaned in even closer, nearly brushing lips with him. Locking eyes, Mu Chunfeng tried to maintain his composure. But a flicker of unease flashed in his gaze, leaving Mu Shuer quite pleased. Was that close? This is what I call close, master. Do you understand? Humph. Mu Chunfeng turned his head away with a huff. His gaze fixed on the door. Though I do not know what you truly comprehend, heed my warning. Do not be too audacious. Do not presume upon my affection for you, thinking you can act with impunity. Should you go too far, I will not hesitate to punish you. Punish? Mu Shuer gazed intently at his back, then boldly draped herself over him, arms wrapped around his neck, her breath warm against his earlobe as she playfully asked, "Is it to be like last time, when you disciplined my master uncle? Will you treat me similarly? And if I do, are you afraid? Afraid?" The corners of Mu Shuer's mouth curled into a playful smirk, her eyes dancing with mischief. Of course, I am terrified. Just the thought of being reprimanded by master makes me exceedingly anxious. Hearing her words, Mu Chunfeng assumed she was genuinely frightened and, feeling rather pleased, warned, "Then keep your wits about you and behave yourself. Do not repeat the antics from this morning. Obey, and I shall not chastise you." "Yes, disciple will comply." Upon returning to the heartless hall, Mu Chunfeng reclined on the cold jade bed to rest, while Mu Shuer did not linger. Leaving him alone with Luo Qiushui, who was on the floor diligently cleaning, Mu Chunfeng opened his eyes and exhaled a heated breath, catching sight of Luo Qiushui on the ground, her back turned to him. The scene sent a wave of unease through him. With a gulp, he swallowed, captivated by the sight before him. His young disciple was rather careless, dressed so lightly in such a cold hall, and her posture was undeniably enticing. Although he quickly diverted his gaze, the image remained etched in his mind, impossible to forget. "Master, you are awake. Would you like some tea?" Luo Qiushui turned and, seeing him alert, hurried to inquire. "Yes, please pour me a cup. I find myself parched. Of course," she replied before departing. Watching her retreating figure, Mu Chunfeng could not help but reflect on the changes in his young disciple over the past 2 months. Her body had undergone significant refinement, becoming increasingly perfect through her rigorous cultivation. More importantly, her aura felt oddly familiar and comforting to him, which was the primary reason he welcomed her presence in the heartless hall. While Mu Chunfeng pondered, Luo Qiushui returned with a cup of tea, respectfully presenting it to him. "Please, Master Ha, you should also take a break. Do not tire yourself out with constant busyness. Stay and chat with me instead." Mu Chunfeng patted the space beside him on the bed. "Very well," Luo Qiushui replied, settling down beside him, silently admiring his profile, as the emotional poison deepened within him. Its effects on both his mind and body became increasingly profound, further enhancing his allure. Once a cold and distant celestial figure, he now exuded an aura of restrained temptation. Even Luo Qiushui, a reincarnated being, found herself irresistibly captivated by him. "Today, I met with the elders. They mentioned that the new disciple trials will commence in 2 days. You have been cultivating beside me for a month now. It is time for you to venture out and gain experience." Mu Chunfeng stated, "I understand. Master, I have eagerly awaited this opportunity to test my strength." Luo Qiushui affirmed. "Are you not afraid?" Mu Chunfeng inquired, intrigued. "Not at all. If I fear such trivial trials, how can I protect Master in the future?" Luo Qiushui replied with unwavering determination. Hearing this, Mu Chunfeng could not help but smile, affectionately ruffling her hair and expressing his satisfaction. "Ah, hearing you say that fills me with joy. However, remember to do your utmost without overexerting yourself. As cultivators, we should not be overly fixated. Gaining strength in haste means little if it leads to greater suffering later. Disciple will heed Master's teachings and will not disappoint you." "Good. I am glad to hear that." Mu Chunfeng set his teacup aside and reclined comfortably, resting his head on Luo Qiushui's yielding thigh. "Though I often impart wisdom to you, as your master, I find myself rather lazy and unable to set a proper example for you." He gazed up at her with a resigned smile. "Master need not worry. I understand your burdens. Being your disciple and receiving your care is the greatest happiness for me. It encourages me to cultivate diligently, so as not to let you down and to honor your teachings and efforts." Luo Qiushui replied earnestly, her eyes filled with sincerity. Such a good child. Mu Chunfeng smiled warmly, but fatigue soon washed over him, causing his eyelids to grow heavy and gradually close, as Mu Chunfeng drifted from light slumber to deep sleep. Softly snoring, Luo Qiushui let out a sigh of relief, relaxing completely. So many drowsy moments. She gazed down at Mu Chunfeng resting on her lap, her eyes brimming with warmth and affection. Although she was young, her love for him was distinct from that of other women. It was deeper, gentler, and more forgiving. She tenderly caressed him, feeling the charm of her once beloved disciple, her emotions gradually transforming into desire. If only my master were not so weak, unable to bear your spiritual energy. Otherwise, I could not iti the thought of certain scenarios. Luo Qiushui's cheeks flushed, and her legs instinctively pressed together. Just then, Mu Chunfeng, resting on her thigh, suddenly turned to Nestle against her, his gentle breaths stirring her feelings further. You naughty, she chided playfully, yet she tenderly pressed her hand against his head, holding him closer. Meanwhile, in the bamboo grove, Mu Xuer and Lin Xiran were seated in a pavilion. Sipping tea, a gentle breeze rustled through, causing the garments to sway, her hair dancing in the wind, filling the air with an ethereal aura. I heard who Nana is getting married. Yes, today at the sect meeting. The Beastmaster sect sent an envoy with an invitation. It is undoubtedly true, Mu Xuer responded, taking a delicate sip of her tea. Good heavens! That girl, has she really decided to marry so soon? To me, she still seems like a mere child, Lin Xiran lamented, resting her chin on her hand, sipping tea with a hint of disbelief. Perhaps to us, but in the mortal realm, she has reached the appropriate age for marriage. After all, she is over 30, Mu Xuer remarked. Over 30? I am already in my 40s. In the mortal world, I would be considered an old woman, and children of that age are likely to be starting families themselves. Soon I might even be a grandmother. Lin Xiran expressed her discontent. Hearing the sigh in her junior sister's voice, Mu Xuer chuckled softly, setting her teacup down to tease. What is this, junior sister? Are you envious and longing for a family of your own? Of course, who wouldn't dream of love and romance? Don't you? Lin Xiran shot back, raising an eyebrow. Mu Xuer shook her head. Not really. I only wish to remain by Master's side forever. Nothing else matters. Oh, as if anyone else wouldn't feel the same way. Lin Xiran scoffed, taking another sip of tea, only to spit out the leaves moments later. Although everyone was fully aware of the situation, none dared to expose one another. After all, this was Kunlun, a place that held ethics and morals in high esteem. One careless word overheard by outsiders could lead to great trouble. Sigh. I find myself slightly envious of Nana, having swiftly discovered her own happiness. And in such a mutually willing manner with hearts entwined. But what about me? How long must I wait? Lin Xiran lamented. Do not rush. All things come to those who wait. With sincerity and heart, there will surely come a day when flowers bloom and bear fruit. Mu Xuer said leisurely. Observing Mu Xuer's calm demeanor, Lin Xiran couldn't help but feel astonished. In the past, the senior sister would have been confiding in her just like she was now. But recently, with the excessive interactions between their master and uncle, the senior sister had been frowning all day long. Yet now, why this sudden change in attitude? It was a stark contrast. Senior sister, you seem to be in good spirits lately. Lin Xiran remarked. Good spirits? I suppose so. One should maintain an open heart. It suffices to just let go a little, Mu Xuer replied with a smile. Let go? You certainly didn't say that before. Constantly frowning and complaining to me. Now you speak of letting go. I truly do not understand how you managed that. Could it be that something good has happened? Lin Xiran's indirect probing did not catch Mu Xuer off guard. Instead, she raised her delicate hand, leisurely admiring it. Her smooth, jade-like fingers were fair and slender, akin to exquisite jade. Merely gazing at them was enough to bewitch. Recently, I have suddenly realized how beautiful my hands are. In the city, I saw those wealthy ladies wearing silk gloves. Not only do they protect their hands, but they also accentuate their allure, much like stockings. Oh, is that so? Lin Xiran lifted her own hand to examine it. Speaking in a lackluster tone, what good is it to look beautiful when no one admires it? It loses its meaning. Oh, this, Mu Xuer said nothing, merely curling the corners of her mouth. Admiring her own hands, as night fell, the dimly lit hall of the Heartless Palace was filled with the four of them gathered around the table enjoying dinner. Master, do try this. Xuer has carefully prepared red lotus soup for you. Mu Xuer stood up to ladle a bowl of the crimson soup and respectfully placed it before Mu Chunfeng. gazing at the alluring red lotus soup, a divine concoction that could elevate even a mortal's spirit. Mu Chunfeng felt a wave of pressure as he noticed his brows furrow slightly. The red lotus soup, possessing effects contrary to that of the ice heart pill, was meant to invigorate and nourish. While it was fine to drink on ordinary days, at present, Mu Chunfeng did not believe he needed such a thing. Master, please give it a try. Mu Shuer urged eagerly. I've been feeling a bit overheated lately. It is not suitable. The Mu Chunfeng attempted to decline, yet Lin Shiran, seizing upon the critical point, quickly inquired, overheated? Master, with your ice celestial physique, could you truly be feeling overheated? Indeed, Master must be jesting. How could you possibly feel overheated? Or is it simply that you do not wish to drink my soup? Mu Shuer's expression revealed disappointment, leaving Mu Chunfeng in a dilemma. No, I was merely joking. I shall drink it. With that, Mu Chunfeng lifted the bowl and took SIP. The nourishing soup entered his stomach. A wave of warmth surged through him, and it was evident that his face flushed visibly. Though it quickly returned to normal. Is it good? Mu Shuer inquired. Yes, quite good. Mu Chunfeng nodded. It was indeed tasty, but the soup not only contained fire lotus flowers, but also other nourishing ingredients. And its potency was considerable. After just one sip, Mu Chunfeng felt a tightness in his chest and warmth spreading. If it's good, then have more. I've made a whole pot. Please indulge, Master, Mu Shuer cheerfully insisted. Faced with Mu Shuer's eager gaze and Lin Shiran's scrutiny, Mu Chunfeng could only grit his teeth and finish the entire bowl. Afterward, his neck distinctly reddened, causing Luo Qiushui to look on with concern. While Mu Shuer wore a smile of anticipation, licking her red lips. It's merely a bowl of nourishing soup. How could Master? Lin Shiran remarked in surprise. In the past, even if Mu Chunfeng had consumed an entire pot, there would have been no change. How could he become flushed after just one bowl now? Mu Chunfeng took a deep breath to calm his agitated spirit, placing the bowl back on the table with a smile. Saying, that's enough. Would you like another bowl? No, thank you. Very well, Mu Shuer acquiesced, not wishing to truly anger her master. By the way, Master, it has been several days since Uncle left. How is your health? Lin Shiran asked with concern. I am quite well. My health is good, and there are no significant issues. Mu Chunfeng replied lightly. That's good then. After dinner, Lin Shiran and Mu Shuer tidied up the dishes before leaving the Heartless Palace to return to their quarters. Once Luo Qiushui finished cleaning up and returned to the hall, she found Mu Chunfeng sitting cross-legged on the cold jade bed, his complexion slightly flushed, indicating he was not quite himself. This was all due to that bowl of soup. Having had no outlet for his restlessness these past few days, Mu Chunfeng had been suppressing his inner turmoil, only for Mu Shuer to deliberately prepare a nourishing soup, which was akin to adding fuel to the fire. As she approached, Luo Qiushui immediately sensed a volatile aura, fervent and enticing, that left her feeling anxious and affected. Master. Hearing her call, Mu Chunfeng opened his eyes to see his pure and lovely disciple standing less than a meter away. Gazing intently at him, he exhaled a hot breath, suppressing the heat in his eyes, restoring clarity. What is it, Qiushui? Are you not going to rest? Mu Chunfeng inquired. No, I cannot sleep seeing Master in such a state of restraint. Luo Qiushui knelt before him, resting her head on his lap. Looking up at him with concern, Mu Chunfeng gently stroked her hair, smiling as he said, Do not worry. I am doing well. You are deceiving me. I have been by your side for quite some time now. Ever since Uncle left, you have been enduring. It must be difficult, so, if possible, I would like to help Master relieve your burdens, Luo Qiushui said softly. Her cheeks flushed, lightly biting her lip. Mu Chunfeng could not help but blush, lightly flicking her forehead with his finger, gently chiding, Nonsense. What do you mean by relieving burdens? You are still so young. Why think of such matters? I am almost 19, already of age. Girls my age already have children, Luo Qiushui retorted. Children? That is different. You are my disciple. How could I doubt precisely because of that? I cannot bear to see Master in pain. Luo Qiushui's earnest gaze met Mu Chunfeng's, making him hesitant to meet her eyes, turning his head away. However, as your master, I still cannot accept it. Qiushui, do not think foolishly. With your current level, even if you wish to help, it would be futile. If my spiritual energy were to run rampant, you would be unable to withstand it. I understand that, but I can use other methods. Influenced by Mu Chunfeng's fervent aura, Luo Qiushui grew bolder, inching closer. "What are you doing?" Mu Chunfeng panicked, hastily trying to push her away, but at that moment, Luo Qiushui, deeply affected, made it difficult for him to force her off. "I can help. Even if I cannot fully treat you, I can still help relieve some of your burdens. Please trust me, master." Luo Qiushui gazed at him with fervent eyes, filled with concern and affection, laced with a hint of desire, causing Mu Chunfeng's heart to tremble. She was different from Li Hani. She merely wished to assist him. Sensing her sincerity, Mu Chunfeng unconsciously loosened his grip on her arm. Only this once. No further chances. Mu Chunfeng urged, desperately staving off his own restlessness. Hearing this, Luo Qiushui felt a surge of joy within. She knew her chance had come. If she could do well this time, there would surely be another opportunity in the future. Although she could not engage in dual cultivation at her current level, she could still help Mu Chunfeng in other ways. As time passed, with a sudden thud, Luo Qiushui stumbled and fell to the ground. Mu Chunfeng stood up, his face a mix of shame and anger, glaring at Luo Qiushui, his eyes betraying a complex array of emotions. "Master." Luo Qiushui looked at him with dazed eyes, calling out with a sultry tone. Perhaps even she was unaware that such a seductive sound had escaped her lips. "You should retire for the night." Mu Chunfeng merely replied with that and turned to leave. Luo Qiushui knelt on the ground, staring blankly at his retreating figure. Why did he have that expression? Curiosity piqued. Luo Qiushui returned to her room, sitting at her vanity, gazing at her reflection. In that moment, she felt her cheeks burning fiercely. A mix of shyness, embarrassment, and excitement, a whirlwind of complex emotions filled her heart. Chapter 6. The outburst of anger. "I cannot believe I was so reckless." Looking at her reflection, Luo Qiushui finally understood Mu Chunfeng's complex gaze from earlier. Feeling a sense of shame at her own image in the mirror, such recklessness, such impurity. Yet, the troubling part was that she felt no aversion to it. Instead, she was inexplicably thrilled and happy. "The wind? My dear wind. It turns out this is my true sentiment. This is what I have long pursued." Gazing at the reflection in the mirror, the corners of Luo Qiushui's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a smile of relief. Reborn, she no longer felt lost. At this moment, she finally recognized her own heart and understood what she truly desired. As the night deepened, Mu Chunfeng lay asleep on the cold Hanyu bed, with the assistance of his disciple. Luo Qiushui, although not completely cured, some of the heat within him had been alleviated, allowing him to fall into a fitful sleep this night. The room was enveloped in tranquility, marked only by the gentle breeze wafting in from the window and the steady rhythm of Mu Chunfeng's breathing. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted outside, followed by a torrential downpour, with the cold wind rattling the windows. Awakening from his slumber, Mu Chunfeng opened his eyes and sat up to gaze outside. It was raining. He got out of bed and approached the window, shutting the rattling panes, which finally restored silence within the room. Watching the torrential rain outside, Mu Chunfeng let out a long sigh, raising his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead. The fire within him often caused him to perspire, and even in sleep, chaotic dreams plagued him, leaving him drenched in sweat upon waking. How long must he endure this? Exhausted, he returned to the bedside. Lying down once more, his eyes blankly fixed on the ceiling, his vision gradually blurring, until he finally closed them. In his dreams, he envisioned Li Hani returning. They met in a peach blossom grove, embracing warmly. "Do you miss me?" Li Hani gazed at him tenderly. "Yes, I miss you terribly. If you don't return soon, I truly don't know how I can hold on." Mu Chunfeng held her tightly, burying his face in her embrace and taking a deep breath. "Why must it be so? Why not be honest?" At that moment, another voice interrupted. Mu Chunfeng looked up, only to be startled to find Bai Ji before him. Awakening abruptly, Mu Chunfeng sat up, drenched in sweat, gasping for breath, hastily wiping the perspiration from his brow, feeling as if he might be soaked through. "A dream. Thankfully, it was just a dream," he sighed in relief, grateful that it was merely a figment of his imagination. "What dream? Do tell." A woman's voice chimed in his ear. He turned sharply, only to discover Mu Shuer lying beside him, propping her head up with one hand, gazing at him. The striking detail was that she wore nothing but a flimsy gauze dress, revealing sultry Western lingerie beneath, complemented by stockings, attire she had purchased previously in Baihua Valley. He had not anticipated her choosing to wear such enticing garments at this moment, leaving Mu Chunfeng momentarily entranced. How do I look? Beautiful, isn't it? Mu Shuer noticed Mu Chuanfeng's gaze lingering on her, appearing quite pleased, her delicate hand gliding gently over her leg, exuding an overwhelming allure. What are you doing here? Mu Chunfeng asked. His expression icy. It's raining, and it's cold. I was worried that your blanket might slip off, making you catch a chill, so I came to cover you. Cover me, he scoffed. You dare to utter such a preposterous excuse? Do you think me a fool? Believe it or not, that's my story, Mu Shuer said nonchalantly, unfazed by Mu Chuanfeng's frosty glare. Fine, I shall temporarily believe you. But don't you think it's time for you to leave? Mu Chunfeng suppressed his fury, hinting at her departure. Leave? Mu Shuer slowly sat up, stretching lazily and yawning, a picture of nonchalance, smiling slightly at Mu Chunfeng. Now that I'm here, with such heavy rain outside and the cold air seeping in, how could you bear to let me leave? What do you propose? Naturally, I should stay and rest here for the night. Mu Chunfeng furrowed his brow tightly, gripping his thigh. Stay? Very well, but you can rest outside. There are plenty of rooms in the palace. The one you previously occupied will suffice. Upon hearing this, Mu Shuer chuckled lightly, remaining seated at the edge of the bed, swinging her beautiful leg in the air. This was undoubtedly a provocation, and as her master, Mu Chunfeng could hardly tolerate it. In a fit of anger, he slapped her thigh, chiding, "Get down immediately." The force of the slap was considerable, causing Mu Shuer to feel a sharp sting, clearly indicating that Mu Chunfeng was genuinely angry. She lowered her leg and her smile faded, bowing her head in silence. Move quickly, or I shall truly become enraged, Mu Chunfeng urged again. Then, shall I be punished? Indeed, if you continue to disobey, I shall ensure you learn your lesson, Mu Chunfeng replied resolutely. Though he felt a pang of compassion, he knew he had to assert himself and intimidate her somewhat. As expected, after his admonition, Mu Shuer finally moved, slowly rising with her back turned to him. Just when Mu Chunfeng thought he had succeeded in intimidating her and that she would leave the bed, Mu Shuer instead leaned over the edge of the bed, remaining still, leaving Mu Chunfeng utterly bewildered. What are you doing? He asked, incredulously. Weren't you going to punish me? Come on, Mu Shuer flashed a provocative smile at him. You? Mu Chuanfeng's anger flared. His authority as her master had been challenged. This girl was utterly outrageous. Her antics were no longer mere jesting. He needed to retaliate decisively and teach her a stern lesson. Raising his hand in fury, he brought it down with force, eliciting a cry of pain from her. This is what you get for disobeying, for challenging me. You have grown increasingly bold, increasingly audacious, taking advantage of my affection for you. Do you think you can act so recklessly? You were never like this before. How could you be so brazen now? After a lengthy reprimand, Mu Shuer cried out in pain, ultimately remaining still, as if she had fainted from the ache. Once he had finished chastising her, Mu Chunfeng found himself panting heavily, gradually calming down. However, upon seeing the reddened and swollen marks left on her, he suddenly felt a wave of regret wash over him. Filled with shame, she was his dearest disciple, merely playful, and a light reprimand would have sufficed. How could he have been so harsh? Feeling a pang of sympathy, Mu Chunfeng leaned closer, gently patting Mu Shuer's shoulder. Concerned as he asked, Shuer, are you all right? Is the master done? Mu Shuer inquired coolly. Her icy tone sent a shiver through Mu Chuanfeng's heart, as if it had been gripped tightly. I apologize. I struck too hard. It was not my intention. Shuer, you don't say that. Just tell me if you wish to continue punishing me. Then no, I won't hit you again. Please don't be angry. I shall apply some medicine for you. He then retrieved a potion from his storage ring, dipped a piece of gauze into it, and gently began to apply it to her swollen wounds. At that moment, however, his arm was seized. Turning to see Mu Shuer looking at him with tear-filled, peach blossom-like eyes, she implored, You hit me, so you can't send me away now. Huh? Mu Chunfeng was taken aback, unable to suppress a laugh. You little rascal, so your provocation was merely a ploy to avoid being dismissed. Master, I haven't changed. I am still myself. Please let me stay tonight. It's been so long since we shared a bed. I promise I won't do anything. Is that all right? Mu Shuer pleaded earnestly. Before such an endearing and pitiful request, No one could refuse, especially since Mu Chunfeng felt guilty for having struck her. After a moment's contemplation, he sighed, "Very well. Since you insist, you may stay tonight." "Wonderful, master. You are so kind." "Ouch, it hurts," Mu Shuer cheered in excitement, only to forget her injury and burst into tears. "Don't move around. Let me apply the medicine first." Mu Chunfeng gently pressed her down at the edge of the bed, carefully tending to her wounds while reminding her, "This is only for tonight. You must not behave so recklessly again." "Understood. Disciple will be good." And Mu Shuer replied obediently. Once the medicine was applied, she eagerly burrowed under the covers, tightly hugging Mu Chunfeng and urging, "Come on, lie down, master." "All right, but do not stick so close. There are boundaries between men and women. Move a little further away." He returned the medicine to his storage ring, reminding her. Mu Shuer pouted in dissatisfaction, shifting slightly away. Afterward, Mu Chunfeng lay down, maintaining at least a foot of distance between them. "Sleep now." With that, Mu Chunfeng closed his eyes, believing he would finally enjoy a good night's rest. However, shortly after he shut his eyes, he heard the faint sound of clothes rustling. Curious, he opened his eyes to find Mu Shuer holding a piece of clothing, placing it beside the bed. When she turned to see Mu Chunfeng awake, her face flushed crimson. "Why are you undressing?" "Shuer prefers to sleep naked." "I always do, otherwise I can't sleep," Mu Shuer shyly explained. "Oh, you have such a habit? It seems I do not know you well enough." Mu Chunfeng responded, astonished. "Isn't that true for you? Sleeping in clothes is uncomfortable. Why don't you take off yours too?" Mu Shuer suggested. "Me?" Mu Chunfeng frowned, refusing. "No, you are here. How could I possibly do that?" "Oh, what does it matter? We are master and disciple, and now we are sharing a bed. What is there to worry about? Could it be that master does not trust me, thinking I might do something inappropriate to you?" Mu Shuer expressed her dissatisfaction. "Of course not. I naturally believe in you. It's just that this is truly." Observing Mu Chunfeng's conflicted expression, Mu Shuer pouted and coldly remarked, "I understand. In the end, you are still worried about me." "It's true. A disciple is always just a disciple, an outsider, and can never compare to your old lover." "What old lover? What nonsense are you spouting?" "I have none," Mu Chunfeng exclaimed, visibly agitated. "Humph, whether you do or not. You know in your heart, Dio, you think you can hide it so meticulously that no one would notice." Mu Shuer shot him a disdainful glance, turning her back to him, gazing at her fair, delicate back. Mu Chunfeng couldn't help but furrow his brow in worry. Did she really discover something? Dismissing such chaotic thoughts, Mu Chunfeng closed his eyes once more and drifted into sleep. Time passed slowly, and after midnight, the rain outside ceased, the clattering thunder subsided, and the room returned to its pitch-black state. Just as Mu Chunfeng was in a state between dreams and wakefulness, he suddenly felt something, followed by a soft body pressing against his back, startling him awake. Turning his head, he found Mu Shuer lying closely behind him. "What are you doing? I told you to keep your distance," Mu Chunfeng scolded angrily. "I am cold. I want to cuddle with master while I sleep," Mu Shuer said, tightly embracing him, her eyes filled with affection. "This is unacceptable. You." Before he could finish his sentence, Mu Chunfeng's expression suddenly changed, and he began to struggle. However, Mu Shuer held on firmly. No matter how much he squirmed, she remained pressed against him. "Let go. I'm truly angry," Mu Chunfeng urged anxiously. "No, Shuer can tell master is in need. If you wish to help, please allow me to fulfill Shuer's filial heart," Mu Shuer pleaded. "Filial heart?" Mu Chunfeng scoffed, mocking. "Is this what you call filial piety? You are betraying your master. Do you understand? Of course. Riding a master is fine, but betraying my roots is unnecessary. Master, since you are already like this, why pretend? Just let me help you," Mu Shuer said, her tone teasing. "I don't need it. Hurry up and get away from me. Or else what will you do? Are you going to punish me like before?" Mu Shuer leaned closer, deliberately provoking him. "You are truly a rebellious disciple." Mu Chunfeng turned his head, glaring at her in indignation. Mu Shuer smiled slightly. "Indeed, I am a rebellious disciple, and moreover, a rebellious disciple against my master." With that, Mu Shuer leaned in and sealed his lips. After a night passed, morning arrived, as the sunlight streamed through the window. The person asleep in bed stirred, their eyelashes fluttering, gradually opening their eyes amidst the tousled hair. Once awake, they stared blankly at the ceiling, breathing steadily, their minds slowly recalling the events of the previous night. "Good morning, Master." A gentle voice came from beside. Mu Chunfeng turned to find Mu Shuera lying next to him, her hand propped under her chin, her perfect form partially covered by the blanket, yet still revealing a hint of allure. If he wished, he could easily lift the blanket and indulge in the sight. "Do you still consider me your master?" Mu Chunfeng looked at her coldly. Chapter 8. New disciples. Upon hearing such a frosty remark, Mu Shuera's expression stiffened for a moment, but she quickly regained her smile, gently running her fingers through his hair and caressing his cheek. "Of course, you have always been, and will forever be my master. Even if I am cast out, you will still be." Hearing this, Mu Chunfeng felt a flicker of solace within, yet the events of last night still left him disappointed. Although it hadn't progressed to a climax, and she had merely assisted him, he still found it hard to accept. "You promised me last night. I allowed you to stay, yet you have disappointed me," Mu Chunfeng said, looking at her with disappointment. Although he anticipated his master would reprimand her, hearing those words from him still pained Mu Shuera's heart. "Shuera understands. Yet it was a choice I had no alternative to make. If I did not do so, others would." "Who?" "Junior sister, Lady Baiji, and Shu." Upon hearing the term Shu, Mu Chunfeng's expression tightened, his hands instinctively clenching the bed sheets. Indeed, she knew. Noticing Mu Chunfeng bowing his head in silence, Mu Shuer held his hand gently, speaking softly. "Please rest assured, master, I will not tell anyone. Everything I say and do has but one purpose." "What?" Mu Chunfeng lifted his head, curious. Mu Shuer smiled slightly, leaned in to kiss him, then slowly withdrew. "I love you." As Mu Shuer left the room, Mu Chunfeng lay alone in bed, staring blankly at the ceiling, his mind devoid of confusion. The door creaked open, and Luo Qiushui stepped in. She glanced at Mu Chunfeng lying on the bed, then scanned the room. Fortunately, it was not the chaotic scene it had been with Li Hani before. The room was relatively clean and tidy, and Mu Chunfeng was still dressed, indicating that nothing too excessive had transpired. Luo Qiushui let out a silent sigh of relief, then bent down to tidy up the room as usual. The next day, in the sect square, numerous outer disciples gathered, preparing for their first expedition trial, finally heading to the beast forest for the trial. "I'm so excited. I'm a bit scared. I'm only at Qi refining stage 3. Will I die?" "Oh, if you're afraid, then don't go. You might stumble upon some opportunity and soar to greatness." A few disciples formed a circle, chatting enthusiastically. Just as their conversation heated up, a cold, ethereal fairy-like figure passed by, instantly capturing their attention. "Wow, what a beautiful senior sister. Her aura is absolutely stunning. I don't think I've seen her before. Who is she? Do any of you recognize her?" "I don't know. I've seen almost all the outer disciples, but she looks quite unfamiliar." "So what if she is unfamiliar? Just go up and introduce yourself." One bold young man stepped forward. Approaching the fairy, cupping his hands in greeting, "I am Lu Bu Ping. May I ask for your esteemed name?" "Senior sister?" "Luo Qiushui," the girl coldly replied, brushing past him. "Luo Qiushui? Never heard of her," the male disciple muttered, turning to gaze dreamily at her retreating figure. A newly emerged outer disciple, Luo Qiushui undeniably commanded attention. Anyone who passed by couldn't help but turn their heads, her remarkable grace and striking beauty captivating countless admirers. Many men wished to approach her, yet her aloof demeanor deterred them, leaving them only to observe from a distance. At the center of the square, by the water pool, Luo Qiushui gazed down at her reflection, reminiscing about the advice Mu Chunfeng had given her before she left that morning. "Rankings don't matter. What you must do is train earnestly, learning how to fight and survive in dangerous places." Mu Chunfeng had instructed solemnly. "I understand," Luo Qiushui affirmed. "Good." Mu Chunfeng nodded, then gently ruffled her hair, his expression softening. "Remember, nothing is more important than life itself. If you encounter danger, flee immediately without hesitation." "Yes." As Luo Qiushui was lost in thought, a chorus of gasps erupted around her, and everyone looked up at the sky as if witnessing something extraordinary. Luo Qiushui followed their gaze, seeing Mu Chunfeng soaring in on his sword, landing gracefully on the high platform, overlooking the new disciples below. My heavens, it's the sect master. So handsome. The sect master is incredibly dashing. If only I could become his disciple, I would be so happy to see him every day. "No way, just a trial," Why is the sect master here? Is this trial really that significant? Not only the disciples, but even the outer sect officials were surprised, kneeling before Mu Chunfeng, respectfully greeting him. We pay our respects to the sect master. What are your instructions for this visit? Next month is the Immortal Sword Conference. This trial pertains to the selection of participants for the conference. So I have decided to personally observe the competition, Mu Chunfeng stated calmly. I see. As the officials withdrew, Mu Chunfeng addressed the crowd. New disciples, this trial is of utmost importance, as it relates to the upcoming Immortal Sword Conference. Those who perform excellently in this trial may have the chance to participate in the conference. Therefore, I hope you all take this competition seriously and showcase your true abilities. We understand, the crowd shouted in unison. Among the 50 or so new disciples, Mu Chunfeng also noticed Luo Qiushui, who was gazing up at him. Watching him from the high platform, Luo Qiushui felt a moment of daze, recalling the Immortal Sword Conference a century ago, where she too stood on the platform, looking down at him, bloodied yet resolute. Set off with that command, the disciples boarded the celestial boats. Certainly, it is not the celestial vessel of Mu Chunfeng, but rather an ordinary celestial boat belonging to the outer sect steward. It possesses the ability to fly, yet its speed is rather unremarkable, valued at merely a few hundred spirit stones. In order to avoid excessive interaction with Luo Qiushui, Mu Chunfeng intentionally sought to conceal his relationship with her before the Celestial Sword Conference, thus embarking alone on the celestial boat. Meanwhile, atop Longyue Peak, Mu Shuer approached the Wuqing Hall with slow steps, pushing open the hall door to find it empty. She hurried to Mu Chunfeng's chamber, flinging the door open only to discover a pristine bed, void of any presence. In an instant, Mu Shuer's brow furrowed, and with a sigh, she seated herself by the bedside, reaching out to caress the bedding before gradually lying down. Are you hiding from me, Master? Chapter 9. The Demon Beast Forest. The Demon Beast Forest spans approximately 1,000 miles, encompassing mountains, lakes, and grasslands, rivaling the 100-Flower Valley, though its area far exceeds that of the latter. Long ago, the Demon Beast Forest was inhabited by the demon race, but as the demon race awakened their intelligence and cultivated human forms, their relationship with the demon beasts became increasingly delicate. Under the reign of the White Crystal Beast Emperor, the demon race abandoned their intelligence, engaging solely in destruction and combat, with both demon beasts and demons united in their bloodthirsty ferocity. However, after the fall of the White Crystal Beast Emperor, the Fox Clan's Baiji ascended as the new demon king, leading the demon race towards the path of intelligence, causing a gradual rift between the demons and the demon beasts. Intelligent beings are destined to coexist poorly with beasts. Even for the demon race and demon beasts, rooted from the same origin, peaceful coexistence proved unattainable. The intelligent demons looked down upon the bloodthirsty beasts, deeming them inferior creatures. Conversely, the demon beasts scorned the demons, who, despite being demon beasts, transformed into humans, donned clothing, and lived human lives. This was betrayal. As disputes between the two factions escalated, a consensus was reached between Baiji and Mu Chunfeng, leading to the migration of the demon race from the Demon Beast Forest to the 100-Flower Valley. The demon beasts, however, were forever trapped within the confines of the forest by the barriers set up by the demon and human races. Thus, the demon race and demon beasts were irrevocably split. In the eyes of the demon beasts, the demon race was a traitor, sealing them within the forest in exchange for the privilege of residing in the 100-Flower Valley and living a peaceful and happy life. It was a perfect transaction, one that had never been possessed in the past, and perhaps could never be surpassed in the future. Mortals would no longer be subjected to the indiscriminate harassment of demon beasts. While the demon race found a true sanctuary, free from disturbance and capable of transforming conflict into peace with humanity, leaving only the demon beasts as the victims. Standing upon the celestial boat, Mu Chunfeng gazed down upon the boundless primordial forest, a sense of unease swelling within him. Although the trial would take place at the periphery, predominantly involving first-tier demon beasts, with at most a couple of second-tier beasts, all at the Foundation establishment level, he could not shake his anxiety. This was due to Luo Qiushui being part of the team. She was his chosen disciple, his ace for the upcoming Celestial Sword Conference, and more importantly, someone he cared for deeply. He could not comprehend why, having spent less than 2 months with this young apprentice, he felt an inexplicable fondness and concern for her. Perhaps it was her intelligence and obedience, her unwavering support, or her diligent training, her focused demeanor during cultivation resonating with a figure in his mind. In any case, it was this profound concern that compelled Mu Chunfeng to personally oversee the trial. As the celestial boat arrived at its destination, anchoring at the boundary of the demon beast forest, the disciples disembarked in an orderly fashion. Before them stood a portal of shimmering water, with the steward positioned at the front of the line, proclaiming, "To prevent the formation of cliques among participants, all disciples will pass through this portal and be transported to various locations in the periphery of the demon beast forest. Your task is to hunt demon beasts and acquire demon cores. Of course, you may also seize from one another, relying solely on individual strength. If anyone can no longer withstand the trial and wishes to concede, they may crush the teleportation talisman, which will bring them back through the portal. Do you understand?" Understood. After elucidating the rules of the competition, the crowd proceeded through the teleportation portal, vanishing into the depths of the demon beast forest. Luo Qiushui, wielding the treasured sword bestowed upon her by Mu Chunfeng, approached the portal, glancing back at him before stepping through that moment. Witnessing Luo Qiushui's entry into the portal, Mu Chunfeng exhaled deeply, his heart brimming with anticipation. Upon entering the portal, all disciples were irregularly transported to various locations. When Luo Qiushui regained her clarity of vision, she found herself amidst a dense forest, with a babbling brook nearby. Approaching the stream, she peered into its crystalline depths, bending down to scoop some water. Sampling its sweet and flavorful essence, the demon beast forest, rising to her feet, she surveyed her surroundings, noting that they were much as she remembered. The arrangement of the trial within the demon beast forest indeed posed a degree of pressure for novice disciples. Given the presence of battle-hardened, bloodthirsty demon beasts, however, for Luo Qiushui, this was fortuitous, as the forest harbored what she sought. During the slaying of the white crystal beast emperor, a fragment of her Kunlun sword had shattered, containing a trace of her consciousness. While it had once been inconsequential to her past self, it held significant importance for her present self, as that fragment encapsulated the sword intent and insights of her peak state. If she could locate and absorb it, it would greatly enhance her cultivation. After surveying the terrain, Luo Qiushui confirmed her memory of the direction and set forth. Meanwhile, outside the demon beast forest, Mu Chunfeng stood upon a massive stone, holding a mirror reflecting the images of the new disciples within the forest. This mirror was linked to the teleportation portal, which in turn connected to the teleportation talismans held by all disciples, enabling him to monitor their conditions through the mirror. At that moment, the mirror displayed a scene of a man and a woman engaged in affectionate conversation, seemingly close. However, in the midst of their tender exchange, the female disciple nestled in the male disciple's embrace stealthily retrieved a dagger from behind, plunging it into the man's back. In an instant, what appeared to be a loving couple devolved into a brutal conflict. As the male disciple was struck, he instinctively pushed the female disciple away. "Junior sister, how could you? Humph, you were too naive, truly believing I would harbor feelings for a worthless fool like you. If it weren't for your family's wealth supporting me along the way, do you think I would even acknowledge you?" The woman replied with disdain. "You?" Enraged, the man drew his sword, ready to charge, but suddenly a sword flew from behind, piercing through him. With a thud, he collapsed to the ground, helplessly witnessing his close friend embracing the woman he loved, the two now entwined before his dying eyes. May you never find peace with that." The man succumbed to his injuries. Witnessing this scene, Mu Chunfeng's expression turned cold. Shouting down to the steward below, 2348. Understood. The steward promptly marked the two names off the roster. In the realm of cultivation, murder and treasure-seeking, mutual slaughter, and betrayal were all commonplace. Mu Chunfeng had encountered numerous such instances. However, since assuming the role of sect master, he had dedicated himself to rectifying internal affairs. He could tolerate conflicts among disciples, acknowledging that disputes were inevitable, even allowing for external bloodshed without interference. Yet, individuals with flawed character and inherent malice were absolutely unwelcome. Chapter 10. The half-baked cultivation for a sect to endure, its internal ethos must be rectified. Such innate evil must be eradicated. Otherwise, should these individuals grow and ascend to positions of elders or stewards, the sect would be on the brink of annihilation. Kunlun has always been thus. It can tolerate eccentricities and even those who revel in slaughter, but it will never condone traitors, however, as the sect master. Mu Chunfeng could not personally supervise every trial. He had only come this time due to Luo Choshui's involvement. In light of this situation, a severe punishment was inevitable. As the portal emitted a flash of light, the man and woman were transported out, gazing dazedly at the steward. Before they could finish, a sword aura pierced through their foreheads, and they were reduced to ashes, dissipating into the air. Witnessing this, the steward was rendered speechless. Trembling uncontrollably, their sect master was renowned for his distinguished character, holding a stellar reputation throughout the realm of cultivation, often ranking highly among past sect masters. However, this did not imply leniency. When it came to execution, he showed no mercy. Remember well, we at Kunlun despise traitors above all else. Scum like them deserve death, as their presence only brings calamity. Mu Chunfeng warned coldly. Yes, I understand. After delivering his warning, Mu Chunfeng waved his hand gently across the surface of the crystal, causing the image to shift once more. 5 men were engaged in a fierce battle, vying for demon cores, resulting in the death of one disciple. Though this, Mu Chunfeng felt not a flicker of emotion. Such occurrences were all too common in his eyes. With another gentle wave, the scene shifted to reveal the sounds of a woman gasping. Before a great tree, a man and a woman were entangled in a compromising position, their clothing in disarray. Observing this, Mu Chunfeng frowned in exasperation. How could they afford to be so lax in such a perilous place as the demon beast forest? Indeed, the next moment, a gorilla unexpectedly leaped down from the tree and instantly decapitated the man. The woman, terrified, screamed and attempted to flee, only to be pinned to the ground by the rushing beast. The gorilla, having transformed into a demon, first attained sentience and harbored a particular fondness for violating human females, earning a notorious reputation among female cultivators, often regarded as a being that must be killed upon sight. No, help me, help me. The female disciple, in a state of panic, struggled while reaching for her clothing not far away, where her teleportation talisman lay hidden in the pocket. Alas, what is this madness? How can even such useless individuals enter the sect? Mu Chunfeng was utterly speechless. Although it was necessary to shatter the teleportation talisman to signify surrender and be transported back, he felt compelled to make an exception in this case, for he could not bear to watch the female disciple being tormented by the beast. With a flash of light, the disheveled woman and the gorilla were teleported away together. As the creature had a firm grip on her, the sword's aura sliced through the air, and the gorilla's head fell to the ground, its massive body crashing backward. The previously despondent female disciple hurriedly sat up, and upon seeing Mu Chunfeng atop a large rock, she knelt in gratitude. Thank you, esteemed master, thank you. Enough, put on your clothes and leave the sect, Mu Chunfeng coldly ordered, tossing down a garment. Upon hearing she was to be expelled from the sect, the woman's expression changed drastically, yet she could not utter a word. She merely knelt in thanks before taking the clothing and departing. Such was the nature of the newcomer trials. These recent initiates were merely focused on cultivation, many having never experienced true combat, let alone maintain the vigilance necessary when in peril, leading to their dire predicaments. Time passed, and an hour later, the original group of 50 had dwindled to just over 20. More than 10 had been eliminated, and several had perished. This was a commonplace occurrence. What captured Mu Chunfeng's attention most was Luo Choshue. Though she had slain numerous demon beasts, she seemed to be progressing in a singular direction. To his delight, Luo Choshue exhibited remarkable prowess in combat. Despite being at the 8th level of chi refinement, she faced these battle-hardened demon creatures with courage, adeptly identifying weaknesses and delivering fatal strikes. Impressive. With such strength, it's not impossible for her to slay foes beyond her level, Mu Chunfeng mused. Simultaneously, Luo Choshue was acutely aware that Mu Chunfeng was monitoring her every action. Hence, her combat style remained basic, refraining from employing stronger or more sophisticated techniques to avoid arousing his scrutiny. It was still morning when she set off, but now afternoon had arrived, and Luo Choshue finally reached her destination at the edge of the trial site. Although the area was bound by barriers, it could not guarantee that larger demon beasts would not intrude, prompting most participants to hunt along the periphery, seldom venturing deeper. What is happening? Why is she moving closer to the interior? Encountering a second-tier demon beast would be quite troublesome, Mu Chunfeng, overseeing everything, couldn't help but furrow his brow in deep concern. Naturally, Luo Qiushui understood that as long as she possessed the teleportation talisman, Mu Chunfeng would be privy to her every move. Thus, she needed to dispose of it. Intentionally, she sought out a formidable demon beast, a wind demon wolf, known for its incredible speed and ability to unleash wind blades from its mouth, making it a particularly challenging adversary. During the battle, Luo Qiushui deliberately destroyed the teleportation talisman, ensuring Mu Chunfeng would no longer monitor her. However, this action was fraught with risk. Should she find herself in dire straits, escape would be exceedingly difficult. This is bad. At the moment the talisman was destroyed, Mu Chunfeng sprang to his feet, his expression grave. The water mirror could no longer detect Luo Qiushui, leaving him uncertain of her current situation and safety. While he longed to intervene, this was a trial, and as her master, he had to allow her the space to grow. Calm down, it's merely a first-tier wind demon wolf. It poses no real threat. Qiushui will surely manage, Mu Chunfeng reassured himself. Given Luo Qiushui's previously exhibited capabilities, defeating the wind demon wolf should pose no challenge. Mu Chunfeng had faith in her strength, though he remained concerned about her recent position, which had brought her dangerously close to perilous territory. Meanwhile, after the destruction of her teleportation talisman, Luo Qiushui no longer concealed her abilities. She leaped into the air, her figure darting swiftly as she successfully severed the wolf's head with a single strike. As the head and body of the wind demon wolf separated and fell to the ground, Luo Qiushui approached, swiftly locating the beast's demon core and extracting it. Chapter 11. Luring the tiger from its mountain. Having acquired the demon core, Luo Qiushui pressed deeper into the forest, soon arriving at a mountain ravine. Here, the miasma was dense, and the ground was littered with corpses. Anyone or any beast reaching this place would become lost in the toxic fumes, ultimately meeting a grim fate. Luo Qiushui, however, was an exception. These noxious fumes posed no threat to her. With her formidable spiritual power, she would not easily lose herself. Standing atop the corpses, she inhaled deeply, and aside from the scent of blood in the air, she sensed a familiar aura. Even after centuries, this presence lingered, intimidating the surrounding creatures and deterring ordinary beasts from approaching. It seems this is the place. Confirming her location, Luo Qiushui proceeded deeper into the ravine. As night fell, the beast-infested forest gradually quieted. Those disciples with sense began searching for places to rest, while the foolish continued to contemplate battle. Night is serene but also perilous. In nature, darkness often accompanies deadly dangers. Powerful predators prefer to hunt under the cover of night, while demon beasts possess innate abilities for nocturnal hunting, a skill in which humans generally falter, lacking the sensory acuity and familiarity with the environment that the beasts possess. How many remain? Outside the forest, Mu Chunfeng sat in meditation, inquiring with an attendant below. 23. Excluding the female disciple whose talisman was destroyed, the attendant replied. Mu Chunfeng slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the moon above, his fingers gently tapping his thigh, lost in thought. The forest at night was fraught with danger. All disciples concealed themselves in tree branches or hidden caves. Only Luo Qiushui differed. Without the supervision of her teleportation talisman, she ventured deeper into the ravine. The further she traveled inward, the larger the surrounding corpses became. Although their number dwindled, the powerful aura emanating from these remains was far more formidable than those outside. Only the strongest demon beasts could traverse this area. Luo Qiushui felt a pang of anxiety, primarily fearing that stronger beasts had claimed this territory, for after all, the white crystal beast emperor had fallen here, and its remains would serve as a great boon to any demon beast. With the fragment resting upon its corpse, as she drew closer to the depths, the light grew dimmer, and the path ahead became nearly indistinguishable. Relying solely on her potent spiritual power, she sensed her surroundings, and with each cautious step, she finally glimpsed a glimmer of light, a faint hope in the darkness. Upon reaching the illuminated area, she found herself at an exit overlooking a vast pit filled with countless bones. At its center lay a blazing fire tiger king, a fourth-tier beast with the strength of a golden core cultivator. Present. Luo Qiushui was merely at the 8th level of qi refinement, making it impossible for her to engage it in direct combat. Even with her formidable spiritual power and several lethal techniques, she would not dare to confront it head-on. After a moment's contemplation, Luo Qiushui retrieved over 10 puppet talismans from her storage pouch, transforming them into puppets resembling herself. Subsequently, she produced a lightning talisman, summoning a bolt of lightning to strike the fire tiger below. With a series of crackling sounds, the previously slumbering fire tiger suddenly opened its eyes, roaring toward the sky and fixating its gaze on the figure at the cave's entrance, leaping upward in pursuit. As the tiger charged, the puppets scampered toward the cave's exit, one of them lagging behind and, in an instant, being swatted to the ground and torn to shreds by the fire tiger, with the fire tiger distracted by the fleeing puppets. Luo Choshue, hidden in the shadows and concealing her aura, revealed herself, breathing a sigh of relief. She leaped into the pit, but due to the overwhelming number of corpses and the myriad of beastly scents, searching became arduous. After a thorough assessment, she pinpointed her target and rushed forward, shattering and clearing away the corpses. However, some of these remains belonged to even more powerful beasts, making them difficult to destroy. Thus, Luo Choshue had to manually shift them aside to delve deeper. At last, she discovered the fragment. Long neglected, it had accumulated dust and rust, resembling an ordinary stone devoid of any remarkable features. Filled with excitement, Luo Choshue grasped it and stowed it in her storage pouch, just as she prepared to leave when a sudden roar echoed, causing her countenance to shift in alarm. Roar. Outside the demon beast forest, Mu Chunfeng was meditating when the sound of the tiger's roar suddenly erupted from the crystal panel. Upon inspection, he observed that a fourth-tier beast, the fire tiger, had appeared near one of the male disciples. Such a powerful beast! How could such a ferocious creature be found at the periphery? The disciple was engulfed in terror. Mu Chunfeng furrowed his brows. Although he could not comprehend the reason behind the unfolding events, he observed that the crimson flame tiger appeared to be pursuing someone. Disturbed, he continuously checked on his disciples' conditions and finally discerned through their perspectives that the one being chased was indeed Luo Choshue. How could this be? What on earth had this girl done? Without hesitation, Mu Chunfeng rose and commanded the steward below. A fourth-tier crimson flame tiger has intruded into the trial grounds. Instruct the disciples to exit immediately. The competition is over. Yes. The steward conveyed the message through a sound transmission talisman, and soon some disciples shattered their teleportation talismans to return. Yet, Luo Choshue was conspicuously absent. All they could hear were the roars of the tiger echoing through the forest, filling Mu Chunfeng with immense worry. Master, all disciples have returned except for that female disciple, the steward reported. You take them away from here. I shall investigate the situation within, Mu Chunfeng replied, soaring into the forest. At that moment, Luo Choshue was frantically fleeing, the formidable crimson flame tiger pursuing her as if driven mad. Such beasts possess a strong sense of pride and territoriality. They are determined to eliminate any human intruder like Luo Choshue. How infuriating! Why is this creature so relentless? I have stolen nothing from you. Luo Choshue lamented internally. As the chase continued, she gradually began to tire, while the tiger remained as vigorous as ever. Suddenly, Luo Choshue stumbled, and although she managed to steady herself, she unwittingly provided the tiger an opening to attack, leaping towards her with ferocity. In a panic, Luo Choshue attempted to evade, yet the sheer force of the attack sent her flying. As the crimson flame tiger lunged again, she swiftly drew her sword, unleashing a blast of icy sword energy towards it. Although the sword energy was indeed formidable, it posed no lethal threat to a fourth-tier beast. It merely left superficial wounds on its fur. Chapter 12. The cliff cave. In the face of the crimson flame tiger's assault, Luo Choshue could only continue to evade, casting all the talismans she carried to create a cacophony of explosions, which effectively slowed the tiger's advance. However, the beast, relentless as a tenacious adhesive, soon resumed its pursuit, lunging at her once more. At a critical moment, a sharp sword energy shot from the opposite side of the forest, striking the tiger in its flank and creating a gaping wound. The tiger roared in pain, then, in a fit of rage, turned its gaze upon the approaching Mu Chunfeng. Vile creature, retreat now, and I may spare your life. Mu Chunfeng warned coldly. The tiger hesitated briefly before charging towards Mu Chunfeng. While ordinary beasts could be easily intimidated, the crimson flame tiger was a minor beast king, possessing its own pride and strength. It had sensed from Mu Chunfeng's earlier strike that his power was not as overwhelming as it seemed. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. Both humans and beasts think alike. if it could vanquish Mu Chunfeng. Consuming his flesh and blood would undoubtedly enhance its own strength significantly. Observing the tiger's reckless advance, Mu Chunfeng's brows knitted together, and he summoned the Kunlun sword, coalescing sword energy along its blade into 8 distinct sword shadows. Faced with these 8 sword shadows, the tiger, not foolish enough to engage head-on, darted through the forest, evading them. Yet, in truth, it was gradually closing the distance. Clearly plotting a close-range ambush, Mu Chunfeng recognized its intentions. Had it not been for his physical condition, he could have easily dispatched the beast with a single strike. However, due to the need to conserve his energy, he proceeded with caution, as the tiger drew nearer. Mu Chunfeng also retreated, maneuvering the 8 sword shadows to obstruct its path. Nevertheless, this was a 4th-tier beast, comparable in cultivation to disciples like Mu Shuer, making it no simple task to dispatch it effortlessly. With every use of his true energy, Mu Chunfeng felt his body growing increasingly restless and unstable. He could no longer afford to delay. Resolutely, he retracted the 8 sword shadows, allowing the Kunlun sword to rest in his grasp. Standing still with his eyes closed, this sudden action left the tiger momentarily baffled, unable to fathom why the human before it had ceased his assault. After observing for a brief moment, the tiger decisively lunged at Mu Chunfeng. Its body engulfed in flames, resembling a colossal fireball, scorching the grass beneath its feet. Roaring, it leapt towards Mu Chunfeng, ready to crush him with a single swipe of its claw. Yet, in that instant, Mu Chunfeng raised his sword. Unleashing a powerful wave of sword energy directed at the tiger, at such close quarters, the tiger had no time to evade, hastily conjuring a fiery shield around itself, relying on its formidable physique to absorb the impact. However, it was utterly unaware that the man before it was the Lord of Kunlun. This sword energy was no ordinary attack. It effortlessly shattered the fiery shield, severing the tiger's claws and slicing through its notoriously tough hide. Cleaving its body cleanly in two, lifeless remnants collapsing to the ground. With a sigh of relief, Mu Chunfeng felt his strength wane, the Kunlun sword embedding itself in the earth as he grasped the hilt to steady himself. "Master!" Luo Qiushui rushed forward to support him, her face awash with concern. "Are you all right?" "I am fine." "Retrieve the beast's core. We must depart swiftly," he replied, his face flushed and drenched in sweat from the exertion. The recent overuse of true energy triggered a surge of passion, leaving him somewhat disoriented, his body radiating heat that Luo Qiushui could readily feel. After collecting the core from the ground, she helped Mu Chunfeng to leave, aware that beasts would soon be drawn to the aftermath of the battle. Originally intending to carry Mu Chunfeng away, she soon realized that his condition was deteriorating rapidly. Lost in his own mind, he was unable to move. Luo Qiushui resorted to carrying him on her back, sprinting away. However, throughout their flight, Mu Chunfeng nestled against her neck, affectionately nuzzling and biting, leaving Luo Qiushui both flustered and heated. This was one matter, but the intensity of his warmth posed a dilemma. Whether they sought refuge in an inn or returned to Kunlun, the consequences would be troublesome. Moreover, given the distance to Kunlun, they would arrive too late for Mu Chunfeng. After a moment's contemplation, Luo Qiushui ultimately decided to find a nearby resting place for Mu Chunfeng. Before long, she discovered a cave perched atop a cliff, likely constructed by a previous cultivator. Inside the cave, the layout was quite decent, featuring a stone bed and table. She settled Mu Chunfeng onto a chair to rest while she swiftly utilized her magic to clean the cave. Then laid him upon the cool stone. Be so hot, so burning. Mu Chunfeng tossed and turned on the icy surface, instinctively tugging at his garments. His exposed skin was flushed, clearly indicating the severity of the passion poisoning that had taken hold. "This is all my fault. I wanted to grow stronger to protect you, yet here I am causing you trouble." Luo Qiushui sat at the edge of the bed, tenderly caressing Mu Chunfeng's cheek, his feverish body igniting her own restlessness. While she spoke words of apology, her heart brimmed with anticipation. She understood that no matter her next actions, Mu Chunfeng had no reason to be angry with her, as all she did was for his sake. Sensing Luo Qiushui's touch, Mu Chunfeng instinctively drew closer, enveloping her in a tight embrace. "Master, I miss you so much," he murmured, stirring a wave of emotion within Luo Qiushui. She had not expected to hear such longing from him at this moment, realizing her significance in his heart remained profound even after all this time. "Fear not," Master is here, she gently soothed him. Although this was not their first encounter of such nature, she felt a tinge of nervousness. The master-disciple relationship made her emotions rather complex, not out of an inability to accept, but rather it was thrilling. Laden with a sense of taboo, under her comforting presence, Mu Chunfeng gradually stabilized, nestling against her and holding her tightly, so adorable, just like when you were a child. Observing the childlike innocence in his demeanor, Luo Qiushui found herself lost in reminiscence. Chapter 13. The art of seduction. Moonlight streamed into the cave, casting a soft glow that illuminated the dim interior. That moment, a man and a woman lay upon the cold stone bed. The man nestled against the woman, enveloped in affection and dependence. Luo Qiushui continued to soothe him. She hummed a lullaby, one she used to sing to Mu Chunfeng to help him sleep. The familiar melody calmed him, and coupled with her gentle presence, his reliance on her deepened. After a period of tender reassurance, Mu Chunfeng's complexion returned to a semblance of normalcy, less flushed than before. And he appeared more composed. Slowly, he opened his eyes, clarity returning as he gazed upon Luo Qiushui, who regarded him with warmth. "Qiushui, are you feeling better, master?" she asked with concern. "Yes, I am much improved," he replied. Sitting up with her assistance, casting a glance at his own state, then at her hand, his face flushing crimson with embarrassment. "Was it you who aided me?" "Yes, my disciple has offended. Please forgive me, master." Luo Qiushui knelt before him. Mu Chunfeng hastily helped her up, saying, "Do not be like this. You have done nothing wrong. You are merely assisting me." Even so, Luo Qiushui lowered her head and replied, "However, it is an indisputable fact that I have intruded upon my master's celestial body. I implore you, master, to punish me." "What punishment?" "I have already stated that you are not at fault. You have aided me, and I should be grateful to you, not punish you." It must be said that Luo Qiushui's tactic of retreating to advance had completely secured the moral high ground. Not only did she evade reproach from Mu Chunfeng, but she also instilled a sense of guilt in him. After much consolation and promises from Mu Chunfeng, Luo Qiushui finally raised her head to kneel. Her gaze filled with remorse as she looked at him, evoking a deep sense of sorrow and self-reproach in Mu Chunfeng. "Do not be like this, Qiushui. You are blameless. It is my fault, I assure you." "I am truly not angry." Mu Chunfeng gently stroked her head and comforted her. "Really? Of course. What must I do for you to believe me?" Mu Chunfeng asked patiently, as if soothing a child. Luo Qiushui lightly bit her lip, hesitated for a moment, and then touched her lips with her hand, whispering, "A kiss." "What? You want me to kiss you?" "That is out of the question. We are master and disciple. How could we engage in such acts?" "Absolutely not." Mu Chunfeng shook his head in refusal. In light of his rejection, Luo Qiushui did not press the issue, but her expression immediately dimmed, and she spoke dejectedly, "Indeed, master, you are merely deceiving me. Once we leave this place, you will surely find various excuses to cast me away. I am not deceiving you. Why must you rely on a kiss as proof? What are you truly thinking?" Mu Chunfeng was perplexed. "Because master and uncle often do this. Kissing is of great significance. My senior sisters have told me that you have advised them similarly, and aside from uncle, you have never kissed anyone else. Therefore, if you truly are not angry and genuinely wish to keep me, then you should kiss me to prove that you do not disdain me, that you still care for me," Luo Qiushui insisted stubbornly. Upon hearing these words, Mu Chunfeng was momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom the thoughts swirling in her mind. Her logic was utterly bewildering. Yet upon reflection, it was perhaps understandable, for she was merely 18, a young girl with a pure heart, harboring innocent notions about emotions. With this realization, Mu Chunfeng could only smile helplessly and nod, saying, "Very well. If you believe this to be proof, then I shall acquiesce to your request." Upon his words, Luo Qiushui's previously dim eyes sparkled with life. Her spirit lifted as she straightened her posture, eagerly gazing at him. Witnessing her transformation, Mu Chunfeng could not help but jest. "How is it that you suddenly seem so spirited? You are not conspiring to—" "Conspire to what?" Luo Qiushui blinked innocently at him. "Never mind. It is of no consequence. Let us proceed," Mu Chunfeng declared, closing his eyes. Though it defied ethics, he felt compelled to do so to ease her worries. After all, what harm could come from a mere kiss? However, the next moment, As Luo Qiushui leaned in, she pressed her lips against his. Not merely a simple kiss, but a fervent one. Mu Chunfeng could hardly permit this. His eyes snapping open, instinctively wishing to push her away, but he found himself powerless, his body unresponsive due to the lingering effects of the aphrodisiac. After a brief moment, Luo Qiushui slowly pulled back. Her lips slightly pursed, her expression leaving him wanting more. I apologize, master. I have overstepped. Before Mu Chunfeng could reprimand her, Luo Qiushui took the initiative to apologize, instantly diffusing half of his anger, leaving him feeling as though he had struck a pillow. What are you doing? I merely asked you for a kiss, yet you went so fard. Mu Chunfeng stammered, feeling both embarrassed and ashamed, for not only had he been touched, but he had also been fervently kissed by his disciple. What of his dignity as a master? Where was his authority? I am sorry, master. I did not intend to. It was simply beyond my control. Luo Qiushui bowed her head in apology. Beyond your control? What do you mean? Mu Chunfeng was about to question further when he caught sight of Luo Qiushui's flushed cheeks and dazed eyes. Suddenly, Mu Chunfeng realized that the aphrodisiac's effects not only influenced him but also those close to him, which was why he had consistently avoided being around Mu Shui'er and others. With this understanding, Mu Chunfeng's anger dissipated, and he gently patted her head, reassuring her, "This is not your fault. I have only just realized that the aphrodisiac affects those around me as well. This is my oversight." Master seeing that Mu Chunfeng was not angry, Luo Qiushui's eyes glistened with gratitude. "All right, do not cry. This time shall be considered an exception, but do not let it happen again. Understood?" Mu Chunfeng wiped her tears and admonished gently. "Yes, I understand." But as she spoke, Luo Qiushui seemed to notice something, her gaze drifting downward, her cheeks faintly blushing. Mu Chunfeng, puzzled, looked down as well, only to be met with profound embarrassment. Hastily retreating. "This is an accident. Do not misunderstand. I did not intend." In response to his nervous explanation, Luo Qiushui smiled slightly, saying, "There is no need for immediate explanations. Master, I understand that this occurred because you overexerted yourself to save me. Under ordinary circumstances, it would require several interventions from Uncle, yet what happened just now was merely one instance, clearly insufficient." "Indeed, you don't understand. That is good." As he spoke, Mu Chunfeng began to feel the warmth within him rising once more. His rationality once again under siege. Chapter 14. A potent elixir it seems. Master still requires Qiushui's assistance. Once more, Luo Qiushui licked her cherry lips, her gaze fervent as she looked at him. Mu Chunfeng shook his head, torn between acceptance and denial, his body instinctively retreating. "No, this cannot continue. You are still young and innocent. I cannot tarnish you. I must not." Despite Mu Chunfeng's continuous retreat, Luo Qiushui advanced slowly, ultimately cornering him against the wall. "Do not think like that. I am but a mortal, privileged to serve my master's celestial body. What a tremendous honor it is. How could it be considered tarnishing?" Luo Qiushui pressed him against the wall, her usual gentleness replaced with an assertive demeanor. "That is still inappropriate. You are merely a Qi refinement disciple. You cannot withstand the toll of my nature. Do not pursue this." Even at this point, Mu Chunfeng continued to resist. With a slight smile, Luo Qiushui lifted his chin, gazing into his eyes as she reassured him, "Do not fret. I am fully aware of my limitations. My current state cannot match your prowess, but aside from that, is there not more we can explore? More?" Mu Chunfeng blinked, staring at her in confusion. "It seems you do not comprehend." "Comprehend what?" "Want to learn? Allow me to teach you. And by the end, you will understand everything." Luo Qiushui smiled mysteriously at him. Mu Chunfeng was taken aback at first, but then realization dawned, and he hurriedly covered his mouth. "So that is what you meant." He understood, perhaps more than he wished to acknowledge. Although he had been reluctant to delve into such matters, through Li Hani's guidance, Mu Chunfeng had gleaned considerably more than Luo Qiushui and the other maidens. Yet he had not anticipated that his innocent disciple was knowledgeable in such affairs. However, upon further reflection, it was not surprising, as she had been present whenever he and his senior sister practiced together. Even if she could not see, she surely heard everything clearly, not to mention who could guarantee she had not peeked. As dawn broke, warm sunlight streamed into the cave, and Mu Chunfeng slowly opened his eyes, raising his hand to shield himself from the blinding light. Upon sitting up, he was astonished to find Luo Qiushui sitting across from him, her legs crossed as she meditated with closed eyes. What shocked him further was that she had evidently progressed from the 8th to the 9th level of qi refinement overnight. Such a pace of cultivation was indeed remarkable. Soon, Luo Qiushui opened her eyes, exhaled a breath of turbid air, and smiled gently at Mu Chunfeng. "Good morning, master." "Good morning, Qiushui. How is it that you have already reached the 9th level of qi refinement? It has only been a few days." Mu Chunfeng exclaimed in astonishment. In response to his surprise, Luo Qiushui did not rush to explain but instead placed her hand on her abdomen, feeling the abundant spiritual energy within her, and said, "I did not expect this either. I previously believed that dual cultivation was the only path to enhancement, yet I did not realize that simply this could also lead to improvement." "Simply this? What have you done? You cannot recklessly consume elixirs. It is not an elixir." Luo Qiushui lifted her head, her eyes fixed intently on him. In that instant, Mu Chunfeng seemed to grasp the implications, his face a mask of shock. "Not that this too can work? Indeed, I did not anticipate it either." Luo Qiushui nodded, her cheeks flushed. However, upon reflection, the spiritual energy contained within was certainly substantial. "I absorbed only a portion, and that was enough to facilitate my breakthrough. Now I still have some remaining, which I will absorb slowly." Even without indulging in reckless thoughts, the mere implications of her words left Mu Chunfeng feeling utterly overwhelmed. While she was technically correct, he had never considered such matters before. Nor had he engaged in such actions. Yumalihani had indeed done so, but her cultivation was already at the infant transformation stage, so even the amount of spiritual energy she absorbed was merely a drop in the bucket, hardly sufficient for her needs. The only thing Mu Chunfeng remembered was her comment that it was not bad, and nothing beyond that. Upon reflecting on these matters, Mu Chunfeng was engulfed by a profound sense of shame and embarrassment. As a mentor, how could he have committed such shameless acts? Suddenly, with a resounding slap, he struck his own face, leaving Luo Qiushui momentarily stunned, prompting her to rush forward and grasp his hand. "Master, what are you doing? Why are you hitting yourself?" she exclaimed as a teacher. "I am ashamed to have behaved so abominably towards my own disciple. I am no better than a beast that I ought to punish myself." With that, Mu Chunfeng forcefully delivered 2 more slaps to his own face. Luo Qiushui, feeling heartbroken, could no longer bear to watch. She simply enveloped Mu Chunfeng in her embrace, holding him tightly to prevent any further self-inflicted harm. "No, you must not hurt yourself like this. If anyone should be punished, it is I that I was the one who seduced you. You may chastise me instead." Luo Qiushui clung to him resolutely, effectively rendering Mu Chunfeng unable to punish himself, leaving him to sit there awkwardly. "You stubborn girl. Sigh. Please, just get up," Mu Chunfeng lamented. "Only if you promise me you won't harm yourself again. Otherwise, I will not let go." Seeing the determination in her eyes, Mu Chunfeng reluctantly nodded and replied, "Very well, I promise you. I shall not inflict harm upon myself." Once he affirmed this, Luo Qiushui finally released him, sitting up reluctantly and gazing at him tenderly and truth. "Master, there is no need for you to feel such immense pressure. For both of us, this is not necessarily a bad thing. Do you truly believe it to be a good thing?" Mu Chunfeng shot her a disapproving glance. If anyone were to discover this, it would be utterly inexcusable and impossible to explain. They might think we belong to Hao Huan's sect. Isn't that precisely the case? "Master, you successfully quelled the poison of passion. And I absorbed the essence, allowing me to transcend my limits. I still retain a portion of spiritual energy within me, and I suspect that within half a month, I may very well reach the pinnacle of qi refinement." Luo Qiushui declared with enthusiasm. Mu Chunfeng was rendered speechless by her words. What she deemed noble and righteous seemed rather shameful to him. Alas, how regrettable it is. If this were a dual cultivation, the benefits would be far more profound than merely a single layer. "Enough. Do you not feel any shame in continuing this conversation?" Mu Chunfeng admonished. "What is there to be ashamed of? Others desire what they cannot have. I, Qiushui, am merely fortunate to have benefited from my master's grace, and I could not be happier," she teased, playfully biting her finger and casting a provocative gaze in his direction. For reasons unknown, Mu Chunfeng felt as if his young disciple had undergone a transformation. Perhaps it was the debauchery of the previous night that had emboldened her. In any case, she had grown bolder and more mature, exuding a certain allure that was undeniably enticing. Chapter 15. Insights from experience after resting for a night. Both Mu Chunfeng and Luo Qiushui had nearly recovered. Upon leaving the cliff cave, they returned to the sect. Meanwhile, at Kunlun, upon learning that Mu Chunfeng had not returned overnight, Mu Shuer and Lin Shiran sought out the steward who had departed with them the previous day in the sect's plaza. The elders had gathered, and the steward, surrounded by them, trembled with fear, his face pale as he knelt before them. Elders, seniors, I have said all that I know. Truly, I do not know anything else. Nonsense. The sect leader has been missing for an entire night, and we have received no word. How dare you claim ignorance? The second elder scolded. You had better come clean. Did you conspire with the demon sect to harm our leader? Where is he? Fairy, you misunderstand. I am merely a lowly outer sect disciple. How could I possibly conspire to endanger the leader? I genuinely know nothing. Last night, the leader entered the monster beast forest, instructing me to return with the other disciples. The steward, terrified, kowtowed and hastily explained. Even so, the crowd remained skeptical. Given Mu Chunfeng's strength, how could he possibly be trapped in the monster beast forest? The critical question was, why had he entered? At that moment, Mu Shuer and Lin Shiran seemed to have an epiphany and questioned, among the disciples you brought back, is there a female disciple named Luo Qiushui? Luo Qiushui? The steward hesitated momentarily before shaking his head. No, but I do know of her. She was being pursued by a fourth-tier demon beast. It appears the leader ventured into the monster beast forest for her sake. Preposterous. How could there be fourth-tier demon beasts in the trial grounds? Moreover, how could our leader be ensnared by a mere fourth-tier beast? The second elder retorted. However, as he interrogated the steward, Mu Shuer and Lin Shiran began to converse among themselves. A fourth-tier demon beast. And a junior sister? Could it be that they truly are trapped in the monster beast forest? We should personally investigate. Only then will we know for certain, Lin Shiran proposed. The two approached the second elder, and Mu Shuer respectfully suggested, since the steward has said this, it stands to reason that the leader must have encountered trouble in the monster beast forest. We should go check on junior sister. You too? Very well, but remember to be cautious. Just as he began to speak, the steward, who had been kneeling, suddenly exclaimed, pointing behind the assembly, the celestial vessel. It is the leader's celestial vessel. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look. And there, in the sky, was a familiar celestial vessel, unmistakably belonging to Mu Chunfeng. As the vessel gently descended upon the sect's plaza, Mu Chunfeng and Luo Qiushui emerged, coming into view of the crowd. Master, you have finally returned. Everyone has been quite worried. The second elder hurriedly approached, visibly relieved. What is there to worry about? I am hardly the kind to encounter misfortune, Mu Chunfeng replied nonchalantly. Indeed, but we were unable to contact you for so long, which left everyone anxious, particularly these two female disciples of yours. Mu Chunfeng's gaze fell upon Mu Shuer and Lin Shiran, who wore expressions of concern. Their eyes, especially Mu Shuer's, were filled not only with worry but also with a hint of resentment and curiosity. Darting back and forth between him and Luo Qiushui. There is no need for concern. I am perfectly fine. A mere fourth-tier demon beast was no match for me. I dispatched it with a single strike. Mu Chunfeng waved his hand dismissively. Upon hearing this, the crowd felt a wave of relief wash over them, but curiosity soon reigned as they inquired, if that is the case, then why did you take so long to return? It has been an entire night. If you indeed defeated the beast, where have you been? Faced with their questions, Mu Chunfeng found himself at a loss for words. At that moment, Luo Qiushui unexpectedly chimed in. Master, last night's temple fair was quite entertaining, was it not? Temple fair? The second elder blinked in surprise, disbelief written across his face. You mean to say the leader went to a temple fair last night? Adato, yes, indeed. I went to the temple fair. It was rather lively, Mu Chunfeng hastily explained. Then why could we not reach you? That is because of the demon lord. Yes, I encountered Yin Shangjuan. What? Yin Shangjuan? The crowd erupted in astonishment. Clearly aware of the formidable reputation of the demon lord, I engaged in a fierce battle with that demon lord, which drained my stamina entirely. Thankfully, this new female disciple was there to take care of me. Mu Chunfeng said, gesturing toward Luo Qiushui. That explains it. The second elder nodded in realization. Mu Shuer clenched her fists, her face filled with indignation. That demon lord is truly despicable. To still have designs on our leader is utterly unforgivable. Indeed, master, you were not harmed by her, were you? Lin Shiran asked with concern. No. I have learned not to be as careless as before. Aside from feeling fatigued, I am otherwise unharmed, Mu Chunfeng responded with ease. Seeing that Mu Chunfeng was unharmed, the crowd collectively exhaled, nodding in agreement. It is a relief to hear that. Since you are so fatigued, you should return to rest as soon as possible. And by the way, this young disciple has performed admirably. However, I understand she is still an independent cultivator. Schwerer, please arrange accommodations for her, Mu Chunfeng instructed, pointing at Luo Chishui. Understood, master, Mu Schwerer replied respectfully. Subsequently, Mu Chunfeng departed from the sect plaza, returning to Longyue Peak. After his departure, Mu Schwerer led Luo Chishui to the outer sect hall to arrange her lodging and ensure her identity was properly documented to avoid any future complications. Once their affairs were in order, the two walked along the small path within the sect, attracting the attention of numerous disciples, all captivated by their exquisite presence. Surely, you must have gained many insights from this trial. Junior sister? Mu Schwerer inquired as they walked. Indeed, though it was my first battle against a demon beast, the experience was invaluable and will greatly assist me in the upcoming Immortal Sword Tournament. Luo Chishui affirmed with a nod. Certainly. I recall when I was your age, I also participated in the novice trial. However, at that time, our master was not present, unlike now, when he specifically ventured for you. Mu Schwerer remarked meaningfully, casting a sideways glance at her. Luo Chishui's body stiffened slightly, but she composed herself and replied, Sister, you flatter me. The reason master came was primarily due to my involvement in this Immortal Sword Tournament. I must not sustain any injuries before it begins. Otherwise, our failure could have significant repercussions for Kunlun. That is indeed a valid point. Yu Schwerer seemed satisfied with Luo Chishui's explanation, nodding in agreement. She then turned to Luo Chishui, offering a gentle smile. Regardless, this time, we must express our gratitude to you. Chapter 16. Confession gratitude to me? Luo Chishui blinked in confusion, her face a portrait of bewilderment. Yet, Mu Schwerer offered no further explanation, turning to continue onward. As the two individuals approached a quaint courtyard, Mu Schwerer produced a key, unlocking the gate and stepping inside, with Luo Chishui following closely behind. The courtyard was quite well arranged, featuring a medicinal herb field, grand trees, and stone tables and benches. These were the fundamental furnishings of a practitioner's abode. Upon entering the house, the interior was also equipped with complete amenities, including bookshelves, tables, chairs, and beds. Though it could not compare to the emotionless hall, it was nonetheless a commendable residence. Initially, newcomers like you would only be assigned to dormitories shared by two, but master could not bear to do that. So I brought you here. Mu Schwerer surveyed the room, casually brushing her fingers across the table and blowing away the dust that clung to them. It's a bit dirty. After I leave, you should tidy up a little. You can discard these bedding items. I have prepared new ones for you in advance. Thank you, senior sister, for your care, Luo Chishui expressed gratefully, clasping her hands in appreciation. No need for such formality. We are sisters, and it is only right that I look after you, Mu Schwerer replied, turning to face Luo Chishui, her gaze fixed intently upon her, making Luo Chishui feel a tad uneasy. Senior sister, why are you looking at me like that? Because you are beautiful. Beautiful? Luo Chishui touched her delicate face, blushing slightly at the compliment. Senior sister, you jest why looks are merely ordinary. If anyone is truly stunning, it is you. Is that so? Mu Schwerer sat down on a chair, crossing her legs and folding her arms as she regarded her. Without a doubt, that is beyond question. I used to think the same. But now I realize that some people appear simple on the surface, yet are anything but, Mu Schwerer remarked with a knowing expression. This remark left Luo Chishui feeling somewhat guilty, as if she had been caught stealing. And she averted her gaze, softly asking, I don't quite understand. What do you mean, senior sister? What do you think it means? Don't you know in your heart? I don't know. Please enlighten me, senior sister. Luo Chishui feigned ignorance, her determination surprising Mu Schwerer, though she was not angered, considering that Luo Chishui had kept a secret for over a month on behalf of Mu Chunfeng and Li Hani. You seem rather docile, yet your tongue is quite stubborn. It's no wonder you've managed to keep us in the dark for so long. Mu Schwerer stood, leisurely walking to Luo Chishui, and suddenly pinned her against the wardrobe, her her gaze dominating. Senior sister? Luo Qiushui appeared somewhat flustered, yet inwardly remained composed. Dealing with such a spirited girl was within her capabilities. Here you are, having just arrived. Yet you have garnered such favor from Master. Not only do you reside with him daily, but you have also usurped my share of his attention and helped conceal secrets from us. How do you explain this? Mu Shuer questioned. This is due to Uncle's coercion. He forbade me from revealing anything to outsiders. Furthermore, this matter concerns Master's reputation, so I could only keep it hidden. Besides, I have also been assisting you. Before Luo Qiushui could finish, Mu Shuer placed a finger on her lips, silencing her. That's enough. You've said quite enough. With a playful smile, Mu Shuer gently caressed her cheek, her eyes filled with mischief and allure. Rest assured, I am not angry with you. I am merely a touch envious. Envious? You are envious of me, senior sister? Luo Qiushui asked in astonishment. Of course. Just think about it. We are all sisters in the same sect. I have been taken in by Master since childhood, and your second senior sister joined at around 17 or 18. We have spent 3 to 4 decades by his side to forge our bond. Yet you, having only just arrived a month ago, are already living with him and learning so many of his secrets, even witnessing his interactions with Uncle. As she spoke, Mu Shuer felt her own cheeks flush. Unable to continue, she had witnessed her once aloof and perfect master indulging with the female sword immortal, a scene so beautiful it was breathtaking. Had she not seen it with her own eyes? Mu Shuer would never have imagined her master possessed such a side, with no material for dreams in the past. But now, that night's vision was etched deeply in her mind, leading her to experience extraordinary dreams every night, where she would take Li Hani's place. Seeing Mu Shuer blush, Luo Qiushui was momentarily taken aback, her heart already suspecting the truth. Senior sister, you saw it too, she blurted out. Mu Shuer instinctively wanted to deny it. But upon reflection, she swallowed her words. With things already laid bare, they could be honest with each other and draw Luo Qiushui to her side. With this thought, Mu Shuer smiled at Luo Qiushui. Indeed, I saw it as well. Upon receiving her affirmation, Luo Qiushui's eyes widened with curiosity. When did this happen? Where? Hangzhou, Westlake. But weren't you supposed to be in the monster beast forest? Oh, you deceived us. You never went to the monster beast forest at all. You followed Master and the others to Westlake. Luo Qiushui exclaimed in astonishment. Seeing her shocked expression, Mu Shuer smiled triumphantly. If I hadn't deceived you, how could I have gotten Master to lower his guard? It's fortunate I followed along. It led me to uncover such a significant secret. You really are adept at hiding things, managing to fool both me and your second senior sister. With that, Mu Shuer playfully pinched her nose, feigning annoyance. Luo Qiushui felt quite embarrassed, but she had no explanation to offer. Even if Li Hani had not coerced her, she would never allow such a secret to escape, especially for Mu Chunfeng's sake. Well, now that senior sister knows, are you going to tell second senior sister? Luo Qiushui inquired. Absolutely not. How could I reveal it to her? Mu Shuer surprisingly rejected. You want to tell her? Didn't you resent me for keeping secrets? Now that you know, shouldn't you inform second senior sister immediately? In response to Luo Qiushui's bewilderment, Mu Shuer wore a mischievous smile, grasping her chin and shaking it gently. You still too naive. Although we appear to have a good relationship on the surface, we are actually rivals. Before you arrived, we often vied for Master S attention and affection. Now, with Master S condition being most advantageous for me, if second senior sister found out, she would certainly compete with me for opportunities. Thus, I cannot tell her. Listening to Mu Shuer's explanation, Luo Qiushui breathed a sigh of relief. She had thought the same. But it was reassuring to have Mu Shuer's agreement. Chapter 17. Beneath the Polonia tree, senior sister is right. Master is already difficult to manage. If second senior sister were to find out right now, it would only add to Master S troubles, complicating matters further. Luo Qiushui concurred. Indeed, therefore I must ask you to continue keeping our affairs under wraps, my dear junior sister, Mu Shuer said, patting her shoulder with sincerity. Don't worry, senior sister, I will keep my lips sealed. For your sake and Master S, I won't let anyone else know. Luo Qiushui vowed resolutely. Very well, as expected of my good junior sister. I shall take my leave now. With that, Mu Shuer turned to depart. Safe travels, senior sister. Just as Mu Shuer reached the door, grasping the handle to exit, she paused and remarked, "Master possesses a celestial physique, and I imagine the essence within him is richly infused with spiritual energy, immensely precious. It seems this journey has brought you considerable benefits, junior sister." Ah? Luo Qiushui was momentarily taken aback, her expression one of confusion. Turning back, Mu Shuer smiled knowingly. "You are still young, having just embarked on your cultivation journey. Remember, do not be greedy." With that, Mu Shuer pulled the door open and left the room. The room fell silent, leaving Luo Qiushui standing dazedly in place. After a moment, she retreated a couple of steps and sank into a chair, letting out a long sigh, a wry smile gracing her lips. Philip discovered, as the sun dipped below the horizon. On the edge of a cliff in the back courtyard of the emotionless hall, Mu Chunfeng sat alone beneath a paulownia tree, a zither placed before him. The enchanting melody resonated beautifully, spreading through the surroundings and attracting numerous birds, which flocked to the branches of the tree and nearby areas, listening intently. This scene was akin to a celestial realm, exquisite as a poem, having not heard such music in a long while. It was still as delightful as ever as Mu Shuer approached slowly. The birds startled and took flight, shattering the picturesque scene. Mu Chunfeng made no reply, nor did he cease playing. His eyes were covered by a white scarf, rendering him oblivious to his surroundings, allowing him to immerse himself in the music. Seeing this, Mu Shuer chose not to disturb him. Instead, she knelt beside him, quietly listening. Time passed gradually, and as the sun sank lower, the sky darkened, and the melody finally came to a halt as Mu Chunfeng was about to lift his hand. The scarf that had covered his eyes slipped away, granting him sight of the world before him. "It seems you are indeed troubled, wishing to cover your eyes to find peace." Mu Shuer held the scarf, her gaze filled with concern as she looked at him. Mu Chunfeng took a deep breath, slowly exhaling as he gazed at the misty horizon. "Sometimes, I wish to be an ordinary person, devoid of such burdens. Everyone thinks that way, especially when troubled. I often ponder this myself. If you and I were mere mortals, unburdened by so many encumbrances, perhaps we would have." As she spoke, Mu Shuer gently placed her delicate hand upon his. Mu Chunfeng raised his other hand but did not push her away. Instead, he rested it atop hers, tenderly caressing it. Were it not for the myriad of possibilities, if it were truly so, we might never have the chance to meet in this lifetime. After all, we are separated by a century. If we were indeed mere mortals, it would be impossible for us to walk this path together in this life. Hearing these words, Mu Shuer felt a pang of discomfort. She leaned closer to Mu Chunfeng, wrapping his arm in her embrace as if fearing he might flee. "I care not. Whether we are mortals or deities, I am indifferent. All I desire is you, and I wish to become your woman." Mu Shuer's declaration was imbued with unwavering determination, leaving Mu Chunfeng feeling weary yet strangely joyful, blissful. "But do you not know that I already have your master uncle?" Mu Chunfeng turned to glance at her, his tone indifferent. "I am aware, yet your master uncle is willing. She cares not how many women you possess, master. After all, given your current state, no woman could remain by your side indefinitely, thus having more women is beneficial for you. And for your master uncle as well," Mu Shuer exclaimed with fervor. Mu Chunfeng raised his hand to gently caress her cheek, savoring the smoothness of her delicate skin. "Despite all this conversation, we are fundamentally bound by the master-disciple relationship." Mu Chunfeng gazed at her with a complex expression. "I do not care." Mu Shuer pressed his hand against her cheek, her eyes soft yet resolute as she looked at him. "Love is love. If master can be with your master uncle, why can't a master and disciple? Do you truly wish for me to marry another man? I cannot believe you would part with me so easily." Faced with this soul-stirring inquiry, Mu Chunfeng found himself at a loss for words, falling into a profound silence. Silence, indeed, is the most eloquent of dialogues. In August, the heat was less oppressive than that of July, yet still quite intense. On the streets of the town near the Beastmaster sect, a man and two women strolled leisurely. Under the scorching sun, the townsfolk were drenched in sweat, yet the trio, clad in exquisite attire, maintained an air of grace, seemingly untouched by the sweltering heat. At last, they arrived. The Beastmaster sect awaited atop the mountain. Veiled, Mu Shuer lifted her gaze to the edifice at the peak. "Alas, I cannot fathom why, when we could simply have sailed directly in the celestial vessel, Master insisted we stop in the town, leaving me to suffer the fatigue of this arduous journey, Lin Shiran complained. Fatigue? With your celestial physique, are you truly daunted by a bit of walking? Mu Chunfeng observed her with interest. Daunted? Of course. As a disciple, I am not a celestial being. How could I compare to Master? I am quite fragile, indeed. As she spoke, Lin Shiran leaned closer to Mu Chunfeng, nearly pressing herself against him. Observing this scene, Mu Xuer felt neither jealousy nor rivalry, merely a serene smile gracing her lips. Her calm demeanor leaving Lin Shiran both impressed and perplexed. It is good that my senior sister can be so at ease. But why is she so unfazed? It is curious. In recent days, Lin Shiran found everything to be quite strange. Her senior sister, who would previously compete over the slightest matters, now seemed unbothered even when Lin Shiran was close to Master. Could it be that she has found someone she likes? Lin Shiran speculated, for only another interest could alleviate one's jealousy. Otherwise, why would Mu Xuer have changed so drastically? Though Lin Shiran observed closely, she overlooked another point, that once one has tasted gourmet delicacies, one becomes indifferent to mere snacks. Chapter 18. Massage. Seeing her junior sister so blissfully content after a mere moment with Master, Mu Xuer felt a mix of affection and pity. Reflecting on her own experience, she recalled the delightful feast she had enjoyed the previous night. Speaking of which, she owed her gratitude to Luo Chuxue. Initially, as a maiden, Mu Xuer had reservations about certain matters. However, after Luo Chuxue's counsel, she had begun to appreciate the benefits of nourishment, allowing her to shed her modesty and shyness. After all, if even her junior sister could set aside her bashfulness, what was there for the senior sister to be conflicted about? With this thought, Mu Xuer could not help but lick her lips. She had indulged so often lately that she found herself somewhat addicted, feeling uneasy if a day passed without a taste. Since we are weary, why not seek out an establishment to rest? With Lin Shiran's exclamation of fatigue, Mu Chunfeng could not bear to see his disciple suffer. Thus he suggested, "Splendid. Let us hasten our pace." Lin Shiran exclaimed with enthusiasm. It was already afternoon when the three found a luxurious inn in the town, securing a superior room. Upon entering the chamber, the exhausted Lin Shiran collapsed onto the bed, exclaiming, "Oh dear, I am utterly spent. After such a brief walk, my junior sister, your constitution appears rather feeble." Mu Xuer entered gracefully, joining Mu Chunfeng at the table, resting her chin on her hand as she gazed at Lin Shiran sprawled on the bed. Lin Shiran swung her legs, listlessly protesting, "It's mainly these horrid high heels. They are simply unbearable." "Unbearable? I find them quite tolerable. At least I feel nothing amiss. They suit me well." Mu Xuer crossed her legs, swaying her own high-heeled limbs. Mu Chunfeng could not help but gaze, feeling an inexplicable disquiet. After all, in addition to the high heels, Mu Xuer wore white stockings. This was a look he had previously seen favored by Li Hani to entice him. And now Mu Xuer had adopted it as well. "It seems you are better suited for high heels. As for me, they are quite uncomfortable. If only someone could massage my feet, that would be delightful." Lin Shiran lamented. "Massage? Simple enough. Just let a puppet assist you, or seek out a masseuse outside. Either option would suffice." Mu Xuer proposed. "Pfft, I would never. How could this celestial being allow mere mortals to touch me? That would tarnish my celestial form," Lin Shiran declared haughtily. "Then what do you propose? Do you wish for me to assist you?" "I would prefer not to." As she spoke, Mu Xuer took hold of Mu Chunfeng's hand, playfully teasing him before Lin Shiran. "You are thinking too much. Even if you wished for it, I would not allow you to touch me." Lin Shiran, reclining on the bed, remained blissfully unaware, continuing their idle chatter. "Then who would you prefer?" Seeing Mu Xuer so boldly teased before Lin Shiran, Mu Chunfeng furrowed his brow, casting her an annoyed glance. Unfazed, Mu Xuer smiled and winked at him, remaining unrepentant eye in the face of this question. Lin Shiran fell silent, hesitating to respond, her legs continuing to sway. Observing her junior sister's hesitance, Mu Xuer grew intrigued, glancing at Mu Chunfeng and stating, "Allow me to guess. Could it be Master?" Upon hearing this, Lin Shiran could no longer maintain her composure and immediately sat up. Mu Xuer swiftly withdrew her hand, the transition remarkably swift. "Senior sister, what nonsense are you speaking? How could I ever ask Master for a massage? Especially for my feet. That would be far too presumptuous," Lin Shiran exclaimed with agitation. "Oh, so you are unwilling? You do not wish for master to touch you, is that it? Not exactly. Oh dear, senior sister, what are you trying to imply? Lin Shiran blushed fiercely, stamping her foot in frustration, her twin ponytails swaying in sync with her emotions. Observing her junior sister's flustered demeanor, Mu Shuer wore a playful smile, finding her utterly adorable. I merely inquired. If you do not permit others to touch you, does that mean master cannot either? If even master is forbidden, then I cannot fathom who could. Who says he cannot? Master. Of course can touch. And only master may do so. Mu Shuer lowered her head, speaking shyly. Oh, I see. Now I understand. Mu Shuer nodded, turning to Mu Chunfeng and saying, Master, seeing how fatigued my junior sister is, why not give her a massage? Mu Chunfeng, his expression stern, raised his hand to flick her forehead lightly, chiding. What nonsense is this? There are boundaries between master and disciple, and moreover, propriety dictates that men and women should maintain their distance. Oh, come now, we are all disciples here. Why must we adhere so strictly to such formalities? Master, you too, always so rigid. We, your disciples, hold you in both reverence and affection, yet we dare not draw near. Mu Shuer spoke earnestly. If previously Mu Shuer had spoken for her own desires, now she voiced these sentiments for the sake of her fellow disciples. Mu Chunfeng understood her meaning. He too sensed that the affections of his female disciples were anything but ordinary. It was precisely because of this that he had been particularly cautious, intentionally avoiding any intimate behaviors from his disciples. However, Mu Shuer's situation made him realize that merely avoiding the matter would not improve the situation. Instead, it might lead to extremes among his disciples. It was far better to guide their emotions along the right path. With this thought in mind, Mu Chunfeng turned his gaze to Lin Shiran, asking, Would you like me to massage you, Ranner? Ah, yes, of course, though I wonder if master would be willing. Lin Shiran replied shyly, lowering her gaze. Since my junior sister has asked so earnestly, master, should you not indulge her? Mu Shuer teased Mu Chunfeng. With a sigh, Mu Chunfeng nodded, subsequently rising to sit beside Lin Shiran, who gazed at him in astonishment. Master? Lin Shiran gazed blankly at the person beside her, feeling somewhat at a loss. What are you daydreaming about? Aren't you supposed to be asking your master for a massage? Place your legs up here. Mu Chunfeng patted his thigh, though. The slow-witted Lin Shiran quickly nodded and placed her legs in Mu Chunfeng's embrace. Immediately, under her watchful gaze, Mu Chunfeng gently began to massage her. Such tender treatment made Lin Shiran blush profusely, overwhelmed by the unexpected affection. It is well known that her master usually maintained a strict boundary in their master-disciple relationship. Content with mere head pats, and the rare hug was a significant exception. Chapter 19. A space for two. How is it? Is the massage to your liking? Are you feeling more relaxed? Mu Chunfeng inquired as he continued his ministrations. It's better now. Thank you, master, Lin Shiran replied, her face flushed with gratitude. It's nothing. Merely a massage. As long as Ranner is obedient. That's enough. Mu Chunfeng affectionately patted her head and playfully touched her twin ponytails. In contrast to the regal image of Mu Shuer, Lin Shiran embodied a cute and sweet demeanor, dressed in a green dress, sporting twin ponytails, and standing a bit shorter than Mu Shuer, perhaps around Mu Chunfeng's chin level. Ranner is very obedient, Lin Shiran said sweetly. Indeed, junior sister is quite obedient. Recently, she has been working hard to concoct pills for master, and I've noticed all her efforts. Master, you must pamper her well, Mu Shuer observed with interest. Watching the two with a leisurely demeanor, devoid of her usual jealousy, which surprised Lin Shiran greatly. Senior sister, you flatter me. Pill refining is my responsibility, and it's not particularly arduous, Lin Shiran said. One cannot say that. Pill refining is indeed a mentally and physically taxing endeavor. I am fully aware of that. And you have indeed worked hard, Ranner, Mu Chunfeng gently expressed his appreciation. It's not hard at all, not in the slightest. As long as it's for master, I could never tire of it, truly, Lin Shiran responded excitedly, meeting his gaze. This declaration moved Mu Chunfeng, who caressed her cheek, gazing at her sweet and adorable face, feeling a strong impulse to kiss her. Ah, junior sister is truly well behaved. If she were to marry in the future, she would undoubtedly make a perfect wife and mother, Mu Shuer sighed. Senior sister, Lin Shiran playfully protested, I have no intention of marrying. Like you, I wish to remain by master's side forever. Like me? Mu Shuer laughed. glancing at Mu Chunfeng teasingly. Did you hear that, master? Junior sister wishes to be like me. What do you think? Mu Chunfeng understood the implication behind her words, shot her a glare, and then smiled gently at Lin Shiran, saying, whatever you decide is fine. Master will not interfere with your thoughts. Whether you wish to leave or stay by my side is up to you. But first, you must be obedient, understand? I understand, master. Lin Shiran eagerly nodded. After a while of massage, Lin Shiran felt incredibly relaxed. Her previously sore feet were now at ease, and she was happily bouncing around. By the way, it's already afternoon. Senior sister master, are you hungry? Lin Shiran asked Danamim. I'm a bit hungry. Earlier, there were roasted chestnuts and lychees being sold on the street. Junior sister, why don't you go buy some? Mu Shuer suggested. Sure, but senior sister. Aren't you coming with me? No, my feet are a bit sore too. I'll rest here a while longer. Just go buy them yourself, please, Mu Shuer said apologetically. To this, Lin Shiran had no objections, after all. She had just enjoyed the closeness with her master thanks to her senior sister's assistance, and she was naturally very grateful. That's fine. I'll head out then. With that, Lin Shiran exited the room and closed the door behind her. As the room fell silent, Mu Shuer rested her chin on her hand, crossing her legs and gazing at Mu Chunfeng, who sat at the edge of the bed, not wanting to meet her gaze. Mu Chunfeng similarly propped his chin on his hand, looking out the window. What might transpire between a lone man and woman in a room? Mu Chunfeng thought without needing to ponder. Mu Shuer had intentionally stayed back. And having allowed junior sister to take advantage earlier, she surely would not be willing to fall behind. Indeed, moments later, once Lin Shiran had descended the stairs, Mu Shuer finally made her move. Rising from her chair, she walked slowly towards Mu Chunfeng, positioning herself before him. Placing her hands on his shoulders, Mu Shuer gracefully sat on his lap, gently turning his face towards her with one hand, forcing him to look at her. As her breath brushed against Mu Chunfeng, it carried a hint of sweetness and warmth, quickening his heartbeat. He longed to evade her gaze, yet found himself helplessly ensnared by her intensity. What are you avoiding? I am not hiding. Not hiding? Then look at me properly, see how beautiful I am, how lovely I appear. Though such words were somewhat vain, they were not exaggerated but rather quite accurate. Mu Chunfeng beheld her. Captivated by her fair, delicate features and the tender, infatuated gleam in her eyes, stirring deep emotions within him. Is she beautiful? Indeed, Mu Chunfeng affirmed. There was no need for deceit here. He had always found Mu Shuer beautiful. Just as he perceived all his disciples to be, after all, to become a practitioner and be his disciple, one must possess beauty. It was a fundamental requirement. However, Mu Shuer desired more than such a simple acknowledgement. She sought a response that was more engaging and intriguing. And what of junior sister? Equally beautiful, though she leans more towards cuteness. Cuteness? It seems master pays us quite a bit of attention so. Do you prefer my beauty or junior sister's adorableness? Between the two of us, which do you favor? Mu Shuer asked with eager anticipation. To this query, Mu Chunfeng found himself unable to provide an immediate answer. It was challenging to choose when both were dear to him. Can I not like both? Why must I choose one? Mu Chunfeng frowned slightly. Because that is how women are, she retorted, poking his cheek to urge him on. Faced with her insistence, Mu Chunfeng did not respond as an ordinary man might have. Instead, after careful consideration, he shook his head, insisting, I like you both. You are equally important to me in my heart, equally beautiful. Humph. You really do keep everything balanced. Not receiving the answer she desired, Mu Shuer huffed in dissatisfaction, then wrapped her arms around his neck, pressing close. Meanwhile, Lin Shiran, having finished her shopping, was preparing to return to the inn. However, just as she reached the entrance, she spotted two figures soaring through the sky, approaching from the direction of the Beastmaster sect. Upon landing, it was none other than the sister duo of the Beastmaster sect, Hu Nana and Hu Yueyu. Greetings, senior sister Lin. Both girls approached and bowed in unison. What brings you two here? Lin Shiran inquired, surprised. There are disciples from our sect in town, and they sent word, so my father dispatched us to welcome the esteemed one. Hu Yueyu explained that I see, but it truly isn't necessary. We are merely stopping to rest before heading up the mountain, Lin Shiran indicated with the snacks she purchased. Oh, that makes sense. No wonder you all took your time. But since you're here, let us go and invite the esteemed one up the mountain. Hu Yueyu smiled warmly. Chapter 20. The little fox. As the three ascended to the upper floor, they lightly knocked on the door, which was promptly opened by Mouchouer, who greeted them with a smile. Junior sister has returned with, How come both of you are here? Upon seeing the Hu sisters, Mouchouer expressed her surprise. Greetings, senior sister Mu. We are here under our father's orders to welcome the esteemed one up the mountain. Hu Yueyu explained with a bow. I see, then please come in. As the three entered the room, they found Mu Chunfeng standing by the window with his back to them, admiring the scenery outside. Disciple Hu Yueyu greets the esteemed one. Disciple Hu Nana greets the esteemed one. The two girls bowed, unaware that Mu Chunfeng was hurriedly fastening his belt, not daring to turn around, only managing to speak with a relatively calm voice. Rise, yes. The two stood, respectfully gazing at the figure of the celestial master, awaiting his inquiry. You've already reached the foot of the mountain. Why have you come? Mu Chunfeng asked. Esteemed one, we are here on behalf of our father to welcome you up the mountain. Hu Yueyu replied respectfully. Once he had secured his attire, Mu Chunfeng slowly turned to face them, saying, Very well, then wait a moment. Once your senior sister has finished her meal, we shall ascend the mountain. Understood. After finishing their snacks and resting, Mu Chunfeng and the others departed the inn, making their way up the mountain. Amidst the lush, green forest, the five of them walked along the stone steps that formed the path, which was quite easy to traverse. Along the way, the melodious chirping of birds filled the air, creating a delightful and lively atmosphere. I never would have anticipated that Nana, being the youngest among us, would be the first to get married. Mouchouer remarked, Hee, I didn't expect it either. My father suddenly came around and approved my marriage to brother Chuxia. It all feels like a dream. Hu Nana replied, her face radiant with happiness, eliciting envy from the three girls. This is what they call daydreaming at night. It seems even the heavens are favoring you. You are indeed fortunate, Lin Shiran said enviously. Everyone yearns for a beautiful romance and an everlasting marriage. Even fairies are no exception. Gazing at Mu Chunfeng ahead, Lin Shiran's heart was filled with complexity, while Hu Guru wore an expression of deep respect, and Mouchouer appeared relatively relaxed, licking her cherry lips. Whether they became a couple was inconsequential, as she had once remarked. A forcibly harvested melon may not be sweet, but it can quench one's thirst. Moreover, the forcibly harvested melon that was Mu Chunfeng was undeniably sweet. More than sufficient to quench any thirst. The notion of marriage was trivial. If there was anything she cared about, it was simply this. When would Mu Chunfeng finally claim her? Her master had been away for over 10 days. During his presence, he would visit frequently. Now, after such a lengthy absence, why was her master still so composed? Mouchouer silently lamented. In truth, had it not been for her interference, Mu Chunfeng would have found it unbearable after these 10 days. However, the issue lay in her incessant teasing over the past days, which had only intensified her appetite. Consequently, while Mu Chunfeng remained suppressed, he managed to maintain a semblance of calm. If Mouchouer had been more self-aware, she would have realized her actions were short-sighted, prioritizing small gains over greater ones. If only she could act decisively like her master, starving her own master for half a month, or even a full month. Then that melon would naturally present itself for her consumption. I heard that your relationship is one of male marrying female. Does that mean Chuxia is essentially a son-in-law? Lin Shiran inquired curiously. Indeed, Hu Nana nodded, pride evident in her voice. Primarily, my father feared that I might be mistreated after marrying outside, and Chuxia, being exceptionally fond of me, willingly agreed to take on the role of a son-in-law. Thus, they reached a consensus. It seems Chuxia treats you quite well, Mouchouer remarked, her tone laced with admiration. Yet, she quickly shifted the conversation, cautioning, but Nana, you must remember that the life of a son-in-law is fraught with challenges. As a man entering your family, he will undoubtedly face disdain and ridicule. Hence, you must be considerate of him at all times. Who would dare? Hu Nana exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she clenched her fists. If anyone dares to bully my Chuxia brother, I shall have them torn to shreds and fed to the dogs. Haha, you needn't be so dramatic, but it is good to think that way. After all, he is a son-in-law who has already made significant sacrifices, shouldering immense pressure, especially given his identity as a member of the demon clan. Lin Shiran noted sympathetically. A demon male marrying a human female. Especially in a place that specializes in taming demon beasts. What a predicament. One can only conclude that Chuxia truly loves Hu Nana. Otherwise, who could endure such tremendous pressure? As the three women conversed while walking, Lin Shiran suddenly collided with something, stumbling back a couple of steps. Upon looking up, she found Mu Chunfeng standing before her. Master, why have you stopped? Lin Shiran asked, puzzled. Listen, do you not hear someone calling for help? What? Mu Chunfeng closed his eyes, patiently listening, as faint cries for help from a woman echoed, almost dreamlike. I don't hear any cries for help. Master, are you sure you aren't mistaken? Mu Shuer expressed her concern. No, I am not mistaken. The voice is indeed there, just over there. With that, Mu Chunfeng dashed into the woods. Master. Seeing this, the others hurriedly followed suit. The group sprinted through the forest, their figures moving as swiftly as phantoms. Before long, a tiger's roar rang out, causing them to halt. Not far ahead, a glowing black tiger demon was pursuing something. Upon closer inspection, they saw a silver fox fleeing, which was clearly the target of the tiger demon. Indeed, there is something, but why is it a fox? Without a moment's hesitation, Mu Chunfeng charged forward. Upon seeing Mu Chunfeng, the silver fox did not turn to flee. Instead, it leaped directly into his embrace. As the tiger demon lunged, Mu Chunfeng swiftly dispatched it with a blade of sword energy, leaving it lifeless on the ground. Master, you are incredible. You could hear the little fox's cries for help from such a distance. The women observed, curiously eyeing the silver fox nestled in Mu Chunfeng's arms. This silver fox was strikingly beautiful, its fur a lustrous silver white, smooth and sleek, exuding an aura of elegance and nobility, albeit slightly dirty from its frantic escape. The master mentioned hearing a woman's cries for help, but why is it a fox? Hu Yuiru inquired, intrigued. Could it be a fox spirit? Hu Nana speculated. Chapter 21. Arrival at the Beastmaster sect under the scrutiny of the onlookers. The silver fox appeared somewhat anxious, curling tightly against Mu Chunfeng, even burying its head within his clothing. This fox's aura is quite pure. It likely isn't a fox spirit, perhaps it hasn't even cultivated to that level yet. Mu Chunfeng gently stroked the fox's silvery fur, stating, Well, that's a relief, however. This fox seems to possess a noble lineage, and we don't have such silver foxes here. Could it possibly belong to some guest who lost it? Hu Yuiru expressed her concern. To this, Mu Chunfeng shook his head. No, it likely does not belong to anyone. It bears no foreign scent, it is a purely wild silver fox. Wild? Very well, since the master has saved it. If you don't mind the trouble, why not keep it? Keep it. What is there to keep? Foxes are quite troublesome. My master once raised one and found it quite bothersome. It's better suited for you all. Lin Shiran said with a look of disdain directed at the silver fox. Ah, when did the master ever raise a fox? Hu Yuiru asked, astonished. Have you forgotten about our 4th September? She is a genuine golden-faced jade-furred nine-tailed fox. Is she not a fox? You mean September? Ha ha ha. Hu Yuiru couldn't help but laugh upon realizing. Enough. Is that how you speak of your own junior sister? You have no sense at all, Mu Chunfeng scolded, lightly tapping Lin Shiran's head. Humph. I'm merely stating the truth. Lin Shiran pouted in dissatisfaction. Mu Chunfeng shot her a glare, but turned to Hu Yuiru, saying, I shall keep this fox. I've been rather bored lately, so I might as well care for it. Understood, master. Let us proceed indeed. After extracting the fox demon's inner core, the 5 continued their ascent up the mountain, with Mu Chunfeng now cradling a fox in his arms. Before long, they arrived at the mountain gate, where the sect leader of the Beastmaster sect, Hu Wei, awaited them. Master, you have finally arrived. It has been a long time since we last met. Hu Wei approached with a warm greeting. Greetings, sect leader Hu, indeed. It has been quite some time. How have you been? Mu Chunfeng asked as he regarded the scruffy, middle-aged man before him. Well, eating well and sleeping soundly. It's all about enjoying life, by the way. Master, I heard you had a confrontation with the Demon Lord not long ago and were injured. I wonder if you have recovered? Yes, I have mostly recovered now, Mu Chunfeng replied with a lighthearted tone. Oh, that is wonderful to hear. Please. After some pleasantries, Mu Chunfeng and his 2 disciples entered the gates of the Beastmaster sect. Given the festive occasion, particularly the marriage of the sect leader's daughter, the entire sect was adorned in red, radiating joy. Taoist Mingkong, you have come as well. Greetings, master. With such a joyous occasion at the Beastmaster sect, we simply had to come and share in the happiness. Indeed, congratulations to all, master. It has been a while. You have brought along 2 female disciples this time. Oh, and a fox as well. Have you taken to raising pets now? How delightful. Greetings, fairies. This is merely a fox I saved along the way. Speaking of which, I heard that the Pill Cauldron sect has recruited a prodigious disciple with superior 5-element spiritual roots this year. That is indeed something to celebrate. Thank you for your kind words. Master, it is indeed our good fortune and my younger sister, Chiron, has already become a 4th-grade alchemist at such a young age. Once she passes the alchemy assessment, she will surely ascend to a 5th-grade alchemist. Such talent is truly enviable. As they proceeded, Mu Chunfeng encountered many old acquaintances, all prominent figures from various sects, be they sect leaders or elders. Regardless of who it was, upon facing Mu Chunfeng, the youngest sect leader, they would respectfully address him as master. Even though Kunlun no longer shone as it once did, it remained at the pinnacle of the righteous path, and Mu Chunfeng, as its leader, held the highest status. Observing the veneration directed at Mu Chunfeng, Mu Shuer felt a sense of elation. The revered figure adored by the masses was secretly under her control. The thought of how, despite such grandeur, Mu Chunfeng would soon be subjected to her playful teasing made Mu Shuer inwardly chuckle. Seeing so many esteemed figures here, it seems your father places great importance on this wedding. You are truly fortunate, Lin Shiran remarked to Hunana. A hint of pride crossed Hunana's face. Though she remained humble, it's nothing much. If the time comes for you to marry, Master will certainly arrange a grand wedding for you as well. Upon hearing this, Lin Shiran's expression grew complex, devoid of much joy. Perhaps, but I do not intend to marry. Not intend to. Perhaps you simply haven't met the right one yet. I used to feel the same way, but now she giggled. Under the guidance of the Hu sisters, Mu Chunfeng and his disciples arrived at a pavilion nestled within a bamboo grove, an ideal setting for cultivation, far removed from disturbances. This residence has been specially arranged for you by my father. Master, please rest here for the next few days. Upon entering the courtyard, they found it adorned with pavilions and flowing streams, resembling a lavishly decorated abode. Upon entering the pavilion, one is greeted by an array of exquisite wooden furniture and numerous fine calligraphies and paintings, alongside antique decorations that dazzle the eye. Every single item here, even the flooring, possesses considerable value and could fetch a handsome sum if sold. Yet within these walls, they hold no significance. Indeed, very well. Please convey my gratitude to Master Hu, said Mu Chunfeng. Yes, I shall not disturb your rest, Master, replied the disciple as they took their leave. Go. After the 2 women departed, Mu Shuer and her companion wandered curiously around the room, showing great interest in the decor and design. Mu Chunfeng, however, paid them no heed and ascended to the 2nd floor. The space on the 2nd floor was expansive, well lit, and the air felt refreshingly pure, with curtains and a screen in place, behind which lay a bathtub adjacent to the bed. One could enjoy the view outside the window. Cradling the silver fox, Mu Chunfeng approached the window, observing the outside world while gently stroking the creature's fur, eliciting a contented purr from the silver fox in his arms. Despite its beauty, the fox appeared rather unkempt from its earlier escape, with some of its fur lacking luster. You seem a bit dirty. It looks like a bath is in order, Mu Chunfeng mused aloud. At the sound of his words, the silver fox perked up, lifting its head to gaze at him. What, you don't want a bath? He asked, lightly scratching its head. The silver fox leaped from his embrace to the bed, lazily stretching out with a yawn. Are you tired? Then rest for now. I shall wash first. With that, Mu Chunfeng moved to the bathtub, conjuring water to fill it and heating it. Chapter 22. The astonished silver fox before long. A steaming tub of water appeared. As a celestial being, Mu Chunfeng was naturally clean, but bathing was a habitual indulgence, akin to taking a nap. The primary reason, of course, was that while at the inn, Mu Shuer had been overly gluttonous, and when Lin Shiran and the others suddenly returned, they had not managed to clean up properly. As garments fell away, Mu Chunfeng, with his back turned to the bed, remained blissfully unaware that the small fox was fixated on him, its large eyes intently watching, its fluffy tail wagging behind, revealing its delight. As he settled into the bathtub, Mu Chunfeng involuntarily let out a sound of enjoyment. Noticing the little fox on the bed, he smiled and invited, "Come here, little one. Why not wash as well?" At his invitation, the little fox hesitated briefly before leaping over with a splash, its head popping up from the water. Its big, glistening eyes directed at Mu Chunfeng. "You little rascal, I truly thought you disliked baths." He gently scratched its nose and began to wash it, soaking its fur with warm water. The little fox was surprisingly compliant, only shyly covering its eyes with its paws. However, when Mu Chunfeng washed certain areas, it squealed and squirmed in protest. Calm down, calm down. Is it really that embarrassing?" He chuckled. "Ah, so you're a female. That explains it." Realizing this, he understood why the little fox was so flustered, yet it also indicated that she was rather exceptional, possessing a sense of modesty. "You little creature, lacking human form, yet aware of shame. What harm is there in a gentle touch? If you dare, bite me," Mu Chunfeng teased, enjoying the playful banter as he washed the little one, who responded with a mixture of shyness and agitation, nipping at his fingers. "Ah, you really dare to bite. Disobedient little one. You ask for a spanking." Mu Chunfeng playfully lifted the little fox's tail and, without hesitation, gave it several light smacks, causing the fox to quiet down and float obediently in the tub. Just as the two were enjoying their bath, the beaded curtain was suddenly pushed aside, and a figure appeared at the bathtub's edge. Both Mu Chunfeng and the little fox jumped in surprise, instinctively holding each other tightly. "What are you doing here?" Mu Chunfeng glared at Mu Shuer, displeased. "Just curious. I wanted to see what Master was up to." "So, Master is bathing. No wonder you haven't come down," Mu Shuer said leisurely as she settled beside the tub, dipping her hand into the water to play with its surface. Seeing Mu Shuer so boldly intrude, the little fox's eyes widened in shock. It could not comprehend how someone could act so brazenly before her master. "Get out! Can't you see I'm bathing?" Mu Chunfeng frowned, chiding her. Unfazed by his reprimand, Mu Shuer instead reached out to caress his cheek, teasingly remarking, "Oh, come now, there's no need to pretend. With your little sister gone, who are you trying to impress?" "The fox." As she spoke, Mu Shuer's gaze fell upon the little silver fox. The little fox thought, "What? Chiron is not here. Where has she gone?" Mu Chunfeng inquired, puzzled. "The Beastmaster sect raises many spiritual beasts, many of whose meat is quite delectable and nourishing for crafting spirit food. She intends to acquire some to prepare a meal for you upon her return," Mu Shuer explained, her delicate fingers wandering playfully. Listening, Mu Chunfeng grasped her wrist, remarking, "Chiron is truly thoughtful. She possesses a filial heart. Humph, is it only her you praise? Do I lack filial piety?" Mu Shuer retorted, dissatisfied. You do. But your form of filial piety has become rather twisted. Do you truly believe what you are doing now qualifies as filial?" Mu Chunfeng shot back. Withdrawing her hand, Mu Shuer dipped it into the water, gazing at him with a mischievous glint. "But Master needs assistance now. If I can help you, then that is filial piety. My devotion surpasses that of any other sister. Enough. Just leave me be, hurry and get down. Be cautious lest your sister returns and discovers this. Trouble would ensue," Mu Chunfeng urged. "Why the rush? She'll be gone long enough to burn an incense stick. That's ample time for me to enjoy a meal," Mu Shuer replied, and with that, she splashed into the tub, sending water spilling over the edge, while the little fox hastily leaped onto the bed, staring in bewilderment at their antics. After a while, Lin Chiron returned with the spiritual beast meat. Upon entering the pavilion, she spotted Mu Shuer coming down from the upper floor, dressed in a new outfit that differed from what she wore earlier. "Senior sister, I was only gone for a moment." "How did you change clothes?" Lin Chiron queried, puzzled. "As soon as you left, I went upstairs to check on Master, but accidentally got my clothes dirty because of that fox, so I changed," Mu Shuer explained. "Fox? Humph. I knew keeping that creature would be troublesome, just like that rascal Ju." Mentioning the fox, Lin Chiron's expression turned sour, filled with disdain. Mu Shuer merely smiled lightly, stepping closer to change the subject. "Where's the spiritual beast meat? Let me see it." "Oh," Lin Chiron retrieved a sizable piece of raw spiritual beast meat from her storage ring, which, despite being uncooked, emanated a unique aroma, filled with spiritual energy, making it prime material for crafting spirit food. "What fine meat! Truly exquisite!" Mu Shuer exclaimed in admiration. "And of course, I paid a hefty price for this. There's plenty more in my storage ring. Let us prepare dinner now that night has fallen," Lin Chiron urged. "Very well, let us begin," Mu Shuer nodded in agreement. After a while, the three gathered around the dining table in the living room, where an array of meticulously prepared spirit dishes awaited, exuding enticing colors and fragrances. Mu Chunfeng held the little silver fox in his arms. After his careful grooming, its fur gleamed brilliantly, soft to the touch, particularly its long, fluffy tail. Master, it's mealtime. Perhaps you shouldn't hold that creature in your arms. Lin Shiran suggested. Then bring a stool over, and I shall place her there, along with a small bowl, Mu Chunfeng instructed. Understood. Lin Shiran promptly fetched a stool and set a small bowl atop it. Mu Chunfeng gently placed the little fox on the stool and picked up his chopsticks to sample a piece of the spirit beast meat, praising, delightful. The texture is rich, and the abundant spiritual energy truly makes it premium spirit meat. Chapter 23. The Moonlit Fairy Indeed. This was carefully selected by my junior sister and prepared with great effort. Mu Shuer spoke highly of Lin Shiran. Yes, Shiran, you've worked hard, Mu Chunfeng said, looking at her with appreciation. Lin Shiran felt her cheeks redden, quickly shaking her head. It's no trouble at all. As long as it's for master, I don't mind any hardship. Enjoying such delectable food, of course, I am pleased. But I wonder if she will like it, Mu Chunfeng mused, waving a piece of meat in front of the little fox. The silver fox's eyes fixated on the morsel, nearly drooling, and it eagerly nodded. Releasing his chopsticks, the little fox opened its mouth wide, catching the piece of meat and savoring it with delight. It seems she enjoys it, Mu Chunfeng remarked with satisfaction. Master, just focus on your meal. Don't worry about her, Lin Shiran tenderly added, placing more dishes in his bowl. Yes, eat well. You both should too. As midnight approached, on the second floor of the pavilion, Mu Chunfeng lay peacefully asleep, with the little silver fox nestled on his chest, both resting comfortably. This evening is enveloped in tranquility, with Mu Shuer refraining from her usual disturbances. After all, residing in the same building as her junior sister means that even the slightest movement could draw attention, compelling her to remain quietly within her room. The moon gradually traverses the sky. Its silvery light cascades through the window and bathes the room, illuminating the bed. The small silver-haired fox, nestled against Mu Chunfeng's chest, emits a gentle glow, as if drawing upon the moonlight's power. With each moment of absorbing this lunar energy, the little silver fox's form becomes entirely enveloped in radiance, and within that brilliance, a transformation seems to occur. As the light dissipates, a flawless and alluring figure materializes in Mu Chunfeng's embrace. She blinks her long eyelashes, slowly opens her eyes, and stretches languidly. Her exquisite form is fully revealed under the moonlight. Alas, at that moment, Mu Chunfeng remains in slumber, unable to appreciate the enchanting sight. She has finally reverted. Baiji stifles a yawn, gazing down at her own alluring body, before her gaze shifts to Mu Chunfeng's face, a smile unconsciously gracing her lips. Once again, you have saved me. The reason for her transformation back to her original form lies primarily in her prolonged existence. After over a millennium, her lifespan is drawing to a close. Yet her cultivation remains stagnant at the pinnacle of the infant transformation stage. Although Mu Chunfeng too shares a similar state, he is merely 2 centuries old, with ample time ahead of him. Unlike her, whose lifespan as a demon spans merely 1,000 years, the journey from a common beast to human cultivation has taken nearly 3 millennia. Moreover, due to the severe injuries sustained while uniting with Mu Chunfeng and others to vanquish the White Crystal Beast King, her lifespan is now perilously short. If she cannot ascend to the demigod realm, coupled with her old wounds, she will be left to await her end. Just recently, upon arriving at the Beast Master sect, she encountered a group of demons lying in ambush. Although she vanquished them all, her body suffered severe damage, forcing her to recuperate in her original form. Subsequently, she encountered a crimson flame tiger in the forest, nearly becoming its prey. Fortunate was she to have crossed paths with Mu Chunfeng, who came to her rescue. Reflecting on her recent tribulations, Baiji cannot help but sigh, gently caressing Mu Chunfeng's cheek, her gaze brimming with tenderness. Perhaps it is fate, the grace of the master. Perhaps I can only offer myself in return with that. Baiji slowly leans down and bestows a gentle kiss upon his slumbering form. As dawn breaks, Mu Chunfeng gradually opens his eyes, the morning sunlight filtering through the window, accompanied by a refreshing breeze that invigorates the spirit. Yet, not only is he in high spirits as his gaze descends, his expression turns increasingly cold. Suddenly, He raises his hand and slaps down on the covers. Nearby, the little silver fox watches in wide-eyed shock, trembling in fear, yet also feeling a twinge of envy. Cough, cough, cough. Sitting at the edge of the bed, Mu Shuer clutches her throat, coughing incessantly, her cheeks flushed as if something has lodged in her throat. Meanwhile, Mu Chunfeng stands before the mirror, dressing and grooming himself, utterly indifferent to Mu Shuer's plight. His demeanor one of complete apathy. You are becoming increasingly outrageous. My dear girl. Ranner is still downstairs, and you dare to sneak up here to ambush your master so early in the morning? Mu Chunfeng's voice is icy. Coughed. I was just concerned for my master, wanting to help you. Mu Shuer explains amidst her coughing. Help me? Do I require your assistance? It's clear that your gluttony is to blame. How many times did you indulge yesterday, and yet you are still unsatisfied? Pouting, Mu Shuer glares at Mu Chunfeng's back, feeling that even if he has objections, he shouldn't have reacted so abruptly. It nearly choked her. This is a lesson for you. Mu Chunfeng turns to face Mu Shuer, his voice stern. You are becoming increasingly unruly, taking advantage of my leniency and affection. Do you think you can act spoiled? I have come to understand that women like you require discipline. Mere gentleness will only embolden your misbehavior. If you act recklessly without my consent again, I shall punish you in this manner. You claim to enjoy eating, so I shall ensure you eat to your heart's content. Master Mu Shuer stamps her foot in frustration. Hurry downstairs. By now, Ranner has likely awakened. If she discovers this, you will be in trouble. Mu Chunfeng warns coldly. Hmph. In a huff, Mu Shuer storms away. Meanwhile, Lin Xiran, having risen early, approaches her senior sister's room, knocking several times without receiving a response, which piques her curiosity. At that moment, she spots Mu Shuer descending the stairs, her brow furrowed and a hint of resentment evident. Sister, why are you coming down from upstairs? Lin Xiran inquires. Humph. Mu Shuer snorts disdainfully, offering no reply as she heads straight for the kitchen. Observing Mu Shuer's demeanor, Lin Xiran surmises that her senior sister has likely been reprimanded by their master, which brings her a sense of schadenfreude, though she maintains her composure. Entering the kitchen, she sees Mu Shuer vigorously chopping meat with a cleaver and approaches her to ask, Sister, what on earth is happening? What transpired between you and the master? Nothing much. This morning, I intended to wake the master, but I found that fox sleeping on his chest. I thought to move the fox aside, only for the master to awaken and scold me. Hearing the dissatisfaction in Mu Shuer's tone, Lin Xiran feels a wave of sympathy, as well as indignation. Their master, truly, it is merely a fox they picked up. It is one thing to hold it, but to sleep together. Humph. If only you had seen how close the master and that fox have become. I suspect he has been bewitched by her. Ah, that seems a bit exaggerated, does it not? Our master possesses a celestial physique and cultivates at the infant transformation stage. How could he possibly be enchanted by a mere fox? Lin Xiran replies. Clearly skeptical. In response, Mu Shuer offers no further explanation, simply sighing as she remarks, I just feel discontent. We have been with the master for so long and have never shared such intimacy. Yet that newly arrived fox can sleep beside him, and it's a female fox at that. Indeed, it is rather excessive. The master is behaving just as he did in the past, favoring the September junior sister. And now this silver fox, I can't help but wonder if he has a particular fondness for foxes, perhaps a preference for fox maidens? Lin Xiran ponders, stroking her chin. Fox maidens? Mu Shuer blinks, suddenly struck by a thought, and turns to Lin Xiran excitedly. Do you remember that shop we came across in Tianjia that specialized in selling dual cultivation items? Ah, sister, what are you saying? How embarrassing. Lin Xiran's face reddens instantly. Oh, do not think ill of it. What I meant was, when we mistakenly entered that shop, wasn't there an array of peculiar clothing for sale, including outfits with fox ears? Prompted by Mu Shuer's mention, Lin Xiran recalls and nods vigorously. Yes, I remember. Those outfits were indeed quite beautiful. We even considered purchasing them. Exactly. If our master has a liking for fox maidens, perhaps we could buy such outfits and wear them for him. Surely, he would appreciate it, Mu Shuer suggests. Lin Xiran's eyes light up at this idea, but she quickly droops her head, disheartened. Sister, you are overthinking it. I meant that our master likes fox maidens, but those outfits are merely for fun. Given our master's character, if he were to see us donning such attire, he would undoubtedly be furious. Oh, come now. We would not wear them in public. They would be exclusively for him. What could he possibly say? No, in a way. I absolutely refuse. Our master would certainly be angry. Let us not pursue this. Lin Shiran decisively shakes her head. While the two converse, Mu Chunfeng descends the stairs, dressed in elegant attire, exuding an ethereal aura. Cradling the little fox in his arms. What are you two discussing, and what is this about being inappropriate? Mu Chunfeng inquires. We were just discussing. We were saying that master has a fondness for foxes. Lin Shiran jumps in ahead of Mu Shuer. Foxes? Mu Chunfeng approaches, curiosity evident in his gaze. What makes you say that? Because September Junior's sister is indeed a fox, and you dote on her. Also, Lady Baiji is a fox as well. And you share a close bond with her. Now, this little fox you found is being held in your arms constantly. Surely that indicates your preference, Lin Shiran replies, a hint of jealousy in her voice. Hearing her explanation, Mu Chunfeng chuckles, gently stroking the little fox in his embrace. Is Ranner feeling jealous? Jealous of a little fox? I doubt I am not. I just feel it's unfair. Why should I be inferior to a little fox? You have never been this close to us. Lin Shiran retorts, stamping her foot in frustration. Close? You believe I am not close to you? Then tell me, what would constitute closeness? How would you like me to be closer to you? Mu Chunfeng inquires with genuine interest. Upon hearing this, Lin Shiran immediately withers, her face flushed as she lowers her head. Shy and unable to speak, I cannot. Master would surely be angry again. Fear not. As long as it is not too excessive. I shall consider it, Mu Chunfeng says with a smile. Exactly, sister. If you have any thoughts, just express them. Master has already said so, and he certainly won't be angry, Mu Shuer encourages, patting her shoulder. Lin Shiran glanced at Mu Shuer, then at Mu Chunfeng. After a moment's hesitation, she mustered her courage and said, I want a kiss, a hug, and to be lifted high. Huh? Mu Chunfeng was taken aback, and even Mu Shuer beside him was stunned, not expecting her to propose such a thing. The initial requests for kisses and hugs were acceptable, but the last one about being lifted high, what was that all about? Junior sister, how old are you? Still wanting to be lifted high? Mu Shuer couldn't help but scoff. I said it was not acceptable, but you both insisted that I say it? Humph. Lin Shiran's face flushed with anger as she stomped her foot and turned to leave. Just then, Mu Chunfeng called out to her, All right, fine, we shall do as you wish. What? Master, you are not agreeing. Lin Shiran stopped in her tracks, turning around in astonishment to look at him. Of course, since Shiran has become jealous of the little fox. It indicates that I am not close enough to you. Agreeing to this once is no trouble at all. Mu Chunfeng placed the little fox on the table, walked up to Lin Shiran, cupped her lovely face in his hands, leaned in, and kissed her forehead, then embraced her warmly. Feeling the warmth of her master's embrace, Lin Shiran felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. She placed her hands around his waist but hesitated to hold him tightly, instead burying her face in his chest and inhaling deeply. Beside them, Mu Shuer smiled at the scene. To her, this was nothing unusual. She had experienced much more, however. For the poor junior sister, this was an incredibly significant and joyous reward. After the embrace, Mu Chunfeng released Lin Shiran and asked, observing her blushing face, So, how was it? Did you enjoy it? Yes, I liked it, master. You are truly wonderful. Lin Shiran's voice was soft and sweet. But we're not done yet. Being lifted high, do you know how to do it? Mu Chunfeng inquired. Yes, I understand. With that, Lin Shiran raised her arms. Mu Chunfeng positioned his hands under her armpits and hoisted her upwards, raising her up and down repeatedly, creating a comical effect. Lin Shiran was having a great time, laughing heartily, and Mu Chunfeng found it amusing as well. Until, unexpectedly, the Hu sisters walked in and were left dumbfounded at the scene. What are you two doing? Upon hearing the voice, Mu Chunfeng stopped, placing Lin Shiran back on the ground and turning to face the two women. What brings you here? We came to find our senior sister, to go to Tianjia. Hu Yuero explained. Senior sister, what were you just doing? Why were you being lifted high? Hu Nana curiously asked Lin Shiran. Lin Shiran's face turned beet red as she felt embarrassed and could not answer. Leaving it to Mu Shuer to respond, Oh, it's nothing. Just your junior sister was bored and thought of getting closer to master, wanting him to lift her high. Senior sister, why do you say everything? Chapter 25. Changing affections. Lin Shiran was not prepared for Mu Shuer to be so direct, her face flushing intensely. The Hu sisters were equally bewildered, struggling to comprehend the situation. After all, being lifted high was a child's game. And Lin Shiran was no longer a child. If they hadn't witnessed it themselves, and if it had been reported by some gossipy woman, Mu Chuanfeng's esteemed reputation would be tarnished. Being lifted high? Senior sister, how could you? Hu Nana began to retort, only to be silenced by her sister's hand. Seeing Lin Shiran's embarrassed expression, Hu Yuero understood that if they continued, it would only lead to further distress for her. Her younger sister was oblivious, straightforward, lacking emotional intelligence. With her impending marriage in just a few days, it was crucial not to offend anyone at this juncture. Therefore, Hu Yuero had been closely watching over her sister, fearing she would inadvertently create a scandal. By the way, what brings you here? What do you need to do at Tianjia? Mu Shuer quickly shifted the topic that, oh, well, Nana is getting married the day after tomorrow. And we ordered a red wedding gown at Tianjia, so we came to collect it and wanted to invite you two senior sisters to join us for a stroll, Hu Yuero explained. Is that so? I see. Junior sister, are you going? Mu Shuer asked Lin Shiran. Of course. I haven't been to Tianjia in ages. Master, you should come too. Lin Shiran looked at Mu Chunfeng with eager anticipation. Under the four expectant gazes, Mu Chunfeng considered for a moment and consented. Very well. Since you all wish to go, I shall accompany you to have a look. As soon as he finished speaking, the little fox perched on the table leaped into his arms, clearly wanting to join them. Seeing this, Lin Shiran frowned momentarily but soon relaxed, remembering that today she had been lifted high by her master. With that thought, she couldn't help but smile joyfully. Meanwhile, Mu Shuer observed Lin Shiran's innocent smile, feeling a wave of sentimentality. Her junior sister was easy to please. She could be satisfied so simply. However, that was not entirely true. In the past, she too could have been easily appeased. But as time passed, desires evolved and one would seek more. Currently, Mu Shuer would not be so easily satisfied. Kisses were merely routine, and one at least had to share a meal to truly feel fulfilled. Of course, her ambitions extended far beyond that. Merely satisfying one's appetite was insufficient. Are we flying over on swords? No need. We can take the celestial boat. Master's celestial boat is spacious enough for all of us. As a celestial boat suddenly appeared above the bamboo grove. The 5 people and 1 fox boarded the vessel, which swiftly soared into the distance. On the celestial boat, the Hu sisters curiously examined their surroundings, their faces lit with excitement and surprise. Wow, this celestial boat is beautiful and exquisite. I only saw it from below before. This is my first time aboard. Though it may not be as grand as our father's celestial boat, it is much more delicate and appealing to girls. Hu Nana exclaimed with delight. Not far away, Mu Chunfeng sat comfortably in a chair, gently stroking the little fox nestled in his arms. Beside him, Mu Shuer poured fine wine from a flask and handed it to him. Master, please. Mu Chunfeng took the cup, leisurely sipping from it while observing the Hu sisters. Among the 2 sisters, Yuero must be significantly older than Nana, right? Yes, she is 10 years older. But unfortunately, Nana will marry first. Mu Shuer remarked. Indeed, though she is the eldest, it must be hard to accept marrying later than her younger sister. But speaking of which, you two must be familiar with them, right? Does Yuero have anyone she likes? Mu Chunfeng asked curiously. Someone she likes? Mu Shuer looked at him. Yes, does she? She does. Who? Their eyes met, and Mu Chunfeng raised an eyebrow, leaning back slightly while tightening his embrace on the little fox, a look of surprise on his face. No way, you're joking, right? Do I look like I'm joking? Mu Shuer answered calmly. No. Me? I'm so much older than her. How could she? Just then, Lin Shiran approached, holding a platter of freshly washed fruits. Master, try your favorite lychee. Lin Shiran placed the platter on the table, peeled a lychee, and offered it to Mu Chuanfeng's mouth. He opened up to catch the lychee but accidentally brushed against her finger, though he didn't notice. Lin Shiran's face turned crimson. Shiran, did you know about this? Mu Chunfeng asked Lin Shiran. Huh? What? Lin Shiran raised her head, looking quite flustered. Yuero likes Master, Mu Shuer interjected. Ah. Lin Shiran's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Mu Shuer. What? You didn't know? Seeing her shocked expression, Mu Chunfeng was puzzled. No. How could you say such a thing? Lin Shiran exclaimed, agitated. Senior sister, what are you doing? Are you crazy? Mu Shuer replied. I just mentioned it casually. Master asked me first. Recovering from her shock, Mu Shuer quickly shifted the blame back to Mu Chunfeng, At this moment, Mu Chunfeng was equally bewildered, taking a sip from his wine cup and clicking his tongue as he looked at the two. You two seem to know quite a lot. What else do you know? Seeing Mu swear about to speak again, Lin Shiran rushed over, covering her mouth and pulling her aside. Shoo, senior sister, don't say everything out loud. You used to be so discreet. Why are you so loose-lipped now? Lin Shiran complained. Mu Shuer pushed her hand away, crossing her arms and coldly responding, I just feel like hiding it is pointless. And even if I said it, Master definitely wouldn't he spill it. If Master had such thoughts, wouldn't he that just facilitate Yuero? Nonsense. If that facilitated her, what would happen to us? Lin Shiran retorted, full of indignation. We? Mu Shuer raised an eyebrow, looking at her with a teasing glint in her eyes. Oh, so you're worried about that? Afraid Yuero might take Master away? Lin Shiran's face turned scarlet as she huffed. Stop talking about me? Aren't you worried? Not worried, Mu Shuer answered without hesitation. Huh? You're not worried? What do you mean? You don't actually have someone you like now, do you? Have you changed your affections? Lin Shiran exclaimed in shock. Mu Shuer rolled her eyes, exasperated as she lightly smacked Lin Shiran's head, scolding, Go play somewhere else, spouting nonsense. Chapter 26. The Celestial Island at Sea. Observing Mu Shuer's nonchalant demeanor, Lin Shiran's suspicions grew stronger. I've sensed something unusual about you lately. In the past, you would quarrel with me over trivial matters, yet recently, you not only refrain from competing but also assist me at every turn. Have you developed feelings for someone else? Are you perhaps infatuated with our master? Are you out of your mind? How could I possibly be unfaithful? Which of your eyes has seen me consorting with another man? Mu Shuer retorted sharply that I haven't seen anything. It's merely speculation. If it isn't infatuation, then why have you become so at ease? You used to be anxious around our master, always treading carefully. What has changed? Lin Shiran pressed on. You must tell me, do you have another man in your life? Who is he? Do I know him? I've already told you there's nothing to worry about. Stop overthinking, will you? Mu Shuer said, poking her forehead playfully and shooting her a glare before turning away. She watched Mu Shuer's retreating figure. Lin Shiran thoughtfully stroked her chin, realizing that her friend was avoiding the topic entirely. It seemed that her senior truly had a significant issue at hand. Master, how much does this celestial vessel cost? It must be quite expensive, right? Nana inquired curiously of Mu Chunfeng. Indeed, it is rather costly, approximately 20,000 spirit stones. Mu Chunfeng recalled. 20,000? That's exorbitant. My father's vessel only costs a little over 10,000. Nana exclaimed in shock. That's no joke. This celestial vessel is exceptional, crafted exclusively by the Tianji Pavilion. Equipped with numerous functionalities, even after 50 years, it remains as pristine as ever, Mu Shuer interjected with pride as she joined Mu Chunfeng. Now I understand. I wonder when I might possess such a vessel. Nana sighed enviously. Don't get ahead of yourself. Spending a few hundred spirit stones on a modest vessel would be quite sufficient. There's no need to be so greedy, Yuero advised, patting her shoulder. All right then. Nana sighed in resignation. As the celestial vessel soared through the skies, it arrived at a location over the sea within half an hour. A celestial island loomed 100 meters above the ocean, where the so-called Heavenly Street resided. As they approached the island, they noticed it shrouded in mist, appearing breathtaking yet concealing a special defensive barrier to deter intruders. To enter the island safely, they had to pass through the main gate, known as the Heavenly Gate. When the vessel neared the Heavenly Gate, everyone disembarked, and the celestial vessel began to shrink, being collected by Mu Chunfeng. Passing through the Heavenly Gate, the five found themselves on a vast meadow, surrounded by mountains, rivers, and various spirit beasts, with majestic eagles soaring in the sky. Those unfamiliar might mistake it for an ordinary grassland, but in reality, they were on the celestial island above the sea. After strolling a few hundred meters, they spotted a town in the distance. It was the Heavenly Street. Upon entering, a bustling and vibrant street unfolded before them, filled with cultivators clad in splendid garments, each exuding an air of superiority. Fortunately, today isn't overly crowded. The last time I visited coincided with an auction, and it was quite a throng, Lin Shiran remarked with relief. Let's go look for wedding garments first. Nana, lead the way, Mu Shuer instructed Nana. All right, follow me. Nana replied as she guided them to a tailor shop. It was hard to imagine that a tailoring shop existed in the realm of cultivation. Where the street primarily sold weapons, techniques, and ores, a tailor shop seemed quite out of place. However, it was actually quite common. Ordinary people and cultivators alike placed great importance on their attire and living standards. While some ordinary cultivators may not mind, those of higher status certainly cared more for their quality of life, consuming spirit food rich in energy for longevity, and wearing garments made from spirit silk that were resistant to fire and water. Immune to dust and aesthetically pleasing. Upon entering the shop, an array of luxurious garments greeted their eyes, each possessing an immense intrinsic value. Numerous exquisite fabrics were also on display, which, to mortals, could be considered heavenly garments. As the saying goes, flawless and capable of lasting a lifetime. Wow, they've received new fabrics. They even have Western-style lingerie and dresses. It seems you all are keeping up with the trends, Mouchouer exclaimed. Her excitement palpable as they examined the Western attire. A female shop assistant approached, explaining, "Dear friends, Western-style clothing has recently gained popularity in the Central Lands, and we have specifically introduced these items. They are all the rage. For instance, these lingerie pieces are made from heavenly silkworm silk and can adapt to the wearer's body, accentuating your figures beautifully. That sounds promising. How much for one?" Lin Shiran inquired curiously. The original price is 298 spirit stones, but today it's discounted to just 198.198. Hunana gaped, nearly exclaiming in disbelief. How can it be so expensive? Is it clothing? Even a mystic-grade artifact wooden tea cost that much. Unfazed by Hunana's incredulity, the assistant calmly replied, "Ladies, you appear to be disciples from prominent sects, so you are likely familiar with our heavenly street. You know that heavenly silkworm silk is extraordinarily precious and difficult to cultivate. Only our heavenly street offers a substantial supply. Most garments claiming to be made from heavenly silk elsewhere are usually counterfeit. We're aware that your clothing is often of high quality, but the best we've purchased has only been in the hundreds. This garment, while nice, is at best of average quality. It should be priced at 98, not 198, Mouchouer challenged. Exactly, you might fool outsiders, but how could you deceive loyal customers like us? That's just not fair. Lin Shiran added, dissatisfied. Seeing their discontent, the shop assistant hurriedly explained, "You may not realize that while the fabric is the same, please take a closer look at these garments. They are Western style, intricately designed and not merely made from heavenly silk. They incorporate patchwork gemstones, each spirit stone painstakingly affixed. The craftsmanship is immensely complicated. Moreover, these are the latest designs. If you wait 2 months or 6 months, the price will naturally drop. But right now, please understand. These garments are truly rare finds." Chapter 27. I'll cover the bill. After hearing the assistant's explanation, the 4 women gained a semblance of understanding. As frequent shoppers in this area, they recognized that seasonal fashion items could indeed be priced extravagantly. As elite disciples from esteemed sects, with their masters being sect leaders and elders, they were not lacking in spirit stones. However, spending 198 spirit stones on a single garment still felt a tad excessive. Alas, these clothes are truly beautiful. If only they were priced at 98,198 is rather steep, Lin Shiran lamented as she admired a delicate piece of Western lingerie. What's the big deal? You could easily refine a batch of pills and sell them for over 100 spirit stones without breaking a sweat. Mouchouer teased. Easy? Do you think it's as simple as molding clay? Lin Shiran shot her a glare, clearly annoyed. That's precisely the case. A 4th-tier pill on the market goes for over 1,000 spirit stones nowadays. That depends on the type of pill. The raw materials are inherently costly, and refining one is quite labor-intensive. Do you think it's that easy? Am I a treasure-hunting beast? Enough. Stop lamenting your poverty. If you want it, just buy it. With that, Mouchouer turned to Huero and the others. These garments look splendid. Why not each of you pick one? Oh no, that's too extravagant. We just bought clothes last month. Huero shook her head, feeling bashful. Last month? Are you referring to those from Baihua Valley? Those were merely ordinary garments for emergencies. These are truly exquisite. If you like them, buy them. Let Lin Shiran cover the cost. Mouchouer said casually. What? Me pay? On what grounds, senior sister? Do you really think I'm a treasure-hunting beast? Lin Shiran protested. Oh, come now. With Nana's wedding, wouldn't it be lovely to buy her a dress as a gift? Consider it sharing in her joy. At Mouchouer's suggestion, Lin Shiran's eyes lit up. That's a wonderful idea. Since it's Nana's wedding, I'll buy her a dress as a gift. Nana, Feel free to choose any dress you fancy, and Yuero, you should pick one too. Isn't that inappropriate, senior sister? Who Yuero protested, feeling shy. Don't be shy. Nana is getting married. This is a gift from me to you both. Exactly. What is there to feel shy about? We're all good sisters. I want to hold back then, senior sister. Who Nana declared eagerly, grateful as she rushed to select her outfit. While Who Nana was unreserved. Who Yuero maintained her composure, bowing her head in gratitude to Lin Shiran. Thank you, Lin senior sister, but this clothing is truly too expensive. Let Nana buy just one. While it is indeed rather expensive, it is of little concern to me. As an alchemist, I am inherently affluent. You should select something for yourself as well. There is no need to be modest. Well, thank you very much, Lin Shiran smiled gently. Turning to look at Mu Shuer, sister, I will cover the cost of their spirit stones, but as for you, you should pay for yourself. Mu Shuer raised an eyebrow and, placing a hand on her shoulder, spoke earnestly, we are all sisters here. Why split things so meticulously? Isn't it fine if you simply pay? Your pockets are filled with spirit stones. What do you need all that for? Saving for a dowry. A dowry? Lin Shiran froze for a moment, her cheeks flushing as she pushed Mu Shuer away, playfully scolding. What nonsense are you talking about? Dowry, sister. Every time we go out, you treat me like a walking treasury. Don't you have any money of your own? I do, but it certainly pales in comparison to yours. After all, you are the little wealthy lady among our sisterhood, Mu Shuer teased, pinching her cheek. You? Lin Shiran rolled her eyes in exasperation and then walked over to Mu Chunfeng, wrapping her arm around his. Master, look, sister is always like this, always trying to pry open my vault. All right, let's not quarrel. I shall cover today's expenses. Does that satisfy you? Mu Chunfeng proclaimed grandly, cradling the little fox. Oh, master is treating us? Then I shall not hold back. Come on, Yuero, let us go choose some clothes. Mu Shuer exclaimed, her face lighting up as she pulled Hu Yuero away to select garments. Seeing the two depart, Lin Shiran frowned, expressing her dissatisfaction to Mu Chunfeng. Master, what are you doing? I wanted you to reprimand sister. Not to treat her. It matters not who treats. It is merely a few hundred spirit stones. I am still capable of affording that. You should hurry and select something as well, Mu Chunfeng replied nonchalantly. Lin Shiran took a deep breath. Although she wished to voice her discontent, he was, after all, her master. Fine, I shall go first. Just as Lin Shiran turned to choose her outfit, Mu Shuer approached, holding a purple undergarment before Mu Chunfeng. Eagerly asking, Master, what do you think of this? Is it beautiful? Is it alluring? Mu Chunfeng wore a cold expression. Why would you ask me such matters? Go inquire among yourselves, because it is meant for your eyes. Isn't it? Don't you enjoy this Western-style lingerie? She said, holding the garment against herself as a demonstration. Mu Chunfeng's face turned crimson, and he turned his head away, admonishing, how outrageous! Go away, you shameless girl. Humph, am I the one lacking modesty? It's as if you've never seen such a thing before, Mu Shuer retorted, rolling her eyes. You? Mu Chunfeng was momentarily rendered speechless, striving to assert his authority as her master. How can you speak like that? I am your master. Do you not have any sense of propriety as a disciple? I do. My apologies, master. I have offended. Mu Shuer feigned contrition, then eagerly asked, So, do you like this piece? You go ask someone else. Ask Ranner or Yuero. Why must you insist on asking me? Mu Chunfeng glanced around nervously, fearing Lin Shiran might return. Observing Mu Chunfeng's anxious demeanor, Mu Shuer found it amusing. Her master was changing more and more. The once heroic figure had become increasingly approachable. What are you looking around for? Afraid of being seen? Rest assured, they are all busy selecting garments. Just quickly tell me if you like it. She urged. That I like it. Satisfied? Now hurry and go. Stop bothering me, lest you be seen. Mu Chunfeng replied irritably. While it was one thing to be pestered alone, it was entirely different in public. The audacity of this girl was truly exasperating. If those three were to witness this, it would create quite the predicament. Even the thought of being seen by outsiders was embarrassing, particularly since Mu Shuer was holding undergarments that, in this conservative society, were considered taboo for open discussion in front of men. Chapter 28. Acquire 2 sets upon receiving a satisfactory answer. Mu Shuer beamed with delight, nodding, Good, as long as you like it. Since you prefer this style. Shall I choose another? Must you choose more? Why not buy another for your woman? After all, it is for your viewing pleasure. Don't you wish to see me in alluring and beautiful garments? Master? Mu Shuer leaned closer, teasing him with an ambiguous tone. Mu Chunfeng was startled and quickly retreated. Raising a hand to her forehead, be serious. If you continue to tease me, I shall become displeased. So, will you buy it for me or not? Mu Shuer pouted, gazing at him. Buy. Purchase as many as you wish. If it pleases you, then go ahead. He, you said it yourself. I shall go buy it now. With that, Mu Shuer happily turned and left. Watching her depart, Mu Chunfeng let out a heavy sigh, rubbing his forehead, feeling the weight of pressure. It seemed he truly was aging. He could hardly withstand the antics of these girls. Of course, his mention of being worn out did not refer to physical fatigue, but rather to the mental strain. Girls in love are invariably passionate, impulsive, and full of vigor. Yet mischievous Mu Chunfeng possessed an imperturbable temperament. He had long surpassed the age of such frivolity. Moreover, given his current status, how could a dignified sect master indulge in such carefree play? It was particularly concerning with acquaintances present. With a sigh, Mu Chunfeng cradled the little fox and exited the shop, strolling down the street. Following the formal establishment of relations between the Eastern and Western continents, Western elements had increasingly infiltrated the Eastern continent, as he had observed during his last visit to the 100-Flower Valley. The Heavenly Street, a domain for cultivators, also featured numerous Western influences. Since Mu Chunfeng's previous visit, the changes had been remarkable. Several Western shops had emerged, and many men and women on the streets donned Western attire, particularly the women. Women have an affinity for beauty, and garments such as stockings and bras serve to showcase their graceful forms and sensuality, thus gaining immense popularity. Not to mention, cakes, as delightful confections, were particularly enticing. While wandering, Mu Chunfeng entered a cake shop and purchased a small slice to enjoy. Naturally, he would not indulge alone. He wiped some cream on his finger and offered it to the little fox perched on his shoulder. The little fox happily licked away the cream, nuzzling Mu Chunfeng's head and emitting a friendly sound. Good girl, if you want more, there is plenty stored in the spatial ring. Mu Chunfeng affectionately patted her head. Upon returning to the clothing store, he found Mu Shuer and the others surrounding Nana, who was adorned in a stunning red bridal gown, looking exquisite. Wow, this red bridal gown is beautiful. It truly is remarkable. The craftsmanship is exquisite. No wonder it costs 988 spirit stones. After all, it was for a wedding, the first of a lifetime. Spending a bit more is worthwhile. In response to her sister's praise, Nana beamed with pride. For the three before her were all of higher status, yet she was the first to take this step. Oh, it's nothing. Custom-made items are inherently expensive. Besides, when it is your turn to marry, Master will surely arrange something splendid for you, Nana reassured them. Upon hearing this, the three girls did not feel comforted. Rather, they wore glum expressions. Marry? Don't even joke about it. That day is unlikely to come for us. Mu Shuer scoffed. I have no such aspirations. As long as I am by Master's side, that is enough for me. Lin Shiran shrugged, appearing indifferent, yet her heart was laden with melancholy, asked the older sister. Hu Yuro merely caressed the red bridal gown, admiring the luxurious fabric, filled with envy. As long as you live your life well, that is sufficient for me, dear sister. Enough? How can that be enough? You all deserve the right to pursue marital happiness, just as I do. Nana exclaimed passionately. Not the same. Hu Yuro shook her head, casting a glance at Mu Shuer before chuckling softly. Indeed, it is not the same. The three girls seemed to share a tacit understanding. Although they said nothing, it felt as if they had conveyed everything. As the surrounded Nana stood as an outsider. She should not have comprehended, yet she looked at her three elder sisters as if she understood everything. Surely, you all wouldn't. Before she could finish, Mu Chunfeng entered the store with a small cake. Striding toward them, Nana's expression instantly shifted, as she hurriedly greeted, Greetings, Master. Hearing this, the other three turned and bowed in unison, Master. Respected one. So this is the bridal gown. It looks splendid, Mu Chunfeng remarked, assessing Nana's attire. Thank you for the compliment, Master. It cost me 988 spirit stones. 988? Quite pricey, yet there is a reason for the cost, especially for a bridal gown. Indeed, Master understands my plight. But, Master, if one day Sister and the others were to marry, How would you handle the matter of bridal gowns? Hunana asked curiously. Bridal gowns. Well, naturally, as you have done, it would be essential to order a fine one, costing several thousand spirit stones, Mu Chunfeng replied after a moment's thought. Glancing at Mu Shuer and Lin Shiran. Several thousand? Wow, Master truly is generous. Did you hear that, sisters? Master is indeed very fond of you all. TSK. Indeed a grand gesture. Mu Shuer clicked her tongue, her gaze filled with playful intrigue as she looked at Mu Chunfeng, making him feel somewhat uneasy. Regardless, it was of no consequence. Any remark would suffice. Lin Shiran pouted, expressing her displeasure. Listening to the banter between the two, Mu Chunfeng felt a sense of helplessness. These two girls were anything but simple. The once innocent little cotton-padded jacket had now transformed into a heartless black cotton, each more cunning than the last. Mu Shuer constantly tempted him, striving to turn him completely to the dark side. Although Lin Shiran appeared relatively normal, who could guarantee that she wouldn't suddenly explode in the future? All right, have you chosen your clothes? If so, let's proceed to checkout. I shall cover the bill. Mu Chunfeng hastily changed the subject. The group arrived at the counter, each presenting their chosen garments, all of which were Western-style lingerie, for such items were indeed rare and undeniably expensive. However, complications soon arose. When Mu Shuer placed 2 pieces of lingerie on the table, Lin Shiran erupted. Hey, senior sister, what are you doing? Why are you taking 2 sets? I simply like them, Mu Shuer retorted. Everyone else is only taking 1. Why should you take 2? It's unfair. What is unfair about it? 1 set is covered by Master, and I will pay for the other. Is there a problem? Mu Shuer calmly countered. Chapter 29. Greetings, senior sister. After Mu Shuer's eloquent defense, Lin Shiran was left speechless. You'll pay for yourself? Well, if you like them, that's fine. She awkwardly smiled. Being the wealthiest among them aside from Mu Chunfeng, Lin Shiran was actually quite frugal. In her view, purchasing numerous alluring outfits was pointless, as there was no one to appreciate them. Moreover, such lingerie was hardly subject to wear or dirt. 1 was sufficient, and acquiring more held little meaning, as she was the only one who would see them. Of course, this was not an issue for Mu Shuer, who had a purpose and motivation behind her purchases. The more fashionable and seductive, the better. Not only did it satisfy her desires, but it also served a significant purpose, truly a win-win situation. After the attendant calculated the total, the sum amounted to over 800 spirit stones, a staggering price indeed. After all, there were only 4 pieces of clothing. Who would be foolish enough to spend such a fortune on garments? Wouldn't it be more worthwhile to invest in magical artifacts or talismans? A total of 824 spirit stones. Who will be settling the bill? I will. Using my card, Mu Chunfeng confidently stepped forward, presenting a card with flair. Wow, is that the legendary Tianqing card? Hunana exclaimed upon seeing the card crafted from a special crystal. The Tianqing card, is it truly the unique transaction card made by the Lord of Tianjia? Ive heard that there are only 5 in the entire cultivation world. Huero was equally astonished. In contrast, Mu Shuer and Lin Shiran remained composed, having been around Mu Chunfeng long enough to have seen the world. Don't exaggerate. This card is nothing special, akin to a storage ring, Mu Chunfeng casually remarked. The so-called Tianqing card merely allowed one to store all their spirit stones on it, facilitating payments through a unique card reader found in Tianjia. When making payments, the corresponding amount could be settled in one go, which was quite convenient, albeit not particularly groundbreaking. However, as the Tianqing card was still in its developmental stage, only Mu Chunfeng and 4 other top-tier cultivators possessed it. Participating in the experimental phase, those unfamiliar with it assumed that possessing the card meant one could spend freely, hence the mystical aura surrounding it. Master, do you think this card will undergo mass production in the future, allowing every cultivator to have one? Mu Shuer inquired curiously. Yes, eventually you all will. Mu Chunfeng nodded. I asked Lady Yun previously, and she mentioned that it should be ready for widespread production by early next year. Oh, that's wonderful, the 4 girls rejoiced. Master, your card. After the transaction was completed, the attendant respectfully returned the card to Mu Chunfeng. Everyone collected their selected garments, except for Mu Shuer, who still needed to pay for her second piece. Realizing she had brought nothing, as all her belongings were in her storage ring, she exclaimed, Oh no, I didn't bring any spirit stones. Of course, everything is in your storage ring. It's not like your pocket could hold 100 spirit stones. Lin Shiran retorted. In a swift motion, Mu Shuer removed the ring from her finger, feigning nonchalance as she raised her hand. What a coincidence, I also didn't bring a ring. Do you take me for a fool? You just took it off. Are you insulting our intelligence? Lin Shiran was utterly exasperated. Ignoring her, Mu Shuer approached Mu Chunfeng, tugging at his sleeve while playfully asking, Master, I didn't bring any spirit stones. Could you lend me your card? Master, she is pretending. She clearly has a ring. What cultivator leaves home without a storage ring? Don't give it to her, Lin Shiran interjected. Master Mu Shuer elongated her voice, her tone so charming that the other three girls frowned in disapproval. And my goodness, senior sister, what's wrong with you? When did you become so clingy? Lin Shiran expressed her distaste. I'm not clingy. This is just how I am. Just how you are. Are you not the least bit embarrassed to say that? You're practically clinging to the heavens. Master, don't you agree? Before Lin Shiran could finish her sentence, Mu Chunfeng handed the card directly to Mu Shuer, leaving Lin Shiran wide-eyed in shock. Wait, is this really happening? Master, can't you see she is pretending? How could you fall for it? Mu Chunfeng, however, was fully aware. Under normal circumstances, he would never agree to this charade. Yet now, despite his outward disapproval, he had unconsciously begun to regard Mu Shuer as his own woman. What was wrong with spending a little on his woman? Moreover, he knew that if he didn't give her the card, she would undoubtedly cling to him, as evidenced during their earlier shopping. Master, thank you for your card. After completing her purchase, Mu Shuer joyfully returned to Mu Chunfeng. Handing the card back to him, he took the card and then offered it to Lin Shiran, saying, You can buy another piece too. Go ahead. Lin Shiran looked at the card he extended, her face devoid of joy, and she furrowed her brows, replying, No thanks, one is sufficient. More would be meaningless. With that, Lin Shiran turned and exited the shop. It was well known that in the cultivation world, the profession that seldom lacked for spirit stones was that of alchemists. As a fourth-tier alchemist, Lin Shiran had an abundance of spirit stones, and, on occasion, even Mu Chunfeng might find himself borrowing from her. Her concern was not about Mu Shuer purchasing an extra piece or Mu Chunfeng giving her the card. Rather, it was about the fact that, despite their previously balanced dynamic, Mu Chunfeng was willing to disrupt that equilibrium by spending extra on Mu Shuer. It was akin to sharing a meal. If one were to serve both individuals a piece of meat, yet inexplicably offered an additional piece to one, it wasn't the meat that mattered, but the act of serving. As they strolled along the bustling street, the atmosphere among the trio was subtly strained. Lin Shiran led the way, with Mu Shuer and Mu Chunfeng trailing behind, exchanging glances. This is all your fault. Your junior sister is upset, Mu Chunfeng chastised. Humph, how could this be my fault? I merely wanted to buy a piece of clothing. That girl is far too easily jealous, Mu Shuer huffed in dissatisfaction. Are you referring to her? Weren't you the same way? You used to nitpick over trivial matters, making it so that I couldn't be too close to either of you. Mu Chunfeng remarked. Everyone envied him for having several stunning and exceptionally talented female disciples, yet little did they know that interacting with these girls was far from easy. Being kinder to one would provoke jealousy in the other, leaving him with no choice but to maintain a certain distance from all, which was one reason for his previously aloof demeanor. Chapter 30. To alone it was proven that maintaining a cool demeanor was indeed necessary. Yet no one anticipated that his body would soon betray him, making it difficult to uphold such an image. You need to be more cautious in public, especially around your junior sister. Don't act recklessly. Mu Chunfeng warned Mu Shuer. What are you scolding me? I have been quite restrained, you know. I've been holding back from getting too close to you, and now you dare to reprimand me? Mu Shuer glowered at him with a hint of grievance. Mu Chunfeng awkwardly avoided her gaze, stammering, I thought I was merely reminding you. You've been increasingly bold lately. You should be mindful in front of outsiders. Humph, understood behind them, the Hu sisters trailed, observing Mu Chunfeng and Mu Shuer with keen interest. Engaging in hushed discussions. Why do I feel that something is off? Hu Nana pondered, stroking her chin thoughtfully. What is off, sister? Don't you think there is something strange about Master and Sister Mu? Strange? In what way? Hu Yuero looked curiously at the two ahead, failing to perceive any anomaly. You wouldn't understand. Just a moment ago, at the tailor's, I accidentally saw Sister Mu. Hu Nana leaned closer to Hu Yuero, whispering the details of what she had witnessed. Upon hearing her words, Hu Yuero's eyes widened in disbelief, staring at her in shock. Really? Of course it's true. I can see it quite clearly. The closeness between the two of them is indeed rather excessive. The master has never behaved this way before, and the priestess has never dared to be so bold. It all seems quite strange. In response to her sister's complaints, Hu furrowed her brow. Her gaze fixed intently on the two in front of her, deep in thought as she spoke. Don't entertain such wild thoughts. It may just be a coincidence. What you've mentioned doesn't prove anything. And this matter should not be disclosed to anyone, understood? Understood. Upon leaving Tianjia, the five of them boarded the celestial vessel to return to the Beastmaster sect. On board the vessel, the ladies admired their purchases, especially Nana's red wedding dress, which drew particular attention. The wedding dress is truly beautiful. I wish I could have one, Lin Shiran remarked, stroking the fabric with envy. If you like it, just buy it. Whether early or late, it can be kept in the wardrobe for when you have time to wear it, Nana replied casually. How can you say that? This is a wedding dress. It cannot be worn casually or bought thoughtlessly. If someone sees it, they'll gossip. Hu shook her head. Well, since it can't be worn casually, at least trying it on is permissible, right? Those who wish to try can do so. How about that? Nana suggested. This statement attracted the attention of the three women, with Lin Shiran's eyes lighting up as she quickly raised her hand. I want to be the first to try. Mushua Air raised her hand and playfully tapped Lin Shiran on the forehead, reminding her, no, that's a wedding dress. It's Nana's wedding dress, not just any garment. How can it be tried on casually? It's fine. It's just a dress. If the senior sister wants to try it, let her. I don't mind, Nana said. That is also not acceptable. You don't mind because you don't understand. Your wedding dress shouldn't be worn by others. It's inauspicious, Mushua Air cautioned. Exactly. The four women engaged in a discussion about the wedding dress while on the other side. Mu Chunfeng stood at the railing, gazing down at the scenery, cradling a small fox. Awoo. Still want to eat? All right, here you go, Mu Chunfeng said, offering a grape to the little fox, which promptly swallowed it. Although the little fox was small, its tail was quite large, swaying back and forth in his arms and occasionally brushing against his face, carrying a somewhat familiar fragrance. Suddenly, a wave of spiritual energy emanated from afar, catching Mu Chunfeng's attention. Strange, this spiritual energy is unusual. It carries a hint of demonic sect aura, Mu Chunfeng pondered. Master, Mushua Air hurried over, seemingly having sensed something as well. It seems there are individuals from the demonic sect below. The demonic sect, this is Fangsuan Mountain. Previously in Baihua Valley, Yuro mentioned that there have been sightings of demonic sect members lingering near the spiritual mine recently. It seems that she was indeed correct. Mu Chunfeng said with a serious expression. What should we do? Should we go down and take a look? Mushua Air inquired. Yes, let's go take a look with that. Mu Chunfeng turned to Lin Shiran and the others, saying, there's something happening below. I will go down to check it out. You all should return first. Master, won't it be dangerous for you to go alone? Lin Shiran expressed her concerns. Dangerous? What are you talking about? There is nothing to fear. I was merely injured before. Dio, you really think such a trivial matter could thwart me? Mu Chunfeng chuckled. Don't worry. I will accompany Master to have a look. You should return with Sister Yuro and the others, Mushua Air said, standing beside Mu Chunfeng and looking at Lin Shiran. Well, that all right then, but please return early and don't worry me like last time. Lin Shiran reminded. Rest assured. I will be back shortly, Mu Chunfeng said, and with that, he jumped off the celestial vessel, closely followed by Mushua Air. Upon landing, the master and disciple looked back at the departing vessel, both releasing a sigh of relief. Let's head forward. Before he could finish his sentence, Mushua Air moved closer, wrapping her arms around his, playfully exhaling into his ear. Master, it's finally our turn to be alone together. Mu Chunfeng's expression darkened as he turned to glare at her. What are you saying? We're here to assess the situation. What do you think this is about? Hee, of course, that's what I think too. I just thought we could relax and do something a bit more thrilling and interesting in the process. Mushua Air said suggestively. Mu Chunfeng. This was precisely why he was reluctant to be alone with this girl. She was completely unrestrained, utterly disregarding his authority as a master. Behave yourself. Do you want to be punished? Mu Chunfeng raised his hand and clapped it down. Mushua Air trembled slightly and fell right into his embrace. Go ahead. Hit me. Feel free to discipline me. Your disobedient disciple. What on earth are you doing? Have you gone mad? Mu Chunfeng exclaimed, hastily stepping back, only for Mushua Air to cling to him, leaving him utterly exasperated. Although Mushua Air was vastly inferior to Li Han Yi in terms of strength, She was exceptionally skilled in persistence, far surpassingly Han Ai, leaving Mu Chun Feng speechless. What on earth do you study all day? Can you not be serious? Why have you become increasingly audacious? Chapter 31. Soul Bone. Tell me, where's the soul bone? What soul bone? How could you not know about the soul bone? Just tell me honestly, or else you'll suffer. I truly don't know anything. I am merely an ordinary disciple. Please don't kill me. With a scream, Mu Chun Feng and Mu Shue Er rushed to the scene, only to find a member of the demonic sect gripping a beast master sect disciple's head, forcefully extracting memories from him. Unbridled, Mu Chun Feng sent a flying sword forward, interrupting the demonic sect member's actions and forcing him back. Mu Chun Feng. Upon recognizing the Kunlun sect master, the demonic sect member's expression shifted dramatically as he quickly vanished. I will pursue him. No need. Mu Chun Feng stopped Mu Shue Er, saying, there's no need to chase after him. This is not Kunlun. Overstepping our bounds can lead to misunderstandings. Let's check on the condition of that disciple instead. Understood. After approaching the beast master sect disciple and inspecting him, Mu Chun Feng found that he was unharmed. Thank goodness. Had we arrived even a moment later, he might have suffered a breakdown. Are you all right? Mu Chun Feng asked. Thank you, master, for your timely rescue. I am unscathed, the disciple of the beast master sect said, kneeling down and expressing his gratitude. Rise. Now tell me, why did that demonic sect member harm you and forcefully extract your memories? What did he want to know? I'm not certain. He only kept asking me about the soul bone, but I've never even heard of such a thing. Soul bone? Upon hearing this, Mu Chun Feng's brow furrowed slightly as if he had thought of something. After a brief contemplation, he changed the subject, asking, are such occurrences frequent? I've heard that many members of the demonic sect have been seen around Fangtzuan Mountain recently. What exactly have they been doing? They haven't done much. It's just that occasionally disciples have spotted those from the demonic sect lurking in the shadows, and then some disciples go missing, much like what happened to me earlier. They must be after this so-called soul bone. Just lurking. Mu Chun Feng stroked his chin and then waved his hand. Let us go. Warn the other disciples to be cautious, especially in the coming days. Yes, I understand. With that, the disciples stood up and departed. Watching the man leave, Mu Shue Er approached Mu Chun Feng and whispered, is what he said true? I'm not sure, but if it concerns the soul bone, then it's a serious matter, Mu Chun Feng replied solemnly. Soul bone? What exactly is that? Master, do you know? Mu Shue Er asked curiously. Do you remember the White Crystal Beast Emperor? Yes, the previous generation's demon king. Slain here on Fangtzuan Mountain by our ancestor, Mu Ning Shuang, in conjunction with Bai Ji. Exactly. It was slain here. However, as far as I know, after the death of the White Crystal Beast Emperor, its corpse was buried within this spiritual mine. Its soul bone possesses formidable spiritual energy, capable of generating more spiritual stones from this mine, which is why it has remained here. Upon hearing Mu Chun Feng's explanation, Mu Shue Er suddenly understood. So the demonic sect members are after the soul bone of the White Crystal Beast Emperor, wishing to obtain it for their own use? Yes, but it's not entirely straightforward. Mu Chun Feng shook his head and said, the White Crystal Beast Emperor belongs to the demon race and is a demon king. Its soul bone harbors unique powers that are not easily wielded by humans. Then why do the demonic sect members still covet it? They can't use it, so why do they keep watching over it? What do they want? Mu Shue Er questioned. Puzzled, Mu Chun Feng pondered for a moment, taking a deep breath as he looked down at the little fox in his arms. Although the soul bone may be of no use to humans, if it were to be wielded by a demon, that seems unlikely, as the soul bone of the White Crystal Beast Emperor would be unbearable for ordinary demons. Moreover, the demonic sect is not on friendly terms with the demon race. They aren't as close as we are. Listening to Mu Shue Er's words, Mu Chun Feng nodded. You're right. But this matter is certainly not simple. Not simple. What does that mean? Should we go take a look? Yes, let us go take a look. With that, Mu Chun Feng headed directly toward the spiritual mine of the Beast Master sect. Indeed, we must go, exclaimed Mu Shue in astonishment, hastily pursuing the matter. The two followed the aura of the Beast Master sect disciple and soon arrived at the spirit mine. They observed that the area was heavily guarded by nearly 20 disciples of the sect, who were on high alert. Concealed in the shadows, Mu Shue remarked, it appears they are aware that this period of matrimony is rife with chaos. Hence they have bolstered their defenses. Yet, she mused, it would not suffice. If those rascals truly wished to act, Such a mere handful would be unable to impede them. Mu Chunfeng surveyed the situation ahead. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept through the entrance of the spirit mine, alerting the patrolling guards. In the next moment, two figures dashed through the crowd and entered the spirit mine unnoticed, in the blink of an eye. Mu Chunfeng and Mu Shuer had reached the depths of the mine, illuminated by the radiant crystals scattered about. While such crystals were exceedingly valuable in the secular world, here they were deemed worthless debris. The true treasures were the spirit stones exuding rich spiritual energy. As they ventured deeper, Mu Shuer plucked a spirit stone from the wall, marveling at its abundant energy. These ores surpass ordinary spirit stones. Their spiritual essence is far more plentiful, she gasped. This is the power of the soul bone. Even after centuries, it continues to absorb the energy from the depths of the earth, enriching the upper layers of the spirit mine. This is why the Beast Master sect has been so reluctant to negotiate with us regarding this mine, Mu Chunfeng explained. Hearing this, Mu Shuer frowned, her voice cold with disdain. The audacity of the Beast Master sect is astounding. This mine was originally developed by us together, and we had agreed on a 50-50 split. Now that it can be mined normally, they deliberately delay our involvement. Greed is like a snake that swallows an elephant. Such is the nature of things, Mu Chunfeng sighed, then stepped forward to delve deeper. As they descended, the visible spirit mines multiplied until they reached a boundary. In the depths of the earth stood a massive door, blocking their path. This was a specially crafted door, surrounded by a protective barrier. Could it beat the soul bone lies within? Mu Shuer inquired, her curiosity piqued. This must be the place. Mu Chunfeng approached the door, gently touching its surface, feeling the unmistakable barrier that served both as defense and protection. Shall we enter and take a look? Mu Shuer asked. He hesitated briefly, then shook his head. No, this barrier was set by my master in conjunction with Bai Ji and the leader of the Beast Master sect. It is nearly impossible for ordinary individuals to breach it. Moreover, a forced entry could lead to the collapse of the spirit mine, causing quite a commotion. How troublesome. Why not have the soul bone dealt with directly instead of leaving it here? It remains a potential hazard. Mu Chunfeng exhaled deeply, gently caressing the small silver fox in his arms. This is a matter of trade. Trade? To unite against the White Crystal Beast Emperor, the Beast Master sect paid a hefty price. Thus, they require benefits to appease them. The soul bone of the beast is notoriously difficult to handle, and after the joint effort to slay the White Crystal Beast Emperor, it was temporarily stored here due to urgent needs for recovery. Consequently, everyone tacitly accepted this arrangement. So the soul bone serves as a benefit, a favor granted by Bai Ji to the Beast Master sect, along with the White Crystal Beast King, Mu Shuer realized. Indeed, that is the case, Mu Chunfeng affirmed. The small silver fox in his arms raised its head, gazing intently at the door, as if pondering something profound. Exiting the spirit mine, the two found themselves amidst a dense forest. It has been ages since we leisurely strolled outside like this. The air here is truly pleasant. As they walked, Mu Shuer stretched lazily, her demeanor relaxed. Are you certain? How can this compare to Kunlun? Mu Chunfeng questioned. I was merely expressing my sentiments. Kunlun is indeed wonderful, but with my junior sister around, one must tread carefully, she replied playfully, taking his hand and swaying it as if they were a couple. Mu Chunfeng did not resist, understanding the moment's ambience. With the day still young, they meandered around the vicinity of Fangtsuan Mountain. Given the proximity to the spirit mine, the vegetation thrived abundantly, particularly the renowned Sea of Flowers. Upon reaching the floral expanse, the two strolled hand in hand. As the gentle breeze swept through, petals danced in the air, filling the atmosphere with fragrance. That moment, Mu Shuer removed her headband, letting her hair cascade freely, swaying in the wind. Like an ethereal fairy, her beauty appeared even more enchanting, exuding a hint of allure. Master! Mu Shuer ran a few steps ahead, turned back, and playfully beckoned. Shall we play a game? You try to catch me. Catch you? What do I gain from that? Mu Chunfeng asked, intrigued. Gain? What do you desire? She retorted. I seek nothing in particular, but you are rather mischievous today and require a lesson, he replied with a stern expression. Mu Shuer stuck out her tongue, winking at him. Hee, then come and teach me. If you can catch me, you may do as you wish with that. She turned and fled. Though the game seemed trivial, given Mu Chunfeng's status, it was indeed rather uninteresting. Nevertheless, he pursued her, determined to catch up. Just wait. Once I catch you, I will make you cry, he threatened as he chased her. Oh, how frightening. We shall see if you can catch me first. Master, Mu Shuer taunted, glancing back. The two continued their playful chase until they reached the heart of the flower sea. With a swift motion, Mu Chunfeng reached out, and with a rip, "Ah, what are you doing? My clothes have been torn. Master, you are so wicked," Mu Shuer pouted. "You did that on purpose. This garment is hardly durable," he retorted. "Admit it, you are the one who has become shameless." As their playful pursuit continued, Mu Shuer's attire grew increasingly scant, and Mu Chunfeng found himself increasingly exhilarated, succumbing to her allure. With a splash, petals scattered like waves, as they both tumbled into the flower sea. "Master." As she lay amidst the flowers, Mu Shuer gazed up at him, her cheeks flushed and heart racing. Looking at the exquisite beauty beneath him, Mu Chunfeng could not help but swallow hard, slowly leaning down as they pressed against one another. They embraced tightly, rolling together in the blossoms. Time slipped away unnoticed until the cry of a hawk pierced the tranquil scene, shattering the moment in the flower sea. The two lay disheveled, gazing up at the azure sky, their hearts brimming with emotion. "How beautiful! I never realized the sky could be so stunning," Mu Shuer remarked, her face blooming like a peach blossom, her eyes glistening with wonder. "Indeed, it is truly beautiful," Mu Chunfeng breathed deeply, equally captivated. Having lived for nearly 200 years, he had seen the sky countless times. Yet, the sky of late appeared uniquely beautiful. Perhaps it was the result of differing emotions that altered his perception. "Which do you find more beautiful, me or the sky?" Mu Shuer asked, propping her head on one hand as she gazed at him. "You are more beautiful, is that so? So decisive. Do you not wish to beat around the bush?" Mu Shuer was pleasantly surprised by his forthright response. "It is simply the truth. Your beauty is undeniable, Shuer. I have always thought so. Otherwise, how could I have been lured into such a predicament by a mere child?" Mu Chunfeng tenderly caressed her delicate face, his tone serene. Mu Shuer pressed her cheek against his hand, playfully scolding. "What do you mean by lured? Such a harsh word. This is merely my filial piety." Understanding his master's solitude over the years and the burden of emotional turmoil, she felt compelled to step forward. "Filial piety?" His laughter erupted at her words, teasingly pinching her cheek. "You are quite the silver-tongued child. Is this truly what you call filial piety? Your intentions have clearly transformed. Had our genders been reversed, it would have been deemed scandalous. True enough, but I am a girl and you are a boy. If hypothetically speaking, is it wrong for a girl to willingly offer herself?" Mu Shuer countered. Her argument rendered Mu Chunfeng speechless, prompting an amused sigh as he reached out to caress her hair. "You sly girl, how was I unaware of your sharp tongue before? You are quite the troublemaker." "Humph, that is only because you were too serious in the past, teaching me to be an upstanding lady. Thus, I could only present the version of myself that you prefer," she pouted. "So, it is my fault, is it? If that is how you wish to see it, so be it. Regardless, I have already confessed. Whether you regain your strength or not, I will remain as I am. If you do not recognize me as your woman, I shall cling to you, persisting for a lifetime." Theo suggests that we could simply act as if nothing had transpired and return to our previous relationship is, of course, utterly impossible. "Very well, I understand. Since you insist on this, I shall certainly take on my responsibilities," Mu Chunfeng reassured. "Is that true?" Mu Shuer exclaimed with delight. "It is indeed true, but there is a caveat. It will be challenging for us to define our relationship, particularly since I have your master Uncle Li Hani to consider. So you must comprehend this. We were originally teacher and student. If this matter were to become public, it would undoubtedly attract undue attention from Lin Shiran. So you must keep it confidential. Do you understand?" "Yes, Shuer understands. As long as master can accept me and allow me a place in your heart, I would have no regrets," Mu Shuer declared, excitedly nestling into Mu Chunfeng's embrace. "What nonsense! You should not speak of regrets. You have barely begun to live, and there are many days ahead." Mu Chunfeng gently tapped her on the head in reproach. "Hee, you are right. I have not been with master for long, and there are still many moments to cherish," Mu Shuer responded, playfully nuzzling against him with joy. Just then, while the two were immersed in their sweet exchange, a little silver fox sat nearby, its round eyes observing them intently, its small head filled with unspoken thoughts. By the way, master, could you give me a definitive answer on something? I truly find it hard to wait. What is it? When do you plan to partake in me? Mu Shuer sat up, yawning towards the setting sun in the west and glancing back at Mu Chunfeng. Partake? Yes, partake. When do you intend to accept and enjoy your disciples' first offering? Mu Shuer asked. Her heart brimming with anticipation, Mu Chunfeng gazed at her in silence, the golden hues of the sunset bathing her in a radiant glow, exuding a youthful, divine aura that captivated his very soul. Do you not know? Do you not know? How could you not know? Do you not wish to partake? No, Mu Chunfeng blurted out. Upon hearing this, Mu Shuer beamed. She required no elaborate flattery. Just this single word was enough to fill her with contentment. It seems, master, that you are still not hungry enough. Am I right? Mu Shuer teased. Mu Chunfeng's cheeks flushed slightly, his gaze involuntarily tracing her alluring form, stirring an inner desire within him. For now, not very hungry. For now? Very well, Mu Shuer slowly rose, adjusting her attire and taking a deep breath towards the sunset, stretching languidly. For some reason, everything lately seemed so beautiful, filling her with a sense of happiness. Perhaps this was the charm of love. With that, Mu Shuer turned back to Mu Chunfeng, who had also stood, offering him a gentle smile as she said, Let us agree on this. If ever you find yourself truly hungry, do seek me out. After all, that I am a girl, and finding me always waiting can be rather embarrassing. With this, Mu Shuer delicately tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, revealing her slightly blushing, charming face. Thump, thump, thumped in that moment. A rapid heartbeat echoed within Mu Chunfeng, his eyes imprinting this scene deeply into his memory, forever etched within the recesses of his heart. Very well, I shall promise you. Upon returning to the Beastmaster sect. The day had not yet waned, yet the sect was already adorned in festive decorations, for the wedding day was but 2 days away. As they walked through the sect, they were met with cheerful scenes that warmed the heart and exuded immense happiness. What an extravagant display with so many red lanterns, truly befitting the daughter of the sect leader. Mu Shuer marveled. It seems that sect leader who places great importance on this union, hence the grand arrangements. However, since the Beastmaster sect is so invested, one can only assume that the 100 Flowers Valley also holds this matter in high regard. Mu Chunfeng commented. 100 Flowers Valley. Oh, look over there. It appears to be Sister Chiue. Mu Shuer pointed towards a familiar figure ahead. Hearing this, Mu Chunfeng curiously turned to look, and indeed, he spotted a figure clad in a soft pink gown, notably marked by the fluffy tail trailing behind her. It truly is her, but why is she seated alone? Mu Chunfeng mused, gently petting the little silver fox in his arms. Seated alone, perhaps she is resting at her residence. Let us go greet her. The two approached Chiue, who was engaged in light-hearted conversation with a female elder from the Beastmaster sect. Upon noticing Mu Chunfeng and Mu Shuer approaching, Chiue's eyes brightened, and she hurriedly bowed, saying, I pay my respects to you. Esteemed one, and to you, Sister Shuer. Yes, Chiue, you have arrived. Greetings, Sister Chiue. Yes, I heard that you arrived yesterday, esteemed one. I intended to visit this morning, but alas, you were already out. Chiue expressed with regret. I see. We went to Heavenly Street this morning to fetch the wedding attire. Wedding attire? Was it tailored at Heavenly Street? I have heard that their garments are exquisite. I visited once, but found the prices rather steep, so I refrained from purchasing, Chiue said shyly. Indeed, they are somewhat expensive, but it matters not, for this time, it is Master who is covering the expenses for the garments. Mu Shuer replied easily, so that is how it is. The esteemed one is truly generous towards her disciples. Chiue remarked enviously. Not just us. If you had come, I am certain you would have been invited as well. Me? Chiue shook her head regretfully. It seems I am simply unlucky and have missed the opportunity. Has Washo arrived? Mu Chunfeng inquired. At this question, Chiue hesitated slightly. Washo has gone missing. Missing? What do you mean? Mu Chunfeng asked, perplexed. When we set out, Lady Baiji departed first, wishing to enjoy the scenery alone before meeting us at the Beastmaster sect. However, for reasons unknown, we have not received any news from her since, and she has not reappeared, Chiue explained with concern. And you have not seen her since then, nor been able to reach her? Yes, I do not know why I have not shared this news with anyone else, only daring to inform you, esteemed one. and I seek your advice on what to do next." Upon hearing Chiyue's inquiry, Mu Chunfeng furrowed his brow, contemplating before responding. This matter concerns the stability of Hundred Flowers Valley. Should word leak out, it would undoubtedly incite trouble. Given Zuoshou's strength, she should not encounter any peril. For now, we should wait and see. Chapter 34. The cunning fox. Upon hearing Mu Chunfeng's suggestion, Chiyue felt a sense of relief, as what he expressed matched her own thoughts. Zuoshou is also a formidable being in the infant transformation stage. There are only a handful of experts at this level in the cultivation world, making it unlikely for her to be trapped or harmed. Even if she were to face danger, escaping should not pose much difficulty. What you say is quite right, Chiyue understood. Yes, it is good that you understand. Do not worry too much. Zuoshou is experienced and powerful, and she will certainly return safely, Mu Chunfeng reassured her. Chiyue shared this sentiment. By the way, esteemed one, when did you come to keep a pet? Chiyue's attention fell upon the little silver fox nestled in Mu Chunfeng's arms. Oh, you mean her? This little fox was an unexpected find during my journey. Seeing her without a home and injured, I decided to take her in. As he spoke, Mu Chunfeng gently stroked the little silver fox, which purred contentedly. You are truly kind-hearted, esteemed one. This little silver fox is quite beautiful and utterly adorable. Chiyue could not resist stepping closer, eager to pet the little fox, only for it to evade her grasp, swiftly climbing onto Mu Chunfeng's shoulder and glaring at her with cold eyes. This little fox has quite the temperament. Under the little fox's glare, Chiyue felt an unexpected sense of authority and was surprised that the fox harbored such resistance towards her. After all, as a fox demon, it would be expected that small animals would be drawn to her. Why then did this particular little fox seem so aloof, disallowing her touch? This little fox only recognizes master and does not permit others to approach. It is quite the pride, Mu Shuer remarked. Having previously been ridden by a fox demon disciple, she could overlook that. Yet now, just a mere fox displayed such arrogance. It seems she is rather clever. Chiyue showed no anger at the little fox's resistance. Instead, she gazed at it with admiration. Animals with intelligence tend to recognize their masters, and people naturally cherish loyalty, especially when it is exclusive to themselves. Chiyue mused that if she were this little fox, she would also cling tightly to Mu Chunfeng's leg and never let go. After bidding farewell to Chiyue, Mu Chunfeng and Mu Shuer returned to the Bamboo Grove Pavilion. Lin Xiran had already returned early and was preparing dinner. Esteemed one, dinner is ready. Please come and eat. Lin Xiran placed the dishes on the table and addressed Mu Chunfeng upon his return. Yes, you are very thoughtful, Ranner. Mu Chunfeng nodded appreciatively. Lin Xiran smiled slightly, her gaze flicking to Mu Shuer before her expression shifted, turning somewhat melancholic as she said, Just remember what I have prepared, esteemed one. With that, she turned and walked back towards the kitchen. Watching her retreating figure, Mu Chunfeng wore a puzzled expression, turning to Mu Shuer. What happened? Why did she suddenly change? Women, such is their nature, it must be that we returned late, and she felt envious that we were out having fun without her, thus becoming jealous, Mu Shuer remarked. Upon hearing this, Mu Chunfeng felt speechless, gently tapping her forehead and saying, You women are truly troublesome. Is this really a reason to feel jealous? Humph. You should be thankful she remains unaware of our affairs. If she were to discover it, the consequences would be unimaginable, Mu Shuer said with a hint of schadenfreude at Mu Chunfeng. As the night deepened, the door to the first floor of the pavilion creaked open, and a figure slowly emerged, making her way towards the staircase. The junior sister must be asleep by now. It's finally my time, Mu Shuer thought to herself with satisfaction. However, just as she reached the staircase and was about to ascend, a loud bang startled her, prompting her to turn around quickly. To her surprise, it was the little silver fox sitting by the junior sister's door, having knocked with its paw. Indeed, the next moment, Lin Xiran opened the door, momentarily taken aback by the sight of the little silver fox at her doorstep, before noticing the elder sister at the staircase. Elder sister, what are you doing out so late? Lin Xiran asked, puzzled as she gazed at Mu Shuer. I thought I had nothing to do tonight and thought I would go upstairs to chat with the master, Mu Shuer explained. Chat? It's already midnight. Is it appropriate to disturb the master's rest? Mu Shuer smiled awkwardly, stepping down from the staircase and walking towards her own room. You have a point. It is indeed somewhat inappropriate. Let us postpone it until tomorrow. You should also get some rest. Junior sister, With a loud bang, Mu Shui's door shut. Lin Xiran cast a cold glance at Mu Shui's door, only to find that the little silver fox had disappeared upon turning back. That little one is quite swift, she mused as the door closed. At the staircase on the second floor, a small figure was crouched on the railing, its fluffy tail swaying. It turned and jumped down, leisurely making its way towards Mu Chunfeng. Bathed in the moonlight, the little silver fox transformed into a radiant silver glow, gradually taking on a taller shape. When the light dissipated, a silver-haired woman appeared at Mu Chunfeng's bedside. Her gentle gaze fixed upon the slumbering figure. She slowly leaned down, sitting at the edge of the bed, and tenderly caressed Mu Chunfeng's sleeping form. The moonlight illuminated his face, causing his eyelashes to flutter as he slowly opened his eyes to behold the silver-haired woman before him. "Is that you?" At that moment, Mu Chunfeng was not fully awake, lingering in a state between dreams and reality. "Yes, it is I," Bai Ji exhaled softly toward his face, her alluring aura leaving Mu Chunfeng in a daze. Caught in a state of confusion, unsure of what was happening. With just a slight charm, Mu Chunfeng had already fallen under her spell. This was primarily due to his lack of suspicion towards Bai Ji and his own groggy state, which limited his defenses. "Get up," at Bai Ji's command. Mu Chunfeng sat up, his eyes blankly fixed upon her. Seeing her enchantment had taken effect, Bai Ji was filled with delight as she gently stroked his cheek. Asking sweetly, "Master, are you happy to see me?" "Yes, very happy. Didn't you say you were missing? How come you are still here?" Mu Chunfeng inquired. "Because this is a dream. Your dream, Master. I appeared because you missed me." Bai Ji coaxed out, "A dream? So that it. Everything is just a dream." Upon realizing this, Mu Chunfeng visibly relaxed. Though under her enchantment, he still retained a degree of awareness and judgment, and upon discovering it was merely a dream, he naturally felt much more at ease. Bai Ji climbed onto the bed, straddling Mu Chunfeng's legs, her stature slightly taller, allowing her to look down upon him. A special variant of the nine-tailed fox. The silver-haired Bai Ji possessed an elegant and alluring figure, undoubtedly one of the most enchanting beings in the realm of cultivation. Chapter 35. A dream of spring, without a trace now that he understood this was a dream. Bai Ji leaned in closer, asking seductively, "So, Master, do you wish to do something with me?" "Do what?" Mu Chunfeng asked, still in a daze. "Yes, what would you like to do? Tell me." Faced with Bai Ji's tempting words, Mu Chunfeng hesitated but eventually lifted his hand. The next moment, Bai Ji's cheeks flushed, feeling both shy and somewhat guilty. The nine-tailed fox was adept at enchantment, yet she had always looked down upon such abilities, rarely employing them. However, now she found herself using them on her benefactor, the savior of her entire clan, and the very person she admired. "How about it, Master? Do you like it?" Bai Ji asked sweetly. "I do. It's wonderful." "How much do you like it? Compared to other women?" Bai Ji inquired eagerly. "More than them all," Mu Chunfeng answered honestly. Seeing his infatuated expression and hearing his response, Bai Ji felt a surge of pride. However, she quickly realized a concern. "You just mentioned them. Who are they? Is it just Mu Shui? Well, there's also junior sister Li Hani, that wretched Yin Shangjun." The mention of Yin Shangjuan, Mu Chunfeng's anger flared, causing Bai Ji to wince in pain. Bai Ji inhaled sharply. Realizing her discomfort, Mu Chunfeng hurriedly released her, apologetically asking, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. It's all right. Just be careful. Even in a dream, it still hurts," Bai Ji pouted, poking his forehead playfully. "Apologies, I should call you sister, as we previously discussed, right?" "Bai sister." "Yes, that's more like it. You're quite obedient, Master." Bai Ji affectionately ruffled his hair, then recalled his earlier words. Feeling a twinge of jealousy, "I never expected that you, who usually appears so pure and unassuming, would have so many women around you. Not only your beautiful disciple, but also the sword immortal Li Hani." As she spoke, Bai Ji leaned closer, almost touching him. "Are you jealous?" "Of course I am. Had I known this earlier, I wouldn't have hesitated. If they can, why can't I?" With that, Bai Ji kissed him. Instantly, they both fell onto the bed, entwined under the moonlight. In the early morning, Jiu Yu emerged from the pavilion, stretching lazily in the courtyard while gazing at the rising sun, her eyes filled with worry and longing. "Master, where on earth are you, Jiu Yu?" At that moment, a familiar voice suddenly rang out. startling Jiu Yu as she turned around to see Baiji standing at the entrance, smiling at her. Master. Seeing Baiji, Jiu Yu's eyes turned red with emotion as she rushed forward to embrace her tightly. Master, you've finally returned. As she comforted the tearful Jiu Yu, Baiji gently stroked her hair, soothing her. Don't cry. I'm back now. Meanwhile, in the bamboo grove pavilion, Mu Chunfeng, having awakened, searched the entire house, scouring both upstairs and downstairs, yet found no trace of the little silver fox. How strange. Where could that little one have gone? Mu Chunfeng wondered aloud. I couldn't find her either. Mu Shuer approached. I didn't find her either. I searched the bamboo grove, but found nothing. Perhaps she has already run away, Lin Shiran said as she entered the room. Run away? Why would she want to leave? Isn't it better to stay by my side? Mu Chunfeng questioned, perplexed. While it is good, she is still wild by nature, prone to wander. That is quite normal. Mu Shuer replied. Indeed, as my elder sister mentioned, wild foxes are all the same. Isn't Jiu Yu just like that? She leaves without a word, not even looking back at her master, a true white-eyed fox. Lin Shiran quipped, unimpressed. How can you say that? Why bring Jiu Yu into this? Mu Chunfeng retorted, visibly displeased. Isn't it true? They're all the same. None of these foxes are good. They flirt around and vanish after seducing their targets. Otherwise, why do mortals say that fox spirits are not to be trusted? In my opinion, master, you should just let her go wherever she pleases. What have we fox spirits done to earn such prejudice from you? Ranner! At that moment, a voice rang out from outside, accompanied by a silver-haired figure entering. The three were taken aback. Master, master! Upon seeing Baiji arrive, Mu Chunfeng hurried forward to greet her, concern etched on his face. You've returned, master. What have you been doing these past few days? Jiu said you were missing. What happened? It's nothing serious. I just had some personal matters to attend to, which took a bit of time. By the way, I just heard someone disparaging fox spirits. Who was it? Baiji cast a cold gaze at Mu Shuer and Lin Shiran. Lin Shiran's face paled slightly, and she lowered her head to murmur. It was me, you? Baiji slowly approached Lin Shiran. Just then, Mu Chunfeng quickly stepped in front of Lin Shiran, apologetically addressing Baiji. I apologize, master. My disciple speaks without thinking. Please don't misunderstand. She was merely venting because my little silver fox went missing. Little silver fox? Baidia's icy demeanor instantly softened as she regarded Mu Chunfeng with interest, teasingly remarking, Master has taken up a pet. How delightful indeed. I found her unexpectedly, but it's a pity she has run away. Mu Shuer added. Run away? That's hard to believe. That little one was fortunate to become the master's pet. How could she possibly leave? Surely, something must have happened. She will likely return soon. Baiji smiled and said. Perhaps so. Upon seeing that you are seated comfortably, I feel quite at ease now. I wonder, esteemed one, did you come here for a specific matter? Mu Chunfeng inquired. There is nothing pressing. I have merely missed your esteemed presence after such a long absence. I thought to indulge in some leisurely activities and fine wine with you, if you would be so inclined. Baiji replied. Of course, if you hold such intentions, I shall gladly oblige, Mu Chunfeng answered without hesitation. Upon hearing his agreement, a soft smile graced Baiji's lips, her affectionate gaze fixed upon him. In the sweltering summer heat, the most delightful places are those by the water, especially near bamboo groves. Fortuitously, within the bamboo grove where Mu Chunfeng resided, there flowed a charming brook, its waters brimming with spiritual essence, where fish swam joyfully, not only a sight to behold but also a delicacy. By this brook, the immortal lord and the demon king sat together, each wielding a fishing rod while engaging in lively conversation. Between them stood a small table adorned with a pot of wine and 2 cups. Chapter 36. The Kiss of the Bamboo Grove. This marriage proposal came rather unexpectedly. I did not foresee that you would reach an agreement with Lord whose faction so swiftly. Mu Chunfeng gazed at the fish frolicking in the water. Baiji lifted her cup, savoring the flavor, and remarked, indeed, it was sudden. However, this matter was not initiated by me, but rather decided by certain elders within the demon clan. They have successfully negotiated with the Beastmaster sect, and as it happens, Chusha has found a connection with that Nana. Moreover, this union could ease tensions between the Beastmaster sect and the 100 Flower Valley, hence I consented. I had thought this matter was orchestrated by you, which surprises me, especially since you did not mention it during the 100 Flower Conference. Mu Chunfeng mused. It is no wonder. At that time, I was unaware of it myself. We only reached this decision a fortnight after the conclusion of the 100-Flower Conference. Baiji explained, so soon? I had assumed there had been prior arrangements. I never expected it to unfold so swiftly. Mu Chunfeng expressed his astonishment, calculating the timeline, from the discussions to the engagement, and now to the wedding set for tomorrow. It has barely been a month. Such haste is remarkable, particularly for a union between two paramount forces, akin to forcing a duck onto a perch. I too feel it is quite rapid, and I harbor some doubts. However, what? Baiji turned to Mu Chunfeng, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she continued. I am too disinclined to dwell on uncertainties. Disinclined? Why so? Why? Baiji retorted, narrowing her eyes as she savored the gentle breeze rustling through the bamboo grove. I possess little time to spare. I choose not to concern myself with trivial matters that would squander my precious moments. Not wishing to waste time. Then why are you here fishing with me? Is this not a waste of time? Mu Chunfeng countered. Upon hearing this, Baiji opened her eyes and gazed deeply into his, responding, not at all. The time spent with you is invaluable to me. Each moment is etched clearly in my memory. Her words caught Mu Chunfeng off guard, and he recalled the events that transpired during the 100-Flower Conference, particularly in the wooden cabin within the peach blossom grove. The mere thought sent heat to his cheeks and quickened his pulse. Likewise, Baiji noticed his change in demeanor and surmised he must be reminiscing, her lips curving into a slight smile. How have you been of late? Baiji inquired with sudden concern. My health is well. Why do you ask? Mu Chunfeng replied, puzzled. I merely recalled that evening in the peach blossom grove, which marked my first closeness with another of the opposite sex. Though we did not engage in the rites of marriage, it remains a vivid memory, unforgettable to this day, Baiji remarked with a wistful expression. Mu Chunfeng felt his face flush intensely, his throat dry as he hastily took a sip of wine. That day that I am grateful for your assistance, a kindness I shall never forget. I vow that. Tio, offer yourself in return, Baiji interrupted, completing his sentence. No, that is not what I meant. Mu Chunfeng quickly shook his head, clarifying, what I intended to say is, should you encounter any difficulties in the future, I shall undoubtedly come to your aid. Oh, I see. Then it seems I misinterpreted your words. Baiji's expression fell slightly, her tail drooping in disappointment. The atmosphere grew awkward, and sensing Baiji's discontent, Mu Chunfeng felt a pang of urgency. Unsure how to ease the tension, he resorted to drinking more wine. Say, we have been sitting here for nearly an hour. Yet we have caught not a single fish, Baiji suddenly remarked. It does seem so. Perhaps today is not our lucky day. Baiji shook her head. That cannot be the case. We must have been too engrossed in conversation to notice the fish biting. That does hold some merit, Mu Chunfeng conceded, albeit reluctantly. Just as the conversation concluded, Bai Shuer's fishing rod began to tremble, indicating a sizable catch. Is the fish on the line? Mu Chunfeng asked eagerly. Yes, it has quite a bit of strength. Come help me, Baiji urged. Mu Chunfeng hastily moved behind her, grasping the rod together as they pulled. After a vigorous struggle, as the fish leaped from the water, the two of them fell backward onto the grass. With a thud, a large fish landed on the ground, thrashing and flopping about. Lying on the grass, Mu Chunfeng gazed up at the sky, while Baiji lay atop him, reluctant to rise. Esteemed one. Baiji slowly lifted her head, leaning closer as their eyes met. In that moment, their hearts and thoughts laid bare before one another, causing Mu Chunfeng to avert his gaze, for he harbored impure intentions. Baiji, fearless and unabashed, questioned, why do you shy away from me? What are you afraid of? I am not. Then why do you not dare to meet my gaze? Are you afraid of revealing something? Faced with Baiji's probing, Mu Chunfeng hesitated. Gradually, he turned his head, cautiously maintaining eye contact. As their gazes locked, their hearts seemed to intertwine, transporting them back to the enchanting night in the peach blossom grove. Suddenly, Baiji kissed him. Without warning, it was abrupt, direct, and unreserved. Mu Chunfeng's eyes widened in disbelief, and as he instinctively raised his hands to push her away, he faltered. For Baiji's eyes, filled with desire, and the kiss that lingered, stirred a yearning within him. Unbeknownst to him, his arms encircled her waist. Although it was midday and the sun blazed overhead, the towering bamboo grove shielded them from the sweltering light, allowing only a few beams to filter through, casting dappled shadows on the grass. A gentle breeze rustled the bamboo leaves, creating a soft symphony, while the spirited fish continued to flop, unnoticed. It was only when a voice called out that the entranced couple was jolted back to reality. Esteemed one, Baiji quickly raised her head, spotting Chiyu standing nearby, her expression one of shock as she beheld the two. Mu Chunfeng hastily scrambled to his feet, joining Baiji as they both adjusted their attire, feeling as though their secret had been exposed. Chiyu, witnessing this scene, felt a pang of discomfort. She could hardly believe that her most revered Baiji was entwined with her second most esteemed lord. Sharing such an intimate moment on the grass. Chapter 37. The wedding approaches for Chiyu. This was all too surreal. It felt like a dream, for these were the esteemed one and the lord. One was a demon king who had lived for over a millennium, still preserving her purity, while the other was the master of Kunlun, who had practiced for a century and remained untainted by scandal. How could these two paramount figures from opposing realms become so entangled? Is there something amiss? Baiji, quickly regaining her composure, asked in a detached tone. Chiyu trembled slightly, instinctively taking a step back, bowing respectfully. Esteemed one, it is now noon. I have prepared lunch for you both. Please return to the house to enjoy it. Very well, you may go. We shall be along shortly. Understood. Chiyu did not linger, turning to leave without further inquiry. As Baiji watched her retreating figure, she sighed in relief, then turned to Mu Chunfeng, saying, "Rest assured, Chiyu is quite astute. She will not speak of this indiscretion." Yes, well, Mu Chunfeng hesitated, his mind in disarray, feeling a flutter of anxiety merely meeting her gaze. Baiji smiled gently, glancing at the lively fish still flopping on the ground. "Come, let us take this fish back to the house." The fox loves fish. With that, Baiji walked ahead, leaving Mu Chunfeng with the graceful silhouette of her form. Quietly, he approached the fish, stowing it away in his storage ring before following her closely. Later that night, in a secluded room within the Beastmaster sect, the two were engaged in a hushed conversation. Baiji has arrived. She appears unscathed. Unscathed? Humph, that cannot be that I have been by her side long enough to witness her gradual weakening. If she truly was unhurt, why did she not appear until 2 days after our assassination attempt? Clearly, she must have sustained injuries and required time to recuperate before re-emerging. Well, are you certain that after the White Crystal Beast King escapes, he will be able to leave the Beastmaster sect unscathed? You must be aware that those 3 formidable figures are still present. Fear not, we have another ally. If they can hold them at bay, the White Crystal Beast King will undoubtedly succeed in his escape. It is preferable that way. I am indifferent to the affairs of your demon clan. My sole desire is for Hu Wei to perish, and then the Beastmaster sect will belong to me. Rest assured, as long as the White Crystal Beast King is liberated, everything else will pose no issue. As the moonlight streamed into the room, the youthful visage of one of the two individuals became discernible, a strikingly handsome face now adorned with a sinister smile. The demon clan is, after all, a realm meant for us male demons. Nana, you look truly stunning in your bridal attire. Hee hee, thank you, sisters. You will find happiness in the future as well on the day of the grand wedding. Within the confines of her boudoir, Nana sat before her vanity, clad in an exquisitely beautiful red wedding gown, crowned with a phoenix headdress and adorned with delicate makeup, radiating unparalleled beauty. Gazing at her reflection, she beamed with joy in response to the praises of Mu Shui'er and the others, her heart already envisioning a blissful future. Outside the room, Mu Chunfeng sat at a stone table in the courtyard, facing none other than Hu Wei, the sect leader of the Beastmaster sect. Although Hu Wei appeared to be of similar age, he bore the visage of a middle-aged man, with a scruffy beard and 2 daughters to his name. Hu Wei, today marks the joyous occasion of your daughter's wedding, which is also a moment of celebration for you. I raise my cup to you, Mu Chunfeng declared, lifting his teacup. Thank you, my old friend. Your presence here today truly honors me, Hu Wei replied, raising his own cup with a hearty smile. As 2 of the foremost sect leaders within the realm of cultivation, they stood as the only peers from the same generation who had entered their respective sects together, ultimately rising to become leaders. Although their interactions were limited, they shared a wealth of common experiences due to their shared lineage. However, their life paths were starkly contrasting. Mu Chunfeng followed the path of transcending emotions and pursuing the way, while Hu Wei, prior to joining the sect, had been a notorious fugitive, a murderer with countless sins to his name, known for his selfishness and lack of empathy. Yet, Despite their differences, they could still converse amicably, seated at the same table, engaging in light-hearted discussions. This was a testament to the unique bond formed between individuals of high standing, transcending the chasms of differing paths and temperaments. Do you believe that the arrangements for Nana's marriage have been somewhat rushed? Mu Chunfeng inquired. Do you feel that way too? Hu Wei chuckled, nodding in agreement. To be honest, I share your sentiment. The thought of my daughter marrying already tugs at my heartstrings. Thankfully, that young man is willing to marry into our family, allowing my daughter to remain by my side, sparing me the worry of her being mistreated. Indeed, that is quite reassuring. However, I must express my concern that this wedding may have been organized rather hastily, as I received no prior notice, making it somewhat abrupt. Upon hearing this, Hu Wei's expression turned solemn, tinged with a hint of helplessness. Indeed, it may have been somewhat hasty. When the vice sect leader first proposed it, I had intended to delay the engagement until after the Sword and Immortal Conference. However, that girl was insistent on an earlier date, and the vice sect leader felt that postponing it might lead to unfavorable circumstances should our sect fail to perform well at the conference, thus dampening the celebratory spirit. So, I acquiesced. Mu Chunfeng nodded in understanding, agreeing, that makes sense. However, given the grandeur of the wedding, with so many attendees present, it is essential to exercise caution in managing the atmosphere to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Rest assured, I am fully aware of this matter. It has already been entrusted to the vice sect leader for meticulous arrangement, Hu Wei replied confidently. Half an hour later, the scene shifted to the grand square of the sect. The area was expansive, frequently hosting various sect activities, and a wedding of such significance was no exception. After being adorned with decorations, the square was festooned with lights and colors, with hundreds of tables arranged in rows, guests mingling and exchanging pleasantries. This gathering feels almost as bustling as the Sword and Immortal Conference. Lin Shiran exclaimed. No, it is far more lively than the conference, especially with the presence of court officials. Mu Shuer pointed out, gesturing towards the imperial envoys nearby. As emissaries of the court, the two individuals possessed formidable abilities, both at the Golden Core stage. Upon spotting Mu Chunfeng's group, they promptly approached, offering respectful greetings. Envoy Lan Yun pays respects to the esteemed one. Envoy Xian Yuanqing pays respects to the esteemed one. Chapter 38. Who is more beautiful? Seeing the two kneeling before him, Mu Chunfeng instructed, please rise. There is no need for such formalities. The two stood, with the female envoy speaking first. Esteemed one, it has been a while. The princess has often inquired after you and has sent her regards. How is Mingyue doing lately? Is she well? Quite well. Not long ago, the emperor announced to the world that she has been appointed as the crown prince, and she has been entrusted with handling a substantial portion of court affairs. She has become increasingly busy. Otherwise, she would have come herself, Xian Yuanqing explained. She has been made the crown prince? Mu Chunfeng expressed his surprise. Indeed, my sister is exceptionally talented and outstanding. None of the other princes can compare. And they all fear her. The court is filled with her supporters, and even the ministers stand by her side. The emperor is powerless in the face of it. Observing Xian Yuanqing's proud demeanor, Mu Chunfeng could not help but smile. After all, she was his disciple, and the fact that his disciple had ascended to such a prestigious position filled him with joy. That is wonderful. Please convey to her that, having attained the position of crown prince, she should remain composed and prudent. Even when she becomes emperor, she ought to be a good ruler. Otherwise, I, as her master, shall have to rectify any misdeeds. You jest? Esteemed one, my sister will undoubtedly be a competent sovereign, Xian Yuanqing assured confidently. Yes, that is good to hear. What are you all discussing that brings such joy? At that moment, Baiji approached. We are speaking about my disciple. Mu Chunfeng replied. Your disciple, the current crown prince? Baiji remarked. By the way, esteemed one, all of your disciples are exceptionally talented. It truly evokes envy. As she spoke, Baiji cast a lingering glance at Mu Shuer, causing her to feel a sense of unease, as if something was concealed within that gaze. Indeed, my disciples are remarkable, each excelling in their own right, which brings great pride to me as their master. Mu Chunfeng replied with a sense of pride. Why are you two here? Come, let us move to the front tables. Let these younger ones converse among themselves, Hu Wei interjected, having found the two. Very well. Let us go. As all the guests took their seats, the wedding commenced. with Qiyu presiding as the master of ceremonies. She was the premier officiant for weddings in Baihua Valley, bow to heaven and earth. With a commanding shout from Qiyu, the ceremony officially began. Mu Chunfeng and Baiji sat at the table, watching the proceedings unfold. Hu Wei sat on the stage, tears of joy streaming down his face as he beheld his daughter and son-in-law kneeling before him. Well, Hu Wei actually has a moment of sentimentality. This is truly rare. Indeed, though many claimed that Hu Wei was heartless, he was still human, and thus capable of feeling emotions. Let us not forget, if we speak of callousness, the Kunlun sect leader is the true embodiment of its that so. That would be termed as having a serene heart and little desire. Lacking culture and being heartless is a derogatory term, fitting for the demon lord. Listening to the surrounding discussions, Mu Chunfeng couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, his thoughts swirling. Just as he was engrossed in the wedding, he suddenly felt a gentle nudge beneath the table. Instinctively glancing sideways, he saw Baiji intently watching the ceremony, her demeanor betraying no hint of disturbance, known only to him. "What is it, esteemed one? Why do you gaze at me so?" Baiji asked, feigning ignorance as she returned to the moment. The fellow tablemates, Ziyu and Taoist Ming Kong, also turned their attention towards him. "It is nothing, merely that I find you, Tio, have become even more beautiful." Mu Chunfeng replied casually. "What?" Baiji was not the only one taken aback. The others were equally surprised. "I have always been like this. However, I do appreciate your compliment, esteemed one," Baiji said, her cheeks slightly flushed as she offered him a gentle smile. "It seems esteemed one can discern beauty. It has been a long time since I have heard such praise for a woman from you. This is indeed a rarity," teased the enchanting Ziyu seated across from them. Taoist Ming Kong remained silent but smiled, causing Mu Chunfeng to feel rather embarrassed, hastily clarifying, "Everyone, please do not misunderstand. I merely spoke without much thought." "Spoke without thought? Yet I have never heard you commend me. Does that mean Ziyu is not beautiful enough in your eyes to compare with Baiji?" "That is not what I meant." Mu Chunfeng felt quite helpless. Among them, Ziyu was indeed quick-witted, and even the formidable Hu Wei would not dare provoke her lightly. Any words that might seem unfavorable would render the day a challenge to converse. Otherwise, one would find themselves relentlessly rebutted. Observing the discomfited expression on Mu Chunfeng's face, Baiji found herself even more amused, not forgetting to tease him beneath the table. As the wedding festivities drew to a close, Hu Wei returned to the table. Grinning broadly, "Ladies and gentlemen, let us commence the feast," he declared. "Oh, what has happened to the fairy Ziyu? Is it my banquet that does not suit your palate?" he inquired, noticing Ziyu's frosty demeanor. "Humph, this has nothing to do with you. It is the master who finds my appearance lacking." "Ah?" Hu Wei exclaimed, taken aback as he turned to Mu Chunfeng. "Master, has fairy Ziyu offended you in some way? She is undeniably beautiful. How could you deem her unattractive?" "Hey, I never said such a thing. She has misunderstood." "What is there to misunderstand? Am I not speaking the truth? 100 years ago, when we first met, you mocked my looks. Do you recall? That was a century ago. How can you still hold on to that?" "It was but a jest," Mu Chunfeng replied, exasperated. "A jest? Humph. It seems I am merely a joke in your eyes." Mu Chunfeng remained silent. Baiji was not the only one reveling in Mu Chunfeng's embarrassment. Ming Kong Daoren managed to maintain a composed exterior, though the twitching of his lips betrayed his amusement. As for Hu Wei, his casual nature had him laughing heartily, unable to contain his joy. "Come on, brother, just apologize. Fairy Ziyu has waited for you for a century. Such a renowned figure still remains single. To criticize her looks is simply excessive. If it were me, I would have whisked her away long ago." "Get lost, you dreamer," Ziyu retorted coldly. Hu chuckled, attempting to placate her. "Sister, do not be angry. I am merely advocating for you. Always on your side." "Oh, really? Then I have a question for you," Ziyu said, her interest piqued. "Ask away. I shall answer truthfully," Hu Wei proclaimed confidently, patting his chest. "Between Baiji and me, who is more beautiful?" Chapter 39. The protector of the demon sect, the once confident Hu Wei, upon hearing this question, widened his eyes, his smile frozen. "Huh? Did you not understand? Who among us is more beautiful? Answer quickly." This, Hu Wei blinked, glancing at Baiji, who smiled serenely back at him. He then turned to Ziyu, whose piercing gaze demanded seriousness. Making Hu Wei feel the weight of pressure, Both of you are stunning beauties, unparalleled in grace and charm. Stop. I have heard enough flattery. I merely wish to know who is more beautiful. Answer me. Ziyue interrupted, cutting through his flowery words. Hui scratched his head, feeling exasperated. Oh dear. Why must we compare beauty? Sister, do you not realize this could offend someone? How could it offend you, the lord of the Hu sect? Fear nothing. Why would you fear offending someone? Well, I would not dare offend either of you. I thought the focus of the conversation had successfully shifted onto Hu Wei, and he finally understood Mu Chuanfeng's plight. Though both were cultivators of great renown, facing such seemingly trivial banter was indeed a headache. One side was the eloquent yet petty Ziyue, and the other was the esteemed Bai Ji, a member of the demon clan and his own kin. What a conundrum this was, caught between a rock and a hard place. No matter how he answered, he would find himself in trouble. And you say you will always stand by me, addressing me as sister? Bah, you men are all the same. Hu Wei remained speechless. Meanwhile, in another chamber, Nana sat on the edge of the bed, adorned in her red wedding gown with a veil, eagerly awaiting her beloved. As the veil was lifted, she beheld Chuxia's handsome visage, causing her cheeks to flush. Husband-wife, Chuxia replied, offering her a cup of wine while holding one for himself. Let us partake in the ceremonial cup. Hu Nana raised her hand, clinking cups with him. After they downed the contents, they exchanged smiles, but suddenly, Nana felt dizzy. Strange. Husband, why do I feel so lightheaded? Do not worry. Dizziness is normal. You are simply fatigued. Lay down and rest. As her cup slipped from her grasp and shattered on the floor, Nana fell back, losing consciousness. Wife, are you all right? Wake up. Chuxia leaned over, calling out to her several times, but there was no response. Witnessing this, a triumphant smile spread across Chuxia's face as he lifted her and exited the courtyard. A crowd had gathered outside, appearing as ordinary disciples or servants, yet all fixated on Chuxia, emanating an eerie aura. I leave her in your hands. Ensure you lead them far away, so I may release the Lord White Crystal Beast. Chuxia approached one among them, handing over Nana. Rest assured, we shall handle this. The 4 protectors of our demon sect will surely hold them off. You may proceed with your task, a man confidently assured. Thank you, everyone. As they departed, Chuxia's smile gradually faded, replaced by a grim demeanor as he glanced at his own arm. Back at the sect's plaza, the revelers continued to drink and laugh. Suddenly, Mu Chunfeng and the others sensed a group of unfamiliar auras departing, distinctly noticeable. Demon sect, Hu Wei exclaimed, his face a mask of astonishment. Clearly sensing it too, such a blatant presence and in considerable numbers. How did so many members of the demon sect infiltrate here? Bai Ji was equally bewildered. What in the world is happening? Where is the vice sect master? Hu Wei slammed the table, rising abruptly. The vice sect master hurried over, kneeling before him. I am unaware of how those from the demon sect managed to infiltrate, master. Useless fool, Hu Wei rebuked, showing no leniency merely because of the vice sect master's position. Master, master. At that moment, a shrill cry echoed from afar as Chuxia stumbled towards them, one of his arms missing, blood dripping along his path, a gruesome sight. Upon witnessing this, Hu Wei's mind raced, instantly connecting the dots. He rushed forward, gripping Chuxia's shoulder without regard for his injuries, urgently asking, what transpired? Where is Nana? Did something happen to her? Father, Nana, she was taken by the Blue Dragon protector of the demon sect. What? Upon hearing this, Hu Wei's fury ignited, angrily shoving Chuxia away, berating, what were you doing, you worthless fool? Chuxia fell to the ground, a pitiful sight with only one arm remaining. Evoking sympathy, Mu Chunfeng and the others quickly stood, attempting to persuade Hu Wei. This cannot be blamed solely on him. The Blue Dragon Protector is a formidable opponent of nascent soul stage, while Chuxia is but a novice. How could he possibly contend? Indeed, the pressing matter now is not to assign blame but to pursue and thwart those from the demon sect, rescuing our beloved. This reminder jolted Hu Wei into action. My friends, this concerns my daughter's life. I implore you to accompany me. Normally, Hu Wei, with his proud demeanor, would obstruct anyone else from joining him, preferring to act alone. However, this situation involved his daughter's life, prompting him to swallow his pride and request assistance from the experts present. Of course, in such a situation, to rescue someone is to show respect to us all. Let us hasten. We must bring Nana back. With that, the group took to the skies, vanishing into the horizon. Watching the powerful figures depart, those remaining stood in a daze, uncertain of what to do at that moment. The vice sect master helped the fallen Chuxia to his feet, instructing the nearby disciples of the beast control sect and others present. Everyone, please remain vigilant here to guard against a sudden assault from the demon sect. With those words, the vice sect master assisted Chuxia away, disappearing from view. After a swift pursuit, Mu Chunfeng and his companions soon caught up with the members of the demon sect, finding themselves deep within the forest. After dispatching a horde of minions, they faced the strongest forces of the demon sect, the four protectors under the demon lord: Blue Dragon, Black Tortoise, Vermilion Bird, and White Tiger. Blue Dragon, you have the audacity to stir trouble on my daughter's wedding day. It seems you are itching for a fight. Hu Wei stated coldly. Humph. I, Blue Dragon, shall do as I please, unafraid of consequences. It has been a while since I fought. If you can best me, I will return your daughter, Blue Dragon declared, clenching his fists with a sinister grin. Chapter 40. Vermilion Bird in the Fray. Aside from Mu Chunfeng, who was a practitioner at the infant transformation stage, the others were all at the peak of the nascent soul stage, their strengths evenly matched. Among the four protectors of the demon sect, the strongest was not Blue Dragon but the solitary female, Vermilion Bird. As the battle commenced, Blue Dragon faced Hu Wei, while White Tiger took on Ziyue, and Black Tortoise engaged Ming Kong Dao Ran. Naturally, the strongest, Vermilion Bird, targeted Mu Chunfeng, charging directly at him. To avoid a chaotic melee, each faction led their opponents away to separate locales, and after 10 exchanges, Vermilion Bird soared into the air and fled. Mu Chunfeng pursued closely behind, and the two found themselves in a ravine several miles away. The waterfall of 100 meters cascades from the heavens, truly embodying the phrase flowing down 3,000 feet. Mu Chuanfeng and Zhuke Guardian alight upon the surface of the pond, separated by a distance of over 20 meters, gazing intently at one another. What perplexes Mu Chuanfeng is that the other party does not make a move, merely fixating their gaze upon him. As they stand there in silence for a while, Mu Chuanfeng, unable to comprehend the situation, inquires, "What is it you wish to accomplish on the day of their grand wedding? You have abducted the bride. What is your intent?" In response to Mu Chuanfeng's questioning, the red-veiled Zhuke replies nonchalantly, "I am not certain, not certain." What sort of jest is this? You have abducted someone and yet do not know your own motives? Mu Chuanfeng exclaims in astonishment. It was Qinglong who requested our assistance. As for the purpose and intent, I did not inquire, nor did I care to. Mu Chuanfeng retorts, "If you know nothing, why involve yourself?" Out of boredom, of course. Moreover, this affair is rather intriguing, aligning perfectly with the modus operandi of our demonic lords. Is this not something you often speak of? Zhuke replies coldly, "I used to." Mu Chuanfeng is momentarily taken aback, feeling at a loss for words, and cannot help but retort, "How long ago was that? 100 years, for heaven's sake. Why do women cling to past grievances so? Can you not exhibit a modicum of maturity?" Maturity? Humph. I cannot be like you, leaving no trace behind. Who can match the emotional detachment of you, the Lord of Kunlun? This exchange, laced with sarcasm, leaves Mu Chuanfeng feeling both awkward and helpless. In the past, he would have brushed off such remarks without a second thought, but now he finds himself increasingly irritable, the words striking a nerve. Mu Chuanfeng himself is baffled. What traces of affection has he left? They had merely shared adventures together, a period of camaraderie that was nothing more than friendship. You once professed your affection for me, even claiming you would marry me and conquer me in bed. At that time, I was merely a chi refining disciple, while you had already achieved foundation establishment. I was merely jesting. And what of it? I took you seriously. What of it? Nonsense. You wielded your sword and chased me for 10 miles, nearly taking my life, Mu Chuanfeng retorts indignantly. When they first met, Mu Chuanfeng was merely a minor figure at the 7th level of chi refinement. Though lacking in other abilities, his silver tongue was sharp. He had flirted with every beautiful female cultivator he encountered, including Li Hani, Yin Shangjuan, Ziyue, and Zhuke. All had fallen victim to his verbal teasing, initially disliking him immensely. Especially Zhuke, who, having lost her family at a young age and trained as an assassin by a killer organization, later fortuitously entered the demonic sect and diligently cultivated, achieving foundation establishment at a tender age. Thus, the smooth-talking Mu Chuanfeng was precisely the type of man she detested, and she met him with a frosty demeanor. In turn, Mu Chuanfeng, unrestrained, bombarded her with insults and provocations regarding her identity as a demonic lord, even suggesting intimate encounters, prompting Zhu Ke to chase him 10 miles with her sword. Had it not been for the timely arrival of their senior sister Li Hani, who helped Mu Chuanfeng repel her, he might have faced an untimely demise. However, those memories are now but echoes of the past, which Mu Chuanfeng prefers not to revisit, finding no merit in doing so. Yet Zhu Ke is unwilling to let go. The experiences imprinted in her mind reverberate through her consciousness. Having grown up devoid of love, she dared not love, her only affection reserved for her senior sister in Shangjuan. Leaving Mu Chuanfeng as the remainder of her heart's longing. In truth, I once sought to end your life, to repay your scorn. Yet thereafter, you teased me repeatedly, took advantage of me, tarnished my reputation. I did not. You kissed me and touched me. That was when you were poisoned, and I was merely extracting the toxin. Was that truly taking advantage? Mu Chuanfeng countered defiantly. How could it not be? Moreover, ask yourself honestly, did you truly not gain any advantage at that time? Such probing questions struck Mu Chuanfeng speechless for a moment, as he indeed had benefited somewhat. Youthful exuberance and the fact that the other party belonged to the demonic sect made it immensely fortunate that he had saved her. Taking some advantage seemed inconsequential, yet he never anticipated that his earlier indiscretions would come back to haunt him. I was merely young and foolish. I apologize sincerely, Mu Chuanfeng said, lowering his tone. I do not accept. Zhu Ke replied coldly, enunciating each word. Do you think I care about your apologies? What do you wish then? You know, that is impossible. How can it be impossible? You and my senior sister have been intimate. Mu Chuanfeng's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at her. What are you saying? You know. Beneath her veil, Zhu Chua's delicate face flushed slightly, though the red veil concealed it well. Of course, I was there, standing outside the door, ensuring no one disturbed you, Mu Chuanfeng inhaled sharply. His mind blanked. He never expected this to be a conspiracy. Why did you not intervene, allowing that man to run rampant? He demanded angrily. I attempted to intervene, yet my senior sister had already succumbed to darkness. Determined to follow through, I dared not obstruct her, so I could only assist in her tyranny. Zhu Ke guardian fell silent. In truth, the reason Zhu Ke was willing to aid in Shangjuan stemmed from a single phrase. As long as you lead him to fall from grace, you and I will have our chance. It was because of this phrase that Zhu Chua's inner desires were unleashed. Faced with the heartless Mu Chuanfeng, the only means to salvage the situation was to lead him astray. Otherwise, 100 years hence, if he ascended, they would be eternally separated, never to meet again. The essence of the matter is this. If action is taken now, at least one can savor the fruits of a forced harvest. If one waits until he ascends, the opportunity to even desire such a taste would be lost. Chapter 41. The Madwoman, you all are a bunch of mad women, Mu Chuanfeng erupted in anger. Zhu Ke merely watched him, allowing his tirade to unfold without retort. Truth be told, she found herself rather nostalgic for these moments of being berated, far preferable to being treated with cold indifference. I have nothing further to say to you. Realizing his insults were falling on deaf ears, Mu Chuanfeng turned to leave. However, just as he was about to leap away, a delicate hand pressed upon his shoulder. Zhu Ke had already closed the distance. Do not go. What more do you want? Mu Chuanfeng snapped, turning to glare at her. Zhu Ke took a step back, explaining, I heard from my senior sister that your current physical condition is unsuitable for combat, which is why I agreed to accompany Qinglong. This way, I can be your opponent, and no one can harm you. Humph, do you think you are being so benevolent? Do not underestimate me. I do not require your concern. Mu Chuanfeng scoffed, attempting to depart. Yet Zhu Ke forcibly held him back, seizing his wrist and pulling him close, inciting Mu Chuanfeng to retaliate. The two engaged in a duel amidst the mountain gorge, battling upon the water's surface. Soaring into the sky and exchanging blows between the cliffs, however, it was evident that Zhu Ke had no intention of genuinely confronting him, consistently yielding, which incensed Mu Chuanfeng, feeling utterly humiliated, as they returned to the water's surface. Mu Chuanfeng glared at her in fury, demanding, either let me leave, or let us fight properly. What do you mean by deliberately holding back? Do you look down upon me? I do not look down upon you. I have said it before. You are the man I respect most in my life. Even if you lose your cultivation and become a mere mortal, I would not disdain you, Zhuge declared earnestly. Such heartfelt words struck Mu Chuanfeng as peculiar, perhaps pricking at his vulnerabilities, making him feel as though she were pitying him. Enough. Just because I cannot excessively utilize my spiritual energy does not mean I have lost my cultivation. Believe it or not that I believe. Before Mu Chuanfeng could erupt in anger, Zhuge swiftly conceded, leaving him feeling as though he had punched a pillow. What do you mean? I concede. I am afraid. I surrender. I merely hope you will not use your spiritual energy again. All right, Zhuge said sincerely. You scoundrel. Mu Chuanfeng was completely thrown off balance. This was not a confrontation. It was akin to soothing a child. Did she take him for a mere child? How could he teach her a lesson? Mu Chuanfeng was furious, recalling how easily he had bested her over 6 months ago. Yet now he felt so belittled. Clenching his fists, he charged at her, but Zhuge stood her ground, watching him calmly. Showing no intention of evading in that final moment, Mu Chuanfeng's fist halted, poised just a finger's breadth from her face, the force of his punch ruffling the veil and revealing her fair, smooth visage. Why did you not evade? Because I trust you. You would not harm me, Zhuge replied with calm assurance. You are overthinking it. I merely do not wish to take advantage of someone in a vulnerable state. Mu Chuanfeng replied coldly. Not wishing to take advantage? How amusing it seems you have yet to grasp who is truly in a perilous situation. Zhuge stepped closer, her gaze teasing as she regarded him. Faced with her proximity, Mu Chuanfeng sensed a foreboding, instinctively retreating as he asked, What do you mean? What do you think I mean? In this desolate place, devoid of any soul, your ability to wield spiritual power is severely restricted. With but a mere thought, I could claim you as my own. You. Just as Mu Chuanfeng was about to retort, Zhuge suddenly drew near, enveloping him in her embrace, and together they plunged into the water pool beneath them. Accompanied by a resounding splash, Mu Chuanfeng found himself submerged, instinctively struggling. Yet, held tightly in Zhuge's grasp, his feeble attempts only served to pull them deeper into the depths. The pool was 100 meters deep, and as they sank, their hair floated gracefully in the water. Zhuge's flaming red locks resembled flickering flames, while her eyes shone with clarity and tenderness. Curiously, despite her fiery lineage and mastery of fire-based techniques, Zhuge's demeanor was strikingly aloof and composed, akin to a shard of ice. As their gazes locked, Zhuge leaned in closer and kissed him. This marked their first kiss, and Zhuge's initial experience of such intimacy. It lacked fervor, instead possessing a gentle quality, much like their current surroundings. Tranquil as water, Mu Chuanfeng, held firmly in her embrace, found himself unable to break free. With the kiss, he gradually succumbed to the moment. His eyelids fluttering closed in the stillness of the water. The surface lay undisturbed, save for the distant sound of a waterfall, crackling like thunder. After a while, a change occurred in the center of the pool. As their heads emerged above the surface, Mu Chuanfeng gasped for fresh air, feeling lightheaded. Not from the duration spent underwater, but rather from the overwhelming sensation of the kiss. It seemed she was indeed correct. What? Coming back to his senses, Mu Chuanfeng glanced at Zhuge, who was licking her lips with a look of reminiscence, her damp hair cascading alluringly, accentuating her enchanting figure. Their clothes, soaked and clinging to their bodies, revealed their forms in stark detail. Flustered, Mu Chuanfeng hastily retreated, scurrying towards the shore, appearing as though he were a thief caught in the act. Where do you think you're going? I never told you to leave. In the blink of an eye, Zhuge was at his side, pushing him onto the grass with a commanding gaze. Just kissed. I initiated it. What of it? Zhuge seemed to transform, her tone laced with a hint of playful defiance. Shamelessly. Get off me, Mu Chuanfeng, irked, attempted to push her away, but in a twist of fate, their positions reversed, and he found himself atop her. Oh, I see. You prefer to be on top? Zhuge teased, reclining on the grass and observing him with amusement. I do not. It was you. Let me go, Mu Chuanfeng protested, eager to rise and flee, yet Zhuge's legs ensnared his waist, unwilling to release him. I am not ready to let you go just yet. Why not stay here and chat with me? Chat. I must rescue someone. Nana has been captured by the Qinglong, Mu Chuanfeng exclaimed, agitation evident in his voice. Oofed, as if that matters. The Qinglong is no fool. He captured Hunana merely to lure you out. If he were truly reckless, he wouldn't harm Hunana and risk incurring the wrath of Hu Wei, that overprotective father, Zhu Ke remarked with ease. Her words prompted Mu Chunfeng to relax, his struggles diminishing in intensity. Chapter 42. Not yet prepared, then it's settled. As long as Hunana remains unharmed, that's all that matters. I thought you all had truly lost your minds. Seeking another confrontation between righteous and demonic forces. Hemph, rest assured, as long as you remain the leader of Kunlun, it will be difficult for us to truly clash. Besides, given your current state, even I would have trouble dealing with you. Venturing out would only lead to your demise, which is of no use, Zhu Ke teased. What do you mean by demise? Are you belittling me? Mu Chuanfeng's face flushed with indignation. Am I wrong? In your current condition? You might be able to fight, but for how long? Perhaps only halfway through, and you'd already be consumed by desire. What then? Exposing your vulnerabilities in front of so many righteous experts, and how would you manage your emotional turmoil afterward? Oh, and among them are two women, by Ji and Ziyu. What, do you wish for them to assist you in resolving this? Shut up. Mu Chunfeng raised his hand in frustration, yet it lingered in the air. Unable to fall, as he merely glared at her. Perhaps realizing she had overstepped, Zhu Ke softened her tone, reassuring him, all right, I may have been a bit harsh. Let me put it this way, whether you go or not, Hunana will be safe because your enemies are not us. There are others at play, so all you need to do is patiently wait here with me until their matters conclude. And then I will release you, all right? Hearing her gentle tone, Mu Chunfeng calmed down, pondering her suggestion, finding it reasonable. Fine, I will heed your words. However, could you please let me go? We are of different genders, and this feels inappropriate, Mu Chunfeng awkwardly reminded her. Their current positioning was rather intimate. Had they not been clothed, it would have almost crossed a line. Realizing this, Zhu Chua's face flushed, and she released her grip, allowing Mu Chunfeng to sit beside her. They sat in silence, lost in thought. Within the Beastmaster sect, after luring all the experts away, an opportunity arose to control the remaining individuals in the sect's square. Chu Xiao arrived at the back mountain of the sect, where the sacred beast of the Beastmaster sect, the son of the former Demon King, the White Crystal Beast King, was imprisoned. As she entered the cave and illuminated it with a glowing pearl. A colossal figure came into view, standing nearly 10 meters tall, exuding an overwhelming presence, a demon tribe. In 100 years, aside from Baiji, this is the first time I have encountered a demon tribe. The White Crystal Beast King fixated his gaze upon the diminutive Chu Xia below. Greetings, White Crystal Beast King. I am Chu Xia, your admirer. I have come to liberate you from this prison and lead our demon tribe to glorious heights. Uniting the continent, upon hearing her words, the White Crystal Beast King chuckled. What a jest! You! I have been confined in this prison for 100 years. How could you possibly rescue me? I possess this. As Chu Xia produced a special mirror, the White Crystal Beast King was taken aback. The shimming mirror. You have found this treasure. Indeed. The shimming mirror can bypass any barrier and open a spatial passage. As Chu Xia infused her spiritual energy into the mirror, it began to levitate, expanding and adhering to the prison door. The mirror's surface became ethereal, merging with the door behind it, resembling flowing water. The White Crystal Beast King approached the mirror, tentatively extending a hand, which passed through the mirror and emerged outside the prison, igniting his excitement and that of the entire demon realm. Exiting through the mirror and surveying his surroundings, the White Crystal Beast King exclaimed, Excellent! I have finally escaped this prison. Congratulations, my king, on regaining your freedom. Under your leadership, our demon tribe shall surely reclaim past glories, Chu Xia declared, brimming with enthusiasm. Humph, of course, however, my power has greatly diminished. I must devise a means to enhance my strength first. The White Crystal Beast King replied with a cold huff. I know of a place that can swiftly elevate your power, allowing you to surpass your previous peak, Chu Xia asserted. Upon hearing this, the White Crystal Beast King was filled with excitement and inquired, Where? Fangsuan Mountain. I heard you've gotten involved with Li Hani? In the mountain stream, the two sat by the water's edge, their damp clothes now dry, though their hair remained somewhat disheveled. Those words. Mu Chunfeng paused slightly, refraining from denying it. Indeed. Tsk, After all that, it still comes back to her, doesn't it? Makes sense, since you are closest to her. If anything were to change with you, she would undoubtedly be the first to notice and seize the opportunity. Zhu Ke remarked with jealousy. Seize the opportunity? Mu Chunfeng shot her a glance. You use that term so casually. My senior sister risked herself to save me. You're making it sound as if she's some villain. Risking herself? It's not as if one must sacrifice themselves to help. I suspect she merely tried to entice you at first. When that failed, she resorted to other means to compel you to acquiesce. Am I wrong, Mu Chunfeng? How do you know that? Is that not the case? Anyone would do the same. My senior sister is precisely like that, initially gentle and persuasive, but when you wouldn't agree, she resorted to various tricks. Though it may be a bit unscrupulous, their methods are quite similar. Soft approaches followed by hard tactics. Were I in her shoes, I would undoubtedly do the same. You? Mu Chunfeng stared at her in disbelief. Surely not. Based on what I know of you, you would never stoop to such tactics. Know me? Zhu Ke chuckled softly, tilting her head to gaze at the waterfall. If anyone were to become entangled in a relationship for a century and still not let go, they would seize any opportunity that arose. She then turned her intense gaze back to Mu Chunfeng, adding, to be honest, I quite hope you continue to struggle. Huh. If you continue to engage with me here for half an hour, I trust that the backlash from your excessive use of spiritual power will manifest, and at that moment, you may find yourself leaping towards me unbidden. Observing the rosy hue adorning Zhu Chua's delicate face, Mu Chunfeng found her words utterly convincing, and could not help but feel a flicker of curiosity. Since you hold such thoughts, why were you so insistent in urging me moments ago? I am simply not prepared. After all, it is my first time. Zhu Ke lowered her head, her hands nervously clutching the hem of her garment, revealing a charmingly bashful demeanor. Mu Chunfeng. That having lived for over a century, how can one still possess such modesty? In that regard, you are far inferior to the youthful Mu Shui'er. Chapter 43. The transformation. Just as the two were conversing, a powerful surge of spiritual energy emanated from the direction of the Beastmaster sect. As though something had been unleashed, Mu Chunfeng sprang into the air, his expression grave. This power, the White Crystal Beast King? You have actually released the Platinum Beast King. He turned back in shock to gaze at Zhu Ke. Zhu Ke slowly rose, donning her veil, and shook her head, saying, I am not privy to this matter. I came solely for you. This incident is primarily the work of the Azure Dragon Guardian organization. It seems there are forces from the Beastmaster sect involved as well. There is a traitor among you. A traitor? Mu Chunfeng's brow furrowed deeply, and he leapt away from the ravine. We shall discuss our matters later. I must take my leave. With that, Mu Chunfeng vanished without a trace. Upon his return to the Beastmaster sect, he found Hu Wei cradling his daughter, Hu Nana, accompanied by Bai Ji and the others. Is the young lady unharmed? Mu Chunfeng inquired with concern. She is fine. This girl merely fell unconscious due to being drugged. Hu Wei replied, worry etched on his face as he looked at Hu Nana. Drugged? Who did this? To have made Nana ingest it without suspicion must mean it was someone close to her. By the way, where is Chuxia? Let us set that aside for now. What was that commotion earlier? Was it the White Crystal Beast King? Taoist Mingkong asked. Impossible. The Platinum Beast King is imprisoned, surrounded by barriers on all sides. It would be impossible to release it without my direct intervention. Hu Wei asserted firmly, Do not speak with such certainty. Let us first hand Nana over to you, Ro. We must investigate the White Crystal Beast King. Mu Chunfeng proposed. Thus, the five of them made their way to the rear mountain of the Beastmaster sect. Upon arrival, they felt the unmistakable aura of the White Crystal Beast King, which caused Hu Wei's expression to change dramatically. Upon entering the cavern, they were stunned to find the prison empty, with the barrier around the door intact. How could this door remain unscathed? The barrier is intact, so how did the White Crystal Beast King escape? Chuxia's presence lingers here, Bai Ji remarked, her brow creased in thought. Chuxia? Hu Wei furrowed his brow, a flicker of realization in his eyes. It appears this has all been a carefully orchestrated play on his part. First, he drugged Nana into unconsciousness, then handed her over to the Azure Dragon Guardian, all while inflicting a self-harm tactic by severing his own arm. Once we had all vacated the premises, he would come here to release the White Crystal Beast King. Mu Chunfeng deduced, I never imagined that young Chuxia would possess such depth of cunning. Taoist Mingkong exclaimed in astonishment, Damn it, I have lived for so many years, only to be deceived by a mere boy. Hu Wei clenched his fists in anger. Do not think yourself alone in this. If what our superior posited is true, then he has deceived me for decades as well, Bai Ji sighed. Now, Bai Ji finally began to connect the dots regarding the recent instability within the demon race. Rife with rumors, particularly concerning her physical condition. Moreover, during her recent journey to the Beastmaster sect, few were aware of her departure, yet remnants of the previous dynasty lay in ambush for her. To think that there were no insiders leaking information would indeed be abnormal. Although each of the five harbored their own suspicions, especially Hu Wei regarding Bai Ji, they were all astute individuals and refrained from internal strife. For they still faced a pressing dilemma. The current issue is that the White Crystal Beast King has been released. Having been confined for centuries, it will undoubtedly seek revenge against us, Taoist Mingkong stated. What are we to fear? That creature, having been imprisoned for centuries, is no longer at its peak strength. Together, the five of us can easily vanquish it, the fairy Ziyue declared confidently. Indeed, the prison's capabilities serve not only to contain it, but also to gradually deplete its strength. It poses no real threat now, Hu Wei affirmed. We must not be so complacent. Any strategy we conceive, they have inevitably considered as well. The last time the Platinum Beast King attempted to escape, it suffered because it acted before reaching its zenith of power and was recaptured. Having learned from that experience, it likely did not linger here for even a moment, swiftly fleeing. I suspect it has discovered a method to rapidly enhance its strength. Mu Chunfeng speculated, a method to enhance strength. Could it be? The five spoke in unison. The soul bone, indeed. How could we have forgotten the soul bone? That is the soul bone of the White Crystal Beast Emperor. While it may be useless to others, the White Crystal Beast King, being his progeny, would undoubtedly experience a significant power boost upon perfect fusion with the soul bone. Hu Wei smacked his forehead in frustration. It seems the forces of the demon sect have been lingering around Fangsuan Mountain to investigate the situation. When the White Crystal Beast King was released, they swiftly allied with the other side to breach the defenses of Fangsuan Mountain. We must hasten there to prevent the soul bone from being fused, Mu Chunfeng declared with grave seriousness. In the next moment, the five vanished from the cavern, racing towards Fangsuan Mountain. Upon their arrival, they beheld a scene of utter devastation. The ground was strewn with the corpses of the guarding disciples, alongside the remains of several disciples of the demon sovereign. The entrance to the spiritual mine had been battered open, large enough to accommodate the massive form of the White Crystal Beast King, evidently indicating that it had already entered. We must descend. The five plunged into the cavern, swiftly descending to the depths of the earth. At that moment, a gruesome scene of fusion unfolded before their eyes. The Platinum Beast King had shed its flesh and bone, meticulously installing its father's soul bone within its own body before draping its skin back on. If it were a human or any other creature, it would have surely perished. However, the White Crystal Beast King's bloodline endowed it with formidable regenerative abilities. Its flesh swiftly melded with its body, and the soul bone began to integrate within. Naturally, this process was excruciating, and the cavern echoed with the mournful cries of the White Crystal Beast King. By the time Mu Chunfeng and his companions reached this place, the fusion was complete. Having absorbed the power of the soul bone, the White Crystal Beast King had entered a state of frenzy, its form now twice as formidable, resembling a titan from Western mythology. You have arrived too late. With a thunderous roar, the White Crystal Beast King leaped upwards, forcibly breaking through the surface, racing towards the ground with astonishing speed. No, my lord, I am still here. You haven't taken me with you. Chu Xia shouted desperately. However, the White Crystal Beast King had already plummeted several hundred meters into the earth, impervious to his cries, perhaps even indifferent to his presence. Mu Chunfeng and the others hastily pursued upwards, while Bai Ji noticed Chu Xia, raising her hand to seize him by the neck, pulling him to her side. Please spare me, spare me, Chu Xia gasped, feeling the suffocating grip of death. Chapter 44. The Extermination Sword Array. Bai Ji regarded him coldly, saying, Throughout my life, I have harbored the deepest disdain for traitors. I have treated you with kindness, yet you dare conspire with those wretches to ambush me, betraying my trust. I was wrong. Please, spare me, grant me my life. I possess treasures. Faced with the dire threat of death, Chu Xia desperately sought to preserve his existence. Treasures? What treasures? It is. Before Chu Xia could elaborate, Bai Ji swiftly seized the storage ring from his hand, examining its contents with her divine sense, her expression shifting to one of shock. The shimming mirror? Yes, precisely. The shimming mirror, a magical artifact capable of bypassing any barrier and traversing the realms freely. I know that you have long sought it. If I present this treasure to you, will you spare my life? Chu Xiao pleaded, kneeling in supplication. Bai Ji retrieved the shimming mirror, her excitement palpable as her hands trembled. She had been in search of this. With it, she could access the nine-tailed mystic realm. Thus, she would have a chance to survive. The mere thought brought tears to her eyes. After all, she had just found her will to live, and now the shimming mirror had come to her. As if it were fate. Why, Lord, I beg you, spare me. I truly understand my mistakes. Observing Chu Xiao on his knees, pleading fervently, Bai Ji's spirits lifted, and she smirked, saying, "Very well, I shall grant you your life." "Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord," Chu Xiao exclaimed, overwhelmed with gratitude as he bowed repeatedly. "Do not be too hasty in your joy. I merely intend to spare your life, but whether you live or die will depend on you." "What does that mean?" Chu Xiao looked up, bewildered. With a flick of Bai Ji's thought, Chu Xiao's remaining arm and legs were instantaneously severed. Before he could comprehend, his body crumpled to the ground, and as he gazed upon his dismembered limbs, the pain surged through his nerves, but more pressing was the terror within him, which prompted him to scream in horror. As Bai Ji soared away, the vast subterranean expanse was left with Chu Xiao alone, writhing like a worm in agony. The distance from the ground here is nearly 1,000 meters, and as a practitioner, he can survive without food or water. This existence will be a torment, spending each day and every breath in the interminable darkness until the point of self-dissolution, at which time he can only rely on himself to end his own suffering. Bai Ji has an aversion to killing. For her, the dual torment of body and spirit serves as the best retribution for traitors. Simply ending someone's life with a single strike holds no significance. On Fangzuan Mountain, amidst the serene and tranquil spiritual mine, a colossal figure suddenly erupted from the ground. The 20-meter-tall monstrosity inspired dread. The white crystal beast king pounded its chest and roared loudly at the sky. Now infused with the power of the soul bone, its strength had reached an unparalleled level, an insatiable thirst for battle and slaughter consuming it. That moment, Mu Chunfeng and his companions also surged from underground, positioning themselves to encircle the white crystal beast king. "Hey, be sensible and stay put. The four of us can easily deal with you together," Hu Wei warned in response. The white crystal beast king let out an enraged roar, the sound waves sending tremors through the forest, causing all living creatures to shiver in fear and rattling the clothing of those present. "What a joke! I have absorbed the power of the soul bone, and my strength surpasses my former peak. You four think you can contend with me? Dream on," the white crystal beast king declared arrogantly. "Humph, so there is nothing to discuss. Let us fight." Hu Wei, tired of idle chatter, was already fueled by the rage of his daughter's wedding being ruined. Being deceived by a scoundrel and manipulated by the demonic sect, he had longed for a good fight. Clenching his fists, his body was enveloped in golden light, transforming into a 5-meter-tall beastly avatar as he charged at the white crystal beast king. The two sides clashed fiercely, with Taoist Mingkong and fairies Yue launching their attacks from either side. Taoist Mingkong employed the sword technique of the Shushan school, while although Ziyue was an alchemist, she was equally adept in the art of poison, using toxins to erode the white crystal beast king's body. In this dire situation, Mu Chunfeng set aside concerns about post-battle repercussions and summoned the Kunlun sword to join the fray. As the battle erupted in earnest, the assembled warriors finally understood the white crystal beast king's overwhelming confidence. Fully integrated with the soul bone, its physique was extraordinarily powerful, and its regenerative abilities were astonishing. Among the four, Hu Wei, the most formidable in physical combat, found himself at a disadvantage against the white crystal beast king's brute strength, struggling to fend off its attacks. His own strikes seemed ineffective, leaving him feeling as though he were striking a stone with flesh. "What on earth is this creature? Its hide is so thick," Hu Wei grumbled as he fought. "Let us not scatter our attacks. Let us strike at one of its weaknesses," Mu Chunfeng called out to Ziyue and the others above. Ziyue's poison could weaken the white crystal beast king's defenses, allowing Mu Chunfeng and Taoist Mingkong to unleash sword chi at the compromised areas. thereby penetrating its defenses to harm its very essence. Meanwhile, Baiji ascended from underground, hovering in the air, behind her materializing 9 ethereal tails that surged toward the white crystal beast king. Though the creature was powerful, it was not without vulnerabilities. A single demon facing 5 opponents was still a challenge, and Baiji's 9 tails were adept at overcoming brute force with finesse. One tail ensnared the beast's arm. Hu Wei leapt, striking down upon the white crystal beast king's head, sending it crashing to the ground. Seizing the moment, Mu Chunfeng and Daoist Mingkong united in the air, summoning the Zhuxian sword array. Although they belonged to different sects, both were sword cultivators, and their combined powers coalesced in the sky, forming a colossal imprint. Subsequently, torrents of sword chi cascaded down like a torrential rain, eroding the white crystal beast king's body. Leaving its formidable regenerative abilities unable to keep pace, Hu Wei retreated to the sidelines, watching the scene unfold, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Thank goodness I dodged in time. Otherwise, I would have been turned into a sieve. Faced with such a powerful onslaught, the white crystal beast king sought to flee, but the 9 tails ensnared it, and the surrounding barriers, along with Ziyue's poison, further incapacitated its legs. Hu Wei remained poised, ready to strike should the beast attempt to move. Under the relentless assault of the Zhuxian sword array, the white crystal beast king's flesh was rendered to a bloody pulp, its skin torn away to reveal the blood and bone beneath. Despite having lost the will to resist, its body continued to regenerate, its formidable healing abilities instilling fear. Chapter 45. The Internal Traitor. Why heavens, this creature truly is a headache. Had any one of us been absent, we would have been unable to contend with it today, Hu Wei lamented as he observed the scene before him. Ultimately, the white crystal beast king had inherited the arrogance and folly of its father, believing that newfound strength granted it the freedom to act without restraint. Little did it know that power could be countered. Among Mu Chuanfeng's 5 companions, none could match it. Even with one member absent, capturing it would have been exceedingly difficult. Let us muster our strength and finish it off, Mu Chunfeng declared coldly as the sword rain subsided. A colossal sword chi descended from the sky, akin to a divine retribution aimed at the white crystal beast king. Gazing up at the enormous sword chi above, the beast emitted a defiant roar. As the blade descended, both sides engaged in a final contest, the beast relying on its immense physique to withstand the sword chi, an act akin to striking a stone with an egg. Will not yield. With a final, unwilling roar, the sword pierced through the white crystal beast king's body, eroding it entirely in a radiant brilliance that obscured everyone's vision, powerful spiritual energy radiating outward, causing the onlookers to stagger back several paces. As the dust settled, the once majestic Fangzuan mountain lay leveled, the white crystal beast king's corpse reduced to naught but remnants, with only the soul bone remaining. Well, it ended up like this? The group approached the soul bone, and Hu Wei remarked with a click of his tongue, "It seems the soul bone holds power. The creature is dead, yet its bones remain. What do you think? Should we bury this bone here?" Ziyue teased Hu Wei. He promptly shook his head. "No way, it's already enough of a headache. Just this bone alone keeps me on edge. Whoever wants it can take it. We want nothing to do with it, too unlucky. Are you sure you don't want it?" "Absolutely not. If you want it, take it. I have no desire for it." "Hee, you said so yourself, so I shall take it." Ziyue stored the soul bone in her storage ring. "Hey, what do you want this for?" Hu Wei inquired, puzzled. "For alchemy." "Alchemy? Wait, this bone can be used for alchemy?" You're so uninformed. Don't think it's just bones. I could use you for alchemy too. Do you believe me?" Ziyue proclaimed proudly. Hu Wei. All right, it's not like you're from the Danding sect, where everything can be refined, right?" Hu Wei mused, nodding in admiration, then rubbing his hands together, grinning as he said, "Since that is the case, will the elixir you refine be able to spare an old brother a portion?" "You?" Ziyue shot him a glance before replying, "Fine, but not just for you. Everyone present will get their share out, of course. After all, we all contributed to vanquishing it, so it's only fair to give credit to Fairy Ziyue." It's good that you understand. This thing isn't easy to refine. It won't become an elixir in a matter of months, so don't come knocking on my door for the elixir in a few days, thinking I'm trying to hoard it." Ziyue huffed. "Oh, come on, how could I be that kind of person?" "You'd better not be at Hu Zongzhu. I truly apologize." I did not anticipate that Chuxia's child would be so deeply concealed, leading to such a calamity. Bai Ji now took the initiative to apologize to Hu Wei. Well, we can't blame you. I too failed to see that scoundrel's wolfish ambitions. He deceived us all, damn him. Hu Wei clenched his fists in anger. That said, this incident seems far from simple. After all, Chuxia is not a member of the Beastmaster sect, so it's unlikely he would have such insider knowledge. Furthermore, the incident occurred so abruptly. How could such a large sect just stand by and watch him enter the back mountain, releasing the White Crystal Beast King? Chuxia alone shouldn't he have been able to accomplish this. I suspect there were other accomplices involved, Mu Chunfeng analyzed. Hu Wei stroked his chin, nodding in contemplation. Indeed, our Beastmaster sect has always been exceptionally vigilant. Especially for my daughter's wedding, I had specifically bolstered security to prevent any disruptions. With so many experts within the sect, how could Chuxia, with merely the cultivation level of the Epiphany stage, manage to release the White Crystal Beast King without anyone noticing? To uncover the truth, it is simple, just ask him directly. Speaking of which, has anyone seen Chuxia? Daoist Mingkong inquired. I think I saw him underground. That kid can't still be down there, can he? Hu Wei smacked his forehead as realization dawned. He is still there, but it's of no concern. I've already severed his limbs, leaving him to fend for himself, Bai Ji said indifferently, producing a storage ring and tossing it to Hu Wei. What is this? His storage ring. Given his disposition, it surely contains information about his accomplices, which can be used to threaten them afterward. That makes sense. Hu Wei examined the contents of the storage ring, discovering various communication talismans within. Upon hearing the contents within, the crowd was taken aback, for it contained not only the collusion between Chuxia and the rebellious factions of the demon clan to murder Bai Ji, but also details regarding their alliance with the demon sect and, most critically, the schemes involving the deputy leader of the Beastmaster sect, all meticulously documented. Damn it! Hu Wei cursed vehemently, his face flushed with indignation. Were it anyone else, he might not have been so incensed, but the fact that the spy within his own sect was none other than the deputy leader was intolerable. The deputy leader? You say? That makes sense. Once you are gone, he will ascend to the position of the sect leader, Mu Chunfeng remarked with composure. This is outrageous. I have treated him well, yet this scoundrel seeks to harm me and wishes to bring about my demise. He ought to reflect on his own worthiness. With his meager abilities, he dares to lead the Beastmaster sect. Should I perish, the sect would not endure a century under his leadership. I will eliminate him. In his fury, Hu Wei attempted to leave, only to be restrained by Mu Chunfeng and others. Do not act rashly. Now is not the time to sever ties. At the very least, wait until you have recovered before taking action. Mu Chunfeng advised. Let us not rush, Hu Zhengzhu. We have just endured a fierce battle. Everyone is still recuperating. Moreover, how many factions within the sect have been tainted by that deputy leader? You are not yet aware of this. It would be unwise to act impulsively. We must first calm ourselves and gather intelligence before quietly apprehending him, Daoist Mingkong urged. After being counseled by the two, Hu Wei managed to regain his composure. Inhaling deeply and nodding in agreement. You are right, my friends. We have enough internal strife already. This matter must be resolved quietly within our ranks. Indeed, let us return for now, Ziyue suggested. You all may leave. I have some matters to attend to, Mu Chunfeng replied. Matters? Is there anything we can assist with? Ziyue inquired with concern. No, it is unnecessary. Mu Chunfeng shook his head, staggering backward, almost collapsing, but was steadied by Bai Ji. Chapter 46. A gentle support. Everyone, please return. I need to discuss some private matters with the esteemed one, Bai Ji explained to Mu Chunfeng. Oh, very well. We shall handle our affairs and hope you both return soon. Take care. With that, the three flew away, leaving Mu Chunfeng, who could no longer support himself, collapsing into Bai Ji's embrace. Instantly, his complexion brightened, and his body radiated an intense heat, the aura of emotional poison surrounding him causing Bai Ji to blush and her heart to race. Esteemed one, are you all right? Bai Ji inquired with concern. Help me, take me to a place where we are alone. Overwhelmed by the suppression he had previously endured, Mu Chunfeng was on the verge of collapse, his thoughts muddled. Without hesitation, Bai Ji supported him and swiftly departed. Sending a message to someone far away. The Beastmaster sect, Mu Shuer and others were in Hu Nana's chamber. After treatment, who Nana had awakened, though her expression was one of deep sorrow. Nana, do not be disheartened. It is best for that scoundrel to perish. Do not waste your emotions on such a wretch, Lin Shiran consoled. Oh, do not say that. Matters of the heart are complex. Let her calm down on her own. Mu Shuer sighed that if I catch him, I will surely flay him alive, Chiyue declared, clenching her fists with a cold expression. Given the gravity of the situation at the Beastmaster sect, Chiyue felt compelled to declare her stance alongside the victims. Any association with Chuxia would only exacerbate the conflict between the two factions. At that moment, Mu Shuer suddenly heard a voice. Come to the heavenly pool at once. Huh? Mu Shuer instinctively gasped, drawing everyone's attention. What is it, senior sister? Lin Shiran inquired, puzzled. Did you not hear anything? Mu Shuer asked. Hear what? What are you talking about? Observing the confusion on their faces, Mu Shuer realized this must be a message intended solely for her from Baiji. Baiji was with her master. Could it be junior sister? I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave, Mu Shuer stated to Lin Shiran before hastily exiting. What matters, senior sister, you? Lin Shiran hurriedly pursued. But Mu Shuer had already vanished without a trace. Far away at the Tianshan Mountains, beside the heavenly pool stood a bamboo pavilion, where a young couple sat on the deck outside. They embraced each other tightly, with the man growing increasingly agitated, utterly defenseless against the enchanting beauty before him. Esteemed one eye in the embrace of Mu Chunfeng, Baiji felt no resistance, her gaze dreamy as she tenderly caressed his head, soothing him as one would a child. Be good, listen to me. You will soon feel better. She will be here shortly, Baiji whispered softly. However, the next moment, a suddenly impassioned Mu Chunfeng impulsively pushed her down onto the deck, causing Baiji to panic and instinctively grasp his shoulders to stop him. No, not yet. It is not time. Although the emotional poison had deeply infiltrated his being, Mu Chunfeng's century-long composure was not to be trifled with, especially with Baiji's deliberate refusal, which allowed his reason to regain control momentarily. I apologize. I acted rashly. Forgive me. The impulsiveness in Mu Chunfeng's eyes faded, revealing a hint of disappointment, and he quickly retreated. Just as he was about to leave, Baiji urgently grasped his hand, explaining, Do not go. It is not that I wish to refuse, but that it is not yet time. We must wait for the right moment. The right moment? Mu Chunfeng gazed at her in confusion. In truth, during their encounter in the peach blossom forest, Baiji had already intended to offer herself. Even yesterday, she still harbored that thought. The reason for her refusal today was that she had unexpectedly obtained the shimming mirror, which granted her the opportunity to break through to the semi-divine realm, thereby extending her lifespan by another millennium. For her, maintaining her virginity was crucial in her pursuit of transcending to the semi-divine realm. Hence the timing was not yet ripe. Naturally, she could not divulge this to Mu Chunfeng, for she was uncertain of her success. Failure would mean certain death. This was a monumental gamble. Win everything, or lose it all. Are you in pain? Baiji asked with concern. Mu Chunfeng regarded her with a complex gaze, ultimately remaining silent, and instead turned his attention to the heavenly pool. The recent rejection had left him somewhat disheartened. After all, last time, she had been so agreeable, yet now it felt as though she were toying with him. As the Lord of Kunlun, a revered celestial being, he possessed his own pride. How could he endure such humiliation? Baiji understood that her previous actions had been misguided and had led to his misinterpretation. However, no words could remedy the situation now. The only way to resolve the misunderstanding was through tangible actions. Just as Mu Chunfeng was engulfed in resentment, he suddenly sensed a wave of relaxation. What is this? When Mu Shuer hurriedly arrived, she found a barrier above the heavenly pool preventing her entry. Approaching the barrier, she curiously tested it and discovered that her body easily passed through, indicating that the barrier was not meant to obstruct her. Upon crossing the barrier, she gazed at the heavenly pool and was met with a shocking sight. On the deck by the pool, the exalted leader of the demon clan, a top-tier fairy of the cultivation world, was now in a degrading position before Mu Chunfeng. The scene before her was so astonishing that Mu Shuer questioned her own perception, wondering if she had fallen into an illusion, witnessing such a shocking spectacle. As she descended onto the deck, she found Mu Chunfeng collapsed, while Baiji slowly raised her head, her cheeks slightly flushed, calmly regarding the arriving Mu Shuer. You are here, Baiji said, somewhat embarrassed. You and the esteemed one, I am aware of the esteemed one's condition. The excessive energy expenditure from slaying the white crystal beast king has caused the emotional poison within him to rebound. I can only assist him temporarily in this manner. Assist him temporarily? Mu Shuer raised an eyebrow, observing the fallen Mu Chunfeng, her heart a tumult of emotions. Was this manner of assistance truly appropriate? She well understood her master. No matter how uncomfortable he felt, he could endure. He took great pride in his dignity and would never force his will upon another. Yet, he would not so easily offer himself either. Clearly, her master was truly formidable, possessing immense charm and strength, compelling even the demon clan leader to submit. Was he not thus bearing the weight of both human and demon realms? Chapter 47. Please, unveil my garments. Hey, what are you daydreaming about? The esteemed one's emotional poison has yet to be resolved. You must assist him. As Mu Shuer remained lost in thought, Baiji urged her. Huh? Me? Mu Shuer pointed to herself, bewildered. Is there anyone else who could do it? If you are of no use, why did I summon you? Should I call Lin Shiran instead? She would certainly be eager to offer herself. No need. Mu Shuer firmly shook her head, resolute in her refusal. I can handle it myself. Then hurry. Do you not see how he is suffering? He is still your master. If you do not care, I certainly do. Baiji expressed her dissatisfaction. Mu Shuer approached Mu Chunfeng, helping him to his feet as she led him toward the bamboo pavilion, closing the door behind them. Humph, closing the door. As if that would prevent me from witnessing this. Baiji scoffed, then plucked a strand of silver hair, blowing it toward the door. The hair passed through the door, transforming into a silver fox that concealed itself in the shadows. Observing the two, Mu Shuer assisted Mu Chunfeng to the jade bed at the center of the grand hall, and they both collapsed onto it. Lying on the bed, they gazed into each other's eyes, as Mu Chunfeng raised his hand to caress Mu Shuer's cheek, his eyes reflecting a tender affection. Even in this moment, desire had not overtaken him. Rather, it was love that prevailed. You shouldn't have come here, and I can't. Who will assist you? Surely, you wouldn't want to rely on someone like Suishou, or perhaps you would prefer Ranner instead of me. No, master simply feels, Mu Chunfeng attempted to explain, but Mu Shuer placed her finger on his lips, silencing him. She then sat up, helping Mu Chunfeng to rise as well, and they sat together on the bed, gazing at each other. I don't want you to feel, I want to feel for myself. Although this came as a surprise, it is a fortuitous opportunity for me. At least today, you have no reason to refuse me. As Mu Shuer spoke, she reached out to untie his garment. Once she finished, Mu Shuer paused, not proceeding further, but instead stared intently at him. It's your turn. Me? Unlike my uncle, this is my first time. I want master to come and help me undress. Faced with Mu Shuer's request, Mu Chunfeng hesitated for a few seconds before extending his hand, gradually loosening the ties of his clothing. As the garments fell away, they revealed a set of Western-style undergarments, which had been purchased earlier in Tianjia, crafted from exquisite purple Lingchan silk, flawless, soft yet resilient, capable of withstanding the clash of swords while remaining comfortably close to the skin. Such beautiful undergarments, Mu Chunfeng admired. Of course, my taste is impeccable. They were specifically bought for you to see. Mu Shuer blushed, gazing at him expectantly. Though it was a torment, Mu Chunfeng remained patient, admiring her as if she were a delicate work of art. Naturally, the undergarments, purchased for 198 spirit stones, could be considered a masterpiece, adorned with beautiful floral patterns, utterly enticing. Master, just as Mu Chunfeng was engrossed in his admiration, Mu Shuer playfully pouted. What's the matter? He lifted his gaze, curious. You've come this far. How long do you intend to keep me waiting? Hurry up, Mu Shuer urged. This provocation was undeniably amusing, prompting Mu Chunfeng to gently pinch her nose, teasingly asking, why the impatience? Who's truly under the spell of love here? But I've been waiting for this day for so long, master. Are you intentionally teasing me? Humph, I'm done playing. With a huff, Mu Shuer attempted to leave. Mu Chunfeng swiftly grasped her wrist, pulling her back, causing her to fall into his embrace, whereupon he kissed her. Though the outside observer, the seemingly ascetic Xinzuan had become quite adept in the realm of intimacy. As they tumbled onto the bed, Mu Chunfeng leaned over Mu Shuer, gazing down at her, charming yet innocent. Have you made up your mind? Once the bow is drawn, there's no turning back. Yes, I've decided long ago. My feelings have never wavered, Mu Shuer affirmed, wrapping her arms around his neck, her eyes filled with determination. Their every movement was witnessed by Xiaoyinhu, conveying the scene to Bai Ji, who watched from the deck outside. Blushing, she touched her burning cheeks, biting her lip and murmuring, "This should have been my opportunity, and that little girl has taken advantage of it. Humph! If it weren't for the impending tribulation, I would undoubtedly be the one lying beneath Mu Chunfeng." Although a twinge of jealousy gnawed at her, Bai Ji remained clear-headed, a fleeting moment of pleasure versus a lifetime of joy. What truly mattered? As waves of delight echoed, Bai Ji's heart began to race. Sitting at the edge of the deck, she dipped her jade feet into the cool waters of the Tianqi, the frigid liquid failing to quell the fire within her. With no choice left, she raised her wine cup, seeking solace in its intoxicating embrace. Huh! Bai Ji sighed deeply, tilting her head to gaze at the sun above, her silvery hair dancing in the wind. Just bear with it a little longer. Soon it will be my turn. As time passed, the sun gradually descended, casting its golden glow upon the deck. As the doors of the hall swung open, a figure emerged, barefoot, slowly making her way to the edge of the deck. Sitting beside Bai Ji, finished? Not yet. She is too exhausted. Let her rest well, Mu Chunfeng replied. Upon hearing this, Bai Ji looked at him in surprise, her gaze drifting over his fresh, ethereal features, incredulously asking, "You're still not satisfied?" Actually, ever since Hani left, I haven't teed for half a month. So, Mu Chunfeng awkwardly avoided her gaze. Hearing this, Bai Ji laughed, leaning her body against his shoulder as they admired the setting sun. Everyone says the Shinzuan is devoid of desires. Yet they do not know. This afternoon was not enough for you. It seems you are indeed a cold exterior with a passionate heart, a rather reserved Shinzuan. Reserved? Why do you say that about me? Mu Chunfeng's face flushed, feeling rather embarrassed. Am I wrong? Bai Ji tilted her head, playfully poking his cheek, teasing, I actively offered to help you, yet you declined. One might think you truly didn't want it. But look at the result. It has gone on for quite a while. Dio, you know how difficult it was for me to wait outside. Apologies, but you could have left earlier. Leave? Why would I leave? Such an interesting affair, and I can learn up close, observe, so that when my turn comes, I'll be all the more experienced, right? Bai Ji winked at him, Mu Chunfeng. Chapter 48. A joyous return. As night fell, moonlight streamed into the hall, and the stunning celestial maiden lying on the jade bed slowly opened her eyes, sitting up to survey her surroundings. Where's master? As she donned a thin garment and approached the hall's entrance, she pushed the door open and spotted a familiar figure sitting at the deck's edge, a wine jug and 2 cups beside him. Though one cup's owner was absent, a gentle breeze ruffled his white clothing, while his lustrous black hair danced in the wind, exuding an air of serenity. Mu Shuer, barefoot, walked over and sat beside Mu Chunfeng, observing the surroundings as she inquired, "Where is she?" "She has left." "Left?" Leaning against Mu Chunfeng's shoulder, Mu Shuer gazed at the bright moon in the night sky, sighing, "She will return." "Yes, she said as much before leaving." Mu Chunfeng sighed, taking a sip from his cup. "I want a drink too." Mu Shuer extended her hand. Mu Chunfeng hesitated momentarily before offering her his cup. Then he lifted Bai Ji's cup and poured more wine from the jug. Mu Shuer took a sip, smacking her lips, exclaiming, "What exquisite wine! Only by following master can one enjoy such fine spirits. Do you like it? I'll gift you 2 jars. I can't accept. This wine is far too precious. Master, you haven't even had enough for yourself. How could I dare?" "Fear not. She gifted me 10 jars before she left." Mu Chunfeng reassured, patting her jade leg. 10 jars. Mu Shuer's eyes widened in astonishment. "Your senior sister is indeed generous. Every time she makes a move, it's at least 10 jars. That's worth thousands of spirit stones." "Well, it's not that exaggerated. She mentioned that the wine isn't worth such a price. It's mainly due to its reputation that people are willing to pay handsomely for it. Isn't it always like that? Just like the clothes we buy, their true worth surely isn't that high, yet they sell for that price." Mu Shuer remarked. Mu Chunfeng chuckled softly, choosing not to respond further as he took another sip. Quietly appreciating the moonlit night, Mu Shuer fell silent too, shifting closer to Mu Chunfeng, who, sensing the moment, draped an arm around her shoulders, pulling her into his embrace. "In any case, I truly must thank your senior sister. She has provided me with such a precious opportunity, allowing me the chance to become master's woman." Mu Shuer said happily. In truth, even without her, this would have happened eventually. I know you well, my dear girl. Mu Chunfeng kissed her forehead. That's not entirely incorrect, Mu Shuer replied, lifting her head to kiss him. After sharing a kiss under the moonlight, their gazes locked, both equally entranced. It's quite late. We should return? Mu Chunfeng suggested as they parted. Return? What is the point of going back at this hour? Isn't it better for us to enjoy our time together here? Mu Shuer gazed at him affectionately. But your junior sister, what does it matter? She is safe at the Beastmaster sect. Just send her a message to say we have some matters to attend to outside. Well? Seeing Mu Chunfeng still hesitating, Mu Shuer pressed closer, pouting and glaring at him. This is her first time. What is wrong with you taking a little time to accompany me, master? Do you really know which matters to prioritize? You still want to keep things fair at this moment? I understand. I want to return, that's it. Just don't be so close. Faced with Mu Shuer's proximity, Mu Chunfeng felt a bit anxious. After all, he hadn't finished earlier, and her actions were stirring up more thoughts. Teske, it seems I've overthought it. With you like this, you can't possibly return. What? After an entire afternoon, my disciple didn't allow Master to fully enjoy himself. It appears Master excels not only in other areas, but is also quite adept in this regard. Mu Shuer said provocatively in response to her taunt. Mu Chunfeng frowned, a surge of heat rising within him as he pulled her waist closer, pressing her against himself. Can you blame me? Were it not for witnessing your exhaustion to the point of fainting, I would have undoubtedly insisted on indulging once more. Day after day, you seem intent on enticing me, as if you possess some extraordinary prowess, yet it appears to be nothing more than that. As she listened to Mu Chunfeng's mocking remarks, Mu Shuer felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment, her heart racing fervently. Although subjected to ridicule, her feminine nature rendered her indifferent to such taunts. Rather, it was the candid and unabashed words of Mu Chunfeng that thrilled her, igniting a desire within her. After all, it was her first experience, and she lacked any prior knowledge in such matters. Embracing his neck, Mu Shuer sweetly declared, Since I failed to satisfy you this afternoon, let us continue this evening, and no matter what, I shall ensure your contentment. Oh, you have said so? Then I shall indulge fully and hold nothing back, Mu Chunfeng replied, a glimmer of excitement sparking in his eyes as he swept Mu Shuer off her feet and made his way toward the bamboo pavilion. After waiting an entire night, Lin Xiran finally saw Mu Shuer and Mu Chunfeng return. However, as she eagerly dashed out of the pavilion, she noticed Mu Shuer being supported by Mu Chunfeng, which struck her as somewhat peculiar. Master, what has happened to senior sister? Lin Xiran inquired with concern. She has injured her foot, Mu Chunfeng responded. Injured her foot? Lin Xiran scrutinized Mu Shuer with suspicion. Sensing her doubt, Mu Chunfeng quickly shifted the topic, asking Xiran, Were you all right last night? Yes, quite well, except that in the evening, Lady Baiji sent Sister Chiwe to deliver a little silver fox she found in the woods, Lin Xiran explained. Just as Mu Chunfeng hesitated, a silver figure leaped from the second floor, landing perfectly on his shoulder, nuzzling him with its silvery fur. Little one, where have you been these past days? Leaving without a word, do you know how worried I was? Mu Chunfeng chided. The little silver fox whimpered, affectionately rubbing against him, but unfortunately, Mu Chunfeng could not embrace it as he was occupied supporting Mu Shuer. And what of the Beastmaster sect? What is the situation there? Mu Chunfeng inquired. Lin Xiran sighed. Oh, it is as expected. The groom has vanished, so the wedding is surely off. However, last night, Master Hu graciously held an unfinished banquet in the sect square, apologizing to all present and even expressing gratitude to our master. They held a banquet? That suggests Master Hu has maintained a positive mindset, Mu Chunfeng remarked, relieved. Indeed, this is characteristic of Hu Wei's nature. He has never been one to waver. Although his daughter's wedding was ruined, at least she is not truly bound to that scoundrel from Chuxia, so her virtue remains intact. One must find solace in that. Chapter 49. The farewell toast. After packing his belongings, Mu Chunfeng prepared to depart from the Beastmaster sect. Given the recent upheaval, it was clear that Hu Wei would need to seclude himself for some time, prompting Bai Ji and the others to leave early, while Mu Chunfeng had lingered a bit longer. Just as he was about to take his leave, however, Hu Wei arrived, bearing a jar of wine. Not be in such haste to depart, esteemed sir. Stay and finish this farewell wine before you go. Hu Wei said with a smile. Gratefully accepting the invitation, Mu Chunfeng acquiesced. The two made their way to a quaint pavilion nestled among the bamboo groves, where the scenery was delightful and perfect for drinking and conversing. "Come, esteemed sir, allow me to pour for you," Hu Wei said, lifting the jar to fill Mu Chuanfeng's bowl. "Thank you." Unlike the drinking sessions with Bai Ji, they used bowls here, embodying the camaraderie of the martial world. This was not due to Hu Wei's frugality. He simply preferred drinking from bowls, a practice that had persisted since their first drinking session years ago. "Let us toast to you, my friend, for your timely intervention during our time of peril. Had the White Crystal Beast King regained its strength, our Beastmaster sect would have faced certain annihilation," Hu Wei expressed with heartfelt gratitude. "Ah, it was not solely my merit. Everyone contributed to the effort. Alone, I could not have subdued that foe," Mu Chunfeng humbly replied. "Though that may be true, had you not taken the initiative, others might not have acted. All rallied behind your leadership, a quality only you possess that unites us all," Hu Wei said earnestly, a mix of admiration and sincerity in his tone. In the treacherous realm of cultivation, where deceit and power struggles abound, it was rare for factions to band together in times of crisis, each often prioritizing their own safety. Hu Wei had experienced this firsthand, knowing all too well that in moments of danger, few would lend a helping hand, while many would relish in the misfortune of others. "I have long pondered why Kunlun has thrived while others faltered, commanding respect for millennia. Now, I understand. It is because you bear the weight of responsibility, and the position of leading the righteous path is rightly yours. If not for the specter of annihilation, I would not have gained such profound insight. Enough of this. It is all encapsulated in the wine." With that, Hu Wei downed his drink in one swift motion. Mu Chunfeng chuckled helplessly, mirroring the gesture as he remarked, "I have always said that petty squabbles are for small minds. Among significant figures, it is about human relationships. Regardless of disagreements, one must lend aid in critical moments. No one knows when they too might falter. Esteemed sir, your words are ha, yet they hold great wisdom. Rest assured, I comprehend this. Do not let my brutish exterior fool you. Since assuming this leadership role, I have felt like I am on pins and needles, diligently striving to learn how to be a good sect leader. Especially this time, it has made me acutely aware of a truth. Posturing as tough serves little purpose if I cannot manage even my own affairs. Allowing my subordinates to run amok, then my bluster will only render me a laughingstock in the eyes of outsiders." Hu Wei spoke with heartfelt sincerity, reflecting on the betrayal he faced from the deputy sect leader he had nurtured, who ultimately turned against him. This is a crucial lesson. For a sect to endure and remain stable for millennia, it must be founded on integrity and unity. Ruling through tyranny and relying on sycophants is destined for failure. Such an approach may work temporarily, but it cannot sustain itself. Indeed, I understand. This is indeed my failing. Initially, I relied on them to attain the position of sect leader, believing we would prosper together. However, they have proven themselves to be worthless, with few capable of managing affairs effectively. Alas, it seems I must learn more from you henceforth, Hu Wei said earnestly. Mu Chunfeng shook his head with a smile. "I am not worthy of such praise. By the way, there is a matter I have yet to discuss with you, Dato." "What is it?" "Please, esteemed sir, go ahead. Regarding the spiritual mine at Fangsuan Mountain, we had previously reached a mutual agreement of a 50-50 division. Correct?" "Yes, that has always been the case. Is there an issue?" Hu Wei asked, puzzled. 2 months ago, the sect elders informed me that your side was dissatisfied with our initial agreement and refused to allow us from Kunlun to mine the spiritual ore. I would like to understand how this came to be, Mu Chunfeng explained. Upon hearing this, Hu Wei was taken aback, disbelief etched across his face. "What? Such a thing has occurred? Why was I unaware of this?" "You were unaware. I delegated many matters to the deputy sect leader, so I had no knowledge of this issue." Hu Wei's brow furrowed in anger as he slammed his hand on the table. His voice cold. "It must be that scoundrel's doing. The spiritual stones mined there were meant to be divided equally, yet it seems he has pocketed your shared. I see. So you were also in the dark. I had assumed you were aware and intended to negotiate a reduction in our share to 3 or 4/10. Mu Chunfeng replied. No, there is no need for that. We agreed to a 50-50 split. How could we lower your portion?" Hu Wei hastily rejected the notion. "The Fangsuan Mountain spiritual mine has always benefited from your Kunlun support, and that was the agreement from the outset. Rest assured. I will address this matter urgently and ensure that the spiritual stones that have not been accounted for in recent months are compensated at double the rate. Double? No, that is unnecessary. We at Kunlun are not the type to take advantage of others. Mu Chunfeng insisted. But we at the Beastmaster sect owe you this. Double is our apology. You need not concern yourself. Simply await my news, Hu Wei stated resolutely. After their heartfelt conversation, Hu Wei took his leave. Departing from the scene, Mu Chunfeng and Mu Shuer also exited the Beastmaster sect, soaring through the skies aboard a celestial vessel. Did Master Hu seek your assistance for something? Lin Shiran inquired. No, it was merely a casual chat. However, there is good news. We have clarified matters regarding the spiritual mind. Clarified? What is our share? Lin Shiran asked curiously. It remains unchanged, just as before. Unchanged? Mu Shuer frowned, expressing her dissatisfaction. After assisting them so significantly, do they not offer any form of compensation for previously halting our mining operations? Of course there is compensation. We agreed that all spiritual stones not mined in the past few months will be reimbursed at double the rate, Mu Chunfeng replied with a smile. Chapter 50. The Fox Spirit, Double Compensation. Mu Shuer was overjoyed, her mind racing with calculations. The monthly extraction volume was approximately 5,000. Considering we had not participated in extraction for 4 months, that amounts to 40,000. Mu Chunfeng nodded and continued. Moreover, he mentioned that the matter of the spirit mine was entrusted to the deputy sect leader for management, and he was not informed in advance. What nonsense, Lin Shiran scoffed, rolling her eyes. That is a spirit mine. He could ignore other matters, but how could he possibly be unaware of the spirit mine? Now he simply wants to eliminate the deputy sect leader and shift all the blame onto him. Indeed, Junior Sister has a point. With such a significant issue as the spirit mine, how could he not be aware? It's merely an attempt to find a scapegoat, Mu Shuer agreed with a nod. Ultimately, it matters little. Given the current turmoil in the beast-taming sect, we need not dwell on such matters. Besides, the compensation they offered is quite generous, Mu Chunfeng remarked. In truth, he understood the situation but chose not to expose Hu Wei's deception at that moment. It was evident that Hu Wei placed great importance on power. He had significant issues himself. The fact that the deputy sect leader dared to conspire with rebellious forces from the demon clan to unleash the White Crystal Beast King indicated he was under immense pressure. This was clear from Hu Wei's usual treatment of him, as the deputy sect leader was openly insulted and humiliated, leading to considerable resentment. This compensation is only fair, not to mention we have assisted him greatly. To put it plainly, the spirit stones he offers are akin to paying a protection fee. To resolve the sect's issues, he must establish good relations externally. After all, following this incident, at least half of the personnel within the beast-taming sect will need to be purged, which is a substantial blow. These matters are theirs. We need not discuss them. If others overhear us, they might think we are reveling in their misfortune, Mu Chunfeng said seriously. I can't be bothered to discuss this, Lin Shiran retorted as she turned to enter the cabin. Once inside, Mu Shuer moved closer to Mu Chunfeng, quietly taking his hand and gazing at him with a smile. That's 40,000 spirit stones now. How do you plan to spend it, Master? Spend it? Of course, it will be accounted for. After all, it is not my spirit stones, Mu Chunfeng replied matter-of-factly. Oh, come on. Why do you always think that way? They are returning the spirit stones out of respect for you. To be frank, if it weren't for you, the issue with the spirit mine might never have been resolved. The elders of the sect only care about the extraction of the spirit mine. And regarding these 40,000 spirit stones, they certainly won't inquire about them. What then? Do you wish to indulge your master in corrupt practices? Mu Chunfeng said with discontent. What corruption? How distasteful. This is not corruption. Those spirit stones rightfully belong to you. I guarantee that when the spirit stones are delivered, they will be secretly handed to you, concealed from the elders. Oh, you believe me? What if I do? I am quite curious about your thoughts, Mu Chunfeng said, intrigued. Mu Shuer smiled slightly, turning to sit on a chair, crossing her beautiful legs as she looked at him and said, Isn't the Immortal Sword Conference about to begin? As the foremost sect of Kunlun, we must display some grandeur. I propose we set aside 10,000 spirit stones, 2,000 for decoration and repairs to the sect, particularly around the sect square. The remaining 8,000 should be distributed as rewards for outstanding disciples, whether from our sect or external ones, treating them all equally. Yes, that makes sense. And what of the remaining 30,000 spirit stones? Hee hee, The remaining 30,000, of course, you should keep for now. When the time comes, you can utilize it. Let me keep it for now? Mu Chunfeng approached her, gently patting her head twice, chiding her with a frown. You naughty girl, daring to entice your master to hoard spirit stones. You are truly audacious, rivaling the likes of Daji. Daji? If I were truly like Daji, I wouldn't be left with cold leftovers, would I? Mu Shuer replied with a sarcastic tone. Leftovers? Mu Chunfeng was taken aback for a moment, then noticing the jealousy in Mu Shuer's expression, he playfully pinched her nose, teasing, What do you mean by leftovers? Do you think of your master as merely a dish on the table? Pretty much, Mu Shuer tilted her head, declaring proudly, So you disdain your master. Very well, from now on, I shall no longer bother you. You can seek out your fellow disciples. Humph, there you go again, Mu Shuer pouted in irritation, glaring at him. How is this my fault? Was it not you who disdained me? I did not. Who disdained you? I merely regret that I acted too slowly. If I had been quicker, would you dare? Mu Chunfeng retorted, not daring. Mu Shuer answered timidly. Though her thoughts were bold, without Li Hani leading the charge, she truly wouldn't have the courage to act. That is why I am not Daji, Mu Shuer continued. You say I am like Daji, but I lack both her charm and courage. If I had such abilities, there would be no chance for my Shirshu or that female demon. I would have claimed the first bite for myself. Mu Chunfeng found her earnestness amusing and reached out to ruffle her hair, teasing, all right, I misspoke. You are not Daji. I was wrong. Humph, you didn't entirely misspeak. For I do not dislike Daji, on the contrary, I envy her quite a bit. If I possessed her abilities, I would surely captivate you, master, to the point of distraction. Mu Shuer licked her red lips, gazing at him alluringly. Her gaze made Mu Chunfeng's heart race, and he couldn't help but recall the events of the previous night. This girl typically exuded grace and composure, embodying the maturity expected of a senior sister. Yet beneath him, she was irresistibly captivating. Unlike Li Hani's domineering demeanor, Mu Shuer displayed a delicate charm. Having only engaged twice, she had been restrained in the afternoon, yet by evening, she had completely let go, leading Mu Chunfeng to indulge himself and teach her a lesson. Truth be told, you are not so different from a fox spirit, especially when in bed. Mu Chunfeng couldn't resist teasing upon hearing this. Mu Shuer laughed triumphantly, lifting her leg to deliberately brush against him, enticingly suggesting, What, master, do you wish to try again? As long as you are willing, Shuer is always ready to accompany you, ensuring you are.